And now, the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Fabulous Divorce Payoff Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents for the first time on the air the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to The Fabulous Divorce Payoff Murder Case. Now we look in on the intimate drawing room of Pamela Beekman, heiress to one of the world's great fortunes. Young, beautiful. We see her with the highly publicized Lord Cyril Allerton, whom she is to marry in a few days, as soon as her divorce from her present husband is granted. And as she looks fondly at Cyril, we hear her say the words that lead to one of Inspector Thorne's most famous murder cases.
Silly boy, always asking me how much I love you. Well, I love you buckets and barrels full.
Do you really mean it? Forever and ever again, Pamela, darling.
I paid my husband Harold a cool $1 million to get rid of him, so I could have a divorce and marry you, Cyril.
A big bite he took out of you.
If I weren't utterly mad about you, I wouldn't have stood for it.
Tomorrow is the day your divorce from Harold will be granted, isn't it?
Yes, tomorrow. And Monday we'll be married, Cyril.
And off to England together. In a star-studded sky, Pamela, my angel.
Yes, darling, over the clouds in a star-studded sky. Cyril, as my wedding gift to you...
Wedding gift to me, Pamela? You're my wedding gift.
I've instructed my lawyers to make over a part of my fortune to you.
Oh, I say now, it's not your money, it's you I adore. How much did you say, dearest?
You'll know on our wedding day. Now kiss me, darling.
Mm-hmm. You're divine.
Nobody ever made me feel like this before, Cyril. Uncle Rufus.
Oh, my word.
Wait until I close the door.
Well, what's happened?
The husband that you're not quite divorced from is here.
What, Harold here?
Oh, that bounder?
You and Harold are birds of a feather, Cyril.
Uncle Rufus, what does Harold want?
Wants to see you. Something about the divorce.
The lawyers warned me not to see him alone until after the decree. That might stop the whole thing.
I'll stay here with you, Pamela. And you, Cyril, scamper into the library.
All right, ho.
Now, Pamela, mind what you say to Harold. Come in, Harold.
Thanks. Hello, Pamela.
What do you want here, Harold?
We're still husband and wife, you know.
Not after tomorrow when our divorce comes through.
I've changed my mind about the divorce, Pamela.
I paid you $1 million to let me get it.
I want an extra $1 million. You never miss it.
What?
Pamela's not made of money, Harold.
Stay out of this, Uncle Rufus. I'd hate to tell you what Pamela's made of.
What you need...
Shut up! Well, what about it, Pamela?
I'd like to kill you.
Sure you would. But isn't it worth another $1 million to marry that dicky bird you're singing love songs with?
Keep Cyril Allerton's name out of this.
You and I both know the divorce we're getting is a cooked-up affair. All I've got to do is say a few words in court to blow it up. Let's not kid.
But I've already paid you off. I gave you $1 million.
Sure, I've already got it banked. Now I want another $1 million to keep it company. Or no wedding bells for you and Cyril. Make up your mind, Pamela.
I'll make it up for her, Harold.
Never mind, Uncle Rufus. Listen, Harold. Give me until tonight to think it over.
All right. I'll come back at 9. And get it into your head.
It's a hold-up, Harold.
It's a payoff, Pamela. A divorce payoff.
And shortly after 9 that night, we see Harold Beekman leaving Pamela's house once again. And as he proceeds jauntily down the street, we hear him say to himself,
One little $1 million added to another little $1 million makes... well, there's gold in them hills. What a terrific hunch I had. Say, now what's this? Oh, no. You killed me.
And a few minutes later, in a stark and frightening office at the Homicide Bureau, its walls adorned only by pictures of killers he has sent on their way to justice, we see a young man who looks anything but what he is, the spectacular Inspector Thorne of Homicide. As the door opens, he looks up and says,
"Oh, Sergeant Muggin, what's up?"
Top drawer murder.
Who? Where?
Harold Beekman shot down 200 feet from his estranged wife's house.
More than estranged, Muggin. Her divorce decree was coming through tomorrow.
Funny thing, Inspector Thorne. She reported the murder herself.
The fantastically rich Pamela Beekman in a murder case. Come on, Sergeant Muggin. We'll get out there. Stay here with the body, Sergeant Muggin. Go through his pockets. I'll go to the house.
I'll follow you in a minute, Inspector Thorne.
Okay.
You're Inspector Thorne, I suppose.
And you're Pamela Beekman?
Yes. Please come in. My husband had just left the house when we heard the shots.
I understand you and your husband were to get your final decree of divorce tomorrow. Why was he here tonight?
It was a sort of last farewell. I invited him to drop in and have a drink with my Uncle Rufus and me and Lord Cyril Allerton.
Cyril Allerton? I read somewhere you planned to marry him when your divorce was final.
Yes, Monday.
Let's get this straight. The husband you were divorcing, the man you were divorcing him to marry, and you were having a farewell drink together?
And my Uncle Rufus. The divorce didn't mean anything. We were all terribly good friends. Harold and I had a deep regard for each other as persons, but we couldn't make a go of it as husband and wife. That explains why he was here tonight.
It doesn't explain why he was murdered here tonight, however.
It was a dreadful shock to all of us, Inspector Thorne.
It's at least puzzling.
Yes, isn't it?
I'm puzzled at his being here on the eve of his divorce.
There's nothing so strange about that. I knew a girl who had her 3 divorced husbands at dinner with her present husband only last week.
And I know where there's divorce, there's usually hate, Pamela.
I had no reason to hate him.
You're booked to marry Cyril Allerton next Monday, aren't you?
You're not very bright, Inspector. When a girl is being divorced from her husband, she doesn't have to kill him to marry someone else.
There's many a slip between the cup and the lip.
What?
Your divorce was set for tomorrow, and tonight is tonight. What went on here?
Nothing, Inspector Thorne, except what I told you.
Come in, Muggin.
Have a look at what I got off the murdered man's body, Chief.
Give it here.
Who is this man?
Sergeant Muggin, Pamela. And he gave me this check.
Check?
It's for $1 million. It's made out to your about-to-be-divorced but now murdered husband and signed by you. What's the answer?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, it's the $1 million I promised Harold for giving me a divorce. I promised to give it to him months ago when we first talked of the divorce.
You should have taken his check out of his pocket after you killed him.
I didn't kill him.
Murders have been committed for a lot less than $1 million.
Easy, Muggin. Let her try to explain.
Perhaps I can explain, Inspector Thorne.
Oh, Uncle Rufus.
Don't worry, Pamela. Inspector Thorne, I'm Rufus Spells, Pamela's uncle. When her father, my brother, died, he left her 10 millions. She's been making a fool of herself ever since.
It looks like murder this time, Mr. Spells.
Step in here. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
I wonder what's delaying Cyril. Should have been here by now.
You always say the wrong thing at the right time, Pamela. Come in, Inspector Thorne.
Well, what did happen, Mr. Spells? Make it as brief as you can, please.
I'll tell you and let you draw your own conclusions, Inspector.
Yes.
Whenever a parasite crosses Pamela's path, she sets out to marry him. She was married to one in Harold Beekman. Things were going fine with him, blowing her money.
Yes?
Then came a bird of the same feather, that Englishman, Lord Cyril Allerton. Nothing would do but pay off Harold so she could marry him.
Cyril Allerton.
Pamela paid Harold a cold $1 million to agree to a divorce. That was 6 months ago.
This check we found on her murdered husband is dated today.
That's what I'm leading to, Inspector Thorne. After pocketing $1 million 6 months ago, Harold came back at Pamela this very afternoon and demanded another $1 million.
Another $1 million?
Yes, on the threat that he'd stop their divorce tomorrow.
In other words, he'd already got $1 million from her and was playing for a second? What did Pamela say?
Well, the first started flying. And then Pamela, always unpredictable, quieted down and told Harold she'd think it over. To come back at 9 tonight.
You've presented a top murder motive for your niece, if nothing else.
Not so fast, Inspector Thorne. This Englishman that she wanted to marry, Cyril Allerton, he was in the house at the time this afternoon, in another room.
Allerton here? What did he do? Tell Pamela to pay off Harold so he could marry the rest of her millions next Monday?
Yes. Then Pamela knocked me off my feet by telling Cyril Allerton that she was going to flatly refuse to stand for the holdup.
What?
That was it. Said it might stop her marriage to Cyril altogether. And when that cadger saw himself going on peanuts instead of caviar, he blew up. Darned if Pamela did tell him to come back at 9 tonight, too.
Did he get here?
No. Now Pamela's out there wondering why Cyril is delayed. Draw your own conclusions, Inspector Thorne.
The conclusion I'm drawing is that you're trying to protect your niece from a murder charge.
And the one I'm drawing is that you're not so smart as the papers cracked you up to be, Inspector Thorne.
That's right. Fact is, I'm pretty dumb. Except when it comes to catching murderers. That's practically the only subject I know anything about.
Here. Here's Cyril Allerton's address. Arrest him and you've got this case solved. I hope he hasn't jumped town. You better start moving. Feather in your cap, Thorne, if you can nab the killer in a big murder case an hour after the crime was committed.
I'll give this address of Allerton's back to you, Mr. Spells. I don't need it.
Don't need it? What do you mean?
Sergeant Muggan, quick.
Yes, Chief.
Hop across the hall and smash open that door where the knob's moving.
Gotcha.
The man Mr. Spells is sending me to find on a wild goose chase is in that room.
If Cyril Allerton is in that room, I didn't know he was.
You kept looking back at that door, Mr. Spells.
There's your daisy, Inspector Thorne. Come on, step fast, buddy.
You're Cyril Allerton?
Lord Cyril Allerton.
It's a thrill to meet the nobility, especially on a murder scene. What's the lowdown?
This old buffer gave me a dope drink when I got here a little after 9 to see Pamela. Then he locked me in that room, all doped up, while he slipped out and killed Harold Beekman. It's like one of those American gang cinemas I saw in London before I came to this country. He's trying to put the murder on me.
That's a lie. I didn't know he was here, Thorne. He must have murdered Harold and sneaked back into the house through one of the upper windows. It's a hot night.
I think it is.
Sandy Wace is trying to slip a fast one over on us, Chief.
How so, Muggan?
Here's the murder gun. I found it in the room he claims he was locked up in. Guns don't walk through locked doors.
You're a smart cop, Muggan.
I've never seen that pistol before. I tell you, I was doped by this old buffer.
I wonder why.
But don't you understand? It's to plant his crime on me. He's a clever old devil. Who'd expect his fiancée's uncle to dope him?
I don't think you are doped, your lordship.
What?
Sergeant Muggan, rush his lordship to the nearest hospital. Have his stomach pumped. Find out if he has been doped.
I say, old chap, I protest.
Come on, buddy.
In England, a policeman would be reprimanded for
You're
this.
in the United States of America.
Well, Inspector Thorne, I must say you're not so dumb as you said.
I may have pulled a boner there, Mr. Spells.
Boner? My boy, you've got the case clinched.
I remember that when your brother died and left $10 million to your niece, his entire fortune, that you went into the courts and claimed you had an oral agreement with him, that 1/3 was to go to you.
What's that got to do with the murder of the husband that my niece was divorcing to marry that la-di-da Lord Allerton?
You don't know the half of it. Maybe you're as clever as I'm stupid. Anyway, stay here. I want to see your niece, Pamela, again.
Wait a minute.
You wait here, Spells.
Inspector Thorne, did my Uncle Rufus explain everything to you?
Yes, but sometimes I'm a little slow getting things through my head. You know, dumb.
Oh, now you're being very modest.
In my slow way, I'm trying to figure out how come this $1 million check was on the body of the husband you were planning to divorce tomorrow.
The explanation is so simple that if this didn't involve a murder, it might be laughable.
I've never seen anybody go to the chair laughing. But anyhow, let's hear the story.
When I promised Harold $1 million 6 months ago to give me a divorce so I could marry Cyril, I delayed giving the check to him until tonight, the night before the divorce, see?
What gives me a headache is that your uncle told me your husband was blackmailing you for a second $1 million. And that's what the check was for.
I'm afraid I fibbed a bit to you, Inspector Thorne. The truth is Harold did blackmail me for a second $1 million. I was so utterly mad to marry Cyril Allerton, I gave Harold what he demanded. That explains it all, doesn't it?
It explains this much. You might have yielded to his blackmail, given him the check, And when he left, followed him out and murdered him.
No. No, that's not it at all.
Isn't it? You're a nice girl, Pamela. Pretty as a picture. I hate like the devil to start you on the road to the chair.
Inspector Thorne, this is the most agonizing moment of my life. I know who murdered my husband, but don't ask me to tell.
You must tell me. Otherwise...
Inspector Thorne in the fabulous divorce payoff murder case will return in just a moment. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. We'd like to give you a brief program guide for your future listening pleasure on NBC. This Sunday, be sure to hear the best of the adventure programs, starting off with Tom Conway as the gentleman detective known as the Saint. Next, there's screen actor Lloyd Nolan in the hard-hitting role of Martin Kane, Private Eye. Then Carlton Young appears in the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. As the Whisperer, he is able to enter the underworld and secure information desperately needed to solve the most puzzling cases. Later Sunday evening, there's action with ace Japanese-American detective Mr. Moto, as he takes you on adventures designed to bring you plenty of suspense and intrigue. And here's a note about next week's program schedule. Dimension X is now broadcast on Thursday evening. Dimension X brings you stories dealing in time and space and brought to you in future tense. For the very best in dramatic radio entertainment, keep tuned to NBC. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the fabulous divorce payoff murder case. Investigating the murder of Harold Beekman, Inspector Thorne finds he was killed shortly after demanding a second $1 million payoff from his very rich wife, Pamela, in order to let her divorce him to marry an Englishman, Lord Cyril Allerton. Suspects are the three who were near the murder scene: Pamela herself, her Uncle Rufus, and Lord Cyril Allerton, who was found hiding in the house. Now, Inspector Thorne continues his questioning of Pamela, who is saying in a frightened, tense voice,
I know who murdered my husband, but don't ask me to tell.
You must tell me. Otherwise...
All right, I'll tell you. I think it was my Uncle Rufus who killed Harold.
Take it easy, Pamela. I know how tough this is for you.
What makes it so hard is that Uncle Rufus tried to protect me. I'm practically accusing him of murder.
Why did he kill your husband, Harold?
He killed Harold because he didn't want to see $1 million more of my money get away. You see, when my father died, he left all his millions to me.
Go on.
With the provision that if I died, all my money would go to Uncle Rufus.
You're pretty good at supplying motives, aren't you? Or am I just dumb getting that idea?
I don't know what you mean, Inspector Thorne.
I mean you had the same motive as your uncle. $1 million is not hay any way you figure it.
This is dreadful. I think you're accusing me.
Maybe yes, maybe no.
I wish I hadn't told you anything.
Oh, you, Sergeant Muggan. Back already?
I left his lordship, Cyril Allerton, at the hospital with the docs getting ready to pump his stomach out. You should have heard him squawk when they got out the tube.
Why didn't you wait to find out if he'd been doped?
Because when I was taking his lordship to the hospital, a dame followed me in a car and got the doorman to slip me a note.
What?
Sure. And the note said she saw the murder with her own eyes.
Sergeant Muggan, did she say my uncle did it? Oh, how terrible.
No, Pamela, what she said sort of let your uncle out.
If she said Lord Cyril did it, she's lying.
I'm not saying what the dame said.
Have you got that woman here, Muggan?
No, Chief. I got a cop sitting on her at the hospital, waiting for you.
Okay, Muggan. That should kill two birds with one stone.
Sure. You can pump the dame while the docs are analyzing what they pumped out of his lordship's belly. Excuse me, I mean stomach.
Let's go. Leave a couple of cops outside this house to see Pamela or her uncle don't make a break.
You don't have to leave any of your cops outside, Thorne, to watch me.
Oh, Mr. Spells?
Old as I am, I've got good ears. I overheard Pamela accusing me of killing her husband, Harold. All that's left for me now is to tell you that Pamela killed him herself. I lied to keep her out of the law's hands when I said that Cyril Allerton did the job.
I'm not so dumb, Spells, that I don't know two lies won't add up to the truth. Stay here till I get back. Try to figure out a story between you while I'm gone. All right.
This hospital looks more like a classy hotel than a hospital, Chief.
Is that the woman over there, Sergeant Muggan?
Yeah, the one next to the cop.
Bring her into this room, Muggan.
Miss Jones, come over here.
Oh, yes, Sergeant Muggan. I suppose the gentleman with you is Inspector Thorne?
That's right, Miss Jones. I'm Inspector Thorne.
Oh, for your information, Inspector Thorne, my full name is Heather Jones.
Pretty name, Heather Jones. Sounds nice.
I like it, too. It was my mother's idea.
Sounds like Scotland to me. Or is it Ireland where Heather grows?
I really don't know.
I understand from Sergeant Muggan that you saw the about-to-be-divorced husband of Pamela Beekman murdered tonight.
Yes, Harold Beekman. It was the most extraordinary thing.
Now, I'm a little slow on the uptake, so I don't catch on to just what you mean, Heather.
Well, I just happened to be walking on the other side of the street from the Beekman mansion when I saw Harold Beekman walking along a bit on the jaunty side.
I see.
Then I saw Lord Cyril Allerton sneak out of the house, run behind Mr. Beekman, and shoot him down. Oh, it was a horrible experience for me. I don't think I'll ever get over it.
Don't get me wrong, Heather, but a cop has to ask questions.
I understand.
A lucky break, you knew the murdered man and Lord Cyril well enough to identify
But
them.
I'm not acquainted with either of them. Oh, well, I don't know them personally. Only from seeing their pictures in the papers.
A gal like you with such a terrific gift for identification ought to be a lady cop.
You're trying to make a fool of me. And after me tipping you off to who killed the poor gentleman.
What part of America were you born in?
What? Right here in New York.
Sergeant Muggan, frisk this woman.
Gotcha, Chief.
Let go of me.
This woman isn't what she claims to be. She's from the British Isles. I'd say she's connected with Cyril Allerton.
Yes, an English Wembley gun on it, Chief. But not a single shot fired.
It's not my gun, it's my husband.
Who is your husband? Where is he?
I won't tell you.
Where is your
I
husband?
won't tell you. You can't make me.
Sergeant Muggan, send this woman in. Hold her for further questioning.
Come on, Heather.
I don't think you tell any more than I...
That's what you think.
Excuse me, I must ask you to remember this is a hospital and sick people are being disturbed.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm Inspector Thorne of Homicide. I see you're a doctor.
Yes. Yes, I'm Dr. Conway. And I have a report for you on the contents of that Englishman's stomach.
Was he doped or was he kidding?
Both, Inspector Thorne, both.
Both.
His stomach contents reveal, let's say, 1/8 grain of a barbituric sleeping pill. Not enough to make him as dopey as he simulated.
That confirms what I suspected, Doctor.
The highly suspicious part, however, is that we found this box of sleeping pills in his pocket, indicating he doped himself. To me, it looks like a rather stupid criminal's effort to deceive the police.
All criminals are stupid, Doctor. That's why they're criminals. Where have you got Lord Allerton?
In the next room. Follow me, Inspector Thorne. Here he is, Inspector. I must leave you now.
This is the most outrageous treatment I've ever experienced, Inspector. It couldn't happen in England. I wonder why I ever left there.
Maybe the English cops chased you out, your lordship. Tough break, old man. But I've got a witness.
A witness?
Yes, a woman. Says she saw you murder Harold Beekman, husband of the $10 million heiress Pamela you were inveigling into marrying you.
10 million is a packet. But I didn't murder her husband. Oh, why should I? They were being divorced tomorrow. She paid him $1 million to get rid of him.
Stop kidding. You know he threatened Pamela this afternoon to stop the divorce unless she gave him a second $1 million.
Well, does that make me a murderer?
And you told her to give it to him, didn't you?
Yes, but she refused. So what could I do?
Ever hear of a thing called murder?
Everything is tied up, Inspector Thorne. That dame Heather's on her way to the Hoosgow.
Heather Jones. Heather Jones, you say?
You guessed right the first time. Sergeant Muggan.
Yes, Chief.
Take this character back to the murder house. Hold him there with Pamela Beekman and her Uncle Rufus Spells all night. We've got 4 first-rate murder suspects in the net. I'll see you there early tomorrow morning, and we'll leave together with the murderer.
For a cop who's always saying he's dumb, you're doing all right, Chief.
It looks that way, Muggan. Let's start moving.
Now it is 10 o'clock the next morning, and we see an obviously pleased Inspector Thorne at the murder house, the home of one of the richest girls in the world, Pamela Beekman. And we hear him say,
Well, Sergeant Muggan, I understand you've got our net of suspects in the house.
Sure, Chief. Here are Pamela Beekman, a love interest, Lord Cyril Allerton, her uncle, Mr. Spells, and, of course...
12.
Which one do we pinch?
Pinch my niece, Pamela. She murdered her husband, Harold. Reason? She didn't want to pay him an extra $1 million for giving her a divorce so she could marry this panty waste, Lord Allerton.
To think my father could have had a brother like you, Uncle Rufus. I was heartbroken when I told Inspector Thorne I thought you had killed Harold. No, I'm not sorry I did.
Good girl, Pamela. Monday we'll be married and off in a star-studded sky on our honeymoon.
And I, Lady Allerton. I only hope, darling, we'll both forget my own uncle tried to have me arrested for Harold's murder.
Oh, when we're married, Pamela, my sweet, you'll write it off as an unfortunate incident and forget it.
I hate to break up a $10 million romance, Allerton, but I'm afraid Pamela can't marry you. There's a complication.
Complication?
Heather Jones, come in.
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
Heather, you here? You...
Shut up, Allerton. This woman, Heather Jones, is your wife.
She's lied to you. She's not.
Here's the marriage certificate that proves she is.
Yes, Cyril. Husband and wife, that's what we are. You and I were butler and parlour maid at a real lord's house in London. Husband and wife we were, and husband and wife we are.
Pamela, let me explain.
So you're not a lord but an impostor, Cyril. And I paid out $2 million for a divorce to marry you. I hope I never set eyes on you again.
You won't have the chance to see him again, Pamela.
What?
You'll be in jail, charged with murder. You killed your about-to-be-divorced husband, and you know you did.
Yes, I killed him. I killed him because after I'd given him $1 million as a divorce payoff, he came back and blackmailed me for another $1 million. And I did it so I could marry this creature, this servant posing as Lord Cyril Allerton. I thought I had it worked out so well.
You worked it out too well.
Too well?
The slip you made was in giving him the second check for the police to find on his body. You thought it would be evidence that the uncle you so cleverly accused had murdered him. To me, it was a clue that led straight to you.
You tricked me, Inspector Thorne. I fell for your talk about being slow-thinking and dumb.
Cops will try tricks, Pamela. They find it pays. Come with Sergeant Muggan and me. All your money won't save you. Murder is murder. And the price is execution.
And so ends the fabulous divorce payoff murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Eugene Edward Francis from the original story by Frank Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The Vacant Lot Murder Case. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. NBC presents a new comedy team consisting of Bob and Ray. Bob Elliott and Ray Goulding, a married duo who specializes in light satire and nonsense sketches. Bob and Ray have more changes of voice than a 13-year-old boy with the hiccups. The lads have been bringing fun to the New England area for quite some time. Now they've been called in by NBC to spread their hilarity around on a coast-to-coast basis. Hear Bob and Ray every weekday afternoon and for a solid hour of laughs every Saturday on your NBC station. Stay tuned now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons on NBC. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Vacant Lot Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to The Vacant Lot Murder Case. As tonight's Inspector Thorne murder case opens, picture, if you can, a vacant lot late on a summer evening. a street lamp casting a feeble light on a large for sale sign near the pavement. A man stops in a puzzled way and says to himself,
This is a funny thing. He said to come to number 1220. Must have made a mistake. This is a vacant lot.
You looking for somebody, sir?
Yes, for number 1220. But I don't see any.
Oh, there's no 1220 on this block, mister. I live just across the street. I know there ain't. I guess you got the wrong address.
Yes, it looks that way, son. Thank you anyway.
That's okay. Good night.
I wonder if this is a trap. Just what I thought. You lured me here to murder me. Help! Police! You killed me. What a fool I was. Come here.
And 5 minutes later, the police are on the scene, in the person of the spectacular Inspector Thorne, with his right-hand man, Sergeant Muggin. And as he bends over the murdered man, we hear him say,
Sergeant Muggin, keep that crowd back.
Come on, move on, you hear me? Get going, all of you. Find anything on the body, Chief?
Nothing but a bunch of keys and some money in his pockets, Muggin.
His face rings a bell with me, but I go blank when I think of names.
Wait a second, Muggin. Here's a tailor's label in his coat pocket with his name and address.
Huh?
It says Arthur Hayward, 470 Maple Street.
Rings no bells here, Inspector Thorne.
Look, Muggin, there's a girl making for the alley across that vacant lot. Stop her, quick.
Hey, you! Stop where you are, or I'll shoot!
We're the police. Come back here. We don't want to shoot a woman.
I'm coming. I don't know anything about this. What do you want?
I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggin. What's your name? What's your hurry getting off a murder scene?
My name's Della Laverne, and I don't know anything about a murder.
Listen, Della, lying to Inspector Thorne won't get you anywhere.
I'm not lying.
Why were you running across this vacant lot?
It's a shortcut home.
Where do you live?
West 23rd Street.
That's 40 blocks from here, so the shortcut story don't go. Come over here. Look at this murdered man. You recognize him?
He's a complete stranger to me, Inspector Thorne.
How is it you're not carrying a handbag, Della?
Handbag?
Sergeant Muggin, look behind that big for sale sign in the vacant lot. I've got a hunch that's where she was hiding. Maybe she dropped her handbag with a murder gun in it there.
Okay, Chief.
Inspector Thorne, I'll tell you the truth. I do know the murdered man. His name is Arthur Hayward.
Arthur Hayward. Why didn't you admit you knew him in the first place?
Because I didn't want to get him into trouble with his wife. That's why, Inspector Thorne.
Dead men can't get into trouble with their wives.
Well, I didn't think of that.
I'm a little dumb myself, but I did.
Your hunch was 100% right, Chief. Here's the dame's handbag. Found it behind a for sale sign. No gun in it, though.
The murder was committed 5 minutes before we got here, Muggin. That gave her time to get rid of it.
I'll have the boys give this vacant lot the fine-tooth comb treatment, Chief.
Right, Sergeant Muggin. Well, Della, just to save time, suppose you tell us why you murdered this man.
You won't find any gun of mine here, Inspector Thorne. I didn't kill Mr. Hayward.
No?
I was here because Mr. Hayward telephoned and asked me to meet him here tonight in front of this vacant lot.
Phoned you?
Yes, because I didn't want to be seen on account of his wife. I waited behind that for sale sign.
A dark night, a vacant lot, a lady hidden behind a real estate sign. Fine setting for a murder.
But while I was still behind the sign, I saw Mr. Hayward coming. I heard him muttering to himself.
I'll finish that line for you, Della. You saw somebody come along and shoot him. Is that it?
Believe it or not, that's exactly what happened, Inspector Thorne.
I've heard that kind of story before. It's got whiskers, Della. By way of advice from a dumb cop to a smart girl, try another.
Hey, are you gents the cops?
Come on, move along, kid. Chase yourself.
I got something to tell you.
What's on your mind, son? I'm Inspector Thorne.
Inspector Thorne, the big shot from homicide?
That's who he is, Bud.
Who's that little brat? Get him out of here, Inspector.
That's all from you, Della. All right, son. Go ahead. What's your name?
My name is Jimmy Kildare, and I live in that house across the street.
Did you see this man shot down, Jimmy?
No, sir. But I talked to the gentleman before he was killed.
Talk to him.
The gentleman was all mixed up. He said he was looking for number 1220 on this block.
1220?
I told him there wasn't no 1220. That'd be this vacant lot. So I told him he must have the wrong address.
What then, Jimmy?
That was all, Inspector Thorne. I kept moving on. Mom had sent me to the delicatessen for some things, and when I got back, she told me about the gent being murdered.
Did you see this girl hiding behind the for sale sign there?
No, sir. I didn't look that way. Say, did she kill him?
I didn't kill anybody. You
That's
little...
all, Jimmy. And thank you. I may see you again.
If you want me, I live in number 1223 across the street. Bye, sir.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Della?
I forgot to tell you about Mr. Hayward talking to that boy. Why do you think Mr. Hayward asked him where to find number 1220? He knew this was a vacant lot. I don't get it.
You should. If
what?
If you told the murdered man to meet you at a phony address and waited there to murder him...
What?
Sergeant Muggan.
With you, Chief.
I think that's the ambulance coming now to pick up the body.
Yeah. What about this dame?
Tell the boys to take her down to my office and hold her. And keep a sharp eye on her, Muggan.
You're telling me, Chief.
After she's safely tucked away, meet me at the murdered man's house. I'm on my way there to break the news to his wife. Here's the address. Mrs. Arthur Hayward is the poor woman's name.
Be seeing you there, Chief.
Yes?
Is Mrs. Hayward at home?
I'm Mrs. Hayward. I suppose you want to see my husband?
My name is Thorne, Inspector Thorne of the police.
The police? Oh, come in.
I'm afraid you must brace yourself for very bad news, Mrs. Hayward.
Bad news, Inspector Thorne? What?
That's your living room, isn't it?
Oh, yes, but why?
I suggest we go in there.
Oh, surely.
Sit down in this chair. What I have to tell you is quite terrible.
Terrible? Tell me what you mean, please.
It's about your husband, Mrs. Hayward.
My husband?
Your husband was murdered about a half hour ago.
What?
The killer stepped out from a vacant lot in the dark and shot him.
My husband murdered.
Easy. You're becoming hysterical.
No, I'm not hysterical.
Easy now.
My husband wasn't murdered, Inspector Thorne. He and I were just having a snack in the pantry.
What?
Yes, I'll call him. Arthur, dear.
Coming, Ethel.
Arthur, this is Inspector Thorne from the police.
From the police?
He came to report that you had been murdered.
Is that correct, Inspector Thorne?
There must be some mistake, Mr. Hayward.
For a murdered man, I'm very much alive.
Oh, if you hadn't been here at home, Arthur, I'd have fainted when Inspector Thorne told me.
A woman we caught running away from the murder scene positively identified the body as yours, Mr. Hayward.
This is utterly fantastic.
I've never heard anything like it.
To top the thing off, we found this tailor's label in the murdered man's coat.
It's my tailor, all right. And my name and address. This is the darndest thing I ever saw.
Did you miss any of your clothes recently, or give them away, Mr. Hayward?
Now, let me think.
Arthur, remember? You gave that blue serge suit you didn't like to your brother, John.
That's right, I did. Last weekend at our little place in the country. Inspector Thorne, do you think it was my brother who was murdered?
There's a certain resemblance, Mr. Hayward. It may be.
Oh, this is dreadful.
Now, don't jump at conclusions until you see the body. It may not be your brother at all.
Well, it must be. This label comes from the suit I gave him.
Perhaps he didn't like the suit any better than you did, Arthur, and gave it away to somebody.
Oh, I imagine that's Sergeant Muggan who works with me. I'll let him in. I thought it was you, Muggan. Come in here. I want you to meet somebody.
Huh?
Sergeant Muggan, meet Mr. Arthur Hayward.
Listen, Chief, I'm in no frame of mind to stand any kidding right now.
Inspector Thorne isn't kidding you, Sergeant Muggan. I am Arthur Hayward, and this is my wife.
Inspector Thorne thinks some mistake has been made, Sergeant.
If it has, it's not the first one that was made tonight, ma'am. I might as well spill it now as later, Chief.
What's that, Muggan?
I let that dame we nabbed at the murder scene get away from me.
You mean you let Della Laverne give you the slip?
Call me all the names you want, Chief. The dame gave me a smooth story about seeing a guy doing the killing.
I see.
Said she saw Wade toss the murdered gun away. Started leading me to the spot and made a clean break. I sent out a general alarm for her. I'm betting we'll never see her again.
Yeah, don't let it get you down, Muggan. It's a bad break, but those things happen.
I should have caught on a dame with a name like Della Laverne was a smoothie. And that's a real name, all right. I got this calling card of hers out of her handbag.
Inspector Thorne, if the woman who identified the murdered man as my husband, Arthur, was really Della Laverne, she must have been insane.
You know this woman then, Mrs. Hayward?
I know who she is, and so does my husband.
Ethel, please don't bring this out.
This is a murder investigation, Mr. Hayward.
Arthur, let's forget family skeletons and such things. Tell Inspector Thorne who Della Laverne is, and her shameful connection with your brother John. You must tell him, dear.
I hope we'd never hear of it again, Ethel. But you're right. We must tell. Here's the whole dirty story, Inspector Thorne.
Yes?
Well, my brother John had a bad criminal record.
Criminal record?
Out on the West Coast where we used to live. John was cashier at a big bank out there and made off with nearly $500,000 in bearer bonds.
Was he caught?
Yes, he got 10 years for it and served nearly the full term.
Where does Della Laverne come into the picture?
I'll answer that, Inspector Thorne.
Della Laverne, the woman Sergeant Muggin says escaped from the murder scene, went to prison for the same crime.
You mean she was an accomplice of your husband's brother, Mrs. Hayward?
Yes. And she was sentenced for 5 years. And when she was released, she swore she'd kill John the day he was set free. She thought he had informed the police of her part in the crime.
If she went up for 5 years and your husband's brother for 10, she had nearly 5 years to plan his murder.
Yes.
But we're not certain yet that the man murdered tonight is your husband's brother. Mr. Hayward, you say you gave him a blue serge suit last weekend in the country.
I was surprised to see him there, Inspector Thorne. I hadn't seen him since he went to prison.
A bad penny always turns up.
When he showed up at our little place in the country, he said he was in a bad way, so I gave him that suit and some money. Even though he was my brother, I wanted to be rid of him so he wouldn't disgrace my wife Ethel and me any further.
I understand. I do the same thing myself in similar circumstances.
He said he was flat broke and destitute. I was so upset seeing him, it never occurred to me to ask what he did with the $500,000 he stole.
That's just what I was thinking, Inspector Thorne. Maybe that woman, Della Laverne, has the money.
How could she have it, Ethel? Have you forgotten what happened when she got out of prison 5 years ago?
I remember she came here and tried to blackmail you for a lot of money.
What's that?
She tried to get $10,000 from Arthur, under threat of making it public that the notorious criminal John Hayward was Arthur's brother.
What did you say to that, Mr. Hayward?
I recalled the old saying, never to give a blackmailer the first dollar, and threatened to have her arrested. Well, in any event, it proves that she didn't get away with the $500,000 she and John stole.
Without talking out of turn, Chief.
Yes, Sergeant Muggin.
I'm getting the idea Mr. Hayward's brother was bumped by the dame for that Waterloo.
We're not sure the murdered man is Mr. Hayward's brother.
Well, would it help if my wife and I went with you to identify the body, Inspector Thorne?
The body is at the morgue, still in the medical examiner's hands now, but, say in half an hour, I could send a car for you.
We'll be ready, Inspector Thorne.
But Arthur, to that horrible place, the morgue.
It's the only way to find out, dear.
Oh, I suppose so.
Sergeant Muggin and I will meet you there. Goodbye till then.
Somebody should bat me one for letting that Laverne dame slip out of my hands.
Forget it, Muggin. When we get to the car, radio the Department of Criminal Records.
What about, Chief?
Tell them to get the full file and photographs of Della Laverne and John Hayward up to my office, quick.
Gotcha, Inspector Thorne.
And a few moments later, as Inspector Thorne is scanning the criminal records of John Hayward and Della Laverne in his office at the Homicide Bureau, we see Della herself excitedly knocking on the door in a notorious criminal hangout in New York's Lower East Side.
Class, Macy! Open the door. It's me, Della. Hurry.
Have you got the brains of an idiot coming here?
I got brains enough to trick Inspector Thorne and the stupid cop with him, Sergeant Muggin.
Get out of here, you fool. We'll both be pinched. Get out.
I am not getting out, Slash. Don't think I'll take the rap for the murder of Hayward alone. I'll throw you to the police.
Now, how could I put the rap for Hayward's murder on you? I didn't even know the man you call Hayward was murdered.
You lie through your teeth. Inspector Thorne nabbed me on the scene, and you tipped them off. But I made idiots of them. I made a getaway.
You make idiots of Thorne and Muggin? You're the idiot. I told you that phone call to meet Hayward at that vacant lot was phony, but no, you turned a deaf ear to me.
You had that call put through to me yourself, Slash Macy. You planted me there so you could kill him and frame me.
Listen, Della, don't try any tricks on me. It's unhealthy.
You asked for it, Slash, and now you'll get it.
Give me that gun and do it gentle and careful.
Oh.
I got you covered. Give it to me before I blow a couple of slugs in you.
Oh, no, I'll give you the gun. Here, I'll drop it on the floor.
Now let's talk sense. You think I believe you made a getaway from Inspector Thorne?
It was Muggin that I tricked.
You're tricking yourself, Della.
I got away from them both.
Listen, Della. Did he get your name?
Yeah, I had a card in my bag. Besides, my name slipped out in the excitement. They had me caught.
Okay. You got one chance left, Della. One last chance.
How? What last chance?
Run back to Thorne at the Homicide Bureau.
Turn myself in.
I've got you off hot spots before.
What if you have?
I'm telling you for the last time, Della. Rush as fast as your legs will carry you to Inspector Thorne. Put on the act. Tell him you were scared and made the terrible mistake of running away.
Oh, it sounds crazy.
It's your only chance, Della. Your only chance.
Oh, all right, I'll go. But if you're tricking me,
Every second counts. Go.
Inspector Thorne in the Vacant Lot Murder Case will return in just a moment. But first, It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. We'd like to take a minute to give you some program notes concerning the shows we've prepared for your radio entertainment. First of all, a new comedy team has joined NBC. They're Bob Elliott and Ray Goulding, and they bring you light satire and nonsense sketches designed to display their many voiced talents. Bob and Ray come to you Monday through Friday afternoon, and for one fun-filled hour on Saturday evening. Then on Sunday, hear the further adventures of the Saint as played by Tom Conway, and hard-hitting action with screen actor Lloyd Nolan as Martin Kane, Private Eye. Sunday, too, actor Carlton Young brings you the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. And later Sunday evening, Mr. Moto, Mr. I.A. Moto, ace Japanese-American security agent, bids you join him as he puts on the black cloak of mystery and enters the realm of international intrigue. Be sure to hear Dimension X on NBC every Thursday evening. Stories dealing in time and space, and brought to you in future tense. Yes, morning, noon, and night for the very best in radio entertainment. Keep your dial set at this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Vacant Lot Murder Case. And now, a few minutes after the scene we just heard between Della Laverne and Slash Macy, evidently her accomplice, we see Inspector Thorne at the morgue beside the murdered man's body, and we hear him say to Arthur Hayward,
"So you positively identify this body, Mr. Hayward?"
Yes, Inspector Thorne. It is my brother John. What a fearful end he came to.
Perhaps he's just as well off, Arthur. A life of crime, years in prison. A marked man always.
Maybe so, Ethel. But to me, the brother I was brought up with...
Try not to think about it, Mr. Hayward. The identification of your brother's body is a great help to me. It's easy to see your brothers, a pronounced family resemblance.
Yes. People used to say that if my hair weren't so black and poor John was so blonde, well... But anyway...
What do you know, Inspector Thorne?
You know what, Sergeant Muggen?
With 1,000 cops looking for that dame, Della Laverne, and get nowhere. What does she do but walk in here and ask for you?
Della Laverne here?
That's it, Chief. I got her waiting outside.
I wonder what her game is. Mr. Hayward, would it inconvenience you and your wife to stay in the reception room until I've talked to Della Laverne?
We'll be glad to stay, won't we, Ethel?
If only to satisfy my woman's curiosity. Yes, Inspector Thorne.
I'll tell you what she says, Mrs. Hayward. I'll not keep you waiting too long. Well, Della, I wish I were smart enough to know what your game is coming here.
You're a very clever man, Inspector Thorne. A very smart man.
Thanks for the compliment, Della. But believe me, far from being smart, I'm blind on all fronts, except on catching murderers. What's your game coming here?
Please, Inspector Thorne, there's no game, no trick. I suddenly realized how silly I was to make a getaway from your Sergeant Muggen. It was only because I was so frightened. You must admit you practically accused me of murder on that vacant lot.
I have the murdered man's criminal record on this desk. And I have yours. Why did you meet him at that vacant lot? If you didn't murder him, who did? Why did you lie and say his name was Arthur Hayward when you knew very well it was his brother, John Hayward?
I'm not hiding that I was at Crook or that I was in prison. But I went to meet Arthur Hayward on a phony telephone call.
Phony telephone call? Who made the phony call? Answer me and don't lie. You're as near the chair as you can get without being in it.
That phone call was phony. I fell for it because I thought I could get some money out of Arthur Hayward for not singing his brother John was a crook. And I'm telling you again, the man I said was Arthur Hayward was Arthur Hayward.
You've certainly got a end to fry, Della. Lies on top of lies.
I was sent to that murder scene on a frame. And I'll tell you who framed me.
All right, tell me.
I'm working with a guy named Slash Macy. He put me on the hot spot to save his own hide. He's your killer, not me, Inspector Thorne.
Okay. I'll list you as innocent.
Thanks. Thanks for believing me.
Innocent until proved guilty. Sergeant Muggen.
Here I am, Chief.
Let this girl out. But put 2 men to trail her and check every move she makes.
You dirty cop. What else could I expect?
Show her out, Sergeant Muggen. And, watch your step this time.
You're telling me, Chief? Come along, Della.
Take her out through the reception room. I want Arthur Hayward and his wife to get a good look at her.
Okay, Chief.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Hayward, was that woman Sergeant Muggen led through here the one you know as Della Laverne?
It's the woman who tried to blackmail my husband. No question.
She's the one, Inspector Thorne.
Now, tell me something about that little place of yours in the country, Mr. Hayward. Do you own it or rent it?
I own it now, but my brother John owned it originally.
What did you do, buy it from him?
Yes. John told me he wanted the money to pay lawyers' fees before he went on trial for the $500,000 robbery he was accused of. He said he was not guilty of any wrongdoing. He was my brother. I believed him.
The records here show he was guilty. I asked about the cottage because of the $500,000 he stole. It was never found.
What? Never recovered?
No. I've got an idea his coming to the cottage and asking you for a suit and some money was a ruse. Chances are his real object was to find the place empty and get the loot he may have hidden there.
I don't see where he could have hidden it. But it might be a good thing for you to make a thorough search of the cottage and grounds, Inspector Thorne.
I'll send a searching squad there at once, Mr. Hayward.
Oh, here's a road map to help them find it. The place is off the beaten track.
Fine, thanks a lot. Well, I'll not need you any longer, Mr. and Mrs. Hayward. Good night. The same car that brought you is outside, ready to take you back.
That's very thoughtful of you, Inspector Thorne. Well, let's get started, Ethel.
Yes, I'm ready for bed. Good night, Inspector Thorne.
I saw Mr. and Mrs. Hayward leaving, Chief. What do we do now?
Go out to the Hayward weekend place in the country.
To search for the $500,000 the murdered man might have stashed there?
I don't think we'll find that there, Muggen.
No?
No, but I do think we'll find something highly interesting to Della Laverne, the woman we nabbed on the murder scene.
Della Laverne?
And also to her present accomplice in crime, Slash Macy.
Slash Macy? Is he in on it too, Chief?
We'll see. Anyway, Muggen, I'm about to close this case.
But is Inspector Thorne about to close the case as he said? For it is now the following morning, and we see him and Sergeant Muggen back in Inspector Thorne's office in the Homicide Bureau, and we hear Sergeant Muggen say,
Well, Chief, it looks like we wasted a night searching the Hayward's weekend cottage. What did we find? Nothing.
I found this bottle, Muggen. It's the clue that will break this case.
Huh? Hello, Sergeant Muggen talking. What? Okay, I'll tell the Chief. Chief, grab your hat. The boys have trailed Della Laverne out to Mr. and Mrs. Hayward.
That's what I was looking for, Muggen. Quick, we've got to get there fast.
And now, at the Hayward's house, we hear this.
Della Laverne, what are you doing here? Who's this man with you?
You know what we're after, Hayward.
$500,000, Hayward. Don't stall if you don't want to be plugged.
Arthur, he'll kill you.
You got the idea, lady. $500,000 or he meets the angels.
I haven't got it. You're mad. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm giving you 10 seconds, Hayward. 1, 2, 3, 4...
Stop. I haven't got it.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9...
Don't move, Slash, and I shoot to kill. Muggen, get that gun away from him. Don't move, Slash.
Thanks, Slash. Not so tough as you act, huh?
Handcuff him and Della Laverne together, Muggen.
You don't understand, Inspector Thorne. Slash and I were just making a social call on Mr. and Mrs. Hayward.
With a gun in your hand and murder in your heart.
You're dumb, Thorne.
Hurry, Muggen, with the cuffs.
Right.
All set, Chief. Got him.
I didn't murder Hayward's brother, Inspector. Slash put him on the spot.
Shut your trap,
I'm doing the talking, Slash.
This guy Hayward's got $500,000 that belongs to Della and me.
Inspector Thorne, these people came to murder me for something I haven't got. How could I have the money my brother John stole and went to prison for?
I know how. It's because you, Arthur Hayward, are not Arthur Hayward. You're actually the ex-convict John Hayward. You murdered your brother, Arthur.
Ethel, give me that Tommy gun.
Kill them all, John. Mow them down.
Yes, for Ethel.
It's Thorne or...
Muggen, drop to the floor. Point that Tommy gun to the ceiling, John Hayward. I've got you covered.
He's got us, Ethel. He's got us.
Drop that gun, John Hayward, or you're dead. Pick up the gun, Muggen. Get it out of the way.
Right, Chief.
Now, John Hayward.
I'm not John Hayward. I'm Arthur Hayward. You got John's body in the morgue.
Is that why you tried to kill me?
I went off my
Listen
head.
carefully. Here's the evidence that nails you as the murderer.
Evidence?
1, the road map you gave me. shows your fingerprints as those of the ex-convict, John Hayward. They match the prison fingerprints of John Hayward.
Me and me.
Right. Now, here are 20 bank books in this woman's name who calls herself Ethel Hayward, your wife. They total $500,000.
So what?
Ethel here was actually the murdered man's wife. I think...
I confess. I was his wife, Arthur's wife.
Shut up, Ethel. You're sending us both to the chair.
A confession may make the court lenient, John.
Don't call me John, you fool.
I'm confessing, John.
Keep on, Ethel.
When John went to prison, Inspector Thorne, he left the money with me, and I promised to wait for him.
Yes?
But I got tired waiting for him, so I got a divorce and married Arthur.
And when John got out of prison, you and John murdered your husband, Arthur.
That's the story, Inspector Thorne. John came to our weekend cottage, demanded the $500,000, and he and I murdered Arthur. What else could we do?
I don't know, Ethel. But dumb as I am, that's the way I figured it. The only clue I had was this bottle of hair dye that John, the ex-convict here, used to dye his hair black to make him look like his brother Arthur.
Oh, I see. That accursed bottle of hair dye caught John and me.
That's all, I guess. I arrest you and John Hayward for first-degree murder.
I'm ready to go.
You're not so dumb as you made out.
I am dumb, but I made out. Take him in, Muggin. Next stop, the chair.
And so ends the Vacant Lot Murder Case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Edward Francis, from the original story by Frank Hummert. And now this is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at this same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in the Golden Girl Murder Case. It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. And now, the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in the Golden Girl Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Golden Girl Murder Case. The story opens in the private drawing room of a train speeding into New York City as we see Roberta Ralston, the golden girl of stage and screen, in the arms of her husband of a day, young and handsome Larry Holt. And the fabulous Roberta, whose career has brought her fame and fortune, is saying,
"Oh, how lucky I obeyed that whim to visit my old hometown, Larry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you, fallen in love, and eloped with you all in a few short weeks."
Oh, Roberta, the miracle is what a dazzling girl like you could see in a plain Joe like me.
I'll be trying to tell you all through our honeymoon, Larry. Are you glad we're going to my lovely brownstone house in New York?
I don't care where we go, Roberta. Where this train takes us as long as I'm with you.
Darling, we'll have such a wonderful honeymoon.
The door.
Who's that? Remember me, Larry? The girl you left behind you?
Well, Janet Mills. What are you doing here on this train?
Who's got a better right to wish you and your bride good luck but the girl you were engaged to for 3 years? The girl you jilted practically at the altar.
Oh, now, Janet.
I suppose you'd like me to take it lying down, wouldn't you?
Janet.
I suppose after 3 years of loving you and waiting for you, I'm supposed to cross it all off just like that.
No, of course not. You ought to know how tough it was for me to tell you, to write you that I couldn't marry you.
Yes. After 3 years, I get a letter. Goodbye, good luck. I'm marrying the golden girl of stage and screen, Roberta Ralston.
I feel rotten about it, Janet. And so does Roberta.
Oh, Roberta feels rotten, too.
Yes, Janet. But things happen that way, and sometimes people get hurt.
But you never get hurt, do you, Roberta?
I'm sorry. I know how you must feel.
You know how I feel. You, Roberta Ralston? You have everything, looks and fame and money. And I had only one thing in my life, Larry. And you stole him away from me.
Please.
You saw Larry and you wanted him and you took him.
Well, that's too bad. Sure, I took Larry away from you. I won. So run along.
Listen, Roberta Ralston. I'm not going to let you get away with it. I found out you and Larry were going away on this train, and I followed you.
Can't you get it into your head, Janet? Larry and I couldn't help it. We fell in love. We got married.
You don't know what love is. You never will. I hate you.
I don't have to listen to this. Larry, call the conductor.
Don't bother, I'm going. But don't think you're going to live happily ever after. You haven't seen the last of me.
And now, a few hours later, following the violent scene on the train, Roberta, the golden girl of stage and screen, and her bridegroom are in New York at her house. And we hear her say,
"Here we are, Larry. Our dear, lovely brownstone house in the big city."
Yes, Roberta.
Oh, darling, don't be glum. We've got to forget Janet. Forget all our troubles.
You're right, Roberta. So long, trouble, there.
That's better. Oh, here's the key.
I'll carry you across the threshold.
Oh, my husband.
Oh, kiss me, my wife.
Now, put me down.
Oh, there.
Stop looking at me and look at the house. Oh, isn't it utterly lovely, so big, so beautiful? Come this way, Larry. I'll show you the drawing room.
All right, darling.
Now, you go through these hangings into the library.
Say, it's awfully big. You could put my whole house where I live back home in this one room. But I guess when an actress makes a lot of money like you, she can afford it. And deserves the setting.
Perhaps it's much too big, but I love it.
Oh, I want you to have everything you love, Roberta.
Follow me, Larry, and I'll show you the rest of the house.
Roberta! What's happened?
I'm dying.
Roberta! She's dead! Who's there? Stop! Murderer! Yeah, I'll get you.
Let me go!
Janet! So you got your revenge.
Let me go, Larry. I beg you.
You shot Roberta, Janet. I'm calling the police. I've got to call the police.
And now we see one of the most famous crime fighters of the day taking control. A man who looks like anything but what he is. The spectacular young Inspector Thorne of Homicide. With his assistant, Sergeant Muggen, by his side, the young black-haired Inspector Thorne is confronting a haggard Larry Holt and saying,
"Mr. Holt, your marriage yesterday to Roberta Ralston was announced in the papers, so I know about that. I suppose you came here on your honeymoon?"
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
Please tell me what happened, Mr. Holt.
We'd just arrived here. Roberta started to show me the house. I was following her as she went into the library. She passed through those red hangings. There were 2 shots. She fell. I ran forward. There were 2 more shots aimed at me, I thought, and then...
Yes, go on.
This is hard for me.
I know. Take your time.
Time won't help. You see, I believe I know who murdered Roberta, and I'm to blame.
You? How come?
Just a moment, Sergeant Muggen. I don't want my partner to rush you, Mr. Holt.
I'm sorry, Chief.
Now, you were saying you think you know who killed your famous actress wife. Who was it, Mr. Holt? Another man or another woman?
It was a woman, Inspector Thorne.
What's her name?
Janet Mills. We were engaged for a long time back in the small town where we lived, Carrollton.
And then you eloped with Roberta Ralston, the golden girl of stage and screen.
We couldn't help it, Inspector Thorne. We fell in love.
But Janet Mills didn't see it that way.
Jealousy's always a strong motive for murder, Chief.
Yes, Sergeant Muggen.
It was awful. Janet followed us on the train as we came to New York. Threatened Roberta. I wish I'd never gotten Roberta into this.
Steady, steady.
Well, why didn't Janet shoot me instead of Roberta?
Maybe Janet didn't shoot anybody, Mr. Holt. A threat is not necessarily murder.
But after the shots, I heard Janet running away, and I caught her.
Where is she now?
I locked her in the next room, Inspector.
Come on, Sergeant Muggen.
Be easy on Janet, Inspector. She didn't know what she was doing.
I don't know what she did yet, Mr. Holt.
What do you mean? You think Janet is innocent?
I'm not bright enough to think anything yet. I just got here. Go get yourself a drink, Holt. You look as if you need it.
Thank you, Inspector Thorne.
I wanted to get rid of him, Muggen. Now, open the door.
Gotcha, Chief.
Janet Mills, I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggen.
You can't arrest me. I didn't kill Roberta Ralston. I swear it. You've got to listen to me.
I'm listening.
I heard 2 shots and then 2 more, and I got scared and started to run away.
Where were you?
Behind the piano in the drawing room.
Hiding?
Yes, hiding.
I see.
No, you don't see, Inspector Thorne. It's true, I was hiding, but I didn't kill Roberta.
Who did then?
I don't know.
Didn't you see anyone, Janet?
No.
No. You were in the drawing room, behind the piano, and you didn't see a soul.
That's right, Inspector Thorne.
You must need glasses. What were you doing in this house?
I was out of my mind to come here.
Answer my question, Janet. You threatened Roberta on the train. You sneaked into this house and concealed yourself behind the piano. What was the idea?
I planned to plague Larry and Roberta. I thought I could get revenge by popping up wherever they went and spoiling their honeymoon, Inspector Thorne.
That's a hot one, Chief.
I know now. I was crazy, Sergeant Muggen.
Janet, how did you get into the house?
I found the back door ajar and came in that way, Inspector Thorne.
The back door, eh? Then you went into the drawing room and waited.
Yes, Inspector. It was only a few minutes before Larry and Roberta arrived. I watched them a bit, and I was just going to come out and show myself when I heard the shots and tried to run away.
And all this time you saw nobody, Janet?
That's right.
Although the murderer must have been in the house.
I don't know where the murderer was, Inspector Thorne.
I do. The murderer was hiding behind a piano.
No, Sergeant Muggen. Wait. I did catch a glimpse of someone.
Really, Janet?
Yes, a man, as I came through the door.
And was he short and fat with glasses?
I couldn't say.
I'll bet you couldn't.
You're a rotten liar, sister. Do we pull her in, Chief?
Janet will keep, Muggen. I want to see the body first.
Okay.
Don't leave this house, Janet, if you know what's good for you. Come on, Muggen.
I'm right on your tail, Chief.
Body's in the library, Muggen. Through these red draperies.
Yeah.
There she is. What an end for the golden girl of stage and screen. 2 bullets and fade out.
2 bullets, Chief?
Yes, she was shot twice, Muggen. Look here. The other 2 shots went in another direction. Hit this wall.
Those 2 bullets must have been meant for Larry Holt and went wild.
It looks that way. Check ballistics, Muggen, but I'll bet the murderer fired from behind those red hangings separating this room from the drawing room.
Yeah, and that just about nails down the jilted fiancée, Janet Mills.
Muggen, look at this pile of mail on the desk addressed to Roberta Ralston.
Waiting for her to get back home, I guess.
Some welcome. Bills.
Why not? She was the golden girl. The papers were always talking about how much she made.
Evidently, she spent it as fast as she made it. Here's a bill for interior decorating, $10,000. Another $15,000 for a fur coat. A doctor, $550. Wristwatch, $1,200. Yeah.
Just don't tell my old lady.
What gets me is some of these bills are months overdue.
Well, little old golden girl was out of town.
I wonder. Hold on. Someone's coming in the front door.
Should I?
No, wait here, Muggen. I'll see who it is.
Okay.
How do you do, ma'am?
Well, who are you?
I'm Inspector Thorne. What's that bag on your arm?
Well, it's a shopping bag full of groceries. What business is it of yours?
I'm a police officer. What's your name and what are you doing here?
I'm not saying another word until I know what this is all about.
All right. I'll show you. Come with me.
Where?
Into the library.
If this is some
Sergeant Muggen, step aside and let this lady see the body.
Okay, Inspector.
Body? Oh, it's Roberta. Dead. Murdered. Oh, my poor baby, my poor baby. Oh, how terrible.
Come along outside now.
Oh, yes. Oh, the sight of her lying there. She was so young and beautiful. I'll never get over this. Never.
I wonder.
What?
Somehow I think you're making more fuss than you feel.
What do you mean by that, Inspector Thorne?
Just what I said. Now, who are you?
I'm Polly Price. I was housekeeper and companion to Roberta.
Housekeeper companion? I'd say you were an actress.
Well, you've got a good eye, Inspector Thorne. I was on the stage for many years before taking this job.
Where have you been, Miss Price?
Out marketing. I got a telegram from my poor Roberta. The darling said she was coming home with her new husband, so I went out to stock up on food.
I'm pretty dumb, Miss Price, but the way I figure it, you must have been gone at least 2 hours. Does it take that long to buy that small quantity of groceries you're carrying?
Well, you've caught me, Inspector Thorne. I stopped off for a cup of tea.
Where did you have this tea?
Well, I might as well admit it. It wasn't tea. It was a beer.
Where did you get the beer, Miss Price?
Look here, you're barking up the wrong tree. It's perfectly obvious who killed Roberta.
Yes? Who?
Ogden Barnett killed her.
Ogden Barnett?
And who is he?
Ogden's the producer who helped Roberta get her start on the stage, and that led to her getting in the movies. Then Ogden began to drink, hit the skids. Roberta let him live on the top floor of this house when she was gone. And sometimes when she was here.
You say the producer, Ogden Barnett, lived here in this house?
Yes, he did. And I'd like to know why.
What do you mean by that?
You guess.
I don't go for hints and innuendos, Miss Price. If you've got something to say it.
Inspector Thorne, doesn't it seem peculiar that Roberta let Ogden live here like that?
I thought you said Ogden gave Roberta her start.
Yes, but he didn't do that much for her. All he did was give her a little part in a play.
I see.
There could have been something else between the two of them, Inspector Thorne?
What?
Do you suggest?
I wouldn't dream of suggesting anything.
It sounds to me as if you're suggesting plenty.
I'm only trying to help, Sergeant Muggin.
Then answer this one, Miss Price. If Ogden Barnett lived in this house, where is he now?
In some gutter, probably. Now, look, if you don't believe what I'm telling you, here's the telegram I got from Roberta this morning. It'll prove what I say.
It says, coming home with my husband, get out the welcome mat. Please tell Ogden Barnett and ask him to leave before my husband and I get there. And it's signed Roberta.
When I told Ogden that Roberta was married and he'd have to clear out, he carried on like a regular madman. Said he'd kill Roberta rather than never see her again. Started to hit the bottle.
Did you see him leave the house, Miss Price?
No. I saw him go to his room, and I figured he'd pack and be out by the time I got back, Inspector Thorne. He must have drunk himself wild and killed Roberta.
Which room is Ogden Barnett's?
Up the stairs, and the first right.
Come on, Sergeant Muggin.
Right with you, Chief.
She said the first door to the right, Muggin.
Here it is, Chief. Hey, that must be Ogden Barnett stretched out on the bed.
Yes.
He's dead, Chief.
No, Muggin. Dead drunk. And drunk or sober, Mr. Ogden Barnett was in this house all the time the murder took place.
Inspector Thorne in the Golden Girl murder case will return in just a moment. But first, tomorrow the new comedy team of Bob Elliott and Ray Goulding come to the NBC microphone in a full hour of light satire and nonsense sketches. Bob and Ray tomorrow night and every weekday afternoon, Monday through Friday. Then on Sunday there's High Adventure with the Saint. Then the Whisperer brings you suspense as he enters the underworld to solve cases which have baffled the law. Later, screen actor Lloyd Nolan comes to the NBC microphone as Martin Caine, Private Eye, a fellow who has the uncanny ability of being able to get himself into plenty of fast-moving, hard-hitting trouble. Then there's Mr. Moto, ace Japanese-American security agent, intent on preserving world peace while fighting those who seek to plunge the world into another war. Make a listening reminder to hear The Saint, The Whisperer, Martin Caine, Private Eye, and Mr. Moto this Sunday. Then Thursday evening, hear stories dealing in time and space, and brought to you in future tense on Dimension X. Yes, for the best in summer radio entertainment, keep tuned to this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Golden Girl murder case. When dazzling Roberta Ralston, the Golden Girl of stage and screen, is murdered a day after eloping with handsome Larry Holt, Inspector Thorne uncovers a situation seething with emotion. Janet Mills, Larry's jilted fiancée, is caught running from the murder house after the shots. Then the inspector meets Polly Price, an ex-actress working as a housekeeper companion to Roberta, and Polly accuses Ogden Barnett, a down-and-out producer who has been living in the murdered woman's house, of killing Roberta when he was told to clear out. Then Inspector Thorne finds Ogden Barnett dead drunk in his upstairs bedroom. And now, Ogden Barnett has been restored to consciousness, and we hear the inspector saying to him,
All right, Ogden Barnett. What's your story?
I haven't any story, Inspector Thorne.
I'll prompt you. Roberta Ralston, the famous actress, permitted you to live here, didn't she?
Yes, that's true.
Why?
Well, that's an embarrassing question, Inspector.
I'm afraid you'll have to answer it.
But I've had a string of unlucky breaks, Inspector Thorne, and I drink too much. Roberta was the most generous girl in the world.
It would seem so. To take a man who has no claims on her and support him.
I don't know what you're implying, Inspector Thorne. I gave Roberta her start in show business, and she was grateful.
I understood you merely gave her a small part in a play.
That was the part that made her, and she knew it.
All right, we'll skip that. Go on.
I taught her everything. I did. If she were alive, she'd tell you.
Yes, but she isn't alive, so it's only your word.
It's the truth.
If it is, then it seems you felt you had a claim on Roberta. And how did you feel when you were given your hat and told to go?
Well, I was...
A short time before Roberta was murdered, Polly, the housekeeper, told you she was married and bringing her new husband here, that you'd have to clear out. Isn't that so?
Yes.
What did you do then?
Well, I took a few drinks.
Quite a few, I'd say.
Yes, Inspector. I was celebrating. And if you know everything, you know I was celebrating the last coffin nail in the heart of Ogden Barnett.
I see.
I loved Roberta. And now that she's dead, I don't care what happens to me.
The point is, did you kill her rather than lose her?
Kill her? I tell you, I loved her.
You say you took to the bottle in despair. But you could have taken a few drinks and killed Roberta.
Don't be stupid. I was blind drunk, out cold. I didn't even know what was going on.
So you say.
You saw me yourself, Inspector Thorne. How could I have killed Roberta if I was unconscious?
No doubt your intelligence is higher than mine, Barnett. But it doesn't take many brains to figure out that you may have gotten blind drunk after the murder, not before.
I didn't.
Maybe you hoped to cover yourself that way. You threatened to kill Roberta.
Who says so?
The housekeeper, Polly.
Polly? Huh. Polly might have shot Roberta herself. The hypocritical old bag was cheating Roberta right and left.
Cheating her?
Polly took care of the household, and Roberta never checked up on her. Over the years, Polly must have stolen a pretty penny.
Keep on talking.
Maybe Polly was afraid the new husband wouldn't be as trusting and open-handed as Roberta. Maybe she was afraid of being found out.
Could be. Oh, what is it, Sergeant Muggen?
We found a murder gun, Chief.
Where?
That's just it. We found it in Polly Price's shopping bag.
What? That doesn't make sense, Muggen. Polly was out. If Polly murdered Roberta, she wouldn't have brought the gun home in her shopping bag. What's the joke, Barnett?
That might be just what Polly wants you to think.
What?
Don't sell Polly short, Inspector Thorne. Do you know what her act was before she retired from vaudeville? She was one of the cleverest mind readers in the business.
Is that so? Come on, Sergeant Muggen. We're talking to Polly Price right now, and we'll see who mind reads who. Sergeant Muggen and I want to talk to you, Polly.
Well, what is it, Inspector Thorne?
This murder gun was found in your shopping bag.
In my shopping bag? Oh, that's silly.
Silly?
If I murdered Roberta, I wouldn't be fool enough to bring the gun home in my shopping bag.
That's exactly what I said.
You've got your wits, Inspector Thorne.
Don't try to twist them, Polly.
What?
You may have been a clever mind reader, and I may be a dumb cop. But if there's one thing I know about, It's murder.
Someone planted that gun in my shopping bag.
Maybe you did yourself, trying to outsmart the police.
Is that so, Sergeant Muggin? And I say it was that jilted girl, Janet Mills. She must have put the gun in my bag.
Why, Janet?
My shopping bag was on the kitchen table, Inspector Thorne, and I saw Janet in the kitchen.
Step into the drawing room and wait there with Ogden Barnett, Polly.
Very well.
Come on, Sergeant Muggin. We'll see Janet. She's in the library with Larry Holt.
But meanwhile, in the library, we see Janet turning to Larry Holt and saying,
I want you to know this, Larry. I love you. If you love somebody, you do anything for them. Anything, Larry.
Please, Janet.
I understand you don't want to talk to me. Not now, anyway. But I want you to do something for me. To make it easier.
What?
I can't face them anymore, Larry. Not Inspector Thorne. I want you to turn your back, and when you look around, I won't be here.
No.
You owe it to me, Larry.
What?
Oh, Inspector Thorne.
Has something happened here?
No, of course not.
Larry?
No, Inspector.
All right. Janet, answer carefully. Have you been in this room with Larry Holt all the time?
In this room? Yes, I have, Inspector Thorne.
You never left this room?
Well, maybe I did, for a minute.
Did you or didn't you?
Yes, I went into the kitchen for a glass of water.
Into the kitchen?
Yes.
Was Polly Price's shopping bag on the table?
Shopping bag? I don't remember.
I think you do, Janet.
Well, maybe I did see some sort of bag on the table. Yes, I believe I did, Inspector.
Did you put anything into that bag?
Put anything into it?
The murder gun, for instance?
The murder gun? No, I didn't even have a gun. Larry, you were here. Tell Inspector Thorne. Tell him.
Tell him what, Janet?
You saw me go into the kitchen, Larry. You can tell the inspector I wasn't carrying a gun, that I couldn't possibly have been hiding a gun or anything else.
Please, Janet.
Tell him, Larry.
I can't say what I don't know, Janet. I'm afraid I didn't notice one way or another. I'm sorry.
Come with me, both of you.
Where to, Inspector Thorne?
Through this door and into the drawing room, Larry. Polly Price and Ogden Barnett are in there. I want all four of you together.
But Inspector...
Bring them along, Sergeant Muggin.
You heard what Inspector Thorne said, Janet. Get in there. You too, Larry.
All right, Sergeant Muggin.
Now what's going on?
You'll see, Polly.
Huh?
Now, all of you. Ogden, Polly, Janet, and Larry. When I first came here, I found this stack of bills on the desk, addressed to Roberta Ralston.
Well, what about it?
Just this, Polly. Roberta was the golden girl of stage and screen. She earned a lot of money, but also spent a great deal.
Everybody knows that, Inspector Thorne.
True, Barnett. But as a simple policeman, I'm interested in the money aspect of this case. In other words, who gets Roberta's money?
I can tell you that, Inspector. Certain stage charities get some, and the residue goes to Polly Price.
Is that right? Is it, Larry?
I don't think so, Inspector Thorne. You see, Roberta and I were flying to Europe after a few honeymoon weeks in New York. And we decided not to take any chances. We made wills in each other's favor.
You're lying, Larry. I get the money.
I'm sorry, Polly.
I'll sue you. I'll contest the will.
It wouldn't be worth your while, Polly.
I'm not going to lose all that money, Inspector Thorne.
I've checked Roberta's finances, Polly. An easy job, because in this mail there was an urgent letter from the Internal Revenue Department about Roberta's taxes.
So what?
Roberta owes the government thousands of dollars in back income tax. So much money that it will consume all and more of her estate.
No!
Roberta Ralston, the golden girl, was broke.
I don't believe it.
Roberta threw money away like waste paper, Larry. She was prodigal, and she was generous.
I told you so.
Yes, Ogden Barnett, and now I believe you.
You're making it up. It's some ghastly joke, Inspector Thorne.
You can see for yourself, Larry.
Roberta was rich. I know she was rich.
Roberta didn't have a dime.
But she lived like a queen. I thought she had millions. How could I make such a mistake?
Mistake? You married Roberta for her money, Larry. And she was taken in by you because she was essentially gullible and never thought about money herself.
It's true. I loved Janet all the time.
A fortune hunter.
Call me any name you like. I'm to blame for everything. Roberta's death and driving Janet to murder.
Just a minute. None of that. You're the murderer, Larry.
No.
You killed Roberta yourself and took advantage of Janet's wild actions to plant the murder on her.
You're wrong.
I suspected you from the first, because the two shots meant for Roberta went right to the bullseye, while the two evidently meant for you went so wide a 2-year-old child could have shot them.
It's a lie. I didn't shoot Roberta. Janet, you were there. Tell him the truth.
Tell them I didn't kill Roberta.
How big a fool do you think I am? You don't love me, Larry. You tried to put the murder on me, and now you think I'll lie for you.
Janet!
Inspector Thorne, Larry killed Roberta. I saw him shoot her. I saw him with my own eyes.
Janet's lying.
For the first time, Janet's telling the truth, Larry.
Yes, Inspector.
I knew Janet must have seen the murderer shoot Roberta because of the layout of this room. She was facing those red hangings. She'd have had to see the killer. I knew she was protecting someone. And it had to be you, Larry.
No,
But I had to break her down. I had to set up this little scene to reveal you for what you are, so Janet would tell the truth and quit shielding you. With her testimony, you'll go to the chair, Larry Holt. Take him, Sergeant Muggen.
With pleasure, Chief.
I was a fool, Inspector Thorne.
Not as big a one as Larry Holt was, Janet. Larry thought he was being smart to catch you and hold you for the police. He thought it would make it easier to frame you. The rat was caught in his own trap.
And so ends the Golden Girl murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Carol Warner Gluck, based on the original radio play by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons on NBC. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. The scene is the kitchen of a large home, and standing before an electric refrigerator, we see a charming young woman, obviously quite out of her element in a kitchen, her costly frock protected only by a small apron. She is Marcia Winters, wife of the wealthy banker Arnold Winters. And as she opens the refrigerator door, we hear her say to herself,
"Oh, another kitchen job that I hate. This refrigerator needs defrosting again." How my friends would laugh, seeing me, of all people, the glamorous young wife of old moneybags Arnold Winters, doing kitchen work. But I have my reasons.
Marcia?
Well, Emily, my own darling sister-in-law.
I came here for a showdown with you, Marcia.
A showdown, Emily?
What about? I'm your husband's sister, and you are his wife.
Oh, nothing for us to quarrel about there, Emily. Both are a matter of record. We're practically sisters.
Sisters forget they're sisters when they're both infatuated with the same man.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean, Marcia. I warn you to let my fiancé, Eric Stevenson, alone. Or...
All right, you asked for it. Eric Stevenson is not your man. He's mine. Mine, I tell you. And we have plans that don't take you into account.
You're married to my brother. I'll tell him the whole thing.
I can wrap him around my finger. He won't believe you.
Listen, Marcia. You'll put Eric Stevenson out of your life or I'll kill you.
Emily, put down that knife.
I'm going to kill you with this kitchen knife.
Emily, stop. I promise anything you ask. Anything.
All I want is for you to stay away from Eric Stevenson.
I promise never to see Eric again. Now, give me that knife, Emily.
You swear Never to see Eric again? Yes, yes. All right. Here's the knife.
Now, I have the knife. And you have a promise I don't intend to keep. Get out, Emily, or I'll call the police and accuse you of trying to murder me. Get out.
I'll get out. But you haven't heard the last of this, Marcia. You'll never get Eric Stevenson.
And now, 1 hour later, in the same house where this violent scene between sisters-in-law took place, we see the husband in the case, frenziedly speaking into the telephone as he says,
Hello. Hello. Is this the police? My wife's been murdered. I just found her. Do you hear me? She's been murdered.
Hold on. I'll switch you to the Homicide Bureau.
All right, but hurry.
Hello, Inspector Thorne of Homicide speaking.
This is Arnold Winters. My wife, Marcia, has been murdered.
I'll be out instantly.
The address is...
If you're Arnold Winters, the banker, I know your address already.
Ring the bell, Sergeant Muggin.
Okay, Inspector Thorne.
Come in. I'm Arnold Winters. I suppose you're Inspector Thorne.
Yes, and this is Sergeant Muggin.
Good afternoon, sir.
You said on the phone you found your wife murdered. When was that?
When I came home from work just 10 minutes ago, Inspector Thorne.
That would be 2:45. Do you always get home this early, Mr. Winters?
What? Oh, no, Inspector Thorne, but today I thought I'd surprise my wife, Marcia.
I see.
I came in the house and called to her, and when she didn't answer, I went out to the kitchen. She was there, lying right in front of the refrigerator. The kitchen knife sticking in her back. It was horrible. Horrible.
Which way is the kitchen?
It's right through here, down this hall.
Wait here in the living room, please, Mr. Winters. Sergeant Muggin and I will go there.
Of course, Inspector Thorne.
Here we are, Muggin. This is the kitchen.
Boy, look at that kitchen knife in her.
Send the knife to the lab for a fingerprint check immediately.
Right. Say, look at this water by the refrigerator, Chief.
Yes, interesting. The murdered woman must have been in the process of defrosting her refrigerator when she was stabbed. Muggin, does she look like the type of woman to enjoy working in the kitchen?
Not by a long shot.
That expensive dress she's wearing is certainly not meant for kitchen work.
She was sure a lot younger than her husband, Arnold Winters.
Yes, that's another interesting point, Muggin. I think I'll have a talk with Arnold Winters right now.
Did you discover anything about my wife Marcia's murder, Inspector Thorne?
Nothing yet, Mr. Winters. Did you and your wife have many quarrels?
We never quarreled, Inspector Thorne. Marcia and I were ideally happy.
Your wife was a great deal younger than you.
Marcia was my second wife. I have a son, Bart, by my first marriage. He's 22 now.
Oh, is this the servant's day off, Mr. Winters?
We have no servants, Inspector Thorne. Marcia said she preferred taking care of her own home.
Funny thing for the young wife of a rich banker to do.
She was that kind, Inspector Thorne. That's one of the things that made our marriage so ideal.
And you came home early to surprise your wife?
Yes.
Wouldn't a better word for surprise be trap? You came home because you were suspicious of your wife, didn't you, Mr. Winters?
I trusted my wife implicitly, Thorne.
Oh, Sergeant Muggin, go see who's at the door.
Okay, Chief.
Are you expecting any callers, Mr. Winters?
I'm expecting my sister Emily. I telephoned her right after I called the police.
This way, ma'am.
Where is he? Where is my brother? Oh, Arnold. Poor Marcia. I can't believe she's dead. Murdered in the kitchen.
Emily, this is Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggin. My sister, Emily Winters.
How do you do, Miss Winters? Please sit down.
Inspector Thorne, how could anyone do such a dreadful thing?
Miss Emily, when did you last see your sister-in-law, Marcia?
Not for days, poor thing.
I see. Sergeant Muggin, did you send the kitchen knife down to the laboratory?
Yeah, Chief. They're working it over for fingerprints right now.
The kitchen knife?
That was the murder weapon, Miss Emily.
But there could be a great many fingerprints on that knife. I mean, probably all of us picked it up at some time or other.
You don't have to worry, Miss Emily. Not if you haven't been here for days.
Yes, of course, but... Well, you can't tell, Inspector Thorne.
I'm a little slow on the uptake, Miss Emily, but I think you're lying to me. At what time today were you in this house?
I wasn't here. I might as well tell you.
In a murder case, that is the only policy to follow.
Well, Inspector Thorne, I came here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Marcia and I had a little chat, and then I left.
And during the course of that little chat, you picked up the kitchen knife and threatened to kill her.
Arnold, you said you wouldn't tell the police anything.
What? Emily,
Looks like you've been holding out something too, Mr. Winters. Just what did happen, Emily? I'd like your version of it.
Marcia laughed at me. She said she wouldn't give up my fiancé, Eric. She said she and Eric had plans that didn't include me. When I picked up that kitchen knife, I only wanted to frighten her. I never would have used it to kill her.
Marcia said she wouldn't give up your fiancé, Eric.
That's what she said. Imagine her. My brother's wife saying that. It was just the way I told Arnold.
Emily, you must...
Why shouldn't I tell the police what you knew about Marcia and Eric? You told them about me.
Your brother didn't, Miss Emily. You did. Looks like you're saving me a lot of trouble here. Don't like to use my brain any more than I have to.
What?
You and your brother's young wife were fighting it out over some man named Eric, and she was murdered. Now, just who is this Eric?
Eric Stevenson. He's an investment broker.
About the same age as your brother, I guess.
Why, no. Eric is 25 years younger. But why bring Eric into it? Marcia promised me to put Eric out of her life entirely.
Sergeant Muggen, check up on this man, Eric Stevenson. Maybe he didn't want to be put out of the murdered woman's life.
Right, Chief.
Now, Mr. Winters, what do you know of this man, Eric Stevenson?
I've never met him or heard of him until today.
Husbands are usually the last to know.
I don't really think there was anything between Eric and Marcia. I'm just a jealous woman, I guess, Inspector Thorne, always imagining things.
Imagining that Marcia told you she and Eric had plans. Imagining the kitchen knife with which you threatened her. Those won't be imaginary fingerprints that we find on the murder knife, Emily.
Marcia was alive when I left this house, Inspector Thorne.
If I were you, Inspector Thorne, I'd look into Eric Stevenson more closely.
Mr. Winters, how long have you known about this relationship between your wife and Eric Stevenson?
Only since this afternoon, since my sister Emily told me about them.
I went to see Arnold as soon as I left Marcia. I told him the whole story.
That's right. And I was with Emily from that time until I came home. So you see, Inspector Thorne, I couldn't have killed Marcia.
How do you know at what time your wife was murdered, Mr. Winters?
I don't. I just meant if Emily and I were together all the time after she left Marcia in the kitchen alive.
Where does Eric Stevenson live, Emily?
He lives at the French Hotel, Inspector.
I think he came here this afternoon and murdered my wife.
Come on, Sergeant Muggen. We're going to the French Hotel to see Eric Stevenson.
This is Eric Stevenson's room, Inspector Thorne. I'll knock on the door.
Good afternoon. I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggen. You're Eric Stevenson?
Yes, but
Come inside with me, Muggen.
I'm sorry, Inspector Thorne. I haven't time to talk to you right now. I'm expecting a lady.
What lady, Mr. Stevenson?
I'm sure that could be of no interest to you, Inspector.
It may be of great interest, Mr. Stevenson. I'm investigating a murder.
A murder? Who?
Who is the lady you're expecting?
Just a friend of mine. Name of Marcia Winters. She's a bit late.
At what time was she expected?
3 o'clock. It's almost 4 now, but Marcia's often late. Inspector Thorne, has anything happened to Marcia?
Marcia Winters was stabbed to death at exactly 2:30 this afternoon.
Oh, no. No, it isn't possible.
How well did you know Marcia Winters?
Just casually, Inspector Thorne.
Do your casual women friends always drop into your hotel rooms alone?
You don't understand.
Oh, yes, I do understand, Eric Stevenson. I understand that you and Marcia had plans. Secret plans. The kind casual friends don't have.
Who told you that?
Marcia's sister-in-law. Your fiancée, Emily Winters.
I see. All right, Inspector Thorne. Marcia and I were in love. We were planning to run away together just as soon as we had enough money.
What do you mean by enough money?
I don't know. That was all Marcia's idea. She said she was going to make her husband, Arnold, pay for being so mean to her.
Arnold says he and his wife were ideally happy.
That's a lie.
He says Marcia insisted upon doing her own housework because she liked taking care of their home.
The old skinflint probably made her do it.
Marcia was in the kitchen defrosting the refrigerator at the time she was murdered.
Arnold must have killed her when he found out about us.
And you might have killed her, Eric.
I loved her, Inspector Thorne.
Love has been known to turn into hate. Murderous hate.
But what reason would I have to kill Marcia? Anyway, I couldn't have. Not if she was killed at 2:30.
It takes almost an hour to get to my hotel from her house. And I was here in my hotel room at 3 o'clock, waiting for Marcia to keep our appointment. She telephoned me this morning. You can check with the hotel switchboard. She called and said she'd be here at 3.
Sergeant Muggen, go to the door. I think we have an eavesdropper.
Now let me go!
No, you don't. Get inside, you.
Bob, what are you doing here?
Who is this young man?
That's Marcia's stepson, Bob Winters.
Do you make a practice of listening at keyholes, Bob Winters?
Where this skunk is concerned, I do a lot more.
Bob always hated his stepmother, Inspector Thorne.
And why shouldn't I? The way she took Dad for a ride. I heard her make that phone call to you, Stevenson. I made up my mind I'd catch you two together.
What purpose would that serve, Bob?
Dad would have to believe me then and get rid of her for good. That was my plan, Inspector Thorne.
So, your plan, Bob, was to get rid of your stepmother for good. Was it a plan that you've already carried out? A plan of murder?
Inspector Thorne in the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue will return in just a moment. But first, we'd like to take just 60 seconds of your time to tell you a little about some of the programs we've prepared for your summer radio entertainment. This evening, be sure to hear Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight, Mr. Keene brings you the mysterious story of the abandoned well murder case. Then on Sunday, we have Tom Conway as the debonair gentleman detective known as the Sink. Then there's screen actor Lloyd Nolan in another fast-moving, hard-hitting story as Martin Kane, Private Eye. Later, actor Carlton Young comes to the NBC microphone in the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. Top Sunday evening off with security agent Mr. Moto, Japanese-American security agent fighting against the evil forces which would plunge the world into another global conflict. Then on Thursday, travel to the world of the future with stories bringing you the very best in science fiction on Dimension X. There you have it, a full schedule of programming designed to bring you the very best in radio entertainment, morning, noon, and night, over this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. Investigating the murder of Marcia Winters, Inspector Thorne discovers that she was planning to leave her wealthy husband, Arnold, and run away with Eric Stevenson, her sister-in-law's fiancé. While Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggen are questioning Eric Stevenson at his hotel, they discover the murdered woman's stepson, Bob Winters, listening at the door. And now we hear Inspector Thorne saying,
That was your plan, wasn't it, Bob? To murder your stepmother, Marcia, and then come here and put on this act to convince the police of your innocence.
Marcia dead? I didn't know.
That's what you'd like us to believe. Why did you kill her?
Look, Inspector Thorne, I won't pretend that I'm sorry my stepmother is dead. I'm not. I hated her. Hated what she was doing to Dad. But I know nothing about her being murdered. I didn't even know she was murdered until you just told me.
Where have you been all day?
What, just wandering around?
Just wandering around, hmm? It may interest you, Bob, to know that you have the weakest alibi of any suspect. Eric Stevenson says he was right in this hotel room at the time of the murder. As for your Aunt Emily and your father, they say they were together.
Aunt Emily and father?
Eric Stevenson here says your father didn't treat your stepmother well.
Eric's a liar. I'll tell you something, Inspector. My stepmother was doing her own housework.
Why, Bob? Your father's a very rich man.
Because she was paying me off. Paying me every cent she could get together. So I wouldn't tell Dad about her having an affair with Eric.
So you go in for blackmail and murder.
Why should I kill Marcia? I was getting plenty from her. Every cent she could get from Dad, including the money he gave her to hire servants to do the housework. Work she did herself.
Sergeant Muggen.
Yes, Chief.
Telephone headquarters and see if the boys have uncovered that information I asked for.
Right away, Chief.
And then, Muggen, you and I are returning to the murder house to have a further talk with the murdered woman's husband, Arnold Winters, and his sister, Emily. And we're taking Eric Stevenson with us.
Come in, Inspector Thorne, Sergeant Muggin. Hello, Stevenson.
I see your sister Emily is still here, Mr. Winters. Shall we all go into the living room?
What is it, Inspector Thorne? Why have you brought Eric with you?
Please sit down, Emily. All of you. I have questions to ask. Oh, nothing to be alarmed about.
Of course, Inspector Thorne. Go right ahead.
You, Mr. Winters. Did you have many arguments?
My wife, Marcia, and I never argued.
Arguments with your son, Bob, about money?
Arguments with Bob? Of course not. Bob knew he could come to me for anything he needed.
I'm not so sure of that, Inspector Thorne. Only the other week, Bob borrowed some money from me, his aunt.
Emily.
How about Eric Stevenson, Miss Emily? How much money has he borrowed from you?
Not a penny.
That's absolutely right, Inspector Thorne. Eric never asked me for money.
But you did go out together.
Well, naturally, Inspector Thorne. The theater, the best nightclubs. Eric and I always had a wonderful time.
Considering that Eric is practically penniless, that's very interesting.
Eric's an investment broker.
My men have checked that, Emily. Eric Stevenson is not a broker. In fact, he has no visible means of support. And no bank account.
What if I haven't? Is that a crime, Thorne?
Men who are penniless don't usually take their fiancées to expensive nightclubs, Eric.
All right. I paid the check. Because I wanted to. Eric and I loved each other. That was all that mattered.
Is that right, Eric?
Entirely, Inspector Thorne.
How many women did you love, Eric? Your fiancée, Emily? Your fiancée's sister-in-law, Marcia? Was that the trouble? You loved too many women, and so you had to eliminate one from your life?
I did love Emily, Inspector Thorne. Until I met Marcia. Then no one else counted.
Eric!
I'm sorry, Emily. There was something about Marcia that wove a spell about me. I couldn't think of anything else.
And you even forgot about Emily Winters' money. Or did you decide that you could get more from Marcia through her husband, Arnold?
Inspector Thorne, I think Arnold Winters knew about his wife Marcia and me being in love from the very beginning.
Inspector Thorne, you must believe me. I had no idea, no inkling that there was anything between my wife Marcia and this man, Eric, until this afternoon.
For a big banker, you seem to miss a lot that's going on around you, Arnold Winters.
If you mean my wife's affair with this man, I didn't know anything about it.
And you saw nothing strange in the fact that your wife did not use the money you gave her to hire servants, but did all the housework herself. And you did not know that your own son, Bob, was blackmailing your wife, his stepmother.
What?
You are a very innocent man, Mr. Winters. Suspiciously innocent.
I'll take it, Inspector Thorne. Hello, Sergeant Muggin talking. What? When? Okay, I'll tell the chief. Inspector Thorne, can I see you outside a minute?
Everybody wait in here, please. Come along, Sergeant Muggin.
That was headquarters, Chief. You had one of the boys tailing the stepson, Bob Winters.
And he caught young Bob trying to leave town?
Yeah, he's bringing him down to your office. Say, how did you get the idea he tried to make a getaway, Chief?
Just one of my hunches, Muggin.
Now, in Inspector Thorne's office at the Homicide Bureau, we see him with Bob Winters, the stepson of the murdered Marcia Winters, and we hear Inspector Thorne say,
Men who have nothing to conceal don't try to run away, Bob.
I didn't kill my stepmother.
What did you do with the blackmail money your murdered stepmother Marcia gave you?
I'm not answering any questions, Inspector Thorne.
Because you can't. There was no blackmail money.
Well, I lost it gambling.
No, you didn't. Or we'd have found that out. You made up that story of getting blackmail money from your murdered stepmother in order to protect your father, to draw suspicion away from his having killed her.
Dad didn't kill Marcia.
You knew your father's alibi was phony. He wasn't with your Aunt Emily at the time his wife was murdered.
You can't trick me like that, Inspector Thorne.
It isn't a trick, Bob. You saw your father drive away from your Aunt Emily's house long before the murder time.
Yes, everything you said is right. Except about Dad being guilty. He didn't kill Marcia.
Do you say that, Bob, because you know who did kill her?
No.
Well, I think I know. Sergeant Muggin.
Yes, Chief?
Let Bob Winters wait in the other room.
Right out here, Bob. Okay, Inspector Thorne.
Bring me that money that the searching squad found, and all the information from the banks. And then, Muggin, pull in the other suspects immediately. I'm ready to uncover the killer.
Got them outside, Inspector Thorne. Arnold Winters, the murdered woman's husband, his sister Emily, and her fiancé, Eric Stevenson. Who do you want in here first?
Bring them all in, Sergeant Muggen.
All of you, come in.
I hope you have good reason for dragging us all down here this way, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Mr. Winters, I have. Have you ever seen this bank book before?
Where did you get that?
In your house, Mr. Winters, among your murdered wife's belongings. It's a joint checking account you had with your wife, Marcia. An account which you closed over a month ago after you discovered that she had withdrawn $25,000 from it.
What if I did? She had no right giving my money to Eric Stevenson.
He's lying. Never mind that, Eric. I suppose, Arnold Winters, you realize what you have just admitted. You've admitted that you knew about your wife and Eric Stevenson over a month ago at least.
Marcia was a cheat. I've known about her and Eric all along.
Marcia was worse than that, Inspector Thorne. Worse than that.
My men discovered something that might interest you, Emily. There was no money among your sister-in-law Marcia's belongings, but we found money somewhere else.
That was my money.
Do you always keep $50,000 in cash in your house?
My brother Arnold gave it to me this afternoon.
My dearest sister was blackmailing me, Inspector Thorne. Emily said she'd tell you I'd known about Marcia and Eric all along.
So you gave your sister Emily $50,000 to keep her quiet, but you wouldn't give your wife Marcia enough to hire servants to look after that big mansion of yours.
I gave her money. She gave it to Eric Stevenson. That's why she did her own housework.
Letting your sister blackmail you for $50,000 makes you look like our man, Winters.
Dad didn't kill her, Inspector Thorne.
Bob, you always jump quick to your father's defense, don't you?
But, Inspector, you said...
I was saying that your stepmother, Marcia, by being forced to work in the kitchen, has pointed out the murderer to me. Emily.
Yes, Inspector Thorne?
Would you choose to defrost the refrigerator, Emily, at a time when you were planning to leave the house?
Of course I wouldn't, Inspector Thorne. Everything in it would be spoiled.
Exactly. Yet one of you here said, as your alibi, that you were expecting the murdered Marcia Winters to visit you at 3 o'clock, a short time after Emily saw Marcia start to defrost the refrigerator in the kitchen.
Marcia telephoned and made the appointment with me, Inspector Thorne. You can check the hotel switchboard. And Bob told you he heard her make the call.
Yes. And that seems to let you out, Eric.
Out? I was never in.
I guess I was just plain dumb, suspecting you in the first place.
Well, everybody makes mistakes, Inspector Thorne. I don't hold anything against you.
Instead of thinking about you, I guess I should have turned my ideas to that defrosted refrigerator.
Defrosted refrigerator?
It strikes me as funny that a woman doing her own work like Marcia was would start to defrost her refrigerator if she were going out.
That is odd. But I don't know much about defrosting refrigerators.
No housewife would make such a mistake, especially in summer. A smart murderer would have turned the current back on and shut the refrigerator door.
Yes.
I'd say a man did the murder. If it weren't for another puzzling thing.
What, Inspector Thorne?
This lady's handkerchief I found, stuffed back in the freezing compartment of the refrigerator.
Emily, you must have been crazy. That's your handkerchief. So you killed Marcia.
I admit that handkerchief is mine, Inspector Thorne. I admit it's mine, but I swear I didn't murder Marcia. I don't know how it got there. I must have dropped it on the floor when I was quarreling with Marcia.
Emily, do you think Inspector Thorne will believe that?
In my slow-thinking way, I do believe her.
Then you are stupid.
This handkerchief was used to wipe the fingerprints from the murder knife. And you, Eric Stevenson, used it for that purpose after stabbing Marcia.
What gives you that idea, you stupid fool?
A woman wouldn't be any more likely to put her handkerchief in the freezing compartment of a refrigerator than she would to start defrosting it just before going out.
Do you think you can send me to the chair on a stupid idea like that, Thorne?
Your fingerprints are on the handkerchief, Stevenson.
No.
Oh, yes. They show on a fabric as well as on anything else.
I never thought of that.
And you didn't think we'd find out that you got a second telephone call at your hotel today.
What?
A call from Marcia, breaking her 3 o'clock date with you. Lucky for me that the hotel operator, not being busy on a warm summer afternoon, listened in.
All right. Marcia did break her date with me. Said she promised Emily not to see me again. I was mad about her. I went out to her house and murdered her. But don't pin any flowers on yourself, Thorne. For getting me, it was all luck.
A dumb cop like me needs all the luck that comes his way. These handcuffs are for you, Eric Stevenson.
And so ends the Defrosted Refrigerator Murder Clue. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber, direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Geraldine Merkin and Edward Francis, based on the original radio play by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The High Style Murder Case. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons on NBC. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The High Style Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the High Style Murder Case. It is late one afternoon in the private office of Madame Florette, head of Florette Incorporated, one of the most famous dress houses in the fashion world. Madame Florette, distinguished by a reputation for fanatical honesty, is young and beautiful despite her fantastic success. But she seems disturbed as she turns to her secretary and speaks the words that lead to terror and murder.
Lucille, I'm ready to see Stephen Marsh now.
He will be happy, Madame Florette. Monsieur Stephen has been waiting for an hour. Madame Florette will see you, Monsieur Stephen.
Thank you, Lucille. Wait outside, Lucille.
Oui, Madame.
Stephen, I'm not going to beat around the bush.
What is it, Madame Florette? Hasn't my work been satisfactory?
Don't put on such an innocent air. You've been padding accounts, Stephen, stealing from the firm.
No.
Don't squirm and lie, you thief. I have the proof right here. I hired you in the first place only for the sake of your mother. But I don't care how long your mother's been working for me. You're a thief, and I'm going to turn you over to the police.
No, you can't do that. I made a mistake. I lost some money in a deal, and I had to pay it back. I got in deeper and deeper, but if you'll only give me another chance.
There's no excuse for dishonesty, Stephen.
Well, then please give me some time, Madame Florette. I'll pay you back, but don't wreck my whole life and think of Mother. It will break her heart.
Very well, Stephen. I'll give you until tomorrow morning to pay back all the money you stole.
Tomorrow morning? But, Madame Florette, I can't raise the money by then.
If you don't, Stephen, I shall turn you over to the police. Now leave my office before I call my manager, George Harmon, and have you thrown out. Oh, it makes me ill to look at a thief.
And now, the next morning, we see Madame Florette's secretary, Lucille Valois, coming to work, passing through the outer rooms and entering Madame Florette's private office.
Good morning, Madame Florette.
Madame Florette! Help! Murder!
What is it? What's the matter?
Monsieur Harmon, someone has killed Madame Florette. She's dead. Stabbed in the back with a scissors.
What?
Get the police. Oh, get the police.
Oh, mon Dieu. Why don't the police get here?
It's only been 10 minutes since we called them, Lucille.
Oh, Monsieur Harmon, I shall never forget the terrible sight. My poor Madame Florette lying in a pool of blood.
Oh, stow it, Lucille. You didn't give a hoot for Madame Florette.
Listen to the big, important general manager talking. You better be careful, George Harmon.
And you better quit putting on that act when Inspector Thorne gets here. Thorne's hot stuff, and he'll see through you like a pane of glass.
I'm not afraid of Inspector Thorne. Maybe you are, George.
Me? Why should I be afraid? Keep quiet, Lucille. Someone's coming. Inspector Thorne?
Yes, I'm Thorne. This is my associate, Sergeant Muggen.
Morning.
Inspector Thorne, I'm George Harmon, Madame Fleurette's general manager.
How do you do, Mr. Harmon? Is this the lady who found the body?
Yes, I am the one.
What is your name?
Her name is Lucille Valois.
Mr. Harmon, let Miss Valois speak for herself. Go on, Miss Valois.
Yes, Inspector Thorne. I was poor Madame's secretary. I entered her office this morning thinking to find her working as always, when I see her lying by the side of her desk, stabbed with a big pair of dressmaker scissors.
I see.
Oh, it was horrible, Inspector Thorne. I screamed and ran out, right into the arms of Monsieur Harmon here. I'm so grateful Monsieur Harmon is here early in the morning. Earlier than usual.
Hey, what are you saying, Lucille?
She said you were here earlier than usual, Harmon. Is that true?
No, Inspector Thorne. That is, I sometimes come in this early.
But not often?
Whenever I have special work to do.
And just what is your work here, Mr. Harmon?
Well, as I told you, Inspector Thorne, I am Madame Fleurette's general manager. I select all the materials we make our dresses from. This morning I had to arrange a dinner for some buyers.
Ha! A matter of an hour.
What are you trying to do, Lucille? Get even by making me look suspicious?
Get even for what, Harmon?
I spoke out of turn, Inspector Thorne.
It's your turn now. Go on.
You shouldn't take Lucille seriously, Inspector Thorne.
Don't you insult me, George Harmon.
Half the time you don't know what you're saying, Lucille. You get so worked up.
Oh, really?
She's as temperamental as a tiger, Inspector Thorne. And right now she's sore at me because I told her she was dramatizing herself.
I'm no genius, Harmon, but I've had plenty of experience telling facts from fancies. Is that Madame Fleurette's office?
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
Let's have a look, Sergeant Muggen.
Okay, Chief.
Well, there's the body. Nasty sight, Muggen.
Yeah, pair of scissors in her back.
The scissors must have gone straight to Madame Fleurette's heart.
Lucky for her. I've seen him where the murderer had to stab her half a dozen times.
Save it for your memoirs, Muggen. Desk light on. She must have been working late. Have a look at this paper on her desk, Muggen.
It's a notice of a shipment of dresses from Paris clearing through customs today.
Yes. Apparently she was killed in the middle of a job. Working till the last.
Died with her boots on, huh?
I'm not so sure of that.
What do you mean, Chief?
Take a look at her shoes, Sergeant Muggen.
So?
I'm no expert on women's clothes, Muggen, but I've noticed most of them won't go out of the house in certain color combinations.
Yeah?
Then how come a fashion expert like Madame Fleurette is wearing black shoes with a navy blue dress? Even the average well-dressed woman wouldn't wear that color combination.
Hey, Chief, that's right.
Who's that?
It's me, Lucille Valois. I have something to tell you, Inspector Thorne.
All right, Miss Valois. I'm through here anyway. Sergeant Muggen, while I talk with the secretary, Lucille Valois, you check the building employees. Find out if anyone came in here late last night.
Gotcha, Chief.
Now, Miss Valois, what is it?
If there is a murder, the police, they look for people with a motive, no?
Yes.
Then it is my duty to tell you that yesterday, Madame Fleurette sent for a young man who works here, Stephen Marsh.
Stephen Marsh?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. I overhear their conversation. Madame has found out that Stephen Marsh was padding accounts, stealing.
Stealing?
Yes. You see, Madame is a holy terror about honesty. She was furious with Stephen.
I shouldn't wonder, Lucille.
She said she was going to turn him over to the police. He pleaded with her, and finally she gave him till this morning to return the money.
You certainly got an earful, Miss Valois.
I did not listen on purpose. They were talking so loud I could not help hearing.
I have a few questions for you, Miss Valois. You're French.
But of course.
I suppose Madame Fleurette hired you so she could speak her own language with someone?
Not at all, Inspector Thorne. Madame Fleurette was no more French than you are.
Is that right, Lucille?
You see, a French name is supposed to be good in the fashion business.
Yes, so I've heard. How long did you work for Madame Fleurette?
It is 2 years now. Oh, that it should end like this. You will arrest Stephen Marsh?
We have to find him first.
Oh, Inspector Thorne, there's Stephen's mother, Mrs. Marsh, just coming in. Maybe she knows where he is.
Stephen's mother?
But yes, she works here as a fitter.
Oh, Mrs. Marsh.
Good morning, Lucille. I'm sorry I'm so late. I had a terrible night. I want to see Madame Fleurette. Please tell her I must see her right away.
Madame Fleurette? But don't
Miss
you know...
Padua, will you step outside, please?
Certainly, Inspector Thorne, if you wish.
Now, Mrs. Marsh, why did you want to see Madame Fleurette?
It's a personal matter, sir.
Is it about your son, Stephen?
Who are you?
I'm Inspector Thorne of the police.
The police?
I suspect you want to see Madame Fleurette to plead for your son, whom she caught stealing.
You know about Stephen?
Yes, Mrs. Marsh.
But Madame Fleurette promised not to tell the police till this afternoon.
So I've heard.
Inspector Thorne, please don't arrest my son, Stephen. He'll return the money. Stephen's a good boy.
I'm not interested in arresting Stephen for padding accounts, Mrs. Marsh. It's a matter of murder.
Murder?
Madame Fleurette has been stabbed in the back with a pair of scissors.
Oh,
and I'm sorry to say your son Stephen's in it up to his neck.
no, not Stephen.
Where is your son?
Where? I don't know, Inspector Thorne.
When did you see him last?
I saw Stephen last night. He came home after work, told me what happened, said he had seen Madame Fleurette, and that she had given him until this morning to pay back the money he'd stolen.
And then?
Then he went out.
Where did he go?
I don't know, to try to raise the money somewhere. Stephen wouldn't kill anybody, Inspector Thorne. Maybe he's weak, but he wouldn't kill anybody.
Still, he didn't come home all night?
I'm sure Stephen can explain. I'm sure he can tell you exactly where he went.
I suggest you try to find him, Mrs. Marsh.
I will. I will.
Inspector Thorne.
What's up, Sergeant Muggin?
I've got something in the next room you ought to see.
All right, Muggin. If you locate your son, Mrs. Marsh, you'd better tell him to give himself up.
Where can Stephen be? I've got to find him. Why didn't he come home? I've got to think. Where can Stephen be? The phone. I'm not going to answer. I've got enough on my mind.
Oh, Mrs. Marsh, that phone call's for you. Will you take it in there?
For me?
Yes.
All right, I'll take it, Lucille.
Dear Mrs. Marsh, I leave you.
Who could be phoning me? Hello?
Hello? Mother?
Stephen, where are you?
I'm home, Mother. I just wanted to tell you goodbye.
Goodbye? Stephen!
I can't face it, Mother. I'm going to end it all, and I just wanted you to know that I thank you and love you.
No, Stephen, wait for me. I'm coming right home. We'll talk it over then.
It's no use, Mother. Goodbye.
Stephen! I've got to stop him. I've got to do something. Inspector Thorne, hurry, help me.
Mrs. Marsh, what is it?
It's my son, Stephen. He's going to kill himself. You've got to save him, Inspector Thorne.
Where is he?
At home, 2 West 9th Street.
Let's go, Sergeant Muggin. Here's the Marsh apartment, Sergeant Muggin.
The door's not locked, Chief.
No one in this room. I smell gas. Quick, Muggin, the kitchen. Open the kitchen door. The place is filled with gas. Open the window. And there's Stephen Marsh, lying by the stove with the gas jets open.
I'll turn off those jets, Chief.
Stephen isn't even unconscious yet.
Go away. Let me die.
Come on, Stephen. Sit up.
Who are you?
I'm Inspector Thorne. This is Sergeant Muggin.
Why didn't you let me die?
I don't think you really wanted to die, Stephen.
What?
I may be dumb, but I think if you really wanted to commit suicide, you wouldn't have telephoned your mother and then taken such a slow way out.
I did want to die. I did.
Then what's this monkey wrench doing at your side? Isn't it there to break a window in case we didn't arrive to rescue you and you felt yourself passing out? Isn't it?
I was crazy. I thought I'd get some sympathy.
By staging a fake suicide? Pretty tough on your mother, wasn't it?
I couldn't face being jailed for a thief.
For a thief? Or a murderer?
A murder?
Yeah, Madame Fleurette was bumped off last night.
What, Sergeant Muggin? Well, I didn't kill her. I wasn't near the place.
No, Stephen. Here's a page from the night book of the office building. Everyone who enters or leaves after 5 is supposed to sign in.
Well, what of it, Inspector Thorne?
You signed this book when you entered that building at 9 p.m., Stephen. When you came out, you tried to erase your name and sign a phony name over it. But the erasure is obvious.
I'll tell you the truth, Inspector Thorne.
That's a new idea.
Let him talk, Sergeant Muggin.
I did steal some money from the firm, Inspector Thorne. Madame Florette threatened to turn me over to the police unless I paid it back by today.
Go on, Stephen.
I tried to raise the money, but couldn't. So I went back to the office last night to plead with Madame Florette for more time. When I got there, she was already dead.
Do you expect me to believe that?
It's the truth. Listen, I wasn't the only one who had something against Madame Florette.
Oh?
Oh, why don't you get after her secretary, Lucille Valois?
Why?
Because Lucille is nuts for the general manager, George Harmon, that's why. And Madame Florette stole Harmon away from her.
Holy cats.
As you say, Muggin. Well, on your feet, Stephen. We're going back to Florette Incorporated to find out which one of you is lying.
Inspector Thorne in the high-style murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight, be sure to hear Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, as he brings you the story of the poisoned sandwich murder case. And here are a few reminders about Sunday evening's radio features. First, there's Tom Conway as gentleman detective Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Then screen actor Lloyd Nolan brings you another hard-hitting story as Martin Kane, Private Eye. And actor Carlton Young comes to the NBC microphone in the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. Then, later Sunday evening, join Mr. Moto on another adventure in the realm of international intrigue. Then, on Thursday evening, we present a new idea in dramatic radio entertainment. We call this program Dimension X, and it features stories dealing in time and space, which ask the radio listener to use his imagination and envision himself in the world of tomorrow. Well, there you have it. A brief rundown of the programs you soon will hear. Programs designed for the best in summer radio entertainment and heard on this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the high-style murder case. Madame Florette, owner of Florette Incorporated, internationally famous dress house, has been found murdered, stabbed in the back with a pair of dressmaker's scissors. Investigating the murder, Inspector Thorne finds that Madame Florette had threatened a young employee named Stephen Marsh with jail for stealing money from the firm. Inspector Thorne has questioned the murdered woman's French secretary, Lucille Valois, her general manager, George Harmon, and Stephen's mother, Mrs. Marsh, a fitter at Florette Incorporated. Suddenly, Stephen Marsh stages a fake suicide, and when faced with this, he accuses the secretary, Lucille Valois, of the murder, saying it was well known that Madame Florette had stolen the man Lucille loved, the manager, George Harmon. Now we see Inspector Thorne confronting the secretary and saying,
"Now, Miss Valois, I'm told you're in love with the general manager, George Harmon."
In love with that pig? Don't make such a joke.
I expected you to lie to me.
But it isn't a lie, Inspector Thorne. George Harmon is not my type of man, I assure you.
Strange. It's common gossip around this dressmaking establishment that when you first came to work here, George Harmon gave you a big whirl, and that you liked every minute of it.
You're naive. I flirted with George for the sake of my job.
You dated George Harmon 4 or 5 evenings a week.
You're a busy man digging up dirt.
Murder's a dirty business, Miss Valois.
I had nothing to do with the murder.
You were the first to find Madame Florette's body.
So?
And as far as we know, the last to see her alive.
That doesn't mean a thing, Inspector Thorne, and you know it.
But this does, Miss Valois. About a year ago, George Harmon stopped taking you out. He became very cozy with Madame Florette.
I didn't care. I was tired of George.
Is that why you tried to resign?
What is that you say?
Credit the police with some sense, Miss Valois. We've checked the office files and found your letter of resignation. You told Madame Florette you wanted to leave for personal reasons.
My
My mother was sick.
Your mother has been dead for 5 years.
All right. George threw me over for that woman, for Madame Fleurette. I could not bear to see her every day.
Yet you changed your mind, stayed on the job.
Well,
Did you figure you might win George Harmon back?
No.
And after a year of waiting in vain for George Harmon, did you decide to clear the way by stabbing Madame Fleurette with a pair of scissors?
You are cruel. You have made me tell my dearest secrets, and now that you could think I'd do something so horrible.
I don't think you need that handkerchief, Miss Valois. When you cry, there should be tears.
You beast.
Excuse me, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Sergeant Muggin.
A crate of dresses from Paris just arrived from customs. They're marked personal for Madame Fleurette.
Yes, and I told you I'd take charge of those dresses, Sergeant Muggin.
They're marked for Madame Fleurette, Mr. Harmon.
That is right. Madame always wanted to open the new dresses herself. Alone. It was a rule.
Rules or no rules, Fleurette can't open them now, Lucille. With your permission, Inspector, I'll just take over and open the crate.
Why so anxious, Harmon?
I'm not anxious, Inspector Thorne. I merely want everyone to realize that I'm the boss now.
Sergeant Muggin, bring the crate of dresses in here.
Okay, Chief.
Oh, this is ridiculous. I've always been second in command here.
Until the murder's solved, I'm the boss, Harmon.
Here's the crate, Chief.
Open it, Sergeant Muggin. You can pry it open.
I'll just get a couple of these nails out. There she goes.
I'll take off some of this paper.
Well, my old lady'll get a kick out of this. Me, seeing Paris frocks hot off the boat.
Oh, this is the most ridiculous performance.
Is it, Harmon?
What possible connection has that crate of dresses got to do with Madame Fleurette's murder?
Answer this one, Harmon. Why did Madame Fleurette always open the shipments alone? This green dress on top is nice.
Nice. Oh, it is a dream.
That's the word. Oh, I don't think so much of this number.
Well, Inspector Thorne, now you're a fashion expert.
Maybe I'm not, Harmon, but these big rosettes look hideous to me. And they feel heavy, too.
Heavy?
Much too heavy for a lady to wear in comfort. I'll just tear one off.
Hey, you can't do that. You're ruining the dress.
Just as I thought, Harmon. Hidden in this rosette are diamonds.
What?
Diamonds?
These dresses contain a shipment of stolen jewels.
Impossible. Madame was honest as the day.
Madame was in the business of smuggling stolen jewels in the dresses she imported from Paris, Lucille. That's why she opened these crates alone.
Chief, you mean all that blather about honesty was just a front?
Exactly, Sergeant Muggin. Madame Fleurette was a clever crook who built up such a reputation for honesty that no one would suspect her of operating a racket on the side.
I can't believe it. It's absolutely incredible.
Then you never had a suspicion, Harmon?
Not a glimmer.
I'm wondering why you were so anxious to open this crate yourself.
Well, if you're thinking I knew about this smuggling business...
Didn't you?
I'm a respectable American businessman. I was a success in the dress goods market before I ever came in with Fleurette. You can look up my record.
Now I see, George. Now I see why you left me for Fleurette.
Be quiet, Lucy.
Oh, no. You can't tell me you didn't know what was going on. You and Madame Fleurette were as thick as thieves.
You don't know anything about it, Lucille.
I know all about it. I saw you with your heads together, whispering,
Lucille,
looking guilty.
shut up, I said.
You can't stop me from talking, George.
Well, talk if you want, you fool. What you don't know is Fleurette and I were secretly married.
Married?
That's why you saw us with our heads together, whispering, Lucille. That's why we were so thick.
A secret marriage.
Fleurette wanted it that way, Inspector Thorne. She said it would be bad for business. Now I see. She must have been afraid I'd find out about her stolen jewel racket if we lived together openly.
Don't believe a word of it, Inspector. Her husband knows his wife's business.
You've tried to get revenge on me long enough, Lucille. Maybe you were in the diamond smuggling racket with Fleurette.
Me?
Those dresses came from Paris, and so did you.
That's enough from both of you. Come on, Sergeant Muggin. We have work to do.
Right you are, Chief.
Well, what a case, Muggin.
Yeah. Half of them are crooks, Chief. First the kid, Stephen Marsh, who stole money from the firm. Then Madame Fleurette, who's supposed to be so honest. Now maybe the manager Harmon and the secretary Lucille.
We'll find out about them, and fast. Cable the Paris police, Muggin. Find out who represented Madame Fleurette in Paris and shipped those dresses to her.
Gotcha.
When I know who was working with Madame Fleurette in the diamond smuggling racket, I'll be ready to move in on the killer.
so, sometime later in the office of the dressmaking house of Florette Incorporated, we hear Inspector Thorne say,
"Are they all here, Sergeant Muggen?"
The whole gang, Inspector Thorne. Harmon, the manager, and the secretary, Lucille, young Stephen Marsh, and Stephen's mother.
I'll go in and see them.
Well, at last, Inspector. I'm beginning to wonder about American justice.
You needn't wonder, Miss Valois, if you're innocent. Mr. Harmon.
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
I've been working with the Paris police. They've picked up the murdered Madame Florette's confederate in France. This confederate has confessed and implicated a gang of jewel thieves we've been after for a long time.
And me?
You are in the clear, Mr. Harmon.
Inspector Thorne, I apologize. I should have had more faith in you.
Do you mean George is innocent of the diamond smuggling?
I do, Miss Valois. Now, you, Mrs. Marsh. You worked here as a fitter. Did you ever fit Madame Florette's personal gowns?
Always, Inspector Thorne.
When did you do it? After hours?
Yes, sir.
And did you fit a new dress on Madame Florette the night of her murder?
Why, no, I never went near her.
Mrs. Marsh, you're lying. When I saw the body, Madame Florette was wearing black shoes with a navy blue dress.
Madame would never wear such a combination.
I thought not, Miss Valois. So the only explanation is that she was trying on that navy blue dress for a fitting.
Maybe I did fit that navy blue dress on Madame Florette the night of the murder, but I didn't kill her.
I get it, Inspector Thorne. Mrs. Marsh must have done it to protect her son, Stephen. She must have begged Florette not to expose her son for stealing money from the firm, and when Florette wouldn't listen, Mrs. Marsh stabbed her with those scissors.
Mother, you didn't...
No. I did plead with Madame Florette for my son, and she wouldn't listen. But then...
Yes?
Someone else came in, Inspector Thorne, and sent me away while I was still fitting her with a navy blue dress.
Who came in?
Take my advice, Mrs. Marsh. Don't say another word till you get a lawyer.
I don't care what happens. I've got to talk, Mr. Harmon. He's the one who came in, Inspector Thorne. George Harmon.
Ridiculous.
Quiet, Harmon. Go on, Mrs. Marsh.
Afterwards, Mr. Harmon came to me and said he'd see that my son Stephen wouldn't be prosecuted for stealing that money. I kept my mouth shut.
I thought so.
I didn't know it was a case of murder, Inspector Thorne. And when I did find out, I was afraid to talk.
The woman's mad.
Oh, no, George Harmon. You were much too anxious to open that crate of dresses containing the smuggled diamond.
What's this now, Thorne? You said yourself I was cleared of being in that smuggling racket.
But I didn't say you didn't know about it.
What?
You found out about the diamond smuggling racket the day of the murder, Harmon, and made a beeline to Madame Florette to have it out with her. You were in such a state you couldn't wait for Mrs. Marsh to finish the fitting of that navy blue dress.
That's ridiculous.
You argued with Florette. Then you went wild, picked up the scissors, and stabbed her in the back.
No!
You found out she was going to double-cross you. That she was getting ready to fix things so that if her diamond smuggling racket was exposed, it would look as though you, her secret husband, were the crook.
You can prove it.
Can't I, Harmon? The Paris police have talked to the French detective you hired when you began to get suspicious of your wife, Florette.
All right, Inspector Thorne. You've thought of everything. I'm not sorry I killed Florette. She deserved what she got. I loved her, and she only married me for a sucker. She was just trying to find a fall guy.
Instead, she found something she didn't bargain for. A murderer. Take him in, Sergeant Muggen.
And so ends the high-style murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Kenneth McGregor. The script was written by Carol Warner Gluck based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The Mastermind Murder Case. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, next on NBC.
And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Mastermind Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Mastermind Murder Case. The scene opens in one of New York's big banks. All is quiet and serene at a paying teller's window as the beautiful and socially prominent Jessica Monterey, wife of the bank's president, steps up to the teller's window, and we hear him say the words that are the prelude to violence and murder.
Good morning, Mrs. Monterey. It's nice to see you here.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I have a check for $50 I'd like you to cash.
Certainly, Mrs. Monterey. Well, I'm sure this is one check we needn't look up. Drawn by the wife of the president of the bank.
I suppose so.
Here you are. 20, 40, 50.
Thanks. Is my husband here?
Yes, in his office. But he has someone with him. He won't be more than a few minutes. Wouldn't you like to wait for him?
No. No, I have a very important appointment.
Mrs. Monterey. Mrs. Monterey, I see the door of your husband's office opening now. Oh, she's already gone. That's the bank alarm bell. They've blown up the big safe. It's a holdup. They're killing the guards. Call the police.
And a few minutes later, we see Inspector Thorne running into the bank with his right-hand man, Sergeant Muggan, as he says,
Sergeant Muggan, get that crowd out of the way.
Stand back, everybody. We're the police.
Nobody leave the bank. I'm Inspector Thorne of Homicide.
Inspector Thorne, I'm John Lamb, the chief teller of the bank.
How do you do, Mr. Lamb? Tell me what happened here. Looks more like a massacre than a bank holdup.
Those bodies are 4 of our guards, shot down in cold blood. And the bank's main safe was blown wide open.
What did the robbers do? Kill the guards to get at the safe?
No, Inspector Thorne. I heard a terrific explosion as the safe was blown up. Then I saw the robbers run through here on their way out, killing the guards as they made their escape.
You mean the robbers blew up the safe and then killed the guards? Strange. Sergeant Muggan.
Yes, Chief.
Take the fingerprints of this one body.
Just from one body, Chief? Not the other 3?
No, this one only, Muggan.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Mr. Lamb, the president of this bank is Stanley Monterey, isn't he?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. Follow me. I'll take you to his office. Mr. Monterey.
Yes, what is it, Lamb?
This is Inspector Thorne of the police, sir.
Oh, yes. Well, come in, Inspector Thorne. Terrible business, this.
Yes, it is.
You may go now, Lamb.
Yes, sir. Fortunate thing, Mr. Monterey, that your wife ran out of the bank the very moment the safe was blown. Why, she might have been killed by the bandits.
My wife here? Well, she didn't tell me at breakfast she was coming.
I cashed a check for her, sir. She asked for you, but wouldn't wait. Said she had an urgent appointment.
All right, Lamb. Go ahead now.
Yes, sir.
Well, Inspector Thorne, this is a dreadful thing. 4 of our trusted guards murdered. Our big safe blown. Millions in currency stolen. What is your analysis?
My analysis is very simple, Mr. Monterey.
Simple?
It's an inside job.
Inside job? How could it be? That's impossible.
Mr. Monterey, of course you've heard of the famous English bank robber, George Bridgewater.
George Bridgewater? No, I haven't.
You haven't? I thought every banker in the world had.
Well, I haven't, Thorne.
All the big jobs Bridgewater has pulled have been in collusion with someone who works in the bank.
Really?
Usually in collusion with a high official of the bank, Mr. Monterey. And you say you've never heard of him?
I've already said that twice, Inspector Thorne.
Well, from the whole setup of the job in your bank, Mr. Monterey, I'd say Bridgewater engineered it. From the inside.
Very well, then. He did. Any other questions you'd like to ask?
No, none, thank you. But it is curious that a banker of your standing never heard of the world's most famous bank robber. Goodbye, Mr. Monterey.
Get any leads from Mr. Monterey, Chief?
No leads, Sergeant Muggan.
Only an idea that may be very right or very wrong. We'll start back to the Homicide Bureau now. I have some checking to do.
And later, as Inspector Thorne returns to the Homicide Bureau, he finds a visitor waiting.
Inspector Thorne, at last.
Yes?
I have to see you. Oh, I'm Mrs. Monterey, Mrs. Stanley Monterey.
Mrs. Monterey, the wife of the head of the bank that was just robbed?
Yes.
Won't you sit down?
I'm so worried about the bank robbery.
Why, Mrs. Monterey?
It's that dreadful man, Jerome Wallace. What right has he to say that my husband's involved in the bank robbery and murders?
Who is this Jerome Wallace?
He owns a lot of the bank's stock. He's very rich.
Mrs. Monterey, have you any idea of why Wallace is making these accusations?
I think he's insane.
Did your husband and Wallace ever quarrel?
No, never.
Doesn't it seem strange to you that Wallace should deliberately accuse the head of his own bank of such crimes? You can think of nothing that might have aroused Jerome Wallace's suspicions, his apparent malice.
No.
Look here, Mrs. Monterey. You must tell me the truth. You know that Wallace has some motive, and you know what that motive is.
No.
Does your husband know you're here?
Oh, no. No, I came here because I wanted to save my husband.
Because you were in some way responsible for his trouble?
No. No.
You have something on your mind that your husband doesn't know about. Something you don't want him to find out.
He must never find out. Stanley's so hot-tempered, he'll be wild if he knows about it.
Your husband hot-tempered? About something Jerome Wallace has done? Tell me, Mrs. Monterey, just what is your connection with this man, Wallace?
I met Jerome Wallace at a dinner a few months ago. He kept annoying me, making advances.
Go on.
Finally, I had to tell him to keep away from me, that I loved my husband. He got very ugly. He said he'd get even.
And you're asking me to believe that is why he's now attacking your husband?
It's all my fault, Inspector Thorne. Oh, I wish I'd never met Jerome Wallace.
Mrs. Monterey, what were you doing in the bank? And why did you run out of there just before the safe was blown up and 4 men were murdered?
Well, I just happened to be there to cash a check.
You know, I'm a little slow thinking. When I meet a lady like you, I just don't know what to make of things. I mean, you're being there and running out of the bank at just the right moment.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You seem very shaky, Mrs. Monterey. Are you well enough to go home alone?
Oh, yes, Inspector Thorne. Besides, some friends, Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, drove me over in their car. They're waiting downstairs.
Oh, they must be very old friends to be so much in your confidence.
Oh, not old friends. We've only known each other about a month. Well, they don't know why I've come to see you.
Well, I don't want to hurry you, Mrs. Monterey, but there's someone waiting to see me.
Goodbye, Inspector Thorne.
Goodbye, Mrs. Monterey. Sergeant Muggan.
Yes, Chief.
Follow Mrs. Monterey downstairs. Get the license number of the car she drives off in, and put some men on to tail her constantly. Hurry.
Right. And that stool pigeon you sent for is outside, Inspector Thorne.
I know he is. Come in, Harvey.
Okay, Inspector Thorne. What do you want?
I want you to answer a few questions. We're holding 2 men for that big bank robbery and murders. Their names are Kelly and Smalls. You know them, don't you?
Yeah.
Now, you know as well as I do, Harvey, they're not smart enough to pull a job like that alone. Tell me who's behind them. What's the man's name?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about it.
Then why are you shaking like that?
I don't want to end up in the morgue.
Tell us who masterminded it, Harvey.
All I know is they call him Mr. Big. Nobody knows his name.
Mr. Big, huh?
I never seen him. Honest, Inspector Thorne, you know me. I helped you cops many the time, but this one is murdered.
That's all you'll tell me?
That's all I know, Inspector Thorne.
All right, Harvey. You can go.
Thanks, Inspector Thorne.
I got that license number on the car Mrs. Monterey was in, Chief. You get anything from Harvey?
Only that somebody did mastermind the bank robbery and murders. A Mr. Big.
Mr. Big? Is that the English bank robber Bridgewater you were telling me about, Chief?
That's for us to find out, Muggan.
You could have knocked me over with a feather when the wife of the head of the bank, that Mrs. Monterey, walked in. I tell you what, Chief.
Come in.
Inspector Thorne, they got that stool pigeon, Harvey. They shot him a block away.
What? Killed Harvey?
They work fast and effectively, Mr. Big's men.
They sure do.
Hello, this is Inspector Thorne.
Inspector Thorne, this is Stanley Monterey, head of the bank. I must see you at once.
Where are you, Mr. Monterey?
The bank. This is urgent.
I'll be right over. You have something new about the bank robbery and murders, Mr. Monterey?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. New trouble. It's a man named Jerome Wallace, one of our biggest stockholders. He's kicking up a row that could embarrass both the bank and myself.
How?
Why, this Wallace has virtually accused me of having a hand in the robbery.
But you have a reputation beyond reproach.
That seems to make no difference to Jerome Wallace, Inspector Thorne.
What's this man Wallace's background?
Well, he's made a lot of money in oil. Bought up a lot of the bank's stock.
And you have no idea why he's making this charge?
No, none at all.
You know, Mr. Monterey, I've never heard the like of the story you're telling me.
Well, whether you have or not, Inspector Thorne, I tell you this man is out to cause me trouble.
And you still say, Mr. Monterey, you've never heard of the English bank robber Bridgewater?
I told you before I've never heard of him, Inspector Thorne. And I'm not accustomed to having my word questioned.
Maybe that's because you've never had the police to deal with before, Mr. Monterey. Well, Sergeant Muggen, here we are, waiting to see Mr. Jerome Wallace, the man Monterey says accuses him of the robbery.
Yeah, and the one Mrs. Monterey told you was making passes at her.
Well, Inspector Thorne, what can I do for you?
How do you do, Mr. Wallace? This is Sergeant Muggen.
Delighted.
How do you do?
Mr. Wallace, we're here about the robbery and murders at the bank.
Well, you don't have to look any further than the head of the bank, Stanley Monterey.
Yes, I've heard that's your opinion. But we can't convict Mr. Monterey simply on opinions. On what facts do you base your suspicions?
Inspector Thorne, my suspicions about him are something I cannot ignore.
Then I tell you, Mr. Wallace, that this job was engineered by the famous English bank robber, Bridgewater.
Bridgewater? Name is familiar to me. Oh, yes, now I remember. One time I was in London, the robbery of Berlin's bank. But could he be working with Monterey?
I wonder.
Now, this throws an interesting light on the case, Inspector Thorne.
Mr. Wallace, you could help the police a great deal if you would not make your accusations against Stanley Monterey public just yet.
All right, Inspector Thorne, let's put it this way. If Monterey doesn't return the money to the bank, or if you can prove someone else took it, I will make my accusation of Monterey public at the end of 3 days.
You're asking a lot of a slow-thinking police officer like me to close up an important case like this in 3 days. But I'll do my best, Mr. Wallace, to deliver up the criminal.
If you're unsuccessful, Thorne, I'll feel it my civic duty to expose Stanley Monterey.
Inspector Thorne in the Mastermind Murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight, be sure to hear Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, as he brings you the story of the fire escape murder case. And here are a few reminders about Sunday evening's radio features. First, there's Tom Conway as gentleman detective Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Then screen actor Lloyd Nolan brings you another hard-hitting story as Martin Kane, Private Eye. And actor Carlton Young comes to the NBC microphone in the double role of Philip Galt and the Whisperer. As the Whisperer, he is able to enter the underworld, gain the confidence of criminals, and solve many of the cases which have long baffled the law enforcement authorities. Then, later Sunday evening, join Mr. Moto, the ace Japanese-American security agent, sworn to uphold world peace and bring to justice those who would push the world into another global conflict. Then, on Thursday evening, we present Dimension X, which features stories dealing in time and space, and brought to you in future tense. Hear Dimension X next Thursday. Well, there you have it, a brief rundown of the programs you soon will hear. Programs designed for the best in summer radio entertainment, and heard on this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Mastermind Murder case. Now, at the office of the Homicide Bureau, with just 3 days to solve the gigantic robbery and murders at a great Wall Street bank, Inspector Thorne bears down on his pursuit of the mysterious Mr. Big, the man behind the crime. Sergeant Muggen enters, downcast.
Chief, here's a report on the banker's wife, Mrs. Monterey.
Oh, let's see it, Muggen. Look how often Mrs. Monterey has been seeing Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, those people who were in the car with her when she came here to see me.
So what?
They only met a month ago. A woman like Mrs. Monterey doesn't ordinarily make intimate friends so fast. Muggen, I want you to get 2 tickets to the Bijou tonight.
You and me going to a show, Chief?
This morning's paper says that Mrs. Monterey is going there with the Stewarts. You and I are going, too, and we're going to meet them there. Accidentally, of course.
I don't go for this play, Inspector Thorne. I'm glad it's intermission.
There's Mrs. Stanley Monterey over there, Muggen, with the Stewarts. Follow me.
Right, Chief.
Good evening, Mrs. Monterey.
What? Inspector Thorne. How nice. And Sergeant Muggen. Are you enjoying the play?
It's too heavy for me.
Really, Sergeant Muggen? My husband often gets bored, too. That's why I'm so glad to have Clifton and Virginia Stewart to go with. Oh, I want you to meet them. Mr. and Mrs. Stewart, Inspector Thorne, Sergeant Muggen.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Inspector Thorne, the detective? I've often thought I'd make a good detective myself.
Oh, is that so?
But construction's my job.
Will you excuse me? There's some other friends of mine over there, and I'd like to say hello. Come along, Virginia.
All right, Jessica.
Yeah, Inspector Thorne, I'd like a word with you.
What about, Mr. Stewart?
It's about Mrs. Monterey. She's in a state over the bank robbery.
She is she? Have you been following the case closely, Mr. Stewart?
Yes, I've been following it in the papers. They certainly had a clever schedule worked out.
Schedule?
I mean, schedule.
Oh, yes.
And, of course, Mrs. Monterey is always talking about it.
Have you discussed it with Mr. Monterey, too?
I never met him. Mr. Monterey doesn't like going to shows very much, so we just naturally keep his wife company. Now, I like a good problem play. I suppose that's why I'm sensitive to Mrs. Monterey's feelings.
About the robbery and murders?
That's right. Now, knowing Mrs. Monterey and all, I've been doing some thinking, and I bet I could give you a tip or two.
Well, I could use some help. I'm getting the idea I'm pretty dumb catching on to this case. Tell you what, Mr. Stewart, here's my card.
Oh, thanks, Inspector Thorne.
Drop in and see me in the morning. Wait a minute. I think I've given you the wrong card. May I have it back?
Yeah, sure thing.
Here's the right one. Well, I'll be looking forward to your tips in the morning.
See you tomorrow, Inspector Thorne.
Good night, Mr. Stewart.
That character's a windbag, Chief.
Just a big butter and egg man, eh, Muggen?
Sure, typical.
That's why you're wrong. Clifton Stewart's not typical. He's cunning. And he's not an American. He's an Englishman. He's an international crook.
What?
Yes, Muggen. From the way Stewart used one word, I know he's not an American, but an Englishman. And I think the fingerprints I tricked him into giving me on this card will show he's the famous English bank robber, Bridgewater.
And shortly after the theater, across town, we hear 2 men's voices on the telephone.
Hello?
Hello, this is Bridgewater.
Yes?
I ran into Inspector Thorne at the theater tonight. I'm seeing him tomorrow to give him my theories on the case.
Well, that should be amusing. You know what to say.
He's shrewd, though he claims to be dumb.
I'm shrewder. Have you met the man I told you to meet?
Not yet.
Well, work on it. There's no time to lose.
Now, next morning at the Homicide Bureau, things are beginning to happen. Inspector Thorne looks up as Sergeant Muggen enters excitedly.
What do you think of this, Inspector Thorne? Another stool pigeon, Big Mouth Louie, made it his business to get hold of me. He told me who Mr. Big is.
Who is he, Muggen?
It's the head of the bank, Stanley Monterey.
Monterey? Big Mouth Louie told you that?
Word for word. Stanley Monterey is Mr. Big.
I've got something for you, too, Muggen. I have the report on Clifton Stewart's fingerprints. He is the famous English bank robber, Bridgewater.
Then Stewart's Mr. Big and Monterey ain't.
Muggen, my hunch is that Bridgewater, alias Clifton Stewart, is working for someone else. And that this someone else is the real Mr. Big. Hello?
Mr. Clifton Stewart's here to see you, Inspector Thorne.
Have him come in.
Well, speak of the devil, Muggin. Here's Stewart in person.
What a nerve that bird's got to come here. I'll have my gun ready, Inspector Thorne. This Bridgewater might be dangerous.
He is dangerous, Muggin.
Good morning, Inspector Thorne.
Well, glad you came, Mr. Stewart. Have a chair.
Thanks. Morning, Sergeant Muggin.
Morning.
You said you had some theories on the case, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, Inspector Thorne. I read you've been checking people like this Harvey Zaffer, the crook who was bumped off.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it seems to me that petty crooks like that couldn't possibly have managed something as big as this bank holdup, killing 4 men.
As a matter of fact, we know there's a Mr. Big behind this.
A Mr. Big? I might have known you'd be on the ball, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, we're pretty sure there was some mastermind behind the bank robbery and murders. Someone who might have been a successful businessman if his mind weren't twisted. An executive. Or a successful construction man like yourself.
Yes, or a banker. Inspector Thorne, you're barking up the wrong tree. This is an inside job. And my tip is to look for someone who knows the bank inside out.
That makes sense, Mr. Stewart. Had the same idea myself.
You did?
We know another thing. Mr. Big is also ruthless. Muggin, you may have wondered why I took fingerprints off just one of the murdered men at the robbery. The laboratory has verified my suspicions. That was the body of a crook, a member of Mr. Big's gang.
Mr. Big had one of his own men bumped off?
What?
Sure. That's what this Mr. Big always does. He kills off his Confederates and keeps the loot himself.
How did you know this, Chief?
From the way the body was lying. Out of the line of the machine gun fire that killed the other victims.
You're sure Mr. Big put his own man on the spot?
Oh, absolutely. But the funny thing is, he missed getting the one man he really wanted out of his way. The actual leader of the holdup, the famous English bank robber, Bridgewater.
Who did you say he missed getting?
The famous English bank robber, a fellow named Bridgewater.
Well, that's certainly interesting, Inspector Thorne. But I'm taking up too much of your time, so I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Stewart.
What a cool customer.
More than cool, Muggin. He's got a bad case of the chills, now that he knows how Mr. Big treats his boys.
Hello?
This is Bridgewater.
Well?
I saw Thorne. He's on to Mr. Big, but he doesn't know who he is. Listen, what are you planning for me?
What do you mean?
I know you had one of the boys killed. Are you fixing to throw me to Thorne?
Don't be silly, Bridgewater. Why should I do that?
I think Thorne suspects me.
Don't worry. I've got my plans all made for Thorne. And there won't even be a body left when I get through.
Now, Inspector Thorne, in danger of his life, moves in on Mr. Big. But first, he goes to see Clifton Stewart, who is really the famous English bank robber, Bridgewater. And Bridgewater, tricked by Thorne into suspecting a double-cross, has decided things are too hot for him, and he's frenziedly phoning an airport.
Hello? Hello. Why don't they answer? Go ahead, ring the doorbell, whoever you are. No one will answer. Hello, airport. When does the next plane leave for England? Who? Inspector Thorne.
Hello, Mr. Stewart.
What do you mean by breaking in like this?
Sergeant Muggin here carries an assortment of passkeys.
Very simple lock, Mr. Stewart.
I was on the telephone. I suppose I might as well hang up now.
You might as well give up, Mr. Stewart. Or should I say, Bridgewater.
What are you talking about, Thorne?
I knew who you were 2 minutes after we met. By the way you pronounced one word.
What kind of a joke?
You said it was amazing, the schedule the bank robbers worked out.
Well, so I did.
An American says schedule. Only an Englishman pronounces it schedule.
Well, that doesn't prove I'm Bridgewater.
It gave me the lead I needed. Then I got your fingerprints on that card I mistakenly gave you at the theater.
Look out, Chief.
I've got you covered. Don't move, Bridgewater, or I'll kill you.
The devil, Thorne. You'd never have gotten me if it weren't for...
For whom, Bridgewater? You might as well say it. Mr. Big betrayed you. Why should you protect him? The one chance you've got is to talk.
All right, Inspector Thorne. Mr. Big asked for it. Tried to put me on the spot, did he? Now he can burn with me.
Here I am, back again, Mr. Wallace.
So, you've come, Inspector Thorne. I was afraid you'd be late. The 3 days are almost up. Well, have you got your man?
I think so.
Good. I was inclined to think no detective could possibly live up to your spectacular reputation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Wallace. You have a wonderful art collection. That painting is beautiful.
Yes, isn't it?
And over there, Mr. Wallace, on the wall, that pretty little picture. Pictures like that very often conceal a wall safe. Is that why you've got it there?
Conceal a wall safe?
I know it does. And I think I know what's inside of it. The millions in cash that were stolen from the bank 3 days ago, and 4 men murdered.
Yes, that's right, Thorne. I'll show it to you. I'm so sorry to have to use this gun. Come over here. Here. A twirl of a dial, and here's the money.
Oh, you've got it wrapped up very neatly.
Would you like to know my plans for you?
I guess you'll take me down into the cellar.
Congratulations, you are smart.
I claim to be dumb.
I'll just relieve you of your gun. A small precaution. I think we're ready now, Inspector Thorne. Open the door. Down the stairs.
Left turn at the bottom. Isn't that right, Wallace?
You seem to have done this before. Oh, yes, you're smart, but not smart enough. For years I've outwitted you and your kind, Thorne. The police never knew I existed. They blamed the crimes on other people.
Like Bridgewater.
You know of that, eh? My compliments. You know too much.
And that's why you're going to take me into the little room with the thick walls, and then dispose of my remains in the incinerator.
You are too smart, Inspector Thorne. But you won't bother me much longer.
Other men like you have cornered me, Wallace, without getting away with it.
Other men were not Mr. Big. Now, there's the door to the little room, Thorne. Open it. Step in, Thorne. Step in!
Get against that wall, Wallace. You're covered.
Good work, Sergeant Muggen. You see, Wallace, while you were amusing yourself with me, Sergeant Muggen, with some of our men, took over your house. This time you slipped. You should have stayed at your job of being a straight criminal. Your big mistake was trying to get revenge on Mrs. Monterey, the banker's wife, because she rebuffed you. Trying to ruin her by ruining her husband.
I'll get you for this, Thorne.
Tell that to the judge and jury, Wallace. Hold out your hands for the handcuffs. I arrest you for first-degree murder.
And so ends the Mastermind Murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Carol Warner Gluck and Edward Francis from the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Friday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in the Doc Cigarette Murder Case. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons on NBC. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in the Doc Cigarette Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Doc Cigarette Murder Case. Shadows are beginning to fall as in the noisy, crowded heart of the city, we see a young man in his early 20s urging a girl down the back stairs from the Conroy Music School on the second floor of an old building. The young man is Don Galen, the well-known jazz clarinetist.
and he takes the girl, Flora Withers, out of the back door and into a narrow alley beside the school, saying,
Don't be so curious, Flora. I'll put you wise in a second.
What is all about, Don? I don't see why you have to drag me into the alley.
Hush up, Flora, and get through this door.
All right, Don, but I
guess we're safe here in the alley.
Safe? Well, what do you mean?
Listen, Flora. I've struck something hot in the music school. Something dangerous.
Something dangerous, Don?
Terribly. I want your advice on what to do about it, Flora.
Well, what is it?
Step away from the door a little. That's it. Now, you know that...
Don, look out! No, not me. I don't know anything. I've got to run.
And now, a few minutes later, we see policemen holding back the crowds at each end of the alley, while a police sergeant stands guard over the body of the murdered man lying at the back door leading to the Conroy Music School. Suddenly, a quiet but authoritative man comes through the crowds. The fabulous Inspector Thorne of Homicide, and approaches the police sergeant, saying,
You beat me to it, Sergeant Muggen.
I was right on call, Inspector Thorne.
What's the pitch?
This young guy caught some lead in his back, Chief. His name's Don Galen, according to stuff in his pocket.
Don Galen, huh? Any witnesses?
No one. The cop on the beat heard shooting and ran over. Likewise, some citizens walking on the avenue. It was all over by that time.
See, this door leads upstairs, Muggen.
Yeah, Chief, it goes to the Conroy Music School. I've kept everyone in there.
Good work. There might be a connection with the dead young man, Don Galen, and the school.
That's what I figured.
Conroy Music School, huh? Is that Lou Conroy, Muggen, the man who was once a big-time jazz musician?
Right the first crack, Chief. Conroy owns and runs the school. And is he putting up a holler?
A holler?
Conroy says we've got no right to hold him or anybody else in the school.
That's so, Muggen. Let's go upstairs to the Conroy Music School. We're starting with Mr. Lou Conroy. How do you do, Mr. Conroy? I'm Inspector Thorne. You've met Sergeant Muggen, I believe.
He sure has.
Sergeant Muggen has been taking some pretty high-handed measures around here, Inspector Thorne. Locking us up like a bunch of criminals.
One of you might be a murderer, Mr. Conroy.
Nobody's a murderer around here, Inspector Thorne. You're giving my music school a bad name.
It'll have a worse name if you don't cooperate with the police.
All right. What do you want of me?
Do you know the young man who was shot near the back door of your school?
I can't help where he was shot.
Answer me. Do you know the murdered Don Galen?
He was a teacher here at the Conroy Music School.
So the dead man was a teacher here, and you object to talking to the police. I wonder why.
Oh, now, look, Inspector Thorne, you're getting this wrong.
Am I, Mr. Conroy?
Oh, I guess I got too riled up. But you see, I built this school on my own reputation, and it means a lot to me. I can't have people fouling it up.
Especially the police, Mr. Conroy?
I'm telling you what I know.
Go on. You say the murdered Don Galen was a teacher here.
Yes, Inspector Thorne. Don was only about 25, but he had a hot name as a clarinet player. We put him on the staff for prestige. Come to think of it.
What, Mr. Conroy?
Just before the murder, I saw Don go out with one of the pupils here in the school.
What pupil?
A would-be blues singer, Flora Withers. She was studying here. I noticed them because it seemed to me that Don Galen was sneaking out with Flora, sneaking down the back stairs.
They weren't sneaking.
Judy. Oh, Inspector Thorne. Sergeant Muggen. This is my niece, Judy Smith.
Well, I heard what you were saying, Uncle Lou, and it isn't so. I saw Don and Flora go out, and they weren't sneaking at all, Inspector Thorne.
Do you work here at your uncle's music school, Miss Smith?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. I do the secretarial work. And I was right in my office at the head of the back stairs when Don Galen and Flora Withers left.
You're a fool, Judy. Why don't you stay out of this?
Well, why should I, Uncle Lou?
Because Flora shot Don Galen.
Why do you say that, Mr. Conroy?
Yes, Uncle Lou. Why?
Well, if I must talk, because of you, Judy.
Because of me?
You stole Don away from Flora, didn't you?
That's a perfectly horrible thing to say.
But is it true, Judy?
It most certainly is not, Inspector Thorne. Why, Flora Withers and I were friends.
I've got eyes in my head, Judy. I saw Don making up to you.
But Flora didn't care, and even if she did, she'd never murder anybody, Uncle Lou. Why, she's a nice girl.
In that case, where is Flora Withers? She was due here for a lesson with me, and she hasn't turned up. It looks as if she's taking it on the lam.
You've got something there, Mr. Conroy. Sergeant Muggen, send out a call to pick up Flora Winters.
Got you, Chief.
Who else is in the school now, Mr. Conroy?
Only Bob Seymour, the business manager, and my wife, Evelyn. The dinner hour is always quiet, Inspector Thorne.
Where are Bob Seymour and your wife?
Oh, Bob Seymour was very busy getting out some instruments that we rent and repair as a sideline. He's in the room at the end of the hall.
And your wife?
Oh, my wife, Evelyn, was waiting to go out to dinner with me. She's probably reading a magazine somewhere.
Well, Mr. Conroy, I think I'll have a talk with your business manager, Bob Seymour.
Bob Seymour couldn't have anything to do with this, Inspector Thorne.
I'm just a dumb cop, Conroy. But I can't help wondering why you don't want me to talk to anybody. Don't try to leave here until I give the word.
What a mess. And you're not helping, Judy.
But, Uncle Lou,
Why do you have to protect Flora Withers? It's plain as day she did it.
Well, it's not plain to me.
Maybe you just want to think that, Judy, so you won't feel responsible. Now, listen to your Uncle Lou. Stay out of it.
Maybe I will and maybe I won't, Uncle Lou. But I won't believe that Flora killed Don until I see the proof.
Judy, come back. Judy!
And now, as Inspector Thorne enters the office of Bob Seymour, business manager of the Conroy Music School, we hear...
Bob Seymour, I'm Inspector Thorne of Homicide.
Oh. Come in, Inspector Thorne.
Well, you've got quite a stock of musical instruments in this room.
They come and go, rent and repair stuff. A good service for musicians and a fairly profitable sideline for the school.
Mm-hmm. What did you know about the murdered clarinet player, Don Galen?
Well, he brought us a lot of business, Inspector Thorne.
You have a one-track mind, Mr. Seymour.
I suppose I do. But I hardly knew Don outside of business, except that one of the students had a crush on him.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. A pretty kid named Flora Withers, trying to be a blues singer.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Sergeant Muggen?
The alarm's out for Flora Withers. First step, she didn't go home.
You mean Flora Withers is missing?
That's right, Mr. Seymour.
So Flora Withers killed Don Galen?
Maybe, Mr. Seymour.
But if Flora's missing, she was jealous of the little secretary here, Judy Smith.
So I've heard. Now, who's that?
That's Evelyn, Mrs. Conroy, playing that phonograph of hers again.
Funny time for Mrs. Conroy to be playing a record.
And a funny song to pick, Muggen. Frankie and Johnny, the torch song of the ages.
Evelyn Conroy used to be a popular torch singer before she lost her voice and her looks, Inspector Thorne. Now she spends a great deal of her time sitting around playing records.
You don't say. Did Mrs. Conroy have any dealings with the murdered Don Galen, Mr. Seymour?
Just that Mrs. Conroy is the one who suggested giving Don Galen a teaching job here at the school.
You mean it wasn't her husband's idea, even though he owns the school?
Evelyn practically forced Conroy to employ Don Galen here at the school.
Why did Conroy object?
Oh, jealous, I guess, Inspector Thorne. Conroy was a big-timer once. Likes to lead the band, not play second fiddle to a famous clarinet player like Don Galen.
So Evelyn Conroy sponsors Don Galen, and he's murdered, and now she's playing this particular record, Frankie and Johnny.
Holy hat, Chief. You don't think...
I'm not up on music, Muggen, but I remember one verse of that song that goes, Johnny saw Frankie a-comin'. Please now, Frankie, don't shoot. But Frankie put her finger on the trigger, and the gun went root-toot-toot. She shot her man, 'cause he done her wrong.
Golly, Inspector Thorne. Maybe Evelyn Conroy was in love with Don Galen. Maybe she killed him out of jealousy.
Let's go, Sergeant Muggen, and see if we can find out.
Okay, Chief.
It's coming from one of these small rooms down the hall.
Must be this one.
Yes. Yes, there's Evelyn Conroy at the phonograph. Mrs. Conroy.
Yes?
I'm Inspector Thorne of the police. This is Sergeant Muggen. We heard the record you were playing, Mrs. Conroy.
I was just amusing myself while waiting for my husband.
With the dead man on the doorstep?
Why not?
I may be wrong, but it seems an odd time to play a torch song.
That depends, Inspector Thorne. This particular one I'm playing is very appropriate. seeing that Flora shot her man because he done her wrong.
Flora Withers, Mrs. Conroy.
Of course. Who else?
You yourself have been suggested, Mrs. Conroy.
Me? That's absurd.
Is it? Bob Seymour says you got Don Galen on the staff of the music school.
Well, suppose I did.
For what reason?
Now I see what you're driving at. I got Don Galen on the staff because he was an asset to the school, and for no other reason.
So you say.
There was nothing personal between me and Don Galen, Sergeant Muggin.
Listen, sister, between your kind and a guy, it's always personal.
I don't have to take such cracks. Ha ha. I'll bet Mr. Big Mouth Seymour didn't tell you that he had a fight with Don Galen.
You say Bob Seymour and the murdered man, Don Galen, had a fight?
I'll say they did, Inspector Thorne. Don accused Bob of holding out money, commissions on pupils that Don brought into the school.
The murdered man accused Bob Seymour of cheating him.
That's right.
Frankly, I'm puzzled, Mrs. Conroy. Your husband owns and runs this music school. Wouldn't he know about the money as well as Bob Seymour?
This was something between Bob and Don.
Really? Don Galen could have found out that both Bob and your husband were cheating him.
Get hep, Inspector Thorne. That would-be blues singer, Flora Withers, shot Don. It's obvious.
So everyone tells me. But maybe I'm too stupid to see it this fast.
Flora was nuts for Don, get it? And he was going for my niece, Judy.
Is that so?
If Flora didn't kill Don, why would she take it on the lam?
How did you know Flora Withers is missing?
Why, my husband told me.
I wonder what else your husband told you, Mrs. Conroy.
What do you mean?
I wonder if he told you to put suspicion on Flora.
He did nothing of the kind.
Or was it your own idea? Come on, Sergeant Muggin.
Okay, Chief. What next?
I'm bothered, Muggin. It doesn't fit together. It's like a jigsaw puzzle with a piece missing.
If you ask me, there are too many pieces.
None of them right. Come on down the hall to the back stairs.
Okay, Chief. Listen, maybe we are looking for trouble. The fact is the would-be blues singer Flora Withers went down those back stairs with the murdered Don Galen. And now Flora's missing.
Flora Withers looks guilty, Muggin, but what gets me is the way all these other people in the music school are reacting.
You think one of them did it?
I don't know, but if the blues singer did it, why did the others act so suspicious?
Yeah.
And yet, they're not really suspicious. All I get is hints.
Take it easy, Chief.
I must be dumber than I thought, Muggin. If only I had... Muggin, there on the floor. Maybe that's the missing piece of the puzzle.
That cigarette butt?
This isn't just an ordinary cigarette butt. Take a look at that filler. It's unusually dark and ragged.
A reefer?
Yes, a reefer. That's what cigarettes filled with dope, marijuana, are commonly called.
What's a dope-filled cigarette doing in the hall of a music school?
Exactly, Muggin. What I want to know is, where and how does drug trading come into this? If it does. Or was it a crime of passion after all?
Inspector Thorne in the Doc Cigarette murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Tonight, hear another exciting adventure as Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, is called in to solve the baffling Rose Garden murder case. And here are a few more program notes. Sunday, be sure to hear the further adventures of gentleman detective Simon Templar, alias the Saint. Also on Sunday, there's screen actor Lloyd Nolan as hard-hitting Martin Kane, Private Eye. And then there's the new series featuring The Whisperer, an investigator who enters the underworld and solves many of the cases which have long confused the law enforcement authorities. Then hear adventure and international intrigue as James Monks comes to the NBC microphone as Mr. Moto. And here's a listening reminder about Thursday evenings. If you like radio drama that is different, stories you won't easily forget, hear Dimension X. Dimension X brings you stories of time and space and brought to you in future tense. Hear Dimension X next Thursday for something new in radio entertainment. Well, there you have it. A brief rundown of the programs you'll soon be hearing over this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Dark Cigarette Murder Case. When the famous young clarinet player, Don Galen, is shot at the back entrance of the Conroy Music School where he taught, suspicion falls on the blues singer, Flora Withers, who has disappeared. Lou Conroy, head of the school, insists that Flora shot Don because he had thrown her over for Conroy's niece, Judy Smith. But Judy indignantly denies this. Inspector Thorne is baffled and dissatisfied as he meets Bob Seymour, the business manager of the school, who quarreled with the murdered musician over money. And then Evelyn Conroy, wife of the head of the school, who may have been in love with Don and jealous of Flora, the missing blues singer. And then the case takes a new twist for Inspector Thorne as he finds a marijuana-filled cigarette, a reefer, in the hallway of the music school. And we see him now at headquarters revealing an unusual plan to Sergeant Muggin.
Still no word about the missing blues singer, Flora Withers, Muggin?
Not a sign of it, Chief. She knows we're looking for her, too. It's been in every newspaper. She's got to be guilty or she'd turn up.
Maybe. But what about that reefer we found in the hallway of the Conroy Music School?
We're getting no place, Chief. The guards we put on to watch the school haven't been able to latch onto a thing either. Drugs or anything else. And the newspaper boys keep nagging me. This murdered clarinet player, Don Galen, had a lot of fans.
Muggin, I'm going to give you a story to tell the newspaper men.
Yeah?
You're going to tell them that the would-be blues singer, Flora Withers, has been found.
Oh, but Chief...
She's been found, Muggin. Or at least her body.
Her body?
Tell the reporters that the body of Flora Withers, the missing young blues singer, was found today in the river. A suicide.
Okay, if you say so.
Then, Muggin, I want you to go to all the people at the school. Conroy and his wife, the business manager, Bob Seymour, and Conroy's niece, Judy Smith.
Yeah?
Tell them that we're satisfied that the blues singer, Flora Withers, shot Don Galen and then committed suicide. Tell them that the case is closed.
Uh-huh.
Then, in public, call off the police guards at the school and replace them on the QT with a couple of our best plainclothesmen. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Then get going.
Well, Inspector Thorne, the newspaper story you dreamed up appeared this morning, and the guys at the school have been called off.
Good, Muggin.
What happens now, Chief?
We wait.
For what?
Maybe for this phone call, Muggin. Inspector Thorne speaking.
This is Bob Seymour, Inspector Thorne, the business manager at the Conroy Music School.
Yes, Mr. Seymour.
This newspaper story about the body of Flora Withers being found in the river, is it true, Inspector Thorne?
Why do you doubt it, Mr. Seymour?
It just doesn't seem like Flora, though I didn't know her well, of course.
Well, Mr. Seymour, the guards at the school have been called off, and you've been told the case is closed. Doesn't that answer your question?
Yes, I suppose so.
Goodbye, Mr. Seymour.
Goodbye, Inspector Thorne.
One party heard from, Muggin. One party who wants to make sure that Flora is dead.
I don't see what...
Open the door, Sergeant Muggin. This may be the next party.
Okay, Chief.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Conroy, come right in.
We read the story in the papers, Inspector Thorne.
Yeah, about poor Flora being found in the river.
My wife and I wondered if we could be of any help.
In what way, Mr. Conroy?
I've been rather bothered by the way I treated the police at first, Inspector, and I want to make up for it.
Yes?
I thought perhaps you needed someone to identify Flora's body.
Seeing she was all alone in the city, poor thing.
My wife and I will be glad to help, Inspector Thorne.
Well, that's very public-spirited of you both. Unusually so. But Flora Withers' body has been identified to our satisfaction.
It has?
So there's no need for you to see the body, Mr. and Mrs. Conroy.
Inspector Thorne, I wonder if... Well, Uncle Lou and Aunt Evelyn, what are you doing here?
I might ask you the same thing, Judy.
Just a moment. Sergeant Muggin, I'm expecting someone. Step outside and see that we're not interrupted here.
Right you are, Chief.
Now, what is it, Judy?
Well, I read about Flora killing herself.
Yes.
It's so awful to think of her in the morgue.
Now, Judy.
She was such a nice girl, Uncle Lou, and I feel kind of responsible. If she killed Don because he left her for me...
It wasn't your fault, Judy.
Fault or not, I just can't bear to think of her lying there alone. Inspector Thorne, I'd like to do what I can for Flora. May
you what, Judy?
May I give her a decent funeral?
That's an excellent idea, Judy. It would be very good for the music school to show decent feeling.
That's right, Lou.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, Muggin?
Your appointment is here, Chief.
Very well, Muggin. Mr. and Mrs. Conroy, Judy, you'll have to leave now. Go this way, please, out the private door.
But, Inspector Thorne...
What about Flora, the funeral?
I'll see what can be done, Judy. Goodbye. Well, Muggin, that story we planted in the newspapers about finding the body of Flora Withers is getting results.
But you don't know the half of it, Chief.
Oh, yes, I do, Muggin. Tell the missing blues singer, Flora Withers, to step in.
How did you know, Chief? Okay, Miss Withers.
Welcome, Miss Withers.
What's the idea of saying I'm dead and that I killed Don and threw myself in the river, Inspector Thorne?
What's the idea of hiding out, Miss Withers?
That's my business.
And it was my business to find you. I thought that story would do it.
What? You mean...
I mean it was a plant. Now talk.
Well, Inspector Thorne, I had to hide. I was afraid to come here.
Afraid of being arrested, Flora?
Oh, no, Sergeant Muggin. Afraid of being killed, like Don.
Yes?
Don took me down in that alley to tell me something, Inspector Thorne. He got as far as saying he'd found out something dangerous about the music school, and he was shot from the doorway.
Who shot him?
That's the trouble. I didn't see who it was. The door was only open a little.
So we still don't know who killed Don or what he was going to say.
No, Sergeant Muggin. But now I'm sure the school is a center for drug distribution.
Drugs?
And that Don Galen was killed because he found out.
How awful.
But who's in on it? And where's the proof we need? Miss Withers, you can help us get that proof.
Me, Inspector?
I warn you, it may be dangerous.
Don was my friend, Inspector Thorne. I'd like to get the person who killed him.
Very well. Now, listen.
And now, late that night at the Conroy Music School, we see Judy Smith, the young niece, going into the alley, through the back door, up the dimly lit staircase. She opens the door to the reception room and gasps.
Oh, Bob Seymour.
Judy.
Oh, you frightened me.
I don't feel so chipper myself. What on earth are you doing here, Judy?
It's very strange. I got a telegram.
I see.
What do you mean, Bob?
I got a telegram, too.
You didn't.
My telegram says, "Dead women tell tales. If you want to learn something to your interest, be at the Conroy Music School at 11 tonight."
Why, that's exactly what mine says.
What can it mean, Judy?
I don't know, but someone's coming.
Get back out of the light.
Oh, Uncle Lou, Aunt Evelyn.
Judy. Evelyn, it's Judy.
I can see Judy, Lou. And Bob Seymour, too.
What's going on?
Hold on, Conroy. Did you and your wife, Evelyn, get a telegram to be here at 11 o'clock tonight?
Oh, yes, Bob.
Judy and I got telegrams, too.
No.
Hail, the gang's all here.
Be quiet, Evelyn. This is serious.
You're telling me. I'm leaving.
Wait a minute, Evelyn. We've got to find out what this is all about.
You find out, Lou, and tell me.
Hold your horses, Evelyn. We're all in this together.
Listen, Bob Seymour, I know when to clear out.
Look at the time.
Time, Judy?
It's 11 o'clock. That's the hour in the telegrams.
I'm leaving right now.
Listen.
Hello, everybody.
It's Flora Withers, risen from the dead.
Good Lord.
Flora.
Don't you think I'm a healthy corpse?
Make her go away. Make her go away.
Shut up, Evelyn Conroy. I'm no more dead than you are.
Oh.
I don't understand. The police have your body.
Not my body, Mr. Conroy. I found another girl who looked enough like me. I got rid of her. Dressed her in my clothes.
But why? What?
Okay, you're alive, Flora. What do you want?
You have nerve, Bob.
Quit stalling. You sent us those telegrams to meet you here.
That's right. I have a proposition to make.
A proposition?
Don Galen was killed because he found out something about the music school. He just had time to tell me what he learned before he was shot.
What could Don find out about the school?
I think you know, Mr. Conroy, and I intend to cash in on it.
What are you talking about?
I'll put it in plain English. Drugs are being distributed from the school. I have the proof. And I'm going to tell the cops unless you fork over $10,000.
No, it's not true.
The cops think I'm dead. That's just the way I planned it. And if you behave yourself, I'll just fade away like a good little corpse.
Flora, you're mad.
I told you I had the proof, Conroy. You ship the drugs inside the musical instruments you rent and repair.
No.
Some of the jobs are on the level, but others are phony. Blinds for shipping dope all over the country to people pretending to be musicians.
It's a lie, a crazy lie. I'm calling the police.
I wouldn't do that, Conroy.
The girl's crazy, Bob.
I said, don't call the police.
Bob, put down that gun.
Get over in that corner, Conroy, with Flora. You too, Mrs. Conroy.
Bob!
You see, Flora Withers is right.
You can't mean...
Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Conroy, drugs are being distributed from the school. They're being distributed by me and your niece, Judy.
No!
Yes, me, Uncle Lou, your innocent little girl. Oh, you and Aunt Evelyn are so stupid a child could fool you.
That's enough, Judy. They've got a job to finish.
Well, what are you going to do?
Unfortunately, you know too much, Conroy, and so does your wife, Evelyn. And Miss Flora Withers.
He's going to kill us.
You're right, Evelyn.
Oh.
Judy, go ahead of us. I'm taking them down the stairs into the alley. You go first, and when the coast is clear, knock on the door once.
All right, Bob.
Get moving, you three, and no funny stuff, or I'll pull this trigger.
Drop that gun, Bob Seymour.
Inspector Thorne!
No! I'm hit! Judy, run for it!
I've got Judy, Chief. And I have Bob Seymour, Sergeant Muggin. All the rest of you all right?
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
You rat, Thorne, you got me in the arm.
That's not all you're going to get, Bob Seymour. You and the Conroy's niece, Judy, peddled drugs and killed Don Galen because he got wise.
You got no proof. We deny everything.
Don't be ridiculous. The state witness is Flora Withers, the blues singer.
Flora?
Yes, Seymour. Flora died and was resurrected by arrangement with the police. She sent those telegrams by arrangement with the police and knew about the shipments of drugs and the musical instruments because the police intercepted the trumpets you sent out today, believing that the case was closed.
I told you to be careful, Bob.
Shut up, Judy.
You'd better, Judy. I got the whole drug idea when I found the butt of your dope-filled cigarette in the hall. You smoked it for courage when the time came for the murder. It had your color lipstick on the tip. Take them away, Muggin.
And so ends the Doc Cigarette murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Carl Weber. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Bill Belgard, based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins speaking, and reminding you that next week, Inspector Thorne in the Nickels and Dimes murder case will be heard next Thursday evening. Consult your local paper for time of broadcast. Stay tuned for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on NBC. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in the Nickels and Dimes murder case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau. Those investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Nickels and Dimes murder case. It is late one night as we see a tense and drawn young man waiting and watching in the shadows near the door to a private house. He stiffens as a taxi draws up and a beautiful woman steps out of the cab and into the house. The young man throws his cigarette to the pavement and moves after her, saying,
There she is. Liza's home. I've seen her go into the house with my own eyes. No one can tell me she isn't home this time. I'll ring the bell. She'll have to talk to me. Claire or nobody else can tell me Liza's not home. I've seen her go in myself.
Oh, it's you, James Gray.
Let me in, Claire. I want to see Liza.
Liza isn't home.
That's a lie. I saw Liza go in the house just now.
Liza is not home,
Now, you
James.
listen to me, Claire. You're only Liza's aunt. You've got no right to stop me from seeing her.
Don't you understand? Your wife, Liza, doesn't want to see you. Your wife is through with you.
Get out of my way.
Stop it, James. You can't go in.
I'm going to see Liza.
What are you doing here, James?
Liza. I've got to see you, Liza. Got to talk to you.
He pushed his way in, Liza.
All right, Aunt Claire. Now, James...
Liza, I love you.
James.
If you knew how I missed you. There was something between us that nothing could end.
James, you and I are through.
No, Liza, I won't believe it.
You mean you won't?
No. You love me. I know you love me. We belong together.
It's over, James. Finished.
I won't have it that way. You're coming home with me.
Let go of my arm. Now leave or I'll call a policeman.
All right. I'll go. But no one else will ever have you, Liza. You're my wife. You belong to me.
And now it is the next night in the wife Liza's bedroom. As the door opens, Liza suddenly sits up in her bed.
Who's that? What are you doing?
And now in the morning light, two men stand looking at the dead body of the estranged young wife Liza. One man is the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of homicide. The other, his assistant, Sergeant Muggen. And we hear Inspector Thorne saying,
The room's a shambles, Sergeant Muggen. Furniture overturned, blood spattered. The dead woman struck at least a dozen times.
It looks like the victim, Liza Gray, put up something of a fight, Inspector Thorne.
She didn't have a chance, not with those blows to the head, Muggen.
I'm looking for the traditional blunt instrument, Chief, but I don't see one.
What are these coins on the floor? 2 nickels and a dime. As shiny as the day they came from the mint.
Brand new, huh?
Yeah, look over in that corner, Muggen. There are some more nickels and dimes, and they are under the bureau.
Yeah, Chief, and every one of them is brand new.
You can quit hunting for that blunt instrument, Sergeant Muggen.
Huh?
Here's your murder weapon. These new nickels and dimes. The killer filled a handkerchief or a piece of cloth with these coins, tied them in solidly, and had a homemade weapon that was used to beat Liza Gray to death.
It would be like a bag filled with metal.
Yes, Muggen. When the murderer struck Liza Gray with this bag of coins, it must have come apart.
And the nickels and dimes scattered all over the room.
Right, Muggen. Here, come outside. I'm ready to talk to the woman who reported the murder, Miss Claire Alsop.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Miss Alsop,
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
I understand that the murdered woman, Liza Gray, was your niece.
Yes, that's right.
Would you tell me what happened, please?
Inspector Thorne, my niece Liza and I were alone in the house.
You have no servants, Miss Alsop?
We had a woman come in and clean, but we ate out except for breakfast. That's how I happened to find poor Liza.
Oh, how do you mean, Miss Alsop?
I'd made our morning coffee as usual. And when I went to Liza's room to tell her it was ready, I found her. Murdered. Oh, Inspector Thorne, it was dreadful.
Now, take it easy, Miss Alsop. You heard nothing last night? No sounds of a struggle, perhaps?
These walls are pretty thick. You don't hear much from room to room.
Yes, it's true.
If I only realized James meant what he said, I never would have left my niece's side.
James?
Who's he?
James was Liza's husband, Sergeant Muggen.
Her husband?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. And James had threatened to kill Liza.
Now we're getting someplace, Chief.
You'll see, Muggen. Tell me, Miss Alsop, why did Liza's husband, James, threaten to kill her?
Because my niece Liza had left him.
Oh, for another man?
Oh, no. No, it was James's fault. My poor niece found out James was carrying on with a girl named Maria Sunter.
I see.
A girl he'd met when he was overseas in the army. James had the nerve to help this Maria Sunta get into the United States without saying one word to my niece.
And when your niece Liza found out, she left James?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. Fortunately, Liza had her own money, so she could be independent and leave her husband if she liked.
Well, then this house belonged to your niece, Liza.
That's right, Inspector. She asked me to come and live with her when she left her husband, James.
I may be slow, Miss Olsop, but I don't get it. If James was having an affair with Maria Sunta, the girl from Europe, why would he murder his wife?
I don't know, Inspector. He said he loved her. The night before last, James pushed his way into this house and told Liza no one else would ever have her. He said, Liza, you're my wife. You belong to me.
Chief, it looks like the guy wanted to have his cake and eat it, too.
Yes, apparently, Sergeant Morgan. Miss Olsop, is that your purse on the table?
Why, yes, Inspector Thorne.
May I look at the change in it?
The change? Why, of course.
Quarter, 3 pennies, 2 nickels, and a dime. All old. Thank you, Miss Olsop. Where does your niece Liza's husband, James Gray, live?
At the Hotel Beverly, Inspector.
Thank you, Miss Olsop. Come on, Muggin. We're going to see James Gray.
And now at the Hotel Beverly, we see Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggin approaching the apartment of James Gray, the estranged husband of the murdered Liza Gray. And we hear...
Are you James Gray?
Yes.
I'm Inspector Thorne of Homicide. This is Sergeant Muggin.
Yes.
May we come in?
What is it?
It's about your wife.
About Liza?
Your wife has been murdered, Mr. Gray.
Murdered? You mean Liza's dead?
Yes.
Dead? Who did it? I'll kill her.
Take it easy, bro.
We've had enough killing, Mr. Gray. Now, you say you want to catch the murderer?
I'll do anything, Inspector Thorne.
Well, then first let me see the change in your pockets.
What?
Hand me any coins you have in your pockets, Mr. Gray.
Yes, of course. Here you are, Inspector Thorne.
All old. See if there are any more, Muggin.
Okay, Chief.
What is this?
That's all the coins he's got on him, Chief.
All right. You can put the coins back, Mr. Gray. When did you last see your wife, Liza?
When did I... Last week. Last Tuesday.
10 days ago?
Yes, Inspector Thorne.
Gray, you're lying. You saw your wife last night, shortly before she was murdered.
No, I didn't.
Not only saw your wife, you threatened her.
Who said so?
Your wife's aunt, Claire Alsop.
Claire's lying.
Someone's lying.
Claire's always hated me, Sergeant Muggin.
Claire hated you?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. Claire was always trying to break up Liza and my marriage. She was always telling my wife I was no good.
Maybe Aunt Claire had something there.
What do you mean by that crack, Sergeant Muggin?
Perhaps Sergeant Muggin means your affair with Maria Sunta, the girl you met in Europe and brought over here.
Inspector Thorne, Maria Sunta was a poor, friendless girl. I helped her to get out of that mess in Europe out of the kindness of my heart.
However, you kept your kindness a secret from your wife, Liza.
I was afraid my wife would misunderstand. Liza was very jealous, Inspector Thorne.
Well, didn't you realize how much worse it would look if your wife found out that you'd brought another woman, this Maria Sunta, here from Europe behind her back?
I was a fool. Where are you going, Inspector Thorne?
I'm going to open this bedroom door and see who's hiding in there.
No one's hiding in there.
I'm no genius, but I've been trained to observe, Mr. Gray. There are 2 coffee cups on your table.
Oh!
Well, as I thought. Maria Sunta. Sergeant Muggin, watch Mr. Gray. I'm going to talk to Miss Sunta alone.
Okay, Chief.
Now, Miss Sunta.
I know how it must look, Inspector Thorne. Me hiding here in the bedroom.
Yeah?
Jimmy and I, we didn't know who was at the door. We thought it best I should hide to be discreet.
That's a little late for that.
Oh, no, Inspector. No matter what anyone says, Jimmy and I are just friends.
It looked to me as if you were having breakfast together, Miss Sunta.
But I just came, Inspector Thorne. I swear it. I only arrived a half an hour ago.
It's a peculiar hour for a visit.
I had something I had to tell to Jimmy.
Oh. What was so important that it couldn't wait?
Jimmy has been so good to me. I shall be eternally grateful for him helping me to come to this country.
What did you come to tell him?
I do what I can to make Jimmy happy. I hurried here to say I had seen his wife, Liza, and that she told me she would come back to Jimmy.
I see. When did you see Liza Gray?
Why,
You must have seen Liza Gray last night, Miss Sunta, the night she was murdered. Perhaps Liza told you she was going back to her husband, and that was the last thing you wanted to hear.
What are you saying, Inspector Thorne?
It looks as though you were in love with James Gray, Miss Hunter. So much in love that you might have killed his wife if she gave signs of forgiving him.
Oh, it is all lies, lies. I will get Jimmy, he will tell you. Jimmy. The inspector thinks I have killed Liza.
Maria? What have you been saying to Maria, Inspector Thorne?
I have been stating facts, Mr. Gray.
Well, I'll give you a fact. There was a big loudmouth hanging around my wife Liza all the time I was overseas.
Who?
A guy named Victor Brand. Runs the Seaglade Amusement Park. He never got to first base with Liza, but as soon as we broke up, he started chasing her again.
That's so?
You can ask Claire Alsop if you don't believe me. Aunt Claire was living with our Liza when I was in the Army, and she'll tell you how my wife practically had to fight Victor Brand off. He was so nuts about her.
I think I'll take your word for it, Mr. Gray. Muggin, we're going to the Seaglade Amusement Park.
Yeah? What can I do for you?
We'd like to see Victor Brand.
He's pretty busy.
I'm Inspector Thorne, homicide. Sergeant Muggin here.
Oh, yeah, Inspector. I'll tell Mr. Brand you're here.
The little man seems nervous, Chief.
Doesn't he, Sergeant Muggin?
Go right ahead in, Inspector Thorne, says Sergeant Muggin.
Thank you. Victor Brand?
Well, how do you do, Inspector Thorne, Sergeant Muggin? Nothing wrong in the amusement park, I hope.
Not in the park, Brand.
Thought not. We try to keep it clean here.
I'm glad you're turning over a new leaf, Brand.
I don't get you, Sergeant.
Quit pussyfooting, Brand. I recognized you the minute I walked in. Chief, this character's tangled with the law before.
Very interesting, Muggin.
Sure, before I was in homicide, we had this guy in court for letting pickpockets operate at the park.
Maybe it slipped your mind, Sergeant Muggin. I was acquitted.
It hasn't slipped my mind. You're in a couple of jams before that one.
All right, what do you guys want?
I see an afternoon paper on your desk, Brand.
So what?
Well, there's a story in that paper about the murder of Liza Gray.
Ah.
Are you going to deny that you knew Liza Gray, Brand?
No, I'm not.
That's sensible.
You've got it in for me, Sergeant Muggin, but this is one time I'm with you boys.
Oh, really?
I was nuts for Liza, Inspector Thorne. I wanted to marry her when she got a divorce. And I hope you get the louse who killed her.
When did you last see Liza, Brand?
A couple of days ago.
Did you make another date?
No, Inspector
In fact,
Thorne.
Liza tried to get rid of you, didn't she?
I'd have worn her down in time. If it weren't for that old crow hanging around, I'd have gotten Liza when her husband was overseas.
What do you mean, Liza's aunt, Claire Alsop?
Who else? That character watched over Liza like she was the crown jewels.
You'd better control yourself, Brand. You've broken that pencil in your hand.
What?
I've seen your kind before, Brand. Men with violent tempers who can kill when they're frustrated.
You're crazy, Thorne.
And I'll tell you something that wasn't in that newspaper, Brand. Liza Gray was killed by a sap filled with brand new nickels and dimes. And an amusement park always has plenty of new nickels and dimes on hand for making change.
Inspector Thorne in the Nickels and Dimes murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. With the coming of the fall season, many changes take place. Children return to school, and chill winds rustle the colorful leaves on the trees and herald the approaching of winter. And changes take place on radio. We have new programs and reschedule some of our regular features. This Friday, you can still hear the hard-hitting adventures of reporter Randy Stone, as played by Frank Lovejoy. Night Beat will still be broadcast on Friday. So, too, with screen actor Herbert Marshall, as he comes to you on Friday in adventures dealing in international intrigue as The Man Called X. However, on Friday there will be one major program change. Screen Directors Playhouse, which originally came to you on Thursday evenings, will now come to you on Friday for a full hour. This week, screen actors James Stewart and Jeff Chandler and lovely Deborah Paget will be featured in the Western story Broken Arrow. And here's another program change. The Sunday Theater Guild on the Air will return to NBC. This will necessitate the rescheduling of the popular NBC Symphony Orchestra concerts. Therefore, for the new season, the NBC Symphony Orchestra, under the direction of Peter Herman Adler, will come to you on Saturday. Well, there you have it, a brief rundown of the new fall picture on NBC. Friday means Night Beat, The Man Called X, and Screen Directors Playhouse. And on Saturday, hear the full-hour broadcasts of the NBC Symphony Orchestra. Yes, this fall, for the best in radio entertainment, keep tuned to this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Nickels and Dimes murder case. When beautiful Liza Gray is killed with an instrument of death made of nickels and dimes wrapped up in a piece of cloth, Inspector Thorne gets his first lead from the murdered woman's aunt, Claire Alsop, who tells him that Liza's husband, James, threatened to kill her if she didn't come back to him. Aunt Claire says that Liza left her husband because he was having an affair with a girl from Europe, Maria Sunta. And the inspector finds Maria hiding in the husband, James' apartment, although they both claim that they are just friends. An accusation by James sends Inspector Thorne to Victor Brand, owner of an amusement park, who had been trying vainly to get the murdered Liza to marry him after divorcing James. And now we see Inspector Thorne with Sergeant Muggan in Victor Brand's office, saying,
I repeat, Brand, you had access to new nickels and dimes in this amusement park. And you had the temper to kill Liza Gray when she kept turning you down.
Maybe so, Inspector, but I couldn't be in two places at once.
Keep talking, Brand.
You met Al Stitt when you came in, the fellow holding down the outer office?
Go on.
Al Stitt's a barker here at the amusement park. I'll get him. Stitt, come in here.
What is it, boss?
Where was I last night, Stitt?
Why, you were right here, Mr. Brand. Closed down the park about 3 a.m.
And after 3 a.m.?
You and me played a friendly poker game. We quit around 6, maybe. Then we went home, grabbed some shut-eye.
Satisfied, Inspector Thorne? If I was with Stitt, I couldn't be murdering Liza Gray, could I?
I've heard worse alibis, Brand, but not much worse. Your pal Stitt would obviously say anything to back you up.
You're darn right, Chief. Stitt was in on that pickpocket rap with Brand.
That's all I need to know, Sergeant Muggan.
Try and break that alibi, Inspector Thorne, and see how far you get.
I will, Brand. Come on, Muggan.
I'm with you, Chief.
Hey, Muggan.
Yeah?
Check in at headquarters and see if the boys found anything else at the murder scene.
Gotcha.
I'm going back to the murder house to Aunt Claire Alsop and ask her a couple of leading questions.
But meanwhile, at the house where Liza Gray was murdered, we see Aunt Claire opening the door to Maria Sunta, the girl from Europe, and saying in astonishment,
Maria Sunta? What on earth are you doing here?
I had to see you, please, Miss Alsop.
All right.
I know you do not like me.
I don't dislike you, Maria. It wasn't your fault James acted like a scoundrel.
It is about James I have come.
James?
You must not say any more bad things about James, Miss Alsop. You must not put any ideas into Inspector Thorne's head.
I'm only saying what I know, Maria.
You are making the inspector think that James killed his wife, Liza.
I'm not doing anything of the kind.
You are. And James didn't kill her.
How do you know, Maria? You didn't hear James threaten Liza the way I did, or you wouldn't be so sure.
Maria, you shouldn't have come
Jimmy,
here.
I wanted to talk to Aunt Claire.
Let Aunt Claire alone. She's made enough trouble.
Why are you two insulting me? You, James, and Maria. I didn't ask you to come here.
And I never asked you to stick your nose in my business, Claire.
What?
The whole thing's your fault.
My fault?
You were always trying to break up me and my wife, Liza. You encouraged Victor Brand to hang around just to break up our marriage.
I encouraged Victor Brand. If there was a worse man for Liza than you, James, it was Victor Brand. And I did my best to keep him away from Liza.
I'd like to have seen that, Claire.
I was only thinking of Liza's good.
What's going on here?
Oh, Inspector Thorne, James and Maria are saying the most dreadful things to me.
Really, Miss Clare?
My one thought was to help my poor niece Liza, and now to be accused. Well, Liza knew better. She said so in her will.
Her will, Miss Clare?
Liza left me a few $1,000s, Inspector Thorne. And she said specifically it was for my kindness to her.
Liza was a fool. Be quiet, James. Miss Clare, you say the murdered Liza, your niece, left you a few $1,000s. How many?
Something under 5,000, I think, Inspector Thorne.
Well, did you know Liza had put you in her will?
Well, of course. But I didn't know she was going to say that about my being kind.
Well, don't you realize, Miss Clare, that this bequest could give you a motive for the murder of your niece?
I never thought of it that way.
Now, you know how it feels to be suspected, Claire.
I'm not afraid, James. The way you and Maria Sunta are.
Stop talking about Maria and me as if we were a couple.
Well, aren't you?
We are just friends. And you stop telling tales about us.
Telling tales, Maria? I saw you myself with James in several places.
Oh, what places, Miss Clare?
Tony's on 33rd for one, Inspector Thorne, and a chop house called the Black Rooster.
Inspector Thorne, can I see you alone?
Yes, Sergeant Muggen. The rest of you stay in this room, please. What's up, Muggen?
When the squad searched the murder house, they found this in the hall closet near the murder room, Chief. A scarf stained with blood. The murdered woman's blood.
So this scarf is the rest of the murder weapon, Muggen. This is the cloth in which the killer packed those nickels and dimes.
Looks like it, Chief.
This scarf is hand-embroidered. Imported.
Hey, where you going, Chief?
Maria Sunta, come in here.
Me, Inspector?
Maria, you came from Europe recently. I suppose you brought some things to America with you, hmm?
Very little.
Did you bring this scarf? This hand-embroidered, imported scarf?
No. I never saw that scarf before.
I think you did, Maria. And I'm sure this scarf is so unusual that it will be easily identified.
All right. It is my scarf. I lost it.
You lost it, all right, when you filled it with nickels and dimes and slugged Liza Gray over the head with it.
Maybe the murderer stole it from me, Sergeant Muggen.
Maybe you're lying, Toots. Or maybe a pal, the murdered girl's husband, took it.
No, Jimmy did not take my scarf.
What's going on out there?
Sounds like a fight, Chief.
Let's go, Muggen. You stay here, Maria.
It's Victor Brand and the husband, James.
They're killing each other.
Stop that. Come on. Break it up.
Get back, Victor.
Let me go. Come on. Quit that, James.
I'll kill him.
Cut it out, both of you.
Stop it.
Now, what's happened?
Victor Brand came barging in here. Threatened me if I sick the cops on him anymore.
You dirty rat. You'll kill Liza.
I'll get you for that, Brand.
No, you don't, James.
That's enough, James. Why did you come here, Victor Brand?
I came to beat the truth out of that squirt James Gray.
Don't you believe him, Inspector Thorne? Brand came because he was sore I tipped you off to him. He was afraid I knew more.
All right. You both stop shouting. I see something much more interesting on the floor.
Something interesting?
Yes, Victor. I see a brand new shiny nickel.
Nickel?
This new nickel must have fallen out of your pocket, James. Or yours, Victor, while you were fighting.
It didn't fall out of my pocket, Thorne.
Or
I
mine.
wonder if there are any more new coins than either of you. Look in their pockets, Muggen.
Okay, Chief. You first, James.
I haven't any new nickels.
Well, we'll see about that. Chief, a bullseye. Right in this coat pocket.
Yes, Muggen. Another new nickel and 2 new dimes.
Victor Brand planted those coins in my pocket. That's why you came here, Brand, to frame me.
I never saw those coins before in my life.
Both of you be quiet. Now go to your homes and stay there until I send for you. Come with me, Sergeant Muggen.
Right, Chief.
You've got to get moving, Muggen. You and I have a chore to do.
What?
You'll see.
And now, a few hours later, we see Inspector Thorne in his office at headquarters with Sergeant Muggen. As his door opens and Maria Sunta, the girl from Europe, enters, saying,
Please, Inspector Thorne, may I see you?
Sergeant Muggen asked you to wait outside with the others, didn't he, Maria?
I sure did,
But
Chief.
I have something to tell you, Inspector Thorne.
What, Maria?
This man, this Victor Brand, the one who owns the amusement park.
Yes?
A week ago, Victor Brand makes a date with me for lunch. He says it is because he wishes me to use my influence to break up the marriage between James and Liza, to make her get a divorce quick.
Well?
Inspector,
I am wearing my embroidered scarf at lunch. The one you found all bloody in the murder house. Victor Brandt must have stolen it from me.
Did you miss the scarf after the lunch was over, Maria?
I did not think about it. But Victor Brandt must have taken it.
So, you sneaked in here to lie about
You
me,
can't
Maria.
come in this office, Victor Brandt.
Now, then what are you doing here? I'm getting the picture, Inspector Thorne. Maria Sunter and James Gray are trying to frame
It
me.
is the other way around. You put those new nickels and dimes in James's pocket, Victor Brandt.
That's I did.
And you stole my scarf because you knew it would look as though James had taken it.
That's enough from both of you. Muggin, bring in Aunt Claire Allsop and the husband, James Gray.
Okay, Chief. Miss Alsop, Gray, you can come in now.
Yes, Sergeant Muggin.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, James?
I swear I never put those new nickels and dimes in my pocket. Brand planted them there. Brand's framing me.
Yes.
Yes and no.
What do you mean, Inspector Thorne?
I mean, James, you are half right and half wrong.
What?
Someone is trying to frame you, all right. But it isn't Victor Brandt.
Well, who?
Someone who gave away the frame by planting the new coins in your pocket.
I don't understand.
I noticed when I first asked to see the change in your pocket, you kept your coins in your left-hand pocket. The new nickels and dimes were in your right-hand pocket.
But who put them there?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. Who?
I had a hunch that you, James, and Maria Sunter were telling the truth about your relationship. That you were only friends. Now ask yourself, James, why then did your murdered wife believe that you and Maria were more than friends and leave you?
Yes, why?
Because someone poisoned your wife Liza's mind against you, James. Someone lied about you. Someone said she saw you with Maria in various places like the Black Rooster and Tony's.
It was Claire.
No.
Yes, you, Aunt Claire Allsop. You should never have mentioned Tony's. It's too swanky and small, and the head waiter remembers his customers.
What?
Sergeant Muggin and I checked, and the head waiter never saw James or Maria Sunter or you in the place.
He's lying. I saw them. I was there.
I wondered why I kept hearing from James and Maria that you'd always tried to separate James and his wife, Liza. And from Victor Brand, that you prevented him from seeing
It
Liza.
was for Liza's own good.
No, Claire Allsop. It was because you lived with Liza when her husband was overseas. You liked your comfortable life and resented being pushed out when her husband James came home.
No.
Maria Sunter was telling the truth when she said she came to James the morning after the murder with the news that his wife was going to go back to him.
No.
Yes, it was the truth. Liza said she finally believed James really loved her.
It's a lie.
It's the truth, Claire Allsop. All at once you realized that Liza would return to James and you'd be out in the cold again. So you murdered Liza for the money she left you. Not $5,000 as you told me, but almost $100,000. And you planned to put the guilt on James.
You'll never prove it. Never.
You're wrong, Claire Allsop. Sergeant Muggin and I also checked the neighborhood banks. They don't get many requests for small change. And one teller remembers giving you $10 worth of new nickels and dimes.
I'll fight it. I'll fight it in every court. You'll never prove that I killed Liza. Never, never.
No, Claire Allsop? I wouldn't give a plug nickel for your chances.
And so ends the Nickels and Dimes murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Stotts Cotsworth. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Bill Bellegarde, based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Thursday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The Two Fiancées Murder Case.
Monday through Friday, The Woman in My House on NBC.
And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Two Fiancées Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Two Fiancées Murder Case. The scene is the fabulous penthouse apartment of Keith Cameron, the handsome and arrogant Broadway star. There is a party going on, but at the moment Keith is out on the terrace listening to the grateful thanks of a fading actress, Elaine Martin.
Oh, Keith, I don't know how to thank you. Think of it, in only 9 hours. At 11 o'clock this morning, I'll be auditioning for John Swenson's new show. How did you ever arrange it, Keith?
That's a silly question, Elaine. You know my name is Magic on Broadway.
I know, Keith, and the show is sure to be a success. Swenson's shows always are. And I'll be back on top again where I belong.
I arranged for an audition, not a contract, Elaine.
Oh, they'll take me for the part. They must, Keith. It's been so long since I had a good part.
Since you had any part.
And I'll owe it all to you. Keith, why don't we get married now, right now?
Elaine, you know, I'll have to prepare my public gradually for the shock. Keith Cameron married. Well, that'll come as quite a blow to a great many women.
But why must we keep it such a close secret? Why not tell our friends?
We will, Elaine, we will.
I heard you, Keith Cameron. I heard you tell Elaine you were going to marry her.
Why, Carla Carroll, what are you doing out here on the terrace?
I heard everything, Keith, about your arranging the audition for her, about your secret plans for marriage. All the things you promised me.
Now, Carla, control yourself.
Keith, why don't you deny what Carla is saying? Why don't you tell that little liar off?
Because he can't, that's why. He promised to make me the rising star of Broadway, get me a part in the new John Swenson show.
You've never been in anything but a chorus line.
Broadway needs young blood. That's what Keith said, Elaine. And he's going to marry me, aren't you, Keith?
Why, you...
Stop it! No, I can't stand emotional scenes.
So, it's true, Keith. You did promise to marry Carla, just as you promised to marry me.
Oh, I've had enough of this. End of the party. I want everyone to leave immediately.
You won't get away with this. I warn you, Keith. Not even the great Keith Cameron can have two fiancées and live.
And now, only 20 minutes after the arrogant Broadway star Keith Cameron has ordered his guests out of his penthouse apartment, we see him pacing the floor of his bedroom as he says to himself,
"Fools! How dare they speak to me that way?" Sounds like a key. Someone at the door. Who's that? Answer me, who... Oh, it's you. What do you mean coming in like this? Wait, put down that gun. Give it... Oh, help you. You killed me.
It is some time later that same night that we see the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of Homicide and his assistant Sergeant Muggen arrive at the murder apartment and speak to the frightened man who opens the door for them.
You are Jack Parker, the man who phoned in that Keith Cameron was murdered?
Yes, I am, Inspector Thorne.
This is my associate, Sergeant Muggen.
Evening.
I was, that is, Keith Cameron's theatrical agent.
I know that, Mr. Parker.
I called you just as soon as I found Keith murdered.
The call came in at exactly 3 a.m. Were you in the habit of visiting your client at that hour of the morning?
Well, you don't understand, Inspector Thorne. Keith was having a party. At least that's what he told me. I was delayed by some business, but I was sure the party would still be going on.
I see. Just where is the body, Mr. Parker?
In the bedroom. Here, I'll show you.
Wait right there, please. Sergeant Muggen and I will investigate the scene of the crime by ourselves.
Boy, this is some room.
Yes, and some corpse, Muggen. The murderer didn't take any chance on missing. Those shots were fired at close range.
It's a shame. big Broadway star like him.
Look, Muggin, look at his clothes, those marks on his hands. That gun went off while Keith Cameron was struggling with a killer, fighting for his life.
It's one fight he lost, poor guy. Well, I'll have ballistics check on the bullets, Chief. Doesn't seem to be anything else in this room that can help us.
I'm not so sure of that, Muggin. Look at Keith Cameron's dressing table.
It's an apple pie order, just like everything else in this room. He must have been a real neat sort of guy.
Yes, everything very carefully put away. That's why I wonder about that makeup kit standing on the dressing table.
Well, these actors, you know.
Well, they use makeup for the stage, Muggin, not in the evening when they're retiring.
These jars of makeup don't have any labels, Chief, just numbers on each jar.
Hey, Muggin, when the fingerprint boys come, have them go over those jars very carefully.
Sure thing, if you say so.
Well, now let's go out and talk to Keith Cameron's theatrical agent, Jack Parker. I have an idea there's a lot more he can tell us about the murder. Mr. Parker, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you.
Anything, Inspector Thorne, anything at all. As I said, I got here just about 3 o'clock, expecting to find a party. The door was open, and I walked in. I was plenty surprised to find it so quiet and empty. I called Keith, and when he didn't answer, I decided to take a look around. That's when I walked into the bedroom and saw his body. And right after that, I called you. Is there anything else you want to know, Inspector Thorne?
Yes, the truth.
What do you mean?
Mr. Parker, I'm no genius, but I try to do a thorough job. Before I came up here, the superintendent of this apartment building told me that there are only 2 ways of getting up to Keith Cameron's penthouse apartment. Either you take the regular elevator, and the night elevator operator reports that no one came up here since the party ended, or you use Keith's private elevator, for which you have to have a key. Just how did you get up here, Parker?
All right, Inspector Thorne, I'll tell you. But it doesn't mean that I killed him.
You have a key, don't you, Mr. Parker?
Sure I have. So do a lot of his friends.
You were a friend of Keith Cameron's as well as his business agent?
Of course. Keith and I got along swell.
That's not the way I heard it, Inspector Thorne. My wife reads the Broadway gossip columns, and I remember her telling me that Cameron and his agent were about to bust up.
Oh, that's all a pack of lies, Inspector Thorne.
Well, then you claim that everything between you and Cameron was fine.
Perfect, Inspector Thorne. Couldn't have been better. But if you're interested in finding a trouble spot, try Elaine Martin.
Elaine Martin? That sounds familiar.
Yeah, then you've got a good memory. It's been a long time since Elaine Martin had a partner show, and she isn't getting any younger.
What is her connection with Keith Cameron?
She knows a good thing when she sees it, Inspector Thorne. And those keys I was talking about, the keys to this apartment, I know for a fact that Elaine Martin made Keith give her one of them.
Sergeant Muggin, take Miss Martin's address from Mr. Parker. And have one of the boys bring her over here. And, Muggin, make it fast. This looks like a big break in our case.
Well, here she is, Inspector Thorne. Elaine Martin. The boys say they're sorry it took so long.
Sit down, Miss Martin.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Keith dead.
Miss Martin, when my men went to your apartment, it was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, but you weren't in.
I came along while they were ringing the bell, and then they told me.
Just where were you until then?
Out at a nightclub, the Green Feather. There were quite a few of us there from Keith's party.
Now, what happened at Keith's party, Miss Martin? I understand it ended unusually early.
Keith was an actor, Inspector Thorne, and like all actors, temperamental. All of a sudden, he asked everybody to leave. Said he wanted to be alone.
Well, there was no reason for his saying this. Nothing had occurred to upset him.
Nothing that I know of. That's when some of us decided to meet at the Green Feather. It seemed too early to go home. But I'd never have gone. Not if I'd known what was going to happen to my darling Keith.
You loved him, Miss Martin?
Oh, yes, passionately.
And did Mr. Cameron return your love?
We were going to be married, Inspector Thorne. It was still a secret, but we had our plans all made.
I see.
No, you don't see. You think I'm lying. You're wondering why the glamorous, successful Keith Cameron should marry a has-been like me. But I'll give you proof of his love.
I'd be happy to hear it, Miss Martin.
Keith loved me so much, he went to a great deal of trouble to arrange an audition for me. An audition for John Swenson's new show. Do you know what that means?
Well, I know that Swenson has never had a failure.
That's right.
And at 11 o'clock this morning, I'm supposed to audition for him.
This is very interesting, Miss Martin.
Believe me, Keith wouldn't have gone to all that trouble for someone he didn't love.
See what's going on outside, Muggin.
Sure thing, Chief.
Hey, what's going on? I found this guy.
Hey, we got company, Chief. A boy spotted this guy hanging around outside.
This is ridiculous. If a man can't stand in the street
The
anymore...
police are bound to be suspicious of anyone loitering about a house where a murder has been committed.
Murder? Who is it? Tell me.
Not before you give me your name and why you're here.
I'm Steve Mitchell. And I was outside waiting for my girl, Carla Carroll.
Carla Carroll?
She was at a party here in this house.
Well, if this Miss Carroll is your girl, as you say, why do you have to wait outside while she goes to parties?
Well, she was my girl until this heel Keith Cameron started handing her a line about promising to make her a star and saying he'd marry her.
Marry her?
He's lying, Inspector Thorne. Keith never said that.
Let Mr. Mitchell continue. This gets more interesting as it goes along.
Cameron promised to marry Carla, all right, she told me. But I know I could change her mind if only she'd let me talk to her. And that's why I was outside, Inspector Thorne.
At this hour?
Well, these parties at Cameron's always end in the morning. So I came over about a half hour ago and started to my wait.
Oh, that's quite a story, Mitchell.
It's the truth, Inspector Thorne, every word of it. Now tell me, it isn't Carla who was murdered?
No, it was Keith Cameron.
Oh, boy, is that a relief.
Well, you don't seem very upset over the fact that a man's been killed.
Inspector Thorne, all I can think of is now everything's going to be all right between Carla and me.
That sounds like an excellent motive for murder, even to a not-too-bright cop like me.
You don't mean that I killed her?
You're a lot brighter than you pretend to be, Inspector Thorne. I think Steve Mitchell is your killer, all right, with help from his little girlfriend, Carla Carroll.
You have a great deal of explaining to do now, Elaine Martin.
What?
So Keith Cameron loved you madly, did he? And he was going to marry you, and Carla Carroll, and how many others?
No, there were just the two of them.
And you did know about his promise of marriage to Carla.
All right. I did, and so did Carla. She found it out just before we all left the party. And I've been with a whole group of people all night. But where has she been? Except busy murdering Keith.
That's an excellent question, Miss Martin. Come on, Muggin, let's visit Carla Carroll and get the answer.
This sure is some case, Inspector Thorne. Every time you turn around, you find a new suspect.
Drive down this street on your right, Muggin. I think it's a shortcut to Carla Carroll's house.
Okay. Say, I got the report from the fingerprint detail on those jars of makeup that were on Keith Cameron's bureau.
Yes, Muggin?
Well, it's a funny thing. They found Cameron's fingerprints on all those jars except one.
And on that one?
No prints at all. It was wiped clean. I told them to leave that jar in your office, Chief.
Good work, Muggin. Now let's see what we can learn from Cameron's stage-struck young girlfriend, Carla Carroll.
And now, at the apartment of the stage-struck young Carla Carroll, we hear...
Of course, I'm very sorry to hear about Keith Cameron's death, Inspector Thorne, but I don't understand why you and Sergeant Muggin are questioning me.
We have it on good authority, Miss Carroll, that you and Keith Cameron were very good friends.
We were friendly, the way people in the same profession usually are, but nothing more.
Well, is it usual for a top star to be friendly with a rank beginner?
I don't know who you've been talking to, but you have your information all wrong. I am not a ranked beginner. I've appeared in a sizable number of little theater productions and been in 2 Broadway shows.
Well, did you have big parts in the 2 Broadway shows?
What if I didn't? You have to start someplace.
The well-known star Keith Cameron would be an excellent starting place up the ladder of success for an ambitious young actress.
Keith and I were just friends.
You weren't secretly engaged?
Of course not.
Miss Carroll, this is your key ring here on the table?
Why, yes.
You don't mind if I look at it?
Perhaps if you tell me your reason.
This is my reason, Carla Carroll. This key, which I took out of my pocket and which exactly duplicates one of the keys on your ring.
There are lots of keys that look alike.
But only a few which would unlock Keith Cameron's private elevator in his penthouse apartment. We can go over there and try your key.
Never mind, Inspector Thorne. That's the key to Keith's place.
And you still say you were only casual friends, Miss Carroll?
We were engaged secretly, but it's hard to explain.
Oh, just how did Keith Cameron explain having 2 fiancées, you and Elaine Martin?
That's it. I mean, I didn't learn that he was also engaged to Elaine Martin until tonight at the party, but I didn't really care.
That's hard to believe.
But it's the truth. You see, at first I was kind of overwhelmed by the idea of the glamorous Broadway star Keith Cameron being in love with me, but after a while, I wasn't so sure I was in love with him.
And just when did you become convinced that you no longer loved him?
Tonight, when I found out about him and Elaine. My pride was hurt, but after I left, I discovered I wasn't one bit unhappy, Inspector Thorne.
And where did you go when you left the party, Miss Carroll?
I came straight home, alone.
And you've been here ever since, thinking this out.
Look, Inspector Thorne, this is ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. I didn't murder Keith Cameron. I had nothing but friendly feelings towards him. And I think you could spend your time better looking for the real murderer.
Well, I'd be happy to oblige, Miss Carroll. You don't happen to know just who that is, do you?
Maybe I do. Have you questioned his agent, Jack Parker, yet?
We spoke to him.
What did he say about that big blow-up he and Keith had the other night?
Well, not a word about any arguments. He said they got along fine.
That's a laugh. Used to fight like a cat and a dog. The other night, when Jack Parker came over to see Keith...
Get down, Carla, get down. Muggin, turn off that light. The killer's on the fire escape.
Inspector Thorne in the Two Fiancées Murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. And I'd like to take a moment to bring you a few highlights of our new fall schedule. Starting off on Friday, there's Screen Directors Playhouse with a full hour of drama, bringing you such stars as Charles Boyer, Loretta Young, and William Lundigan. Then on Saturday, be sure to hear Dimension X. Dimension X brings you stories of a future world, stories you won't easily forget. Then on Sunday evenings, be sure to hear Theater Guild on the Air, with a full 60 minutes of great drama brought to you with the most capable stars of both stage and motion pictures. Such people of the theater world as Helen Hayes, Alfred Lunt, and Lynn Fontanne, Betty Field, Montgomery Clift, and Basil Rathbone have agreed to appear on coming Theater Guild on the Air productions. Yes, we're proud of our new fall lineup, and we sincerely believe that our programming will bring you programs of both entertainment and importance. Friday, there's Screen Directors Playhouse. Saturday, here, Dimension X. And then on Sunday, there's 60 minutes of drama on Theater Guild on the Air. Hear all three great shows on NBC. Now back to Inspector Thorne and the Two Fiancées Murder case. When handsome, arrogant Broadway star Keith Cameron is murdered, Inspector Thorne discovers 4 people who had motive to kill him. The 2 women whom Keith had secretly promised to marry, Elaine Marden, a fading actress, and Carla Carroll, an ambitious young actress. The other suspects are Steve Mitchell, the young man Carla jilted for Keith Cameron, and Keith's agent, Jack Parker. While Inspector Thorne is questioning Carla Carroll at her apartment, someone shoots at her from the fire escape window. Now, a few seconds later, we hear Inspector Thorne say,
Miss Carroll, are you all right?
Yes, I think so.
I can't see anyone on the fire escape, Chief. I'll run down and see if I can head him off.
You sure you're all right, Miss Carroll?
I must be. None of the shots touched me, so I was sitting right by the window.
Our killer seems to have a very bad aim. Well, now, Miss Carroll, if you're up to it, how about finishing what you started to tell me before the shots were fired?
Oh, about Keith and his agent, Jack Parker. Keith was going to fire him.
Are you sure of this?
I heard Keith threaten Jack Parker with jail. Keith said Jack had been stealing money from him and covering it up with false bookkeeping.
I got it,
Let
Chief.
me go.
No other than Miss Elaine Martin herself.
Let go of me. How dare you drag me in here like this?
She was downstairs, Inspector Thorne, trying to make a fast getaway.
Okay, Sergeant Morgan, let her go. Now, Miss Martin, will you explain to us what you were doing here at 5:30 in the morning?
It's very simple, really. I couldn't sleep. I was too upset about what happened to poor Keith. And I thought maybe a walk would make me feel better.
And so you walked halfway across town to Carla Carroll's house.
I had no idea Carla lived anywhere near here.
She doesn't have any gun on her, Chief, but we can search the neighborhood.
Yes, do that, Morgan. And get me a ballistics report on those bullets lodged in the wall near Miss Carroll's chair.
Right, Chief.
Just what does this mean, Inspector Thorne? Are you accusing me of being implicated in a crime?
It means, Miss Martin, that someone shot at Carla Carroll.
Inspector Thorne, I just thought of something.
What is it, Miss Carroll?
About those shots.
Yes?
Why did they come just as I was starting to tell you about the fight Keith Cameron and Jack Parker had? Who'd want to keep me from telling about that? Except Jack Parker.
Meanwhile, at the apartment of Jack Parker, the murdered Keith Cameron's business agent, we see Jack turning to Steve Mitchell, the young man who loves Carla Carroll. And Jack says angrily,
I don't believe a word of that, Steve Mitchell. You didn't come here to talk to me, but to plant that gun under the cushion of my couch. It's lucky for me I spotted you doing it.
Say, just what are you trying to pull, Parker? That gun was here all along, and you know it.
Now, look, you little punk. One more lie out of you, and I'll...
You what?
Try to frame me, will you?
It's your gun, Parker. I didn't know a thing about it until you pulled it out from under the cushion.
Get out. Get out, you hear me? And take your gun with you.
Come in, Muggin. I think we've heard enough.
Inspector Thorne.
Thorne, what are you doing here?
I came to ask you a few questions, Parker. But first, will you hand that gun to Sergeant Muggin?
With pleasure. It belongs to Mitchell here.
That's a lie. I had nothing to do with it.
All right, Mitchell. I heard all that from outside the door. Just what was it you wanted to talk to Jack Parker about?
I thought maybe he might have some ideas about who killed Keith Cameron.
Oh? When did we take you on the force, Mitchell?
He's your man, Inspector Thorne. I'm convinced.
Parker, how much money did you steal from Keith Cameron?
What?
Oh, you forgot to tell me about that, didn't you? And that Keith Cameron threatened to have you sent to jail?
How could I tell you when it never happened?
Carla Carroll says that you and Keith had an argument, that Keith threatened you with jail for mismanaging his funds.
Oh, maybe we did talk about my giving up the job as Keith's agent. But Keith never said a word about money to me.
You're changing your story, Parker. Thought you and Keith were on the best of terms.
We were. But Keith was a temperamental man, like most actors. Every once in a while, he'd talk about firing me. Next day, he'd call me up and beg me to come back.
And that's the story you want to stick to, Parker?
It's the only one, the honest truth.
Yes, I hope so, for your sake, Parker. Let's go, Sergeant.
Coming. You leaving those two alone in there, Chief?
It's all right, Muggin. You have the gun, haven't you?
Yeah, sure thing.
Well, something tells me I have the solution to the case.
What? Who did it, Chief?
Well, I want to be absolutely positive before I name any names, Muggin. Now, don't you go back to the office, round up all the reports for me, and have some of the men alerted to bring Jack Parker, Elaine Martin, Carla Carroll, and Steve Mitchell over to the murder scene at, let's see, make it 10:30, just 3.5 hours from now.
And you, what are you going to do, Inspector Thorne?
I'm going to visit the place where Keith Cameron used to order his special stage makeup.
And it is exactly 10:30 that morning when we see Inspector Thorne open the door of the murder apartment. And we hear him say,
Well, I see you're all here. All four of you had reason to murder Keith Cameron.
I had no
That's
reason.
not so.
Please, now, if you'll all be quiet, I think we'll soon know exactly who that murderer is.
Well, then you do know, Inspector Thorne. In that case, why did you have to have us all dragged down here?
Many interesting facts come to light at the scene of a crime, Jack Parker. For instance, these ledgers, which were carefully hidden in Keith Cameron's bedroom.
Well, why tell me about them?
Because I've had my men check those ledgers, and they prove that you were stealing from Keith Cameron.
Well, maybe I did. But that doesn't mean I killed him.
It means you're an awful liar, Parker. I heard you tell Inspector Thorne that Keith never accused you of stealing his money.
You're right, Steve Mitchell. But detectives are used to having people lie to them. The way you did, too.
Steve would never lie.
You seem to have a very high opinion of the man you jilted for Keith Cameron, Miss Carroll.
I didn't know what I was doing. I'm glad I woke up in time.
In time to murder Keith Cameron?
You call me a liar, Inspector Thorne. Why don't you back up your words?
Muggin, tell us what ballistics reported about the bullets that murdered Keith Cameron and the ones fired at Carla Carroll.
They didn't come from the same gun.
What about the gun we took away from Jack Parker's apartment, the gun Carter and Mitchell were arguing about?
That's the gun that fired at Carla Carroll.
And that gun is registered in your name, Steve Mitchell.
Maybe it is. But it was stolen from me months ago. Oh, don't you see how crazy this is? You can't accuse me of wanting to kill Carla, the girl I love.
You didn't fire those shots to kill Carla. But to convince us she was innocent, because you were convinced she was guilty. You knew Carla had been back to this apartment after the party was over, because she asked you to come with her and wait outside.
All right, Inspector Thorne, but she only came to get some letters back. Letters she'd written to Keith Cameron. And he was still alive then because he gave them to her.
What time was that, Steve?
Well, what difference does that make? He was still alive.
I came into this apartment at 2:45, Inspector Thorne.
That's about the time the medical examiner says he was shot.
He was alive when Carla left, Inspector Thorne.
And you left him in good health, Carla?
I don't know, Inspector Thorne.
What?
The bedroom door was closed when I came into the apartment. I was glad. I knew the letters were in a desk in the living room, and I got them as quietly as I could. I thought Keith was sleeping, and I knew there'd be a fight if he found me here.
Which is probably just what happened, Inspector Thorne. He found her here. They had a fight, and she shot him.
That's not so. It isn't. I wouldn't know how to fire a gun.
Well, evidence bears you out on one point, Miss Martin. There was a fight between Keith Cameron and his killer.
There, you see?
A very important fight. The one that will convict a murderer.
What do you mean?
Just this, Mitchell. I remember all I've read about how actresses need lots of beauty sleep when they're working.
The reason for that should be obvious.
And then I begin to wonder why a fading actress like you, Elaine Martin, should take the risk of staying out all night before an important audition.
I told you. I just went to a nightclub with some people.
That's not a good enough reason, Miss Martin.
Do you know of any better one?
Yes. If you'd murdered a man and wanted a good alibi.
Now, really, Inspector, this has gone far enough.
I also started wondering, in my slow way, why somebody had stopped to use Keith's makeup after murdering him.
Use Keith's makeup?
Yes, Mr. Parker. Someone had wiped all the fingerprints off one jar of Keith Cameron's special makeup. The only explanation I could figure out was that for some reason they'd used that jar and then had to clean it off.
But makeup, Inspector Thorne, that just doesn't make sense.
It will, Miss Carroll. I'm sure you'll be interested in this, Elaine Martin, because it concerns you.
What?
And the scratches you've been trying to cover up ever since Keith Cameron inflicted them on you in his death struggle.
Scratches? You're mad, Inspector Thorne.
I spotted them the first time I spoke to you, but I was sure I had a murderer when the makeup expert said that the jar I brought him was used especially to hide scars and blemishes and scratches.
Just what does that prove?
That after you murdered Keith Cameron, you used his makeup to hide the scratches. And you were careful to wipe your fingerprints off the jar. Too careful.
You forget. I have an alibi. I was with a great many people all night long.
Too many people. We checked them. Not one will swear that he saw you every minute of the time. No, Elaine Martin, you had plenty of chances to slip away unnoticed, murder Keith Cameron, and then hurry back. You have no alibi. And I have the evidence which proves you killed the man who had been deceiving you.
You thought of everything, didn't you, Inspector Thorne? Well, I'll tell you one more thing you didn't think of. One more thing that proves what a rat Keith Cameron was. That audition this morning. That was my last chance. My very last chance to get a part in a Broadway show. And you know what Keith told me as I was leaving his party? He told me he was going to cancel it. He told me not to bother showing up for the audition.
You admit you murdered Keith Cameron?
Oh, I admit it. I murdered him all right. But not only because he was double-crossing me with a girl like Carla Carroll. Remember that, Inspector Thorne. He was double-crossing me on everything. Everything he'd ever promised. He deserved what he got.
You'll have your chance to tell that to the jury. Take her in, Sergeant Muggen.
And so ends the Two Fiancées Murder Case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Stotts Cotsworth. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Geraldine Merkin, based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Thursday at this same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in The Empty Ashtray Murder Case.
Monday through Friday, hear Woman in My House on NBC.
And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Empty Ashtray Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of the crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the empty ashtray murder case. The scene opens in the library of a lavish estate. Hortense Tremont, a fabulously wealthy spinster, is looking through the contents of her wall safe. Then, as the door opens behind her, she turns, and we hear her say the words that foreshadow violence and murder.
Oh, it's you. What do you want now? Well, answer me. Why are you looking at me so strangely? Stop! You! Oh, you're choking me! Help! Help!
And now we see the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of Homicide taking charge. With his right-hand man, Sergeant Muggen, at his side, Inspector Thorne stands in the doorway of the Tremont estate and questions Hortense Tremont's brother, Barrett.
Do I understand you to say that this estate belonged to your sister Hortense, Mr. Tremont, but she did not live here?
That's right, Inspector Thorne. My poor sister preferred to live at a suite in a hotel.
And she gave this house to you?
Not gave. Allowed us to live in it.
Us, Mr. Tremont?
My daughter Jennifer and her husband, Ted Reynolds, lives here with me. Jennifer's resting, Inspector Thorne. This tragedy has upset her deeply.
Yes, well, I'd like to see the body. I know this is very difficult, Mr. Tremont, but if you'd be so kind as to show Sergeant Muggen and me the scene of the crime...
Of course. If you'll come outside with me.
Outside?
Why, yes. I thought I told you that when I called. But I was so upset. You see, I went out for a stroll before dinner, and right outside the gate I saw Hortense lying under the hedge.
You went down this path, the one we're using now?
Yes. This is the back entrance. The one Hortense always came through. And right there, to the left of the gate. That's where she is, Inspector Thorne.
Well, thank you. You may go back to the house now, Mr. Tremont. Tell the others I want to speak to them, please.
All right, Inspector Thorne.
There she is over there, Chief.
Yes, Sergeant Muggen, crumpled up under the hedge.
Laying on her face that way, she doesn't look any 60 years old.
She's very short, isn't she?
Yeah, strangled, all right. Just like her brother Barrett said.
There's something strange here, Muggen. Can you lift her up just a bit?
She's a lot heavier than you'd imagine.
All right, Muggen.
Well, what do you think, Chief?
I think there's a very good chance she wasn't murdered on this spot at all.
How's that?
Did you notice the front of her coat, all full of twigs and leaves?
Sure, but it's what you'd expect out here under the hedges.
That's right, Muggen. That is what you'd expect. And even if she is lying face down, wouldn't you expect to find some twigs on the back of her coat, too?
I see what you mean. It's clean as a whistle.
Even if she only struggled slightly. And there was a struggle. Look at her hair and the marks on her face. She should have gotten some twigs or leaves on the back of her coat. Look at all the overhanging branches here.
So you think she was killed someplace else, then brought out here?
I think there's a good possibility of that, Muggen.
Say, here's a pocketbook, Chief.
Let me see that. Maybe there's some clues.
Find anything, Chief?
Perhaps, Muggen, yes. Here's a list, what seems to be the contents of a safe. And the combination of a safe, also. Stay here with the body, Muggen, until the boys arrive. I'm going back to the house to speak to Barrett Tremont once more. Mr. Tremont, you say you and your sister Hortense were on good terms?
That's right.
And yet she didn't live in the same house with you.
Inspector Thorne, let me explain about my sister.
Well, what is there to explain?
Hortense was 60, a spinster, and very wealthy.
I know all that.
She was an odd woman, extremely nervous, a chain smoker, Inspector Thorne.
I suppose you're trying to say she was an irritable, unsocial person.
She liked living alone, and this estate was much too big for one person. That's why she allowed me and my children to use it, while she stayed at a hotel.
Oh, Mr. Tremont, if your sister was so unsociable, why did she come to visit you today?
It wasn't exactly a visit, Inspector Thorne. You might call it more of a tour of inspection.
Oh, and what was she inspecting?
Today it was the wall safe in the library. She kept a number of her valuables there.
Mostly jewelry?
I'm afraid I wouldn't know what was in that safe. My sister wasn't one to confide in people.
No, but you're her brother. You got along well, you say?
As well as anyone could get along with Hortense. I bore her no ill will, Inspector Thorne. I understood her.
Your sister was a very wealthy woman, Mr. Tremont. Where did she make her money?
She inherited it from our father.
And you? Didn't you inherit any?
We inherited equal amounts. But I'm not as careful of my money as my sister was, Inspector Thorne. My share of the inheritance vanished long ago.
All of it?
I'm afraid so.
Well, then how do you keep up this big estate? Do your daughter or her husband have money?
Not that kind of money. My son-in-law Ted's a stockbroker, but not one of the really successful ones.
Well, in that case, Mr. Tremont, who paid the bills?
My sister, Hortense. After all, we are her only relatives.
Oh, then you now inherit all her money.
My daughter, Jennifer, and I share it equally.
Mr. Tremont, just what time did your sister Hortense arrive for her tour of inspection?
It was around 4 o'clock.
And she visited with all of you for a while?
No. I'm the only one who spoke to her. She came in one of her bad moods, said she wanted to check her wall safe in the library and didn't want to be disturbed.
And then?
It was almost exactly an hour later that she left. I looked at the clock when she slammed the door.
Did you speak to her as she was leaving?
No, I was in my room, reading. I heard her slam the door, and I looked out. My room faces the back of the house, and so I saw her walking away down the path.
You're sure of that, Mr. Tremont?
Of course.
And when did you find her body?
About 15 minutes later. I decided to go out for a walk before changing for dinner. I called you right after I found her, Inspector Thorne.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that'd make the time element about right. Your call came into headquarters at 5:22.
Naturally. Every word I have told you is the absolute truth.
I hope so. For your sake, Mr. Tremont. What was that?
Oh, it came from the kitchen. Out this way.
Help! Oh, somebody please help.
Wendy, what happened?
Oh, I was trying to reach the tea canister up there, and I guess I'm too short. Everything fell on me. Oh, I think I hurt my ankle.
Let me see. Does that hurt?
A little.
No bones broken, I'd say.
Feels better already. Oh, I guess I was more scared than anything, all those canisters and dishes falling on me. Would one of you reach down the tea canister, please?
I'm afraid I'm too short, Wendy.
Here it is. Wendy?
That's right. Wendy Stevens.
Oh, excuse me, Wendy. This is Inspector Thorne of Homicide. Wendy's a friend of my daughter's, Inspector.
I'm making this tea for Jennifer. The poor dear is so upset, I thought some tea might help.
Just when did you arrive, Wendy?
I don't understand what you mean.
Wendy's been here all afternoon. I forgot to mention it before we'd been so upset, Inspector Thorne.
Oh, then you were here when Hortense Tremont arrived and when she left.
Oh, yes, I saw her leave from the living room window. I was in there playing records, and I heard the door slam. I looked out, and there she went, storming off as usual.
You knew Hortense Tremont?
I used to work for her, Inspector Thorne.
Oh.
That's how I met Jennifer. And Jennifer and I have remained friends even after I left her aunt's employ.
Well, just what sort of work did you do for the murdered woman, Wendy?
I was her social secretary. Handled all her mail. Took care of all sorts of odds and ends.
Well, how long is it since you left the job, Wendy?
6 weeks. I know it isn't nice to speak ill of the dead, Inspector Thorne, but she wasn't a very pleasant person to work for.
Oh, what happened between you two?
She was always complaining, blaming me for things I couldn't possibly have done. I took it for 3 months, and then I left.
My sister was a difficult woman, Inspector Thorne, as I told you.
Where are you working now, Wendy?
Nowhere yet. I want to be sure my next job's a good one.
Inspector Thorne, I left the homicide boys with the body.
Good, Sergeant Muggan.
Oh, I'd better make that tea for Jennifer. She and Ted will begin to wonder what happened to me.
Is Ted Reynolds upstairs with his wife?
Yes. She's very upset, Inspector Thorne.
When you bring the tea upstairs, would you tell Ted Reynolds I'd like to see him in the library?
Yes, Inspector.
Mr. Tremont, would you direct us to the library, please? I think Sergeant Muggan and I had better examine it.
It's this way, Inspector Thorne. Down this hall and right round that corner.
Thank you, Mr. Tremont. Sergeant Muggan and I will be able to locate it, I'm sure. You realize, of course, you're not to leave the ground.
I understand. And I'm most happy to cooperate.
They're always so happy to cooperate, they say.
This must be the library. Try the door, Muggan.
This is it, Chief. Plenty of books around.
Yes, in a wall safe behind this picture.
Say, that list you found in the murdered woman's pocketbook, do you think it's the combination to this safe?
We'll know in a minute, Muggan. 54 right. 21 left. 17. That does it.
Brother, look at all that jewelry.
Here's the list, Muggin. See if everything's still in the safe.
Okay, Chief.
You know, this is a very clean room. Doesn't look as if anyone was here lately at all. No cigarette butts or even ashes in the ashtrays. The carpet's smooth as can be.
Inspector Thorne.
Yes, what is it, Muggin?
This list doesn't check. There's a pin, 2 pairs of earrings, and a necklace on the list that aren't anywhere in the safe.
Have the boys make a thorough search of the house, Muggin.
I'll tell them right now.
Wait a minute, Muggin. I think I found something.
You mean that spot on the carpet, the burn spot?
Right at the burn spot, I found these. Hidden in the nap of the carpet.
Little pieces of cigarette tobacco.
Fresh tobacco, Muggin. Someone vacuumed this carpet very recently, but missed up on these few small pieces of cigarette tobacco.
And you think someone's trying to hide evidence?
I think the murder was committed right on this spot, Muggin.
Here?
Yes. I think it was committed a few minutes after Hortense Tremont entered this house.
Yeah, but she stayed here an hour.
That's not what the evidence says. Hortense Tremont's brother Barrett told me that she was a chain smoker.
And the ashtrays are empty. She couldn't have been here an hour.
It's more likely she was here a few minutes, smoking her first cigarette when the murderer came in.
That's the cigarette that made the burn. She dropped it when she was fighting with him or her.
That's right, Muggin. And then her murderer carefully removed the cigarette and the scuff marks from the carpet to make us think Hortense Tremont was killed outside.
I'll get it, Chief.
Yeah, are you Inspector Thorne? I'm Ted Reynolds.
I'm Sergeant Muggin. There's Inspector Thorne right there.
Come in, please, Mr. Reynolds.
I'll go put the boys on that job, Chief.
Thank you, Sergeant Muggin.
Wendy Stevens said you wanted to see me.
Yes, Mr. Reynolds, I understand your wife, Jennifer, inherits half of her aunt's fortune.
That's right, Inspector Thorne. But if you're trying to suggest that Jennifer would ever harm her aunt or anyone, you couldn't be more mistaken.
I haven't suggested anything, Mr. Reynolds.
Well, it was pretty obvious what you were getting at.
You also share in your wife's good fortune, of course?
That's right. But believe me, even if I wasn't too crazy about Jennifer's Aunt Hortense, still the idea of her being murdered, that's pretty hard to take.
You have my sympathy, Mr. Reynolds. I understand you're a stockbroker.
That's right, Inspector Thorne. And I make enough to support my wife and myself. I don't have to kill for money.
Enough to support an estate like this?
No, but we don't have to live on an estate. We were just doing it as a favor to Jennifer's father. Barrett Tremont wouldn't be happy living any other way.
Oh, then this was all his idea.
Yes, he didn't mind living off his sister Hortense, much as he hated her.
Hated her?
Well, I thought you talked to him. Didn't he?
Didn't he what?
Nothing, Inspector Thorne.
You'd better tell me what you had in mind, Mr. Reynolds. I'm no genius, but sooner or later, I get the facts.
Well, it's nothing very important, really. Just that Barrett Tremont always claimed that his sister Hortense cheated him out of his share of their father's estate.
I see. Mr. Reynolds, were you with your wife when your Aunt Hortense left the house this afternoon?
Well, not exactly. I'd been with her most of the afternoon, but after Aunt Hortense got here, Jennifer had to go into the kitchen and start preparing dinner.
Where was the cook?
Well, we have no servants, Inspector Thorne. We can't afford it. Just some part-time help.
Oh, and your wife does all the cooking?
Yes. Well, after she went into the kitchen, I went down to the game room in the basement, practiced some billiard shots.
And when Hortense Tremont left this house, where were you then?
I'd just come up to the dining room. I wanted a drink.
Mm-hmm. Did you see anyone else at that time? Your father-in-law, your aunt's ex-social secretary, Wendy Stevens?
No, I just finished my drink and went back to the game room. And that's my story, Inspector Thorne.
Will you come with me to the dining room, Mr. Reynolds?
Sure. But may I ask why?
I'd just like to check a few points in your story.
Right down here, Inspector Thorne. What points?
Well, you'll see when we're in the dining room.
Well, here we are, Inspector Thorne. Check away.
First, I want to find out if you can see the back path from this dining room window.
Well, can you?
Oh. Yes, you were accurate on that point, Mr. Reynolds. Now, I'd just like to see the decanter from which you took a drink.
There it is on the sideboard.
This one?
Yes.
Well, that's very interesting. You say you took a drink from this?
Why, what's wrong?
Simply this, Ted Reynolds. This decanter is completely full.
Well, but it can't be, unless someone filled it or... Oh, I know what must have happened, Inspector Thorne. Someone moved the decanters around. Put a full one out there and put the other one away.
Why would anyone do that?
Well, I don't know. To frame me, maybe.
Inspector Thorne, can I see you a minute?
Yeah, I'll be right with you, Sergeant Muggin. I'll speak to you again later, Reynolds.
It's all a mistake. You'll see.
Come down this way, Muggin. Now, what is it you want to tell me?
We found the jewelry, Chief. The pieces that were missing from the murdered woman's safe.
Where were they, Muggin?
Hidden away among the belongings of her niece, Jennifer Reynolds.
Inspector Thorne in the empty ashtray murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. I'd like to take a moment to give you a brief advance schedule of the great shows that you'll soon be hearing on NBC during this fall season. First, on September 30th, the big news is about The Big Show. 90 minutes of the greatest acts in show business returns to NBC with your unpredictable hostess, Miss Tallulah Bankhead. The first broadcast of The Big Show will feature such stars as Fred Allen, Sir Laurence Olivier, Vivian Leigh, Joan Fontaine, George Saunders, and Beatrice Lilly. September 30th is a date to note because it means that The Big Show is back on NBC for another star-filled season of great radio entertainment. Then, on October 2nd, two great comedy shows return to the air. Fibber McGee and Molly and Bob Hope. The McGee closet is still as overflowing as ever, but Fibber has been able to find his way through the debris and find his joke book, so he's all ready for another fun-filled season. And Bob Hope? Well, he's always ready to ad-lib, so you can settle back and await the laughs as October 2nd brings you two of radio's most important comic half-hours. And on October 3rd, Groucho Marx is back on NBC and spreading joy all over the place. Make a program note to hear The Big Show beginning on Sunday, September 30th. Then there's Fibber McGee and Molly and The Bob Hope Show on October 2nd. And Groucho Marx returns on October 3rd. Yes, for radio entertainment at its best, keep tuned to this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the empty ashtray murder case. Investigating the murder of wealthy spinster Hortense Tremont, Inspector Thorne is convinced that she was killed inside the estate in which her family lives, although her body was found on the path outside. In the house at the time were her brother, Barrett Tremont, who believes that she stole his inheritance from him, her niece, Jennifer, and Jennifer's husband, Ted Reynolds, who will inherit half her fortune, and Wendy Stevens, Hortense Tremont's ex-social secretary. Inspector Thorne has just learned that the jewelry missing from the wall safe, which Hortense Tremont was checking at the time of her murder, has been found hidden away among the belongings of Hortense's niece, Jennifer. Now we see Inspector Thorne confronting Jennifer in her room and saying,
"This jewelry was found hidden away in your closet, Jennifer Reynolds."
I tell you, I know nothing about it, Inspector Thorne. Nothing at all.
Then how did it get there?
Someone else must have put it there. Either because they thought it was a good hiding place,
Or to frame you, Jennifer?
Yes.
I might believe you if we hadn't found the jewelry wrapped in newspaper that was dated 3 days ago.
3 days ago?
In 3 days, you certainly would have come across at least one of the pieces of jewelry when you were getting clothes out of your closet.
Nothing you say can change the truth. I didn't steal that jewelry.
Then why did you try to keep my men from searching your room?
I didn't feel well, Inspector Thorne. After all, Hortense Tremont was my aunt. I was trying to rest.
Did you see your aunt before she left the house?
No, I was in the kitchen starting dinner. I heard the door slam.
When was that?
About an hour after she arrived. Around 5 o'clock, I'd say. Then I saw her walking down the path.
Was there anyone with her?
No.
Was there anyone with you at the time?
No.
You're not being very helpful, Jennifer.
I can only tell you what I know.
Inspector Thorne.
What are you doing here, Ted Reynolds?
I'm sorry about breaking in like this, but I can't let you accuse my wife.
Yeah, darling, it's all right.
That's very noble of you, Ted, but unless you have a confession to make...
I do have a confession, Inspector Thorne.
Ted, what are you saying?
There's something you should know. It's about Wendy Stevens.
What about Wendy Stevens?
Jennifer's Aunt Hortense discharged Wendy for forging a check.
Ted, we promised Wendy we wouldn't tell anyone.
This is no time for secrets, Jennifer.
You're right, Ted. What was the amount of this check?
$5,000.
And Hortense Tremont discovered this?
As soon as the check came back through the bank. Hortense happened to open the mail that day.
I see. I'm glad you had sense enough to tell me this, Ted. Will you find Sergeant Muggen and tell him to bring Wendy Stevens here?
Sure thing, Inspector Thorne.
I'm sure Wendy had nothing to do with the murder. She's a very sweet girl.
I never considered forging a sign of sweetness, Jennifer.
Anyone can make a mistake.
And then make another mistake trying to cancel out the first one?
Oh, no.
I see you're quite an athlete, Jennifer. These silver loving cups here.
I happen to be good at swimming.
Well, swimming is a strenuous sport for those who devote much time to it.
Chief, I got Wendy Stevens here.
Bring her in, Muggen.
I thought we had our little talk, Inspector Thorne.
Now, there are a few things you forgot to tell me. First, that Hortense Tremont fired you for forging a $5,000 check in her name.
Jennifer, you promised not to tell.
Sorry, Wendy.
Why did you need all that money?
Why does anybody need money? There were things I wanted to buy. Nice clothes for once. Not these bargain basement markdowns.
And you consider that important enough to steal? Tell the truth, Wendy. Why did you want the money?
I already told you, Inspector Thorne.
What happened when Hortense Tremont discovered the forged check?
Just some more of my bad luck. Every other day I'd open the mail. But this one day she had to. She was furious.
But she let you go without preferring charges.
I convinced her I'd pay back the money.
Had you spent all of the $5,000?
Yes, Inspector Thorne, but I told her I'd pay it back, and I have been.
I thought you had no job, Wendy.
My family's been sending me money. I gave most of it to her.
You've given yourself a very strong motive for murder, Wendy Stevens. Sergeant Muggen, I think we'll leave the murder house tonight. You've got work to do.
Right with you, Chief.
I want reports on all four of our suspects, Muggen. Barrett Tremont, Jennifer and Ted Reynolds, and Wendy Stevens.
What a bunch.
Muggen, 4 people. 4 people who were in 4 different rooms of the house swear that they saw Hortense Tremont walk out of here alive about an hour after she came in.
That's right.
But the evidence given by an empty ashtray proves that Hortense Tremont was murdered a few minutes after she entered the library.
I see what you mean, Chief.
The evidence on her body outside proves that she was not murdered on the spot where we found her. Well, then how did she get there, Muggen? And more important, how did 4 people see her walk out of this house at a time when I'm certain she was already dead?
Well, don't tell me we got to start believing in ghosts, Chief.
Well, Muggen, we either have a case where 4 people connived in one murder, or...
Or what, Chief?
I think I may have the answer, Muggen.
For a cop who's always saying he's dumb, you sure managed to break some tough cases.
I hope so, Muggen. Well, after I see the reports on our 4 suspects tomorrow, we may be coming back here to the murder house to pick up a killer.
And as soon as Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggen leave the murder house, we see Barrett Tremont walk into his daughter Jennifer's bedroom, and we hear him say to her,
"It's all right, Jennifer. I wanted you to know you can trust me."
Dad, what do you mean?
You don't have to pretend with me, my dear. I found the safe open after Hortense left. I'm the one who closed it.
Are you accusing me?
I told you it's all right.
No. No, it isn't all right. Someone is trying to frame me for Aunt Hortense's murder, and I don't know of anyone who hated her as much as you did.
Jennifer, you don't think I'd frame my own daughter?
I think you'd do anything for money. You're obsessed by it.
I hear Ted coming. I'll talk to you later, Jennifer.
Now it is 10 o'clock the next morning, and we see Inspector Thorne entering the murder house, the estate of the victim, wealthy spinster Hortense Tremont. And as Sergeant Muggen opens the door, we hear Inspector Thorne say,
"Those reports were fine, Muggen. Gave me just the information I needed."
They're all in the library, Chief. All 4 of them. The brother, Barrett Tremont, the niece, Jennifer, her husband, Ted Reynolds, and the ex-social secretary and forger, Wendy Stevens.
Well, I see you're all here.
We had little choice in the matter, Inspector Thorne.
Your sister Hortense had no choice at all when it came to being murdered.
Just what kind of a police force do we have, Inspector Thorne? I thought by this time you'd know the murderer.
I do.
What? You do?
All four of you had motives. Don't bother denying it. It's too late for that.
Are you trying to say that all four of us killed her?
Well, that did enter my mind, yes. Because all four of you swore you had seen Hortense Tremont leave this house at a time when I knew she was already dead. Yes. Hortense Tremont was killed in this house, in this library, shortly after she entered it. And then she was carried out of the house to the spot where her body was found.
Well, that lets me out. Hortense was much too heavy for me to carry.
Me too.
Yes, you're both right on that, Barrett Tremont and Wendy Stevens. Neither of you could have carried the murdered woman's body.
Does that mean you suspect me or my husband, Ted, Inspector Thorne?
You're an athlete, Jennifer. You'd have the strength to carry your aunt, and obviously your husband, Ted, could have managed it with no difficulty.
You can't prove anything, Inspector Thorne.
I haven't finished, Ted. Since Hortense Tremont was dead, at the time all four of you say you saw her leave the house, that means that someone did walk out of the house at that time wearing the murdered woman's hat and coat.
That's ridiculous. We would have known.
None of you saw her face, just her back from a distance. Hortense Tremont was a short woman. And that means that either you, Wendy Stevens, or her brother Barrett were wearing that coat and hat.
Me? Why, that's absurd.
Men have impersonated women before this, Mr. Tremont. Once I realized just what had happened, I also knew that two people planned this murder, one strong enough to carry out the body, the other short enough to wear her clothes. And once I knew that, it wasn't hard to settle on the murderers. Who would know the combination of Hortense Tremont's safe?
I should have told you this before, Inspector Thorne. After Hortense left, I found the safe open, and I closed it. Anyone could have gotten into it.
Father.
The safe was robbed 3 days before the murder, Mr. Tremont. And your sister would never have told you or any of the family the combination. But her social secretary would be bound to know it.
That's a lie.
You no longer had the $5,000 when the murdered woman discovered that you'd forged a check in her name, Wendy Stevens. But you didn't spend that money on clothes.
I did. I tell you I did.
My men found no expensive clothes in your apartment, Wendy. But they did discover that Ted Reynolds had gambling debts amounting to $5,000, which he paid up right after you forged that check.
I can pay my own gambling debt, Inspector Thorne.
No, you can't, Ted Reynolds. You may call yourself a stockbroker, but you haven't been in your office in months. You don't even have one client.
Why, this is utterly absurd, every word of it.
Of course it is, Inspector Thorne. Why would my husband Ted kill Aunt Hortense? And why would Wendy help him? She could gain nothing by it.
She could, Jennifer. If you were successfully framed for the murder, then she and Ted could get married and enjoy your share of the inheritance.
I can't believe that, Inspector Thorne. Why, if Ted was trying to frame me, why would he want to divert suspicion from me by telling you the truth about Wendy forging the check? Ted, you told Inspector Thorne?
That's right, Wendy. He wanted to put suspicion on you.
Wendy, that's not so.
Oh, isn't it, Ted Reynolds? Do you think I'm fool enough to go to the chair for a murder that you committed?
Wendy, I knew the cops would find out about the forged check. I told them so they'd never suspect there was anything between us.
Ted, is that the truth?
Even if it is the truth, Wendy, it doesn't make any difference to you now. You've already admitted your guilt, both of you. Sergeant Muggan, take them down to the station.
How do I book them, Chief?
Book Ted Reynolds for murder, and Wendy Stevens as an accessory to murder.
I never thought you'd see through our scheme, Thorne.
We were all set to confuse a poor dumb cop, weren't you, Reynolds? But believe me, there's nobody as dumb as a murderer.
And so ends the Empty Ashtray murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Stotts Cotsworth. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Geraldine Merkin, based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert. This is Fred Collins inviting you to tune in again next Thursday at the same time when the National Broadcasting Company will present Inspector Thorne in the Society Writer Murder Case. And now the National Broadcasting Company presents Inspector Thorne in The Society Writer Murder Case. Tonight, the National Broadcasting Company presents the exploits of the spectacular young Inspector Thorne of the Homicide Bureau, whose investigations rank with many of the most celebrated ones in the annals of crime fiction. An investigator smart enough to claim he is dumb, and modest enough to believe it. Tonight, Inspector Thorne turns to the Society Writer Murder Case. As tonight's Inspector Thorne murder case opens, we see Christopher Hudson, the successful society writer, working at the typewriter in his study. Then, as the door opens, Christopher Hudson looks up and says the words that are an overture to death.
What are you doing with that gun? Have you gone mad? Stop! You can't... You'll never get away with it. Never.
And a short time later, Inspector Thorne of Homicide and his assistant, Sergeant Muggan, are in the living room of the murdered Christopher Hudson's house. And Thorne is saying to the murdered man's attractive wife, Betsy,
I don't understand, Mrs. Hudson. You say it was almost 10 minutes after you returned home that you first discovered your husband Christopher's body.
Yes, Inspector Thorne. I thought he was working, and I didn't want to disturb him.
Well, then why did you go into the room 10 minutes later?
Lunch was ready. There it is, on the table. I suppose I should have put the food away, but nothing seems to matter now.
Will you take Sergeant Muggan and me to the scene of the murder, Mrs. Hudson?
Yes, if it will help you, Inspector Thorne.
Where were you before you returned home, Mrs. Hudson?
Shopping. Buying fall clothes. The packages are right there on the hall table, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, I see.
This is Chris's study. He always worked here.
I know this isn't easy for you, Mrs. Hudson.
Wow, this room looks like a cyclone hit it, Chief.
It sure does, Sergeant Muggan. Desk drawers turned upside down, books pulled out of the shelves.
Funny, Chief. The murderer turned the room inside out, but he didn't go through the dead man's pockets.
Which makes it look as if the murderer found what he wanted.
Inspector Thorne, if you don't mind, could I go back to the living room? Seeing Chris like...
Yes, of course. We'll go with you, Mrs. Hudson. Just what was your husband Christopher working on at the moment?
As I told you, Inspector Thorne, Chris was a writer. He wrote magazine articles about famous people.
Please sit down, Mrs. Hudson. If my memory serves me right, I think your husband was sometimes referred to as a society biographer.
That's right. Since we've been married, Chris has been doing a great many articles about well-known society people for the Better magazine.
You say since you've been married?
Yes, Inspector Thorne. You see, that was the one way I could help my husband. Before I was married, my name was Betsy Binghamton.
Binghamton? According to the society columns my wife reads, Chief, the Binghamtons got here before the Mayflower.
I've heard of your family, Mrs. Hudson.
Well, we no longer have any money. But I could introduce my husband to my friends. And that gave him a chance to write feature stories about people who had never before allowed themselves to be interviewed.
By marrying you, your husband practically guareed his success, didn't he, Mrs. Hudson?
That's not why he married me, Inspector Thorne. Chris and I were very much in love. At first, he absolutely refused to let me introduce him to any of the people who could help him. But I made him see how foolish that was.
Your husband must have made a lot of enemies, writing things about people which they mightn't like to see in print.
Chris never made any enemies. He wouldn't publish anything without the person's consent. Chris had only friends, Inspector Thorne.
Friends don't usually murder a man, Mrs. Hudson. Whose biography was your husband Christopher working on right now?
He just finished one of Janice Stewart.
Janice Stewart?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't exactly call her someone who was hard to interview, Chief. She seems to live for the chance to make the headlines. Debutante plans to go over Niagara in a barrel. Society Deb wins speed race.
Yeah, Sergeant Muggan is right, Mrs. Hudson. You couldn't exactly call a biography of Janice Stewart an exclusive interview.
But she was news, big news. And she told Chris things she wouldn't tell just any ordinary writer.
Well, that's interesting. Sergeant Muggan, would you send one of the boys over to pick up Janice Stewart? Tell her to bring her here right away.
Okay, Inspector Thorne.
Mrs. Hudson, Janice Stewart, besides being a highly publicized society girl, is also a very beautiful young woman.
Yes, she is, Inspector Thorne. But if you're suggesting that I was jealous, you're wrong. My husband had been interviewing beautiful women long before we met, but he asked me to marry him. And I've never had any reason to be jealous.
We didn't have to go after Janice Stewart, Chief. She came to us. That's Inspector Thorne of Homicide, Miss Stewart.
Sit down, please, Miss Stewart.
Oh, Betsy, dear. I heard about Chris's murder on the radio, and I thought maybe there was something I could do to help you.
Why, thank you, Janice. That was very kind.
Mrs. Hudson, I'd like to talk to Janice Stewart alone.
Well, of course. I'll go up to my room if that's all right.
No, just as long as you don't leave the house.
Well, I really don't see what we have to talk about, Inspector Thorne.
Christopher Hudson had just finished a feature story on you, Janice.
That's right. Me and a couple thousand other people.
Christopher Hudson worked very closely with the people he was writing about.
Oh, he kept on interviewing me for weeks. I was pretty sick of him, believe me.
Well, if you felt that way about it, why didn't you stop the interviews?
It seemed a shame after he'd put in all that work.
Oh. You're not usually noted for your consideration of people, Janice Stewart. Some of your past escapades have been mighty high-handed.
I promised Roger and Victoria I'd be nice to him.
Be nice to him?
Now, don't start looking for meanings that don't exist, Inspector Thorne. Roger and Victoria seemed to think a lot of Christopher Hudson, and they felt it would help his career if I gave him some inside stuff about myself to write out.
Well, just who are Roger and Victoria?
Roger and Victoria Blake. You know, she inherited a couple of million, and he's what they call a leader of industry.
And the Blakes introduced you to Christopher Hudson?
Yes. They're good friends of Chris's wife, Betsy.
I see.
I never knew her myself until Chris started interviewing me.
And yet you came right here when you heard about Christopher Hudson's murder. You came here, you say, to offer his wife, Betsy, your help.
That's right. It seemed the least I could do.
Unless the newspapers have been maligning you badly, Janice, a kind offer like that isn't very much in keeping with your usual actions.
Look, Inspector Thorne, I've told you all I know. And if you don't want to believe me, that's your business.
I'm glad you realize that, Janice. Knowing the whole truth about every suspect in a murder case is my business.
Oh, so now I'm a suspect. Well, have it your way.
You're very composed about it, Janice.
Oh, I've had little run-ins with the police before. My guardian, Jeffrey Drew, usually straightens it out.
Nobody can straighten out a murder charge.
Well, unless you're going to charge me with murder right now, I think I'll run along, Inspector Thorne. I have a date for cocktails.
There's one more thing. I'd like to see a copy of that feature article Christopher Hudson wrote about you, Janice.
Well, there must be some copies around.
When is it being published?
Oh, it isn't. That is, I don't think he made any arrangements.
Well, that'd be rather unusual. In any case, he must have given you a copy. I should imagine you'd want to check it over.
He did, but I don't know where it is now. I really wasn't terribly interested.
Well, I suggest you look around for your copy of the biography, Janice.
Oh, of course I will. Goodbye, Inspector Thorne.
There goes a very worried young woman, Sergeant Muggan.
She calmed down awful fast when you asked her for the biography Hudson wrote about her.
That's why I want the boys to make a very thorough search of this house for a copy of that biography. Meanwhile, Muggan, you and I are going to pay a call on the people who recommended Christopher Hudson to Janice Stewart. A call on Roger and Victoria Blake.
A few minutes later, Inspector Thorne and Sergeant Muggan arrive at the home of Roger and Victoria Blake. As they walk up to the front door, they hear angry voices coming from a window overlooking the garden path. And Inspector Thorne says,
Sergeant Muggan, do you hear those voices?
Couldn't miss them. Should I ring the bell?
No, I think we'll just walk up closer to that window first, the one the voices seem to be coming from. Careful, Muggan. We don't want them to hear us.
That's no excuse, Roger Blake. You may be a leader of industry, but it's my money you're spending.
Victoria, please.
I'm warning you, Roger Blake. If you keep on throwing away money the way you've been doing, I'll ruin you. I'll leave you without a cent.
Victoria, come back
I'll
here.
be in my room, Roger, when you decide to tell me the truth about how you've been spending my money.
Let's go, Muggan. I want to find out more about the quick-tempered Blakes.
You
Yes, what is it?
I'm Inspector Thorne of Homicide. This is Sergeant Muggan. We'd like to see Mr. and Mrs. Blake.
If you'll wait, please, I'll see if they're in.
Never mind, Chester. I'll see Inspector Thorne and his assistant.
Mr. Roger Blake?
That's right. You may go, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Won't you come in and sit down, please, Inspector Thorne?
You haven't asked us why we're here, Mr. Blake. That's quite unusual.
I can guess why you're here. I heard about Christopher Hudson's death on my radio. I'll be happy to give you any assistance I can.
Well, how well did you know Christopher Hudson?
I've known his wife, Betsy, all my life. I became well acquainted with Chris after he did a feature story on me and my wife, Victoria. Chris and I spent a great deal of time together.
And you liked the murdered man, Mr. Blake?
Oh, very much. Chris was a fine fellow. Intelligent, keen, very entertaining.
Where were you this morning, Mr. Blake, between 11 and 12?
That's easy. I was out driving with my wife.
That's a lie, Roger, and you know it.
Victoria, what are you saying? Oh, excuse me. This is Inspector Thorne of Homicide.
I know, the butler told me. I'm sorry to barge in on you so unceremoniously.
I'm glad you did, Mrs. Blake. So, you say your husband, Roger, was not with you when the murder occurred?
That's right, Inspector Thorne. We did go out driving this morning, but around 11 o'clock, Roger left me at my dressmaker's and didn't return for at least an hour.
Victoria, how can you say that? This is a murder case.
That's exactly why I am saying it, Roger. Murder is too serious to trifle with the truth.
You're a very intelligent woman, Mrs. Blake.
And that's why I have something else to tell you, Inspector Thorne. I heard what my husband was saying about Christopher Hudson, and there wasn't a word of truth in that either.
Victoria.
What do you mean, Mrs. Blake?
Christopher Hudson was not a fine fellow. He was a strange, eccentric man with no talent, no charm at all. He was given to violent outbursts about the strangest things.
Inspector Thorne, my wife is inclined to judge people too harshly.
What would you think, Inspector Thorne, of a man who sits down to dine with you and throws the butter dish to the floor?
Throws it deliberately?
Very deliberately. You see, among other things, Christopher Hudson didn't like butter, and so he considered it a personal insult for anyone to put butter on the table before him.
Is this true, Mr. Blake?
Yes, it's true, but none of us is perfect. He was a writer, and you know how writers are.
He may have called himself a writer, but he never proved it to me.
Didn't you like the article he wrote about you and your husband?
It's hard to say, since I never saw it.
Oh, it was never published, Mr. Blake?
No, it wasn't published, Inspector Thorne. In fact, if I hadn't seen Christopher hand a copy of the article to Roger, I'd be convinced it was never even written.
Chris wasn't satisfied with what he'd done, Inspector Thorne. He was going to write it over again.
Well, may I have the copy he gave you, Mr. Blake?
I don't have it anymore. I threw it away.
This is beginning to sound familiar, isn't it, Chief?
Very familiar, Sergeant Morgan. Janice Stewart also claims to have mislaid the copy of the feature article Christopher Hudson wrote about her, Mr. Blake.
Speaking of Janice Stewart reminds me of something, Inspector Thorne.
Yes?
Excuse me, madame. This registered letter just came for you.
Oh, thank you, Chester. You may go now. Oh, will you excuse me, Inspector Thorne? I can't imagine who would send me a registered letter. If you don't mind.
What is it, Mrs. Blake? What's wrong?
It's nothing. Nothing at all.
There was something in that letter that gave you a very bad shock, Mrs. Blake.
It's bad news about my sister. If you'll excuse me, Inspector Thorne, I don't feel at all well.
I think maybe you'd better stay a while, Mrs. Blake.
No, Sergeant Muggan. We wouldn't want to intrude upon Mrs. Blake at a time like this.
But, Chief...
Thank you both for your cooperation. I'll be at my office if you recall anything further that might have bearing on the murder of Christopher Hudson. Come along, Sergeant Muggan.
And back at his office in the Homicide Bureau, we hear Inspector Thorne talking to his puzzled assistant, Sergeant Muggan.
Of course you were right, Muggan. Victoria Blake wasn't telling us the truth about that special delivery, that registered letter she received.
Then why did you let her think she was getting away with that lie about her sick sister?
Because we may be able to learn more from her if she's off guard. And there's a great deal we still have to learn about Christopher Hudson and the people he knew before we come anywhere near discovering his murderer.
Sure funny about those biographies you wrote. The boys couldn't find a thing about Janice Stewart or Roger and Victoria Blake in any of his papers.
Well, I'm positive Roger Blake destroyed his copy. But if the boys get a chance to search Janice Stewart's house, I have an idea they might find something there.
They'll search it first time she goes out.
I'll take it, Morgan. Homicide, Inspector Thorne speaking. What? When was that? Yes, we'll be right over.
What's happened, Chief?
Come on, Muggin. We're going to Red Lawn Hospital. Roger Blake is there with 2 bullets in him.
Inspector Thorne in the Society Writer murder case will return in just a moment. But first, it's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. With the fall season officially upon us, we see that there are many things which have changed. The breeze off the river now carries with it a slight hint of the chill north wind. The trees in the valley shiver at the first cold touch of frost, and the leaves burst into worlds of color. The lights go on earlier as night seems to settle sooner on the big cities. Yes, changes have come with the season, and changes have come with our new fall schedule, a schedule designed with your radio entertainment in mind. For example, this Sunday you'll be able to hear The Big Show, a full 90 minutes of music, drama, and comedy. The Big Show will come to you this Sunday with your unpredictable hostess, Tallulah Bankhead, and such luminaries of the motion picture and theater world as Joan Fontaine, Sir Laurence Olivier, Fred Allen, George Sanders, and Vivian Lee. And next Tuesday night, Bob Hope and Fibber McGee and Molly return to their duties around the NBC microphone. Then, on Wednesday, Groucho Marx brings you his comedy quiz show, You Bet Your Life. And on October the 14th, that's on a Sunday, the Eddie Cantor Show returns to NBC. Yes, with Bob Hope, Fibber McGee and Molly, Groucho Marx, and Eddie Cantor, we assure you that this will be NBC's greatest comedy season. Incidentally, in the current issue of Coronet magazine, you can read about NBC's top comedians. Make a program note to hear The Big Show this Sunday. Next Tuesday brings you Bob Hope and Fibber McGee and Molly. Then Wednesday features more comedy with Groucho Marx. And on Sunday, October the 14th, hear the Eddie Cantor Show. Yes, for radio entertainment at its best. Keep tuned to this, your NBC station. Now, back to Inspector Thorne and the Society Writer murder case. When Betsy Hudson reports the murder of her husband, Christopher, a writer who specialized in doing biographies of society people, Inspector Thorne can find no trace of the biographies Christopher Hudson had written about willful society girl Janice Stewart and socially prominent Roger and Victoria Blake. Then, a call comes in to Inspector Thorne's office that someone has attempted to murder Roger Blake. And now we find Inspector Thorne at Red Lawn Hospital, speaking to Roger's wife, Victoria.
The doctors say that your husband is still unconscious, Mrs. Blake. But fortunately, the shots didn't strike any vital spot. He'll recover.
Oh, Inspector Thorne, I just can't believe any of this. Why would anyone want to murder my husband, Roger?
Tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I don't know. I was in my room upstairs. This was right after you left the house, Inspector Thorne. I heard shots, and when I ran downstairs, I found Roger lying on the floor in the living room.
What about your butler, Chester? Didn't he see anyone?
He was in the kitchen. He reached the living room just as I did.
I guess we'll have to wait for Mr. Blake to regain consciousness to hear the whole story.
Chief.
Yes, Sergeant Morgan.
The doc says it'll be at least a couple hours before Blake comes to.
Well, then there's no point in our staying here, Morgan. Unless you have something further to add, Mrs. Blake.
There is something. Something I started to tell you earlier about Janice Stewart.
Yes?
A few weeks ago, I was driving out on the island, and I saw Janice Stewart and Christopher Hudson walking into a little out-of-the-way restaurant.
The willful young debutante Janice told me she had only a business-like relationship with a murdered man.
That isn't all I saw, Inspector Thorne. Following right behind them in her car was Christopher Hudson's wife, Betsy.
The wife who says she was never jealous. Sergeant Morgan, go back to the office and rush the boys on those reports. I think it's time I paid another visit to the murdered man's wife, Betsy Hudson.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Inspector Thorne.
Yes, I'd like to speak to you, Mrs. Hudson.
And you're just the person I want to see, Inspector Thorne. I have your murderer for you.
She's lying, Inspector Thorne. Don't listen to a word she says.
Janice Stewart, what are you doing here?
I came to help her, but I think she's gone mad.
Help me? She came to destroy evidence, Inspector Thorne. The evidence that will prove she murdered my husband.
What evidence is that, Mrs. Hudson?
I don't know, but I left her here alone for a moment, and when I returned, she was going through the drawers of that desk right there.
What earthly reason would I have for going through Christopher Hudson's things, Inspector Thorne? Why, I hardly knew the man.
Was that why you went to an out-of-the-way restaurant on the island with him, Janice Stewart?
What? Why, I never...
Well, don't bother denying it. Your good friend Victoria Blake saw you there.
That's the kind of woman Janice Stewart is, Inspector Thorne. A spoiled man-chaser.
And what about you, Betsy Hudson? Victoria Blake said she saw you following your husband, Christopher, and Janet Stewart in your car.
Answer that one, Betsy, dear.
I'll be very happy to answer. My husband asked me to follow, and Janice insisted on that meeting. He couldn't refuse, or she'd call off the interviews. But he told me he didn't want this lovesick young debutante getting her clutches into him.
He what? Of all the hypocritical liars, wow!
Yes, Janice?
Nothing. There isn't a word of truth in any of this, of course.
You were going to give me your reasons, Janice, for this meeting with Christopher.
You'll just have to take my word for it, Inspector Thorne.
You see, she can't really deny what I said.
Perhaps not. But your story does seem a bit far-fetched, Mrs. Hudson. Husbands don't usually invite their wives to follow them when they're meeting other women.
I can give you proof. It's right here in my purse. Here. This piece of paper.
There are directions on it.
Yes. Directions my husband Chris wrote out for me. Directions to get to that out-of-the-way restaurant where he was meeting Janice. That's Chris's handwriting, believe me.
Well, we can check that easily enough. Well, thank you, Mrs. Hudson. And you, Janice Stewart. You've both been a great help to me.
A short time later, we see Inspector Thorne entering his office at the Homicide Bureau. And we hear him say to Sergeant Muggin,
"What about those reports on our suspects, Muggin?"
Here's something big, Chief.
Yeah?
The biography that the murdered man Christopher Hudson wrote about debutante Janice Stewart.
Good work, Muggin.
They finally got into her apartment. The boys say she had this biography hidden so good they almost missed it. Anything in it, Chief?
Not so far, Muggin. Seems pretty ordinary. Born with a silver spoon, went to best schools, had the biggest coming-out party in society's history.
Everybody knows that about Janice Stewart. It's been in the papers a million times.
But here's something that was never in the papers, Muggin.
What's that, Chief?
The answer to the mystery of Christopher Hudson and to the person who murdered him. Muggin, I want Victoria Blake, Janice Stewart, and the murdered man's wife, Betsy Hudson, brought to the hospital where Roger Blake is immediately. We're going to wind up this case right now.
And now Inspector Thorne is at the hospital talking to 3 of his suspects in the sitting room outside the sick room of his 4th suspect, Roger Blake. And we hear Inspector Thorne say,
"We'll know who the murderer is before we leave this hospital."
Inspector Thorne, you must speak to the doctor. My husband Roger has regained consciousness, but they won't let me in to see him.
I asked them to keep everyone out of Roger Blake's room until I arrived. You'll see your husband in a minute, Mrs. Blake.
I hope this won't take long, Inspector Thorne. At first, when I found Chris's body, I felt so numb nothing seemed to reach me. But now, I don't think I can stand much more.
Well, it won't take long, Mrs. Hudson. You have my promise.
Well, why can't we go in and see Roger Blake now? What are we waiting for?
Because I want to have a word with you first, Janice Stewart. Muggin, can I have that folder?
Here it is, Chief.
How did you find that? I had it hidden.
Well, you can see there's no point in lying to me any longer, Janice. I have the biography which Christopher Hudson wrote about you.
But I didn't murder him, Inspector Thorne.
But you don't deny you were paying him blackmail money?
Blackmail? To my husband, Chris?
Yes, Mrs. Hudson. Your husband was a blackmailer, and he used you with your social background to introduce him to his victim.
That's not true. It can't be true.
It's true, all right, Betsy Hudson, and I'm the girl that can prove it. Chris used that gag about doing my biography to get into the house and go through every paper I had there. And he found one that I should have destroyed long ago.
It was a clipping of a hit-and-run accident, Janice. An accident for which the police could never trace the car or the driver.
But I didn't mean to run over that little boy, Inspector Thorne. I was going so fast.
Hit and run isn't in my department, Janice.
So as far as I'm concerned, it belongs under homicide.
Christopher Hudson wrote the whole thing in my biography, and then he threatened to publish it just that way, unless I paid him blackmail. She killed my husband, Inspector Thorne. Why don't you arrest her?
There are still a few things to clear up, Betsy Hudson. The shooting of Roger Blake, for one thing.
The doc says we can go in to see him now, but to make it a short visit.
You don't have to go in there, Inspector Thorne. I shot my husband, Roger.
Because of that registered letter you received, Mrs. Blake. That letter that contained proof of the fact that your husband had been unfaithful to you, eh?
Yes. Christopher Hudson wrote that letter when he first started blackmailing my husband. He left it with his lawyers and warned Roger that if anything happened to him, his lawyers would send the letter to me.
Chris warned me of the same thing. He said a letter containing the evidence of my hit-and-run accident would go to my guardian, and it did.
I know that, Janice Stewart. I spoke to your guardian just before I came here. He's turning the evidence over to the proper department.
I shot my husband, Roger, Inspector Thorne. I shot him in a rage after reading the letter that Christopher Hudson's lawyer had sent to me after his death. But I didn't kill Christopher. At the time he was murdered, I knew nothing about the blackmail. I had no reason to kill him.
But what about your husband, Roger? Blackmail gives him a good motive.
Roger couldn't have killed your husband, Betsy. He was with me at the time of the murder.
You denied it when he said so earlier.
I was angry at him over money. I didn't know it was going to a blackmailer then. But I'm telling you the truth now, Inspector Thorne. Roger was with me from 11 until 12 this morning.
Any one of them could have done it, Inspector Thorne. If my husband Chris was really blackmailing them, and I still don't believe it, then they must have hated him enough to kill him.
Perhaps. But they also knew that after his death, the letters he'd written would reveal the secrets they were trying so hard to hide. But you had no such fear, Betsy Hudson.
Me? Why should I kill my husband? I loved him.
Love can be very close to hate, especially to a jealous woman.
Jealous? I told you.
You told me many things, Mrs. Hudson, but they don't agree with the facts. You didn't know that your husband, Christopher, was a blackmailer.
I'm glad you admit that much, Inspector Thorne.
So naturally, it never occurred to you that a blackmailer likes to meet his victims where no one can overhear their conversation. To you, it had looked like a love affair.
If you mean Chris's meeting with Janice, I told you about that. He asked me to follow. He wrote out the directions for me.
He wrote out the directions for himself. You followed your husband and Janice out of jealousy. But you'd seen those directions. And that's why you ransacked his study to find the paper on which they were written after you murdered him.
I didn't kill Chris. I didn't.
Mrs. Blake, will you repeat what you once told me about Christopher Hudson's dislike for butter?
Why, he couldn't even stand the sight of it, Inspector Thorne.
Is this true, Betsy Hudson?
I guess so. What about it?
You told me that you had no idea your husband was dead until after you'd gotten lunch ready and went in to call him.
That's the truth.
I saw that lunch you prepared for your husband. Bacon and tomato sandwiches, thickly filled with butter. No, Betsy Hudson. Your husband was already dead when you prepared that lunch as part of your alibi. And you knew it because you'd killed him.
Yes, I killed him. Yes, I killed him, and it's funny, isn't it? I was jealous because I thought there was something between Chris and Janice Stewart. And there was, but not love. Only blackmail.
With your strange sense of humor, Betsy Hudson, I'm sure you'll find much to amuse you while you're waiting in the death house. Take her in, Sergeant Morgan.
And so ends the Society Writer murder case. The part of Inspector Thorne is played by Stotts Cotsworth. Direction by Edward Slattery. The script was written by Geraldine Merkin, based on the original story by Frank and Anne Hummert, and was brought to you by the National Broadcasting Company. This is Fred Collins speaking.
Next week, hear Groucho Marx and Eddie Cantor on NBC.
There's been a murder.
Robert Lang as Robert Cardiff in The Lucas Testament, a play for radio by Michael Robson, with Dulcie Gray and Geoffrey Siegel. The Lucas Testament.
You're very prompt, Mr. Cardiff.
It's your time I'm encroaching on, sir.
Nonsense. It's a pleasure, not an encroachment. Do sit down.
Thank you. Wonderful view from these windows.
I like a lot of trees, you know, and grass. Easier to manage. Would you like something to drink? You've come a long way.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Oh, perhaps a little later. Well, then, how can I help you? I must admit to being greatly intrigued by your letter.
As I think I told you, I'm researching a book on Kenya before independence, and naturally, as I soon discovered, no book on East Africa would be complete without fairly extensive references to your brother.
Ah, Raymond would be amused to hear you say so.
When were you out there yourself, Mr. Lucas?
I spent some fairly extensive holidays at Raymond's farm. And when I say farm, I'm talking about something like 30,000 acres. That was before the war, of course. He was doing some remarkable things, as you probably know.
Yes, but what I'm anxious to do at the moment is to contact his widow. I was hoping you might be able to help.
Oh, dear.
Why, oh, dear?
My brother's been dead for almost 40 years, Mr. Cardiff, so I don't suppose it can do any harm to tell you that his marriage was, from the family's point of view, an unfortunate one. None of us greatly cared for Claire. To the best of my knowledge, none of us has seen her since 1938, when Raymond was killed.
If it's in the least embarrassing, I shan't take up any more of your time.
Oh, the only embarrassment lies in the fact that I can't be of more help. No, after the accident, Claire stayed on in the Aberdares at the farm till the end of the war. Then she sold up and went to America. The last I heard, she was in Florida, but that's many years ago.
There were no other near relatives?
She had no one very close. And since 1938, I've been the sole survivor of the original Lucas family. Not a particularly useful one at that. But you see, colonial life never appealed to me as it did to Raymond. He had visions of a permanent white settlement out there. Perhaps it's just as well he didn't live to see independence.
Yes, I see. And there's no way in which Mrs. Lucas can be contacted, you think?
Oh, I expect so. I only told you I hadn't kept up with her. You see, my brother's estate and interests in East Africa were very considerable. When he died, there was a good deal of legal work to be done. His affairs, both here and in Kenya, were handled by a firm of London solicitors who at that time had branches in East and West Africa and heaven knows where else. They'll certainly have kept track of Claire's whereabouts.
Do you recall their address in London?
Certainly. They've acted for me on a number of occasions. Collison and Brimmercombe of Chancery Lane.
Collison and Brimmercombe. Mr. Lucas, you've been extremely helpful.
Not at all. Only too glad.
Blast! Robert Cardiff.
Mr. Cardiff, good morning to you. This is Barclay Collison of Collison and Brimmercombe, in answer to your letter of the 14th of June.
Mr. Collison, good of you to telephone me.
I shall be replying to your letter, of course. But I'm telephoning now merely to emphasize that our client, Mrs. Lucas, has no wish to meet you.
I beg your pardon?
We advised Mrs. Lucas of your interest in the late Mr. Raymond Lucas. We urged your claims as a genuine historian, and we advised Mrs. Lucas that you would take up very little of her time. but she has instructed us to inform you that no such meeting will take place.
But did she give any reason? Surely she must have had a reason. Is she ill?
We are not concerned with reasons, Mr. Cardiff, only with conveying our client's wishes to you.
But this is preposterous.
I'm afraid that our client disapproves in the strongest terms of your intention to make a detailed biographical study of the late Mr. Lucas.
What Lucas said and did in Kenya is a matter of history, Mr. Collison, not of a widow's whim.
It's your privilege to pursue your vocation, Mr. Cardiff. It's our client's privilege to have nothing whatsoever to do with aiding you in your pursuit of that vocation.
Did you make it clear to Mrs. Lucas that her late husband's brother is offering me every assistance with my research?
Nothing that you mentioned in your letter of the 14th June was omitted in correspondence with our client. Her answer is still the same. No, Mr. Cardiff. Irrefutably, no.
I see. You'll thank her handsomely, of course. All right. I'm coming.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Mr. Cardiff?
Yes?
Mr. Robert Cardiff?
Yes. What's this all about?
Thorne, sir. Detective Chief Inspector Thorne. This is my colleague, Sergeant Rockner. How do you do, sir?
How can I help you?
Can we step inside and talk, sir?
I hope this isn't going to take long. Yes, come inside if you must. Well, sit down. I can't offer you any tea because at the moment I'm out of tea and I never drink coffee. But if 10 in the morning's not too early for liquor, you're welcome to whatever you see on the drinks table there.
Thank you, sir. No.
Well then, what can I do for you?
Miss Anne Lawrence, you know her?
Yes, of course. Why? She hasn't had an accident, I hope?
Can you recall when you last saw her?
When you recall why you're here, I may be able to recall when I last saw Miss Lawrence.
You're a writer, sir, I believe.
Yes.
You regard yourself as a professional.
I'm regarded as one. Why?
Sergeant Rockner and I are regarded as professionals, too. We conduct investigations in our own way. So, when did you last see Miss Lawrence?
A few days ago. Sunday. Is she all right?
Would that have been at the luncheon party given by Mrs. Bryant and her son?
Yes, it would. Since you know this already, why...
We understand that you left that party at the same time as Miss Lawrence, sir.
I'd like you to go now.
Sorry?
I've no intention of wasting my time. If you can persuade me I'm not wasting my time, I'll go on with this interview. Otherwise, I have work to do.
Are you always as recalcitrant as this, Mr. Cardiff, with police officers?
Are you always as obtuse as this when you're dealing with members of the public?
Miss Lawrence is dead. Are you persuaded now that we aren't wasting your time?
If you'd told me that to begin with, we should all have got along a great deal better.
You don't seem very surprised.
About what?
Miss Lawrence's death.
When a senior detective arrives, I don't imagine it's a matter of stolen milk bottles that you're investigating. How did Anne die?
We have reason to believe she was murdered.
Then I'll help you as much as I can.
That's very charitable of you.
Oh, for God's sake. I last saw her at about 2:30 on Sunday afternoon when we left the Bryant's place.
You all left at the same time?
Diana Hayward, a friend of Anne's, drove Anne to her cottage. Well, that was her intention, at any rate.
And you? What did you do?
I drove a friend of mine back here.
Your friend's name, sir?
Barberton. Sonny Barberton. He came up for the weekend.
Where from?
From London. You'll find his address in the green book by the telephone. Under B.
Did you have occasion to telephone Miss Lawrence later that day?
No.
Did you go out at all later that day?
Extensively.
Oh, perhaps you'll tell me about it.
I took Mr. Barberton to the local station, Treem, at about 7. He wanted to catch the 7:45 from Norwich to London.
Well, Treem's not far away. Hardly call that extensive travelling.
From Treem, I drove to a place near Warham Stacey.
On your own?
No.
But I understood you left Mr. Barberton at Treem Station.
It wasn't Mr. Barberton I took to Warham Stacey. It was a young woman called... I forget the name for the moment.
I see. You took this young woman, whose name you've forgotten, to Warham Stacey. Where'd you go from there?
Back here.
Directly?
As directly as the lanes would allow.
Yes, sir. Reaching here when?
I don't know. I don't make a habit of consulting my watch every time I enter the house.
It's important to us.
It was still light. Perhaps 9, 1:15. I don't know.
And thereafter you stayed in?
Yes.
No visitors?
None.
No telephone calls?
I don't think so. I can't remember.
Then have you remembered the name of the young woman you took to Warham Stacey?
It was Halifax. I don't recall her Christian name offhand.
Just an acquaintance, perhaps.
I've never met her before in my life.
Yet you drove her 30-odd miles to Warham Stacey?
She was a stranger. She was expecting to be met at Tream Station by her brother, but he hadn't shown up. And it was a Sunday, and there was no available public transport, so I took her to her brother's home, near Warham Stacey. Look, is this relevant, Inspector? I really don't see how my actions can have any possible bearing on the death of Miss Lawrence.
How well did you know her, Miss Lawrence?
Quite well. We were quite friendly.
But no more than that?
We were quite friendly.
These personal details can be uncomfortable, sir. We realise that all too well. But since robbery can be ruled out as a motive for the murder, that seems to leave us with something more personal. We're asking you no more than we're asking everybody else who knew Miss Lawrence.
Yes. Well, you've had my answer, haven't you?
Indeed, we have. What did the gentleman say, Robner?
Question. How well did you know Miss Lawrence? Answer. Quite well. We were quite friendly.
Quite friendly. Have you anything to add to that, sir?
I have a question.
Please, feel free.
When was she murdered?
The time of death has been placed at between 7:30 and 9 on Sunday evening.
Just the period, Mr. Cardiff, when no one but you and the mysterious Miss Halifax can vouch for your whereabouts.
I'm sorry that Collison was so emphatic and so negative. He was clearly only carrying out his instructions.
I don't begin to understand Mrs. Lucas's attitude. Why should she be so opposed to a meeting with me? There's no question of my hunting for skeletons in her cupboard. Her husband led an enlightened and valuable life, and my only concern is to narrate it as fully as possible.
There was talk of skeletons at one time, you know. Perhaps that would account for Claire's reticence.
Of course, I knew there was an inquest, but...
Oh, it was all gossip, of course, rumour, speculation. But it was quite unpleasant for a while. Will you have another glass of sherry?
No, thank you. No, I'm lost. Forgive me, but I'm lost.
It's all so long ago now that it's difficult to understand the lives that so many of the settlers led out there in pre-war days. What did the journalists call Kenya? A place in the sun for shady people. You see, Raymond was single, agreeable, very rich. I can't think how many hopeful mothers sent their daughters fluttering around him. Then along came Claire, 19 years old, and from what can only be described as a humdrum background. Within weeks, Raymond was utterly infatuated with her. Within months, they were married. He was 25 years her senior. Naturally, tongues wagged. But gossip really got underway when Raymond died on Mount Kenya.
Did he fall or was he pushed?
Exactly. Raymond was extremely wealthy. In Nairobi and Mombasa, people talked of nothing else for weeks. But as you know, the coroner found, quite properly in my opinion, that Raymond's death was a misadventure.
Presumably, Mrs. Lucas inherited the entire estate.
No, she didn't. And she was piqued, I remember. You see, Raymond left a third of his capital towards the foundation of a veterinary college near Kisumu. But what she did receive was very considerable. I don't know the details myself, but I do know that by the time she was 21, Claire must have been one of the richest people in the colony.
Afternoon, Mr. Cardiff. Glad you've come home.
Was I expecting you?
One or two details I'd like to go over with you again, if you please.
If they're relevant.
Miss Halifax.
What did she tell you?
Absolutely nothing. For the simple reason that we can't find her.
Then you have incompetent officers. Now, if you'll excuse me...
I can assure you that there's no one by the name of Halifax lives in or anywhere near the village of Warham Stacey.
And I can assure you they do. I took the wretched girl there myself on Sunday. A dismal-looking house between two cornfields, about a mile from the village.
You could identify it on an Ordnance Survey map?
It's extremely unlikely. We made a number of false starts, found ourselves down rural cul-de-sacs and on lanes that led nowhere in particular.
Oh, doesn't it strike you as odd that the house should be so hard to find?
How should it be odd if that's where her brother lives? Well, it's evidently a hiring. He's in the Air Force, stationed at Coldershall, I imagine.
You didn't mention this at our last meeting.
Because it's immaterial.
Do you remember anything else now? The girl's Christian name, for example.
Her name was Susan. She was tall, slim, fair-haired, about 22. Trendy dresser in a blue denim sort of way. By her accent, I should guess she came from south of the Thames.
The historian's detail, amazing.
Now, if that's all...
But it isn't. My men have found no one of that name in that area. You're sure it was Halifax?
Of course I'm sure. But if you care to try again with Churchill, Chamberlain, Horpelicia, you're welcome.
The girl had aliases.
Thorne. I'm going in. Good day to you.
Mr. Cardiff, there's my car full of petrol provided by public funds. I'm going to ask you to accompany me to Warham Stacey and identify this house.
Left here. No, left.
You're sure?
I'm far from sure. I can only guess, as I did on Sunday.
Nothing en route to jog your memory, I suppose?
There was a water tower. On our left, I recall, when we drove between the two cornfields.
There's a tower on our right, beyond those trees. Would that be the one?
Yes, that's the one. Yes, up here. Now, the house is in that spinney. That's why it was so difficult to find.
And this is where you took Miss Halifax on Sunday evening?
This is where I took her.
Did you meet her brother, the airman?
No, I stopped the car just about here. She got out, thanked me, and walked off up to the house.
You didn't see her go in?
I was busy, reversing down this ridiculous track, as you will have to do presently. There's no way of turning round unless you want to destroy a section of corn.
I see. Well, let's go up, shall we? To the house. Come on.
It really is a dreary, bloody house.
Yes.
Well, are you going to knock?
No need. I have a key.
You what?
Coming inside.
Is this some kind of a joke?
Come on in.
It's empty.
Apart from dust and cobwebs, yes. No one's lived here for 3 years.
But this is crazy. I dropped the girl off at the bottom of that path, and away she went, up here.
But not inside, evidently.
What the hell's been going on?
Well, Sergeant Rockner and I are wondering very much the same, sir. Your alibi has disappeared.
But I was there, not 10 yards away.
You're sure it was this house? You're sure it was Sunday evening?
Of course I'm sure. How could I possibly imagine such a journey?
Well, there is an alternative, of course. No, it's not one likely to recommend itself to you.
Alternative to what?
You allege that between 7 and about 9:15 you were bringing the girl here, then returning to your cottage.
I allege nothing. It's a fact.
Yes, sir. Meantime, in Miss Lawrence's diary, there's an entry for last Sunday which I find baffling. She was expecting a visit from you at 8 that evening.
Miss Hayward?
Yes?
Can I have a word with you, miss? Detective Sergeant Rockner.
Is it about Anne?
Miss Lawrence, yes. Is that animal quite safe, miss?
I think so. I'm taking him back to the stables. Is that all right?
I'll walk along with you.
Have you found out who did it?
No, not yet.
Oh, it's a dreadful thing. Dreadful. Who on earth could want to harm Anne?
That's what we have to find out, miss. You last saw the lady when?
Last Sunday, at the Bryant's lunch party. It was a very good lunch party. Mrs. Bryant's a wonderful hostess. And Anne was in great form. Poor Anne.
I see. Then you drove Miss Lawrence to her cottage, hmm?
Yes. Look, I've been over all this twice with your inspector.
We arrived about 4 o'clock, I suppose.
And then you went home?
No, we had a cup of tea first.
How was Miss Lawrence? Did she seem cheerful?
Well, she had a bit of a headache, but then we'd all had quite a bit to drink at lunch. Oh, do shut up, Templar.
Did Miss Lawrence mention any plans she might have had for that evening?
Not that I recall. She'd been working on a painting. I think she wanted to do something more to that.
No mention of any visitors, then?
No.
I see. Now, when you left Mrs. Bryant's house, I understand Mr. Cardiff left at the same time with a Mr. Barberton.
That's right, Sonny Barberton.
Who lives in London.
Yes. I'd never met him before, but Robert and the Bryants knew him well.
And Miss Lawrence, did she know him?
No. Now, I remember that because Robert introduced them to one another. Oh, Stanley, would you take Templar for me?
Coming, miss. Come on, then, boy.
What other men friends did Miss Lawrence have in North Norfolk, apart from Mr. Cardiff and Mr. Bryant? I'm sorry, miss. It may be very important.
Well, she did see quite a lot of Alec. And Robert, too. And there's a man called Mike Folliott who took her out now and again, if that's important.
Folliott? He wasn't at that luncheon party.
No, he's a farmer, lives near Cly.
I see. Did Miss Lawrence ever mention whether she had a preference for any of these gentlemen?
She didn't talk a great deal about her private life. Not to me, at any rate.
Well, then, did you observe that any of these three seemed to be keener on her than the others?
I hardly know Mr. Folliott. I couldn't possibly comment on him. I think Alec Bryant was fond of Anne. So was Robert in his way.
In his way, miss?
He didn't take her too seriously. Used to tease her, in fact. That's why she liked him, I think.
So you're suggesting that Mr. Bryant was the more serious about her?
Really, Sergeant...
Ropner, miss.
Sergeant Ropner, I've no idea. And I find all this rather gruesome, actually. We were all friends, and I'm not inclined to discuss my friends' degrees of affection one for another.
I quite understand. Well, I think that'll be all. Thank you, Miss Hayward.
Oh, you're off?
I am. Goodbye.
Sergeant Ropner?
Yes?
Have you and I met before?
I think it extremely unlikely, miss.
Wait a minute. Is your first name Ian? But the odd thing is, Robert, I'm certain I've met him.
You live in Norwich? He's based in Norwich. You've probably seen him out shopping or doing something equally unremarkable.
But why should I be so sure his name's Ian?
Diana, I've no idea, really.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're preoccupied. Would you like me to leave?
No, of course not. Stay as long as you like. It's just... I suppose the reality of Anne's death is just beginning to hit me. She was so vital.
It's horrible. And that sergeant, grubbing around in our lives. He was taking enormous pleasure in trying to discover who Anne was sleeping with.
Second-rate people leading second-hand lives. They depress me. Would you like a drink?
That's it. That's it!
What is what?
I'm sorry, but I've remembered where I saw that sergeant before. It must have been last year. I was coming out of the cinema one evening with my parents, and he came out of one of the other doors. Oh, he looked different off duty, almost a boy. Robert! He was with Anne.
He was what?
I tell you, she introduced him to us.
Are you sure?
I'm certain.
Then say nothing. Say nothing at all. Keep it to yourself. It might be a card to play. When we know more about Mr. Ropner and his boss.
I'm sorry to be intruding, Mrs. Bryant, but these questions must be asked. Now, how close was Robert Cardiff to Miss Lawrence?
He was fond of the child. We all were. What more can you expect me to say?
You can be fond of your dog or of stamp collecting, but you're not likely to commit murder on that account.
Are you suggesting that Robert killed her? The idea's absurd.
I meant to suggest nothing. The fact is that she has been murdered, and the sexual motive is still one of the commonest there is for killing. And in this case, we can rule out murder for gain or political reasons.
I think you're completely wasting your time, Inspector. We all thoroughly enjoyed ourselves at the luncheon party on Sunday. And do you suppose for a moment my mother wouldn't have noticed it if someone were harbouring a murderous resentment against someone else?
Nevertheless, the lady is dead, and she was murdered. A motiveless murder by a person unknown is so unlikely as to be inadmissible, Mr. Bryant.
I find the whole situation so horrible, I can hardly believe it's happened at all. Ours is a quiet and civilized community, Inspector. We don't behave like animals. I'm perfectly certain that if one of us had had a difference of opinion with Anne, we should have resolved it with discussion, and not with violence.
Nobody begins life as a murderer, but just look at English social history over the past 100 years. You find the highest proportion of murderers come from the middle classes, and the majority of those were closely related to their victims, either by blood, marriage, or the sexual act.
Bravo, bravo. That's all we needed.
I have reason to believe that Miss Lawrence, if not actively promiscuous, was on the friendliest of terms with a number of gentlemen.
Well, good Lord, man, of course she was, and why not? She was free, attractive, of age.
Among them yourself, Mr. Bryant.
I've told you she was attractive.
And wealthy.
Oh, come on.
Wealthy enough in her own right, and much wealthier still on the death of her parents. But this is something you wouldn't know about, perhaps.
It's not something we'd even think about. No one in the particular circle we inhabit is sufficiently short of money to be self-conscious about the subject.
Yet the possession of wealth is recognizable. Well, no one after 5 minutes in my company would assume me to be a rich man. No one after 5 minutes in this house would think of you and your mother as anything less than comfortably off. And the same, I can only infer, would hold good for Miss Lawrence. She was attractive, rich, and available.
Now look, Inspector,
any one of those attributes can make a girl the object of strong feelings. In combination, they prove to be fatal. So may I ask you, Mr. Bryant, to be more precise about your relationship with Miss Lawrence?
I have been precise. I told you I was very fond of her.
We all were, Inspector. Very fond.
So you say, madam, yet someone has killed her.
Has it occurred to you that we have no reason to lie? That we have far more reason to want her murderer caught than you have? I mean, to us, she was a very dear friend. To you, she's a corpse in a Norfolk cottage, and you're paid to find out who put her there.
You know something, Mr. Bryant. I shall enjoy this case, this pedestrian grubbing amongst the underwear of the privileged, because I don't know when I've met a more wholehearted hostility to my every inquiry.
Sergeant Ropner?
Yes, Mr. Folliot?
Yes. Do you mind if I carry on with this? The damn sheep have been straying, and this fence has to be repaired at once.
No, you carry on, sir.
Thank you. You made any progress?
I'd like to think an arrest was imminent, but we've a long way to go yet, I'm afraid.
What can I do for you anyway?
You're a friend of Miss Lawrence's, sir.
I wanted to marry her.
Oh, really? Had you proposed to her, then?
She knew how I felt about her.
There was some sort of understanding between you?
She understood I wanted to marry her. I understood she wouldn't make up her mind.
This cause any ill feeling between you, sir?
Difficulties, certainly, but not ill feeling.
Difficulties?
Surely it's obvious.
She played the field, and you didn't like it, hmm?
That's not an expression I care for.
And it led to difficulties. When did you last see the lady?
Oh, God, this look! I loved her, and someone killed her. It's hard enough to carry on functioning as it is without this macabre rigmarole.
I'm sorry, sir, but without more facts, we've nothing to go on. We need your assistance.
Yes. All right. What did you ask of me? I've forgotten.
When did you last see Miss Lawrence?
I've been thinking about that. It must have been last Thursday. I went round to the cottage for drinks early evening.
Was she cheerful?
Not particularly, but I wasn't cheerful either.
The difficulties?
Yes.
Was there anyone else she might have felt more positively about? Mr. Folliot?
She'd begun to see a chap called Alec Bryant quite a lot.
Oh, yes?
Well, I felt he wasn't serious about her.
Whereas you were?
I thought it was time she made a choice between us.
She didn't want to, hmm?
It was never resolved. That's why we were both a bit jumpy. I didn't stay long.
How were matters left, sir?
I was going to give her a call sometime this week.
Yes. Just the two of you at the cottage, I suppose?
Of course.
On your Thursday visit, apart from Mr. Bryant, did she refer to anyone else? Mr. Cardiff, for example?
Why on earth should she?
I understand he was quite fond of Miss Lawrence, too.
No doubt. Everyone was. That was the trouble.
Did she make any reference to the lunch party on the Sunday at Mrs. Bryant's house?
No. I didn't know there was going to be a lunch party. In any case, Alec Bryant would never have invited me. There was a telephone call there.
Oh? About what?
She appeared to be confirming an appointment. Something about 8 o'clock on Sunday.
This could be very important, sir. Can you remember exactly what it was she said?
Well, just about what I told you. 8 o'clock Sunday, that's all.
Any idea who she was talking to?
No, the conversation was very short, and I wasn't really paying attention.
I see. So, last Thursday was the last time you saw her?
Yes.
You didn't, by any chance, call round a little before 8 on the Sunday evening to see just who Miss Lawrence's appointment was with?
Look, I've told you twice already. Thursday was the last time I saw her.
Mr. Folliot, you were seen leaving Miss Lawrence's cottage at about 7:15 on Sunday evening, at a time when she could have just been murdered. Now, sir, shall we start again?
We checked locally, Mr. Cardiff, and we checked with the Ministry of Defence. There's no Flight Sergeant Halifax at RAF Coltshaw. Indeed, there's no Flight Sergeant Halifax in the entire Royal Air Force.
Well, I can't be held responsible for that.
You don't seem surprised. But then you really do.
Were you? Once we'd established that the house was empty, it was obvious that someone was playing a perverse, practical joke.
In theory, you could have invented the entire story.
We aren't concerned with theory. In the time I spent ferrying that irresponsible creature to Warham Stacey, a score of people must have seen my car. It isn't expensive, God knows, but it is fairly distinctive.
Yeah, dark green Bondi Keep, yes.
Yes, and in any case, why would I invent such an unlikely story in the first place when I knew it could be disproved so easily? I could just have said that once I dropped Sonny Barberton at Tream Station, I came straight home and stayed home, on my own.
There's a very good reason why that would have been a dangerous course. You're on the telephone.
Isn't everyone?
Friends or acquaintances could have rung continually during the entire time you were elsewhere, and you wouldn't have been here to speak to them.
I'm getting very tired of all this, Inspector. However improbable it seems, I've told you the truth. And anyway, what possible reason could I have for wanting to murder Anne? I liked her enormously. I still find it hard to believe that she won't be coming through the front door with an armful of bluebells and an atrocious joke.
I'm afraid this is ground that we'll have to cover again.
What ground?
Your relationship with Miss Lawrence.
Oh,
look! There was no robbery, and we found nothing in Miss Lawrence's bank statements or personal effects to suggest either that she was being blackmailed or practicing blackmail herself.
This is ludicrous.
Therefore, everything points to a sexual motive. You were involved with the young lady, and your alibi is non-existent. Now, the time's come for total honesty. Now, we can talk here, or we can talk down at the station, but I want the truth. Was she your mistress?
We had been occasional lovers.
What does that mean?
We were lovers, in an intermittent kind of way, though not actively so for some little time.
You're a widower. Did you have marriage in mind?
No.
Why not? You're free, you slept with her, she was attractive and wealthy.
There's a ring of the Tin Chapel in everything you say.
Are you going to answer me or not?
How much of this is detection? And how much is prurience?
I'm still waiting for an answer.
We had good times together, Anne and I, but she liked a clear field of operations. She was too immature for marriage.
But nevertheless, you made love to her. Now when? When was the last time?
What a sad man you must be.
Why are you so evasive?
I didn't keep a score, Inspector. I didn't have a diary full of asterisks.
Unless you're keeping a seraglio, you must have a reasonably accurate idea. When?
I don't know. I really don't know. 3 or 4 months ago. I can't be more precise than that.
What a pity. Because those asterisks would have been strictly pertinent. The post-mortem examination revealed that at the time of her death, Anne Lawrence was 3.5 months pregnant.
He was difficult at first, was Folliot. That fellow's got a very quick temper. But eventually, he admitted that he did visit Anne Lawrence's cottage on the Sunday evening.
The devil he did. And what's his story?
It's as I suspected, sir.
Cup of tea, sir.
Oh, thank you, Constable. Yes, well, what was it you suspected?
When he knew the girl was expecting someone, he had to know who it was and what was going on. According to him, the girl was miserable and distracted, and none too pleased to have him turning up. But he claims she asked him if he knew anything at all about Alec Bryant's father, or any of his father's family.
What's that supposed to mean?
Folliot says he has no more idea than we have. When he wanted to know why she was so interested, she fobbed him off and sent him packing.
When?
He thinks it was about 7:45.
And where did he go from there?
He says he drove back to the farm. but didn't want an evening inside on his own, so he motored off to the rough shoot he has, and pottered around there. Then he went back to the farm, he says, about 9:40. His housekeeper was back by then from a day off, and he had a cup of coffee with her.
You checked?
Oh, yes. She seemed a reliable woman.
But for the crucial 2 hours, he has no witnesses.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to think so. And he was very stroppy when I asked him.
Well, they all are in this case.
Any word from London, sir?
Oh, far from helpful. They asked this Barberton character if there was anyone else at Tream Station that Sunday evening, apart from himself and Cardiff, and he seemed to recall there was a young woman, but he couldn't describe her or what she was wearing because he was more interested in catching his train.
It's beginning to look like a conspiracy of confusion, isn't it? I mean, Cardiff, Bryant and Folliott. All of them involved with a girl, and none of them with an alibi worth a bent halfpenny. Cardiff has a woman who doesn't exist, Folliott has 50 acres of rough country, and Bryant supposedly smashed out of his mind and in his own room all evening.
Suppose, though, they're all telling the truth.
Oh, they can't be, sir. There's no one else involved. We've established that, surely.
Have we? Aren't you jumping the gun, Rockner? So far, we've only concentrated on these 3 men. But we know that Anne Lawrence was promiscuous. She had 3 of them that we know of dancing to her tune, so why not 5 or 6 or a dozen?
Do sit down, Inspector. But it's only fair to warn you that there's nothing more I can add. Sergeant Rottner's already questioned me, and if I'd thought of anything else, I should have been in touch with him immediately.
There may still be matters which you think unimportant, Miss Hayward, that could help us considerably.
Well, of course, I'll be glad to help in any way possible.
Thank you. How long had you known Miss Lawrence?
Oh, 6 or 7 years. We met at finishing school in Switzerland. Sometimes she'd stay with us here, and I spent a couple of Christmases with her people in Wiltshire.
And thereafter?
We shared a flat in London for a while. Both of us rather pretending we were out to find work. But I suppose we were very lazy. We didn't really need to.
So you didn't?
Well, nothing serious. Nothing permanent.
And you both gave up London?
We had our fingers burned. First love affairs that ended pretty disastrously. Well, most girls go through that phase when they try London life for the first time.
Oh, do they indeed? But what led Miss Lawrence to buy the cottage near Blakeney?
She was a very talented artist. She found the coast here interesting, so she bought the cottage.
I see.
That's one of her paintings over there. Striking, isn't it?
Remarkable. How friendly were you with Miss Lawrence's circle on the coast?
I'm not sure
Mrs. Bryant, Alec Bryant, Robert Cardiff, Michael Folliott.
Oh, I know them, of course, all of them, but not terribly well. They were her friends rather than mine.
Did she indicate a preference for any of the gentlemen we've mentioned?
All I can tell you is that she seemed to be seeing more of Alec than the other 2 these last few weeks. But I don't think that necessarily meant anything.
Why do you say that?
I don't think poor Anne took her romances very seriously.
Miss Hayward, I want you to think very carefully. Did Miss Lawrence ever show any interest in the subject of Mrs. Bryant's husband? Alec Bryant's father, I mean, or any of that family? Well, Miss Hayward?
Is it necessary to go into something which was almost certainly malicious gossip?
Anything that's malicious may have a bearing on the affair. You must realize that, surely.
I chose my words carelessly. I meant stupid or ridiculous. Oh, it's all very embarrassing.
Tell me.
Well, not so long ago, a week or 2 perhaps, Anne told me she'd heard something unpleasant about the, well, how would you put it, the male Bryant line. Someone, she wouldn't tell me who, had implied there was a history of mental instability in the Bryant family.
And this included Alec Bryant.
Oh, it's so petty.
It may be far from petty. Did Miss Lawrence ever discuss this with Mr. Bryant?
She would never have dreamed of hurting his feelings like that.
And why did she mention it to you?
She regretted it the moment she had. She asked me to forget about it. Inspector, you aren't going to take any notice of a rumour like that?
Only if it becomes relevant. And you may be sure I shan't divulge the source of my information.
Barberton?
Sonny, it's Robert.
Hello, old soldier. How's it going? Police cracked the case yet?
They've hung out dirty linen from the Wash to Colchester. They're no nearer a solution than I am. But they spend the greater part of their time with me. Behaving with an insolence I shouldn't have thought possible outside of Z-cars.
Yes, I had a taste of it the other day.
Yes. Look, Sonny, can you put me up tomorrow night?
Yes, delighted.
I need a break from the CID. And I'm onto something with the Raymond Lucas story I'd like to follow up.
Mr. Bryant, did the subject of marriage ever occur in recent conversation between yourself and Miss Lawrence?
Marriage? Well, I suppose it's something everyone talks about from time to time.
That's an answer to something I didn't ask, so shall I put it another way? Did you ever propose marriage to Miss Lawrence?
Certainly not.
Anne was a charming girl, Inspector, but she was much too young in years and temperament for Alec.
Many an older man has married a younger girl. Attraction, marriage, they aren't always based on parity of age or character.
Nevertheless, the question never arose.
I wonder why.
Well, surely that's my business.
You just told you it didn't.
Mr. Cardiff advances as his reasons for not proposing to Miss Lawrence very much the same sort of argument you've used, Mrs. Bryant. She was too immature, too fond of her independence. On the other hand, Mr. Folliot tells us he was most anxious to marry the young lady.
What?
And has indeed proposed marriage to her on several occasions.
Well, it's the first I've heard of it. The fellow hardly knew her.
She refused him, he contends, because over the past few months she was much too preoccupied with you.
Oh, but this is absurd. How could Mr. Folliot possibly have known about Anne's feelings for Alec?
But if these feelings did exist, and Miss Lawrence didn't, as you've just told me, make them known to you, Mr. Bryant, then I wonder why she didn't. Was it because she feared what marriage might bring?
What's that supposed to mean?
Might she have worried about conceiving children whose mental stability could be at hazard?
Do you realize what you're implying, Inspector?
Someone implied it to Miss Lawrence, not too long before her death. And I'm hoping you may be able to throw some light on why such a slander should have been made.
Last. Coming!
Good evening, sir.
Thorne, for God's sake, can't you go through life on your own?
I was passing, sir. Seeing your lights on, I thought I'd take this opportunity of keeping you abreast of developments.
Can't it wait?
Your car, the dark green Bondi Keep.
What about it?
Can we talk inside, sir?
Let's keep it brief, shall we?
I hadn't read anything of yours, you know, until this case began. We seem to have very little time for the pleasures of history.
You're in a clear majority.
However, having met you, having seen you in action, indeed having interrupted you at work on more than one occasion, I felt I owed it to us both to fetch a title off the shelf.
Oh, yes?
Indian Genesis. Remarkable work. I'm halfway through it now. Did you spend long out there researching it?
About 6 months.
Fascinating.
I thought so.
Yes. I envy you, you know. The gift of fluent, vivid writing.
If I didn't know you so well, I might suspect you of meaning that.
You enjoy it, don't you? Tilting at the police.
My car, Inspector. That's what you came about.
Indeed. On the night of the murder, at about 8:45, a Bondi Keep, almost certainly a dark green Bondi Keep, was seen passing through Wiverton in this direction. And Wiverton, as we both know, lies midway between Miss Lawrence's cottage and this one.
I didn't come through Wiverton that evening. When I left Warham Stacey, I took the main road to Cromer and came through Sheringham.
Yet someone drove through Wiverton at 8:45 in a Bondi Keep.
Then find out who it is, and we'll all rest easier in our beds.
You had any further thoughts about the girl, Susan Halifax?
I've had 100. All of them murderous.
Murderous, Mr. Cardiff? Surely you must begin to appreciate the seriousness of your situation, sir. Now, by your own admission, you were intimate with Miss Lawrence between 3 and 4 months ago. We know that the lady was 3.5 months pregnant when she died. On the night of her death, according to her diary, you were expected at 8 o'clock. 3/4 of an hour later, a car exactly like yours was seen heading in this direction from her place. She was murdered sometime between 8 and 9, and so far all investigations into your alibi have drawn a blank.
Are you here to arrest me?
Were you expecting to be arrested?
I'm giving you notice that I intend to go to London tomorrow. I may be there a couple of days.
If you have any objections, raise them now, and I'll instruct my solicitor to deal with you.
Your trip, sir, to do with work?
Certainly.
Would you be seriously offended if I were to ask where you might be contacted, should I need to get in touch with you urgently?
Take it easy, Squire. You've got to be imagining it.
I don't find it as irresistibly amusing as you do, Sonny. I tell you, the man's followed me from Norfolk. Ropner's shadowing me.
Well, he's not going to get much joy of his work, then, is he? Aren't you seeing this ex-Kenya guy this evening?
Yes, a man called Latimer. He was there for almost 30 years. Knew Raymond and Claire Lucas well, apparently, and he was on the hunting trip in the Aberdares when Lucas died.
Where does he live, Latimer?
Hammersmith. I said I'd call around 7.
Well, then you'd better get a move on. It's 6:30 now.
My God, so it is. Look, Sonny, I expect to be back around 9, okay?
Okay by me, Captain.
Cheers.
Barberton here. He's gone off to see the African contact.
Look, I've told you before, I was not on intimate terms with Anne.
She seemed keener on Mr. Bryant's company than yours.
We've been through this so often.
A murder was committed, Mr. Folliot, and questions will never cease until the murderer is brought to trial.
But I loved her. I loved her, and I wanted to marry her.
It's not uncommon, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, for people to destroy what they know they can never possess.
And how did it go with Latimer, Squire?
No, he was a charming old boy. Virtually everything he could tell me I knew already, but he remembers Claire, Raymond's wife, very well. According to him, she was very young, very beautiful, very sure of herself.
But he has no idea where she is now?
No, lost contact during the war.
And her solicitors aren't giving anything away?
Except her flat refusal to see me.
But does it matter so very much? I mean, can't you cope without the silly old bag?
She stands in the way of scholarship. And I don't believe anyone has the right to do that. She could tell me more about Raymond Lucas than 20 Keith Latimers. In any case, a bag she may be. She's certainly not old.
Oh, come off it. Didn't you say she married Lucas 40 years ago?
Oh, she was 19 when she married him. In 1937. She can only be 57 or 58. And with all the money she's got, she could be passing herself off as a glamorous 45 for all we know. Can't understand why she never married again.
Well, how do you know she didn't?
The solicitors would have told me, surely. Anyway, Collison referred to her as Mrs. Lucas, so I assume she settled for widowhood. With all that money, she probably didn't fancy sharing again.
So, where do you go from here?
I have a very large whiskey and soda, I hope.
My dear chap, of course, I'm sorry. What time is it, by the way?
Almost 9.
Now, would you mind horribly if we had the telly on for now? I'll tell you why. A chum of mine's produced a new series for ITV, and the first show goes out this evening. I said I'd look in and tell him what I thought.
Fine by me, so long as the screen isn't crawling with cops.
Right. And it's one of the larger whiskey and sodas.
You have the right idea.
There you go.
Cheers.
Cheers. These ads are amazing, aren't they? This mate of mine was telling me that with what they spend on a 30-second commercial, they could make 2 full-length drama productions.
Yes, I suppose it's not so difficult. Sonny, that girl.
What?
There, on the box. Damn, she's gone.
Well, what about her?
Not just. It was Susan Halifax, the girl I drove to Warren Stacy the night Anne was killed.
And you think the young lady will be in this year's edition?
She may be. I hope so.
But you don't know her name?
I know her as Susan Halifax, but I don't think she'd use it professionally.
Then you'd better start with this section. Juvenile and juvenile character. You'll just have to work your way through until you find her photograph.
Thank you. You've been very kind.
Found her yet?
I think so. Yes, I'm sure this is the girl. She had fair hair when I knew her, but
Oh, they often wear wigs, particularly if they're doing commercials. Nita Powell. Yes.
But she doesn't appear to have an agent.
Then she'll have left a number with us, where she can be reached. It is a professional inquiry, sir.
Absolutely. Cardiff Productions.
Of course. Just a moment. There we are. Powell. Yes. I'll write it down for you.
You've been very helpful.
I hope you find her there.
So do I. You might call it a matter of life and death.
Tom Cairns?
Oh, have I the right number? I'm trying to get in touch with Nita Powell. It's urgent.
Nita's out modelling today.
Any idea when she'll be back?
Hang on. Anybody got any idea? Hey, you got any idea when Nita's coming back? Oh, right, I'll tell him. Yeah. Hello?
Hello.
Round about 7:30. There's a party here starting early. She's expected back for that.
I see. Would you give her a message for me?
Yeah, if I can remember it.
It's most urgent. Would you tell her a James Brown will be calling around 8? I'm the friend of a very old friend of hers. I'll explain when I see her. Yes, it's imperative she be there.
James Brown?
Right.
Okay.
That's right. Oh, can I just check I've got the address right?
Yeah, it's 14 Buckingham Place, Battersea, okay?
Thank you. Coming!
Hello.
Good morning.
Is Sonny here?
Not back yet.
I'm Maggie Clement.
Robert Cardiff. How do you do?
How do you do? I called to see if Sonny was free to come out to lunch. We do drop in on each other like this. It's quite a habit. But as you're here...
No, please don't go. I'm sure he'd be delighted to lunch with you. I'm just an old friend he's put up for the night. I'm going out again in a moment, so I won't be intruding.
You did say Robert Cardiff. Then you're the... I know about you. You're caught up in this dreadful Norfolk business. Is it very bad?
No, it's not exactly good.
Oh, I'm sorry. How's Alec taking it all?
Alec? You know Alec?
Yes, indeed. We were bright young things together centuries ago at Cambridge. Sonny, Alec and I.
Then where's Sonny been hiding you all this time?
Oh, town and country don't mix in Sonny's book. He visits you and Alec and reports back from the front line, as it were.
But what? He's amazingly reticent, is Sonny. You know, I think he has talked about you, but all I know for sure is you're a journalist. I don't know if you're married.
I used to be. It lasted all of a year.
Sorry.
No need. What defeats me is why Alec never married.
Yeah.
He's got it all, hasn't he? Looks, brains, charm, money, and yet nothing doing. I remember there was some ridiculous canard about a clandestine marriage once, though.
Alec, you mean?
Oh, the whole thing was so daft. What happened was that after taking the second part of our tripod, Alec suggested that a bunch of us, including Sonny and myself, should go on one last jaunt together in the south of France, a kind of golden farewell to Cambridge. And it was fun, too.
Oh, sure it was.
But after about 6 weeks, most of us realized we'd work to find reality to face sooner or later.
A terrible point.
It was round about this time, when we were all beating up San Rafael, that the rumour of Alec's secret marriage began.
Really?
It was a nonsense, of course, just part of the whole zany frivolity. I can see by the look on your face that you'd have strongly disapproved.
Certainly I should. If only because I didn't have the chance to do that sort of thing myself. I was lumbered as a reservist, going out to Cyprus and the Middle East and shouting at Colonel Nasser.
Oh, dear.
Not that it did much good.
No, indeed.
Hello?
Oh, Sonny.
Sorry if I'm interrupting something. Shall I come back another time?
It's Nita. Nita Powell. Well, I had to. Now, listen. Listen. Cardiff's found me, and he's coming round this evening, around 8. Well, of course I'm getting out. But it'll be expensive. Unless you want me to talk to him. So I move? Right, then it's 1,000. Before 8. Or I'm staying put.
Hello, the name's Brown.
Oh, yes, I remember you.
You gave Nita my message.
Sure?
About it, she?
I reckon, somewhere.
Hell of a din here.
They call it a party. Well, you better come in.
Have you seen her recently?
She may be in her room, boozing on her jack.
Where's her room?
First floor, first door, and don't bother to knock. She'll never hear you through all this racket.
Thanks.
All righty. I didn't know she went for the older man.
Hey, in my way. Would you mind? Nita, it's Robert Cardiff. Miss Powell, it's time to stop playing games, Nita. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Is there ever any peace around here? Morning. I wonder you don't pitch a tent in my garden. So much more convenient for you.
How was the London trip?
Busy.
May I come in?
You always do. Why hesitate now?
Thank you.
Have you come to tell me it was the butler all the time?
For a man whose mistress was murdered, you take it all very flippantly.
Inspector, we care very little for one another's company. Why do you keep calling?
Because, so far, nothing has assured us that your story of the drive to Warham Stacey is a truthful one. On the other hand, circumstantial evidence pointing to a visit by you to Miss Lawrence's cottage is still very strong.
The diary entry in particular?
Just so.
Clearly, I can't deny there was an entry, since you made so much of it. But I can deny I ever made the appointment Anne wrote down.
I'd hardly expect you to say anything else.
Then where do we go from here?
I was rather hoping you might have some other explanation for that entry.
I have no other explanation. Now tell me again. What did it say, exactly?
8 p.m., Robert, here.
8 p.m., Robert, here. That's something Anne would never have written.
Well, it was there, I assure you.
But she invariably called me Bobby. It's something you can easily check. No one else has ever called me Bobby. Do I look like one?
Why should she call you Bobby?
Oh, it began as a tease. Deliberate provocation. Eventually it stuck, I suppose. Because coming from Anne, it didn't sound so idiotic.
Did she ever write it to you? Have you anything to prove she always called you that, even on paper?
We didn't write to one another because we both had telephones. Look, surely it's obvious. Whoever paid Susan Halifax to give me an empty alibi also murdered Anne and forged that entry to incriminate me further.
If that were so, then we can rule out the possibility of the murderer being anyone in Miss Lawrence's circle here. Because according to you, everyone knew she called you Bobby and not Robert.
But we're not talking about textbook homicide. We're talking about a human being who killed once and was panicking like hell. They made a mistake with that entry. Isn't that how murderers are caught?
Mr. Cardiff, you're a historian by profession. Ever try your hand at fiction? No, I can't attend any meeting. I'm investigating a murder, and that has priority. Goodbye.
Got some interesting stuff here, sir.
Don't you ever knock before you come in?
I did knock, sir.
Then either your knuckles have gone soft or I'm going deaf. What is it, anyway?
It's about Cardiff's Bondi Keep. King's Lynn police have just reported that a dark brown Bondi Keep was hired from a firm in their patch.
When?
2 days before the murder. A young woman, driving licence registered in the name of Nita Powell, hired the car on the Friday. Car was returned to the garage on the Monday morning before it opened for business. Big deposit, never reclaimed.
Nita Powell? You sure that was the name?
Oh, I'm sure, sir.
It's the name of that telex from Scotland Yard this morning.
Right. She's the model who was killed in Battersea last night. Mr. Barberton?
Yes?
Sergeant Rockner, sir, Norfolk CID. Can I have a word?
Yes, of course. Come in.
You're a friend of Mr. Robert Cardiff, sir?
I am, yes.
He spent the night before last here?
Yes. But...
when did he arrive?
About 6 o'clock, I suppose.
Did he go out again that night? Or yesterday evening?
Look, what's all this about?
I'd be obliged if you'd just answer the questions, sir.
Yes, I went to see her. It was the first real breakthrough I'd had. I intended to march her straight off to the nearest police station and see if she made a statement about the stunt she pulled on me that Sunday.
But when you found she wasn't willing, you killed her.
I didn't kill her. I went out to her room on the first floor. The place was screaming with noise. There was a party going on. I knocked, got no reply, opened the door, called her name. She was in the bath. She wasn't a pretty sight. There was nothing anyone could do for her, so I came away.
Why didn't you call the police?
Well, that's the first thing you should have done.
And get arrested on the spot? Who believed me?
Who's to believe you now? We found no weapon as yet, but...
And no motive where I'm concerned.
No, try this for size. You got the girl to give you a false alibi, but then you had second thoughts. You got scared. You didn't want her questioned by the police in case she got frightened and told the truth, so you kept her hidden. Then she discovered she was covering for a murderer, contacted you and asked for more money. You went round last night and killed her to keep her mouth shut.
Oh, come off it, Thorne. Would I have staged all that nonsense about the TV ad in front of Sonny Barberton? Would I have made myself known to the Spotlight offices when I had the girl's real identity and address all the time? Would I have gone round there and had that Scots fellow recognise me if I was going to kill her? I needed the girl alive.
But you gave Cairns a false name. You called yourself Brown. He's testified to that.
Just a minute, Ropner. You were so concerned with implicating me in Anne's murder that you followed me to London. I gave you the slip, and now you're covering for your own incompetence.
What are you talking about? Sergeant Ropner's been here all the time, checking on your alibi.
Ask him. Ask him to prove it. And ask him what he's doing working on this case without declaring his interest. He knew Anne Lawrence. He'd been around with her just like the rest of us.
Now, you'd have better be good, Ropner, or by God I'll have you. Was there any truth in what Cardiff said? Were you having an affair with that girl?
I saw her occasionally.
What does that mean?
I met her in a pub in Blakeney one night. We were both a bit plastered. She learned I was a detective and found it all very amusing. Very butch. I suppose I fell for her.
When was this?
Last summer. I have a dinghy there. Well, you know I have. For God's sake, sir, I had nothing to do with her death.
Were you having an affair with her?
I was a novelty at first, I suppose. She found it amusing to go out with me on the side. She tried to pump me about cases I was working on. But I never mixed with her set. She'd drive into Norwich occasionally. We'd go to a cinema or a bowling alley, just have a drink.
A bowling alley? Was that all? Ropner!
I was crazy about her. But I realized it wasn't going to last. This summer I only saw her a couple of times. She always had some excuse for not meeting me.
When did you last see her?
Last Sunday.
Last Sunday? Now I've heard everything. When last Sunday?
About 7.
In the evening? Yes, it would have to be. That girl's cottage must have been busier than Clapham Junction.
It was my day off. I rang her from Norwich. She was being evasive, wouldn't commit herself to a meeting. I drove up to Blakeney and took the dinghy out. I came back and called at the cottage. Anne gave me the brush off. I wasn't there more than a quarter of an hour.
Pausing only to hit her on the head with a blunt instrument.
She was alive when I left her. And she was alive when Folliot arrived. I saw him go in. And then I went back to Blakeney.
Ropner, even if you'd been just an ordinary, typical, evasive, bloody-minded member of the general public and you'd concealed this for so long, what do you think the police reaction would be? But you happen to be a copper. When this inquiry began, it was your first duty to declare your interest in the affair to the investigating officer, me. I'd never have let you within 100 miles of this case, and you know it. Now, either you've been the biggest bloody fool ever to join this force, or you were out to cover your tracks as you went along.
All I wanted was to nail the bastard who killed her.
I'm suspending you from duty as of now. When we get back to Norwich, you'll make out a statement giving every last detail of your association with Anne Lawrence. There'll be an independent inquiry, and if you've been lying, I'll personally see to it that you get the longest sentence in the book.
Look, Robert, I'm sorry, but I had no choice. I had to tell them what I knew.
This wasn't your fault.
But is there anything at all I can do to help instead of dropping you in deeper? Robert?
That is one possibility.
Yes?
But it's not going to be too pleasant for you.
Oh, for God's sake, what are friends for?
It's going to mean helping one friend at the expense of another.
What are you driving at?
Sonny, I wanted to do some research for me.
Oh, sure. Name it.
The other morning, Maggie Clement was telling me about the hijinks you and Alec and she had in the south of France, when you'd all just come down from Cambridge.
I don't see the relevance, old soldier.
Give me a chance. Maggie mentioned that at one time in that summer of '57, there was a rumour in your set that Alec was involved in a clandestine marriage.
What?
That he married secretly.
Absolute nonsense. I mean, I'd have been the first to know. Alec and I were living in one another's pockets the whole time.
Well, you said you wanted to help.
Well, yes, of course I do, but I just don't
I
see...
think it bears investigation. But the police would never let me leave the country, and I'm not going to them with any more wild stories. I wanted to help, but if you'd rather not, just say so, and I'll get on to a private detective.
Well, of course I'll do what I can.
Could you fly to San Rafael tomorrow?
I suppose so, yes.
They must have records of all marriages solemnized there, whether they were civil or ecclesiastical. You know better than anyone the period you all spent in San Rafael. Can you check there for me?
Oh, certainly. But I don't see what bearing that could possibly have on events at your end.
Neither do I, as yet. But it spreads the suspicion a little bit more equitably. I've been over every barrel they've rolled at me so far, and I'm sick of ending up my arse in the dust.
I know. Look, Robert, I'll nose around San Rafael, and I'll telephone you at once, whether I've come up with something positive or not.
What time is it?
Why do you ask?
What time is it, Alec?
Oh, it's about 11, I suppose.
11 in the morning, and you're drinking already.
Why not?
Pull yourself together. It's not over yet by any means. If that man Thorne sees you like this, he's going to put every sort of false interpretation on it.
I want to get out. I'm tired of being cooped up in here. I want to get away for a while.
Well, you can't move until the police say so, and the only way to deal with them is to stay sober, at least until lunchtime.
Yes, well, we haven't all got your self-control.
That's obvious, the way you've been behaving recently.
Or at least I behave like a human being.
And what precisely does that mean?
Cardiff.
Robert, it's Sonny.
Where are you speaking from?
A little place called Evrancourt, not far from San Rafael.
You moved fast.
The news isn't good, Robert, I'm afraid.
Oh.
I've been through all the records for the entire department for 1957. Alec didn't get married. I'm sorry.
You're sure? There's no chance
The
of a...
system's pretty well foolproof. I'm sorry, matey.
Well, it was a shot in the dark. Thanks for trying. When are you getting back?
Well, tonight, I hope.
Keep in touch, won't you?
Surely. Bye now.
Bye. Yes.
Tribune International.
Mrs. Clement, please.
Speaking.
Maggie, it's Robert Cardiff.
Robert! Hello. What can I do for you?
Something rather urgent.
Of course.
Will you find out if it's possible for someone in Evrancourt, it's a tiny village near San Rafael, to dial direct to me here in Norfolk without having to go through the operator?
Mr. Folliot?
Yes?
I understand you were in London on Saturday.
Yes, I came back on Sunday morning. Why?
I'm going to have to ask you to account for your movements between 6 and 10 on Saturday evening.
What the hell's it got to do with you?
A girl was murdered in London on Saturday evening, sir, and her death is closely connected, we believe, with the killing of Anne Lawrence. Now, will you answer my question?
Very nice of you to drop in on us, Robert. What you going to drink?
I don't want to drink, Alec. I want to talk to you. Is your mother about?
She's in her room. Shall I get her?
Better leave her where she is. It's possible she wouldn't like what I've got to say.
What on earth are you talking about?
Alec, does she know about your wife?
I watch.
In 1957, you contracted a civil marriage in San Rafael. Now, Sonny Barberton knew about it, and he's been covering up for you. Now, why? Why didn't you want anyone to know?
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
By tomorrow, the police will know all about this, but at the moment, the heat's on me, and I want it shifted. For God's sake, man, there's a murderer running loose, and unless we can clear ourselves, one of us could be in for a very rough time.
You're mad. You're out of your mind.
For God's sake, sober up and tell me the truth.
Inspector Thorne, this is Patricia Brand. Alec has been murdered. Oh.
In your own words, Mrs. Bryant, and in your own time.
I was upstairs in my room. It must have been about 9:30. I'd had a headache, and I was dozing. And then I heard voices raised in the drawing room. A terrible quarrel was going on. I came downstairs and heard a gun go off twice. Then the door was flung open, and Robert Cardiff came out. He looked dreadful, white and shaking. He was carrying a revolver. I called out to him, and he looked at me as though he were blind. "What's happened?" I said. "Where's Alec?" He started to go to the front door. I tried to stop him. He flung up his arm, and then the gun must have hit me on the forehead. When I recovered, I went into the drawing room. Alec was lying by the fireplace. There was blood everywhere. I saw he was dead, and I almost fainted. I opened the French windows, and I was very sick. As soon as I could, I telephoned you.
Mrs. Bryant, your call was timed at 10:04. Now, can you remember how long it was between your struggle with Cardiff and your making that call to me?
I don't know. I really don't know. It could have been 5 minutes. It could have been half an hour.
The moment your call was received, I sent a patrol to Cardiff's cottage. He wasn't there. Now, did he come here on foot or by car? Do you remember?
Inspector, I don't know.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Mr. Collison, is he in?
Have you an appointment?
It's vital I see him at once.
Oh, Mr. Collison is free from 3:30 till 4. If it's urgent, I'm sure he'll see you then. Sir, where are you going?
Oh, the devil. We've spoken by telephone. My name's Cardiff.
Are you insane? How dare you burst into my office like this? Will you kindly leave?
Look, Mr. Collison, look at that.
I wish to look at nothing, sir. I intend to...
A certificate of marriage, recording the wedding of Alexander Mackenzie Bryant, bachelor, to Claire Patricia Williams, spinster. Where have you heard that name before?
Claire Patricia Williams?
I think you'll agree, Collison, that it's time you and I looked at the last will and testament of Raymond Lucas.
Have you found Robert Cardiff yet, Inspector?
No, but we think he's in London. When he surfaces again, we'll see that he gives us every assistance.
Every assistance? What does that mean? He killed Alec. You're going to arrest him, aren't you?
Mrs. Bryant, there are a great many ambiguities in this case, but I am convinced of this. If Cardiff shot your son, he did so in self-defence.
I don't understand what you're talking about. He killed Alec, and he attacked me.
You know Mrs. Clement?
Maggie Clement? Of course. That is, I know about her. She's a friend of Sonny Barberton's. What has she got to do with all this?
She's discovered, through a press colleague in France, that your son was secretly married in San Rafael in 1957.
Alec married? I've never heard such nonsense.
Mrs. Bryant, it's my belief that because of that marriage, your son was unable to marry Anne Lawrence. I believe your son killed Miss Lawrence because she was pregnant by him and was threatening to cause a scandal if he didn't marry her.
How dare you,
I believe
Inspector?
that he and Mr. Barberton arranged the whole Susan Halifax episode to throw suspicion on Robert Cardiff. And I believe that when Susan Halifax, or Nita Powell, call her what you like, learned what she'd let herself in for, she asked for a considerable sum to keep her mouth shut. Blackmail, Mrs. Bryant. And, what's more, I believe that Mr. Barberton visited her in Battersea and drowned her in her bath not 10 minutes before Cardiff arrived.
You tell me these cruel and hideous things when poor Alec can never speak in his own defence.
I'll tell you something else, Mrs. Bryant. When Cardiff came here with the information about your son's marriage, your son panicked and attempted to shoot him, hoping to claim self-defence against an apparently proven murderer, but that somehow Cardiff killed him instead.
I can't take this, any of it. I knew Alec. I knew him, I tell you. He didn't.
At the moment, it's immaterial what you think, Mrs. Bryant. Robert Cardiff is armed. He's been under intolerable strain for a week, and after what's happened here tonight between your son and him, he's in a dangerous state of mind.
You're saying I could be in danger from him?
I'm saying that we must accept that as a possibility. But don't worry. The house is well guarded. Yes, Sergeant, what is it?
Sorry, sir, but this is important.
Hmm.
I've had a call from Mid-Anglia Constabulary. Lightning's brought a tree down on the Newmarket Thetford Road, and there's been a pile-up. 10 injured, 7 dead. One of the dead has been identified as Robert Cardiff.
Robert? Oh, my God.
Claire!
Who's that?
Claire?
Who is it?
Claire?
Is someone there?
Hello, Claire.
Who is it? Ow! Oh,
Don't touch it. Leave the telephone alone.
Robert!
Move away.
Don't point that gun at me. They said you were dead. The police said you were dead not half an hour ago.
They've jumped to so many false conclusions recently. Does one more matter very much?
Robert, you look terrible. Let me call a doctor.
No, thank you.
Oh, Robert, Inspector Thorne was here saying the most dreadful things about Alec and Sonny. It's a nightmare. And now you, please, let me call a doctor.
Rain, thunder, a lonely house. It's story time, Claire. The story of my book, a true story, and you're going to listen.
Why do you keep calling me Claire?
In Nairobi, in 1937, a marriage was solemnized between Raymond Lucas and Claire Patricia Williams. She was less than half his age, attractive and mercenary.
You're ill. Nairobi, Lucas, Williams. What are you talking about? You're mad.
By the time Raymond Lucas died, he knew how mercenary his young wife was. He left her a considerable annuity for life, but only on condition that she didn't marry again. If she did, the annuity ceased.
At a more suitable time, I'd be delighted to hear about your work. But not now, please.
For 19 years, the young widow remained single. But she had too much to lose if she remarried. Then, in 1957, she met and disastrously fell in love with Alec Bryant.
My son has never married.
I believe you. Oh, I believe you. Because you never had a son. Alec was your husband.
You're insane.
No, Claire, not insane. The police think I'm dead, but I'm not insane. There's no one within a mile of us to hear you scream. You've killed 2 people and caused a third to be murdered. I wouldn't find it hard to kill you out of hand. You were 39 when you met Alec. He was 21. You were wealthy and attractive. He was
Infatuated. Perhaps with you, and certainly with your money.
He loved me.
If you say so.
He loved me, or he would never have married me.
I think you made marriage a condition of his sharing your fortune. You were greedy for youth, but you were greedy to preserve your annuity, and so was Alec. So, as it happened, was Sonny Barberton. Sonny made the arrangements, didn't he, for that insignificant little civil marriage? You must have paid him well for his silence. Because if Collison had ever discovered your marriage, you would have lost the annuity and been prosecuted for fraud. So, Sonny's flat is in your first married name, Claire Lucas. It's from there you deal with Collison, with Sonny ringing you whenever letters arrive. Oh, it was a charming little deception, and it continued for 18 years, when I began to research the life and work of Raymond Lucas.
Can you imagine the hell it became, having to pretend that Alec and I were mother and son? It was shameful, humiliating.
You were a fool to marry him in the first place. Once you came back to England, he'd got you where he wanted you. And he was able to carry on his little affairs here in Norfolk quite openly.
Our marriage was happy at first, wonderful.
It couldn't have lasted.
His other affairs never lasted. But Anne Lawrence destroyed him. Promiscuous little slut.
She may have been feckless and casual, but she loved Alec and wanted to marry him.
I tried to dissuade her. I did everything I could to avert a tragedy, but she wouldn't listen to reason. I knew what Alec was like. Spoiled, lazy, immature, greedy. But I loved him. She couldn't take him from me.
You told her there was insanity in the Bryant family. She worried about that because of her pregnancy. But Alec denied it. And you knew he would leave you for her because she too had money. And she also had youth. It must have been hard for you at first. But that gave you no right to kill her.
Everything I valued was threatened. I couldn't stand by and let you and that slut ruin our lives.
You hired Nita Powell. You killed Anne. You forged the entry in her diary. You bribed Sonny to kill Nita. And last night, after my row with Alec, when he realized what you'd done, you knew you'd lost him for good. He was going to the police, wasn't he? So you shot him and planted this gun in my garden before telephoning Thorne.
Look, Robert, the police think Alec killed Anne and arranged Nita Powell's murder with Sonny. They think you shot Alec in self-defense. They want to exonerate you, so... Let them go on believing all that. You're a sensitive man. You've known the life I've led. You must have enough imagination to realize the hell I've endured with Alec these past few years. Of course what I did was unforgivable. We can't bring them back to life. Do you want to see me in jail for 20 years? What good would that do? Haven't I suffered enough?
Are you trying to buy me off?
If I were convicted, the whole Lucas fortune would go to a college in East Africa. Why shouldn't you have some of it? I'm talking about 10,000 a year, Robert. For life.
No. I shall phone the police.
You're hurt, aren't you? Let me look. Oh, there's a bruise on your forehead. Why don't you rest for a while? Let me get you a drink.
Well, if you've got some brandy. No, give it me.
I'll keep the gun. It's safer with me.
It won't do, Claire. You can't get away with any more.
Get up! Come on! Get up! Walk slowly across to the windows.
It's no good. It won't work.
Keep walking. Thorne warned me earlier you might be dangerous.
You're crazy. It's too late for you now. The evidence is too strong.
There is no evidence against me, except what you might give. Open the windows. Go on, open them!
I'm giving you one last chance. Let me call the police. Give me the gun. Give it to me.
Keep away from me.
How can you kill a man who's already dead?
I'll take the gun, Mrs. Bryant. Sergeant, close the windows.
Right, sir.
Blanks, Claire. Blanks. Provided by the police.
Oh, my God.
We needed to get a confession out of you. Everything was too circumstantial.
We'll be taking you down to Norwich, Mrs. Bryant, and charging you formally there. Better pack what clothes you need. When you've been charged, you can telephone your solicitor.
My solicitor? You can do nothing on hearsay evidence. You petty man!
Get her things together, Sergeant. Take her to the car. Get her out of my sight.
Come along, Mrs. Bryant.
I think I'd like a copy of your book when it comes out, sir.
I'll accept the olive branch, but there'll be no book now. Not on this subject. Not from me.
So where will the pennies come from now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, we better get you home, sir. Come on.
Sonny, Alec, Nita Powell, Anne. The sad thing is, I was more than half in love with Anne. Didn't begin to realize it till all this hit me. And what about Folliot? And young Ropner?
Come along.
The havoc, Thorne. The unremitting havoc of it all.
In The Lucas Testament by Michael Robson, Robert Cardiff was played by Robert Lang, Chief Inspector Thorne by Geoffrey Siegel, Patricia Bryant by Dulcie Gray, Alec Bryant by John Rye, Sonny Barberton by Basil Moss, Sergeant Ropner by Steve Hodson, Mike Folliot by Sean Arnold, and Diana Hayward by Eva Haddon. Maddie Head played Maggie Clement, Dennis McCarthy, Edgar Lucas, Michael Deacon, Barclay Collison, Rosalind Adams, Nita Powell. Other parts were played by Christopher Bidmead, Alison Gollings, Jelly Gratham, and Hayden Jones. The producer was John Cardy.
The Grave by John Penn. Dramatized for radio by Melville Jones, with John Castle as Superintendent Thorne. A country hotel somewhere in the Cotswolds. The year is 1953.
Well, there it is. Witchwood House Country Hotel. What about that?
Neo-Georgian, is that what they call it?
Not Neo. The real thing.
Must have cost them a fortune.
Well, they got a fair amount for the pub, you know.
Even so.
They had a huge loan from the bank, too. Rose said they were terrified when they started. Wondered whether anyone would come.
Good God, a flunky.
Well, why down the window?
Good morning, sir.
Morning. Am I okay here?
Fine.
Not lowering the rateable value?
Certainly not, sir. Good cars, these. In their time.
Oh, thank you. We're looking for Mr. and Mrs. Kempton.
That's right. It's Mr. Thorne, isn't it? Superintendent Thorne, rather.
Mr. will do on Sunday.
Mr. Kempton asked me to look out for you. He's strolling in the bar. If you step this way, I'll take you through.
Just point us in the right direction. You'll have other customers.
Oh, right, thanks. Just go straight through the reception hall. Bars on the left.
Thank you.
Enjoy your lunch. Just a moment, I'll be right with you.
Oh, a pleasant young man.
Yes.
Well, isn't he?
I'm sure it's just...
Just what?
a feeling. I've seen him before.
Sunday, George. Remember, day of rest.
Of course, but I'm sure I know him from somewhere.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
After all these years.
If I hadn't bumped into Rose in Marks and Sparks, it might have been another 20 years. I couldn't believe it. Oh, but I aged that much. No, that was it. She looked just the same.
What about me, Rose?
Well, a little fuller in the face, perhaps.
Oh, not just the face, I'm afraid.
He doesn't find the beat now, of course.
So I gather. Superintendent, Rose told me. Gosh, when I think of you as that fresh-faced young popper.
You know what they say when policemen start to look older?
Well, my memory of you, John, is bellowing last orders, please, and tipping the drunks out into the old Kent Road.
We're not too late, are we? Vern wanted to take a shortcut through the woods.
Yeah, it seemed like a good idea, but we ran out of track.
No problem. I told them to keep your table.
Oh, great.
And is it roast beef? Tell me it's roast beef. It is. And with the mint sauce? There has to be mint sauce.
Not with beef, Polly. Oh, I have to apologize for my wife.
Your wife? I still can't get used to that, Vern. Oh.
Americans, too. Your fame is spreading.
Oh, well, I shan't mind if they're all like those two.
Honeymooners, very romantic. They even take their morning run hand in hand.
Perfect, Rose
Another perfect meal.
Thank you.
You really do spoil us.
I couldn't decide between the chocolate mousse and the pavlova.
So we had some of both.
Gosh, Anne, don't get us thrown out.
Oh, hardly. Mr. and Mrs. Fowler are our favourite guests.
Oh.
They were among the first to stay.
And we've been back regularly ever since. Is this your first visit?
Well, yes, but we're not proper guests.
Here, let me introduce you. Miranda Thorne and Superintendent George Thorne of the Thames Valley Police.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Not an official visit, I hope.
Oh, certainly not, Mr. Fowler. I never drink on duty.
We knew each other a long time ago in London. And we've just bumped into each other again, living about, 10 miles apart, and we never realised.
I see. Well, if you're like us, you'll find it hard to stay away. They look after you so well. Please, Rose, do tell Felix how much we enjoyed the meal.
I will.
Now, I think, William, it really must be a little walk after all that going.
Satisfied, Clara?
If they were all like the Fowlers, life would be a bed of roses. They've even entrusted us with their ruby wedding celebrations. The party's next week.
And Felix will go to town on that.
Felix?
Our chef, Monsieur Le Chat. Hence, Felix.
Well, it's better than puss, I suppose.
Is he really French? Or is that his stage name? Oh, no, the real thing, even down to the temperament. But he cooks like a dream. Everyone says so.
I never take coffee after lunch, Morris.
Well, almost everyone. I hope you enjoyed the meal, Mrs. Blair.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Quite pleasant.
Excellent. Most enjoyable.
Of course, I'm not really a roast beef person. I like highly spiced things. One gets used to them.
Nina spent most of her childhood in the Far East.
My father was a diplomat. You understand.
Oh, I see.
Still, it's a far cry from Maidenhead.
Of course, that's where you are now.
And I shall never get used to the winters here, I'm afraid.
Really?
We shall have to come and stay more often, I can see. Sit by your log fires.
We shall look forward to that.
And now I think some brisk exercise is called for. All those calories.
Just what the Fowlers thought. They've gone for a walk. You might catch them up.
Splendid.
Not for me, Morris. I shall have to lie down for at least an hour. What's that?
And I'm afraid, but he seems to cope with everything.
Oh, rather him than me.
There are compensations, I believe.
Really? What?
Money. She pays all the bills.
Oh, wealthy wife. Lot to be said for it.
Oh, dear. Well, the rush should be over now. I'll just check with Paul that our table's ready.
Okay. I can hardly believe your baby Paul looks after the dining room. Well, he's 20 now. I'll try not to tell him the last time I saw him was when he was in nappies. Well, not while he's serving the wine, anyway.
George.
Not for me, thanks. Oh, if you're sure. What about you, Mum?
Oh, no, thanks, love. Must keep a clear head for the accounts this afternoon. I tell you, I get so muddled with all these different rates of purchase tax.
Right. No takers then.
Oh, that was a delightful meal, Paul. Do pass our compliments to the kitchen, to Felix.
Thank you. I certainly will, Mrs. Thorne.
Yeah, please, Miranda, not Mrs. Thorne. After all, I remember you in...
In what?
Nothing. Nothing, really.
She means in your nappy.
Not a pretty sight, I'm sure. Now, you must excuse me.
Honestly, I hope he wasn't embarrassed.
Paul, embarrassed? You're joking. Come on, George. Let me show you round.
Oh, lovely. Excuse us, ladies.
Shall we have coffee in the lounge, Miranda?
Are you sure we're not keeping this medicine?
No, only the dreaded accounts.
Oh, I don't think I could cope with those.
What makes you think I can?
Oh, Mrs. Kempton.
Yes?
There's a gentleman on the phone would like to speak to you.
Me? What about?
Well, he didn't say.
Well, who is he, Helen?
Mr. Mortlake.
Switch the call through to the office, please, Helen. You go on into the lounge, Miranda. I won't be long. This is Mrs. Kempton.
Of course it is. Rosebud.
Who is this?
Come on, love. Don't tell me you've forgotten.
What the hell do you want?
Now. Is that the way to speak to your
Look,
ever-loving...
I don't want to speak to you or see you ever. Do you understand?
That could be tricky.
What do you mean?
Didn't they tell you I'm booked into your cozy little hotel?
No.
Looking forward to it, our little reunion. We'll have such a lot to talk about, Rosebud, won't we? Such a lot.
Roy, look, please. Stay away. I'll talk...
Till later then, lovely. Bye for now.
Oh, please. Oh, my God.
Hello. I'm not disturbing you.
No, not at all. No, I was just struggling with the crossword.
Well, please don't let me... You see, I'm waiting for Mrs. Kempton. She had to take a phone call in her office.
I've given up, actually. I am awfully stupid when it comes.
Good Lord. Pardon? I'm sorry, but you're Cassandra Gray, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Oh, I thought so. There was an article in one of my magazines. Pictures of you in your garden and...
Oh, dear.
And the books. Oh, I'm a great fan. I've read them all.
Oh, how very brave of you.
That's all right. I love historical novels. I keep pestering our local library for them, yours in particular.
Oh, I am flattered.
Yes. Is there a new one, by the way?
Yes, there is. That is why I'm here. It's to finish it off. No one can get at me. You see, no telephone, no call.
What's it going to be called? Have you decided?
Well, I had thought that... I'm sorry, Miranda, to abandon you.
Oh, that's fine. I was just talking... You all right, Rose?
What?
You look ghastly.
No, I'm fine. Are you sure, dear? You look very pale.
Come and sit down.
Really, I'm okay.
Can I get you something? Brandy? Tea?
Oh, yes. The coffee's coming. Don't worry, I'm all right. Really.
Well, if you say so.
It must be the thought of the accounts. It's enough to make anyone feel faint. Well, now, I see you've met our famous novelist.
You know you were back from there, Rosa.
Yes, thank you.
Hope to see you again.
Oh, I'm sure you will. Bye.
Bye.
It was lovely, wasn't it?
Excellent. They certainly seem to have landed on their feet.
It must be hard work, though, being pleasant to people all day.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, of course you don't, not in your job.
Unfair.
Maybe, but I wouldn't fancy it. Must be a straight note left here. Poor Rose was quite done for after lunch. Shuttered.
Really?
George, what are you thinking about? You're miles away.
A young man.
Oh, George, you're still worrying about that.
I was curious.
His name's Tom Latimer.
You
I
found
asked Rose. He's very reliable and honest, it seems. Satisfied?
Local, is he?
No. London, I gather.
Left, did you say?
But she didn't seem to know much about his background.
Didn't you now? Bit odd, don't you think?
You say you have a reservation, sir?
Yes, I telephoned.
Of course. And the name?
Mortlake. Roy Mortlake.
Mortlake?
Yes. For God's sake, how many more times?
Yes. Yes, here we are. 15, yes, you're in room 15.
I hope it's quiet.
Oh, yes, all our rooms are, sir.
Good. And I'd like some tea sent up.
Of course. You must be tired after the journey.
I am. The train was late and I had to wait for a taxi at the station.
Well, if you'd asked, we could have had a
Quite
car
a
meeting.
strain for a man just out of hospital, I can tell you.
Oh, dear, I'm sorry you've been ill.
There's a minor op. Nothing serious, but it takes it out of you.
I'm sure. Well, you can rest completely at Witchwood. Anything you want, just ask.
I will.
Can I ask how long you'll be staying, sir?
I haven't decided. Depends.
I see. Yes, well, I'll have your case brought up, and I'll organise some tea. Your room 15 is straight ahead of you and up the main stairs.
Not too long with that tea, if you don't mind.
I do mind, Mr. Mortlake. I mind very much.
Welcome back to Witchwood, Canon.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Hurley, are you well?
Not terribly, I'm afraid. Nasty bronchitis.
Oh, dear. Anyhow, I'm sure the Cotswold air will put you right.
Now, come and help with the cases, dear.
Yes, of course.
And Miss Hurley, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Fine.
Here, let me help you with that. If you like to go on in, sir, I'll help Miss Hurley with the luggage.
That's all right. Come along, Margaret.
Miss Mary.
Oh, be careful. They're watching.
Let them.
Coyotes hang about there, Alice. It's getting chilly.
I'll bring the bags, sir. Look, I'll park the car for you in the stable garage. See if you can leave today in about 10 minutes.
Yes.
On my way, Canon.
Oh, damn. One on 9th and Satan. Now, how can I have missed it? See if you can find where I've gone wrong. I've added this column.
You never told me.
What? Told you what?
That we had a new guest booked in.
Didn't I?
A Mr. Mortlake.
I must have forgotten. Sorry.
It's not like you, Rose.
So I forgot. I'm sorry. What more do you want?
And that's all it was? You just forgot?
What is this, John? Does it matter?
Never mind. I've got to check the pool filter. I'll be about 20 minutes. Come in.
Your tea, sir.
Right. Put it on the table. I'll have it after my bath. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
How long have you worked here?
Well, full-time for just over a year, since I finished college.
And before that?
Well, before that I lived here.
Lived?
Yes, my parents are the owners.
Oh, are they now? You got any brothers or sisters?
No, just me.
So this will be yours one day.
Well, I don't know how
Well, it's
that
got a
is.
little windfall, eh? Plush place.
Oh, we tried to
Business
keep...
must be booming.
Oh, pretty fair, I'm pleased to say.
That's good news, isn't it? Very good news.
Yes, well, if there's nothing else, sir, I'll be...
No. That'll be all, sir. For the moment.
I've looked forward to that.
Really?
Really? When you wrote and said your mother was ill, I was afraid you wouldn't come.
So was I.
How did you manage to get away?
I said I left my gloves in the car.
This is ridiculous, you know. We're not
Oh,
kids.
don't. I know I'm 24 and they treat me as
We
if I was...
should tell them. It's no crime to be in love.
Are you, Tom? Really? Really in love with me?
Well, I've said so, haven't I?
Yes.
So when are we going to tell them what we feel about each other? Shall I speak to your father?
No, you don't understand what he's like. He's a snob.
I see. Wouldn't approve of his daughter marrying the handyman.
Give it time, Tom.
So when do we get to meet properly? This is crazy like this.
I know, but...
Look, I'm free tomorrow afternoon. Can you get away for tea in Windrush? 4 o'clock in the Copper Cafe?
I'll try.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
That's all right, Mr. Kempton. Miss Hurley's lost her gloves in the car. I was just helping her look for them.
Ah, I see.
And I found them. Thank you, Mr. Latimer, for your help. I'd better get back. Father will be wondering where I am.
Tom, I don't want to seem...
Do not, Mr. Kempton.
Forget it. Do you know where the new bottle of chlorine is? We're nearly through the old one.
I think I saw it over here somewhere.
Can't a man get a drink around here?
I'm sorry, I was in the kitchen.
Well. Long time, eh, Rosebud?
What are you doing here? What do you want with me?
Different hairstyle, bit more weight, perhaps. Suits you. Not the little waif I used to know.
I'm nothing to you now, nothing. Now get that straight.
I wonder what happened to you, Rose, all these years.
How did you find...
Pure luck. For me, anyway.
Well, if it's money you want, you're out of luck. Everything we have is tied up in this place.
Yes. So your son was telling me.
Paul? You've spoken to
don't
Paul?
worry, just a general chat. Business is good, he told me. Very good. Yes, you must be worth a bob or two now. Wouldn't you say, Rosebud?
Haven't you done me enough harm? What more is there?
Well, that all depends, doesn't it? I shall have to see.
I don't want you here.
Now, that's no way to talk. I'm very comfy here. I could quite grow to like
No.
it.
I am warning you, Roy.
Warning? You're warning me? You get it into your bloody little head. I'm the one that does the warning.
Chilly by the pool now. What do you really mean, Mrs. Campton? Isn't it time for a drink?
Well, it has gone 6. Time enough. 2 of our usuals, please.
Right. 2 sherries.
Right.
Will you join us, Mrs. Campton?
No, thank you.
And what about you, sir? Will you take a drink with us?
Oh, well, that's very civil of you. I'll have a whiskey.
Oh, good.
Aren't you going to introduce us, Mrs. Kempton?
Oh, of course. Mr. and Mrs. Fowler. This is Mr. Mortley.
How do you do?
Oh, never mind the Mr. Mortley. Roy's the name. We don't need to stand on ceremony, do we? Mrs. Kempton.
Great, you made it. I was beginning to think
I
you
had
wouldn't
trouble
turn up.
parking.
Well, you're not so well in with the local police as I am. I've ordered tea cakes. I hope that was all right.
Fine.
So what did you tell them?
Oh, some pathetic lie about needing to go shopping.
And they swallowed it.
Yes, they did. But
what?
there's a man staying there, a Mr. Mortley.
I know. So what about it?
Oh, he's awful, unpleasant.
Awful? Why?
He heard me telling them about coming here to the shop.
Well, what does that matter?
That's silly. But he seemed to be leering at me, as if he knew I was lying.
Oh, how could he?
I suppose he couldn't. But then I did meet him when I left you in the garage. He was sort of hanging about, taking the air, he said, but I thought that...
imagination. No wonder we're in all this cloak and dagger stuff. If we just told him...
Please, Tom, don't lecture me. I know it seems cowardly
All
not
right.
to...
Not another word, I promise. Anyway, I should be flattered that you put yourself through all this for me.
Don't take the coat. Oh, lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall I pour? Penny for them.
Oh, I was just thinking how nice it is to be together. A chance to be alone.
Yes.
Oh, there's so much I want to ask you. I know so little.
What do you need to know? We know all that matters.
Of course, but...
Mysterious past, is that it?
Is it mysterious?
Ah, that would be telling.
Would it?
Can you get away again? Tomorrow afternoon.
Where?
My cottage.
I don't know.
Please try. For me.
All right.
Well, then. What have we here? A tryst.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mortley.
Giving your folks a slip, then, have you?
What do you mean?
Don't worry. Your secret's safe with me. You're only young once.
Miss Hurley was doing some shopping.
Oh, I believe you. Thousands wouldn't. Enjoy yourselves. Don't worry. I won't play gooseberry.
It's ruined everything.
Of course he hasn't. We're doing nothing wrong.
You don't know how my father's mind
It'll be
works.
all right, Alice, believe me. Don't worry about an oath like Mortlake.
It's easy for you to say that.
Forget
Tom.
him. Now eat up your tea cake.
I won! I beat him!
Somewhere I got first.
I won! Didn't I, Mr. Blair?
Well, it looked that way to me, Polly.
Right. Well, we'll see. I'll race you back again. Ready, steady?
Oh, you're sneaky bird, Raven, but I'll get you.
Just look at them. Athletic young couple, aren't they?
Particularly the girl.
What?
Flaunting herself, leaping about. Just tell me you hadn't noticed.
Oh, I only commented
Why
that...
else have you taken up this early morning
That
running?
has nothing to do...
Tumbling after those tiny shorts she wears. Do you realize how absurd you look?
Please, Miller, keep your voice down.
Embarrassing, isn't it? Have you ever considered how you've embarrassed me over the years? Watching you chase every pretty little girl in...
Stop it! You know you're talking nonsense. Oh, good morning, Miss Gray.
It's a lovely day again, Mr. Blair.
Yes, we're very lucky with the weather.
They said there might be thunder later.
Oh, I do hope
My
not.
head is certainly throbbing. It always plays up when there's thunder about.
Perhaps you'd better take your walk this morning, Miss Gray.
No, a creature of habit, I'm afraid. Back to the typewriter for a couple of hours now, and then a walk.
Yes, I'm sure there's thunder in the air. I feel it above the temple. Oh, that doesn't help.
Young Paul's getting Tom to tune his engine for him. He lives for that car.
Well, I think it's most inconsiderate.
I reckon that's done it, Paul. She was running too rich.
Yeah, I thought that was probably it.
No point having a beast like this if you're not getting full power.
Oh, right.
Shall I just take her for a quick glance, see how she goes?
Yeah, fine. I'd better get back to the bar.
Right. Now let's see what you can do. That's more like it. Up little stroll, are we? That made you jump, I reckon, Mr. Mortlake.
good morning, Mr. Mortlake. What would you like?
Your car out there.
Yes, you're an enthusiast.
You
Finally got it.
little sod.
What?
You trying to scare me off, were you? Well, let me tell
are you
you,
talking
don't
about?
give me that baloney. I suppose it was that bitch of a mother put you up with. Well, I'll give you a bit
Now,
of
look
advice.
here.
No, you look here and see what you make of this. Don't you ever try that on me again, sonny boy. Okay?
There. That should help the swelling. How's it feeling now?
Oh, not so bad. I think it was more the shot than anything.
What the hell was Tom thinking?
Oh, he meant it as some sort of joke, I think. He's going to apologize to Mortlake.
No, I'll deal with Mr.
Not on my account, Dad. I've had worse than this playing rugby.
I'm not letting that happen.
But it wasn't just me, Dad. It's more complicated.
What do you mean, complicated?
Well, I don't really know. It's crazy, but he seemed to think Mum had something to do with it. Trying to warn him off, he said.
Did he?
What's going on, Dad? I want to know.
Yes, I suppose you have to. I just hope you'd never need to know.
Well, know what? Is it something to do with Mum? Well, is it?
Yes, it is something to do with your mother. With your mother and Mortlake.
Roy Mortlake? What's he to Mum?
Well, you know your mother was brought up in care, don't you?
Yes, with foster parents.
Yeah, a whole succession of them. She wasn't very lucky. Each completely indifferent to her existence, or so she thought. So, at 16, she ran away.
Oh, I never knew that.
No, well, she went to London like they all do. Slept rough, literally, in a public park. And that's where this man found her. Took her home with him. Well, at first, Roy, that's how she always spoke of him, was kind to her. She was flattered. At last, someone seemed to care.
And this Mortlake...
And then it began to go wrong. It seemed he was mixed up in something crooked. They had to keep moving. Cash was scarce. Roy wanted your mother to contribute. It was easy money, he told her.
What was?
When she refused, he beat her up. Well, you have to understand how vulnerable she was. Barely 17, no one she could turn to. What choice did she have?
Well, I still don't see what...
Come on, Paul. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Roy Mortlake was a pimp.
And Mum did... Oh, I don't believe
Don't
it.
judge her.
I'm not judging her. It's that bastard I'm judging.
Yes, well, she got away as soon as she could. And that's when I first met her.
So you knew?
Yes. When I asked her to marry me, she told me. Well, it made no difference to my feelings. Why should it? She's a wonderful woman, your mother. When you think what she's overcome.
What the hell's he doing here? In our hotel, our home. Why didn't you throw him out the moment he arrived? I mean, surely you must have realized what it must be like for Mum to have him round the place. So why is he still here?
It's not as simple as you think.
Of course it's simple.
Your mother and I don't speak about those things. The past. It was over 20 years ago. I'm sure she's never seen Roy Mortlake again until he walked in here 2 days ago.
Even so, for whatever reason, he's here. Somehow he's found her. She must want him out, surely.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
But she doesn't, you mean?
Oh, I don't know. I just don't know.
Oh, but you must have talked about it. Well, haven't you?
Paul, there's something else.
What?
Your mother isn't aware that I know who Mortlake is.
But you said she told you everything.
Yes, but not his surname. She just spoke of him as Roy.
Well, how do you know it's him?
Well, when we moved down here, I was shifting some old stuff out of the attic, some photographs. A small snapshot fell out from behind one of the frames. I'm sure your mother never remembered she'd put it there. It was a young man, and on the back was scrawled Roy Mortlake.
And you never said anything?
Oh, it wasn't important by then. I'm sure we thought we'd never see him again, and then I heard a Mr. Mortlake was booked in here. Well, it's not a common name. I hoped, of course, it was a coincidence. And when I saw him, there was no doubt, even after all these years.
But why hasn't Mum said anything?
I don't know. That's just it. I suppose it's because she doesn't want to hurt me, breaking up her past again.
Well, couldn't you tell her?
Yes, I thought of it. Oh, I gave her the chance to tell me, but I suppose she's just hoping you'd clear off.
Well, I think we should tell her. We both should. It makes no difference to us what happened in the past. We love her too much for that. Tell her, then give Mortlake the boot. Tell him to go to hell.
No, Paul.
Or if you don't, I will.
Well, think about it. If he gets vindictive, he could cause trouble. Spread rumours among the visitors, the staff. And that would destroy your mother. I'd never let anything like that happen, Paul.
No, Dad. Nor would I.
Afternoon, Canon.
Afternoon, Miss...
Mortlake. What brings you out in the storm?
I think I made it back before the rain. I never miss my afternoon walks, you know.
Ah, I see. I thought perhaps you were going to young Tom Latimer's cottage.
Why on earth should I do that?
To join your lovely daughter, of course.
My daughter, Alice, is back at the hotel. Resting, she said.
Oh, did she now? Naughty girl.
Now, look here, Mr. Mortlake. I'd rather
She may be lying down, Canon, but I doubt if she's resting. Oh, come off it, Canon. Wake up. Thick as thieves they were when I saw them in Windrush. Billing and cooing.
You saw them?
And I've just seen your sweet young daughter going into Mr. Latimer's cottage there.
Yes, well, I'm sure you're mistaken.
No mistake, believe me. She knows what it's about, all right.
But
You've only got to look at her. She's asking for it, Canon. Asking for it.
I don't feel guilty. For the first time since I met you, I don't feel guilty.
Good.
I don't understand it. I've lied to my parents. I jumped into bed with someone I hardly know. Oh, I feel happiness.
That's all that matters, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is.
First rule of living.
If it feels right, then it is right.
I doubt if my father would agree.
I think it's time we did something about your father.
What do you mean?
Like telling him the truth.
Perhaps you're right. No, I'm sure it's worth it. I can face it.
Excellent. So when shall we do it?
Oh, you know what he's like, Tom. You ask questions about you.
My prospects, you mean? Whether my intentions are honourable.
First. And your past. Your family, all that stuff.
Yes, I dare say he will.
So what will you tell him, Tom? What will you tell me? Well, Tom?
I'll think of something.
I'm serious, Tom.
Well, you've no business to be at a time like this. There. It's tea time. I'll put the kettle on.
Tom?
Yes?
Can I have a bath?
Sure. All our sins are washed away. There should be a clean towel in there. Oh, who the hell's that? Oh, hello.
Oh, I am so sorry to disturb you, but I was desperate to have soap.
Oh, come in.
Oh, I foolishly set off without the map, and then the heavens opened, and yours was the only refuge in sight. It really
Well,
was.
make yourself at home. I'm sure it'll soon blow over. Would you like some tea? I'm just about to make some.
Oh, yes, I would, if it's no trouble.
Oh, please come through.
Oh, it is very cozy in here.
Yes, it used to be the lodge, I suppose.
Yes, I suppose it did.
Do you take milk? Lemon?
Charles, Tom, I come... Oh. Good afternoon, Miss Hurley.
Yes. Good afternoon, Miss Gray.
Miss Hurley got caught in the storm, too. Soaked to the skin.
Really?
Lucky I was in, wasn't it?
Very lucky. For both of us.
It'll have freshened up the rivers anyway. There could be some good fishing tomorrow.
There's a good stretch above Lexley we might try, if you fancy that.
Good idea. We'll make an early start.
Not too early, I hope, Morris.
Have no fear. William's never up before 8.
Very sensible. Morris will insist on this ridiculous running.
Keeps me in trim, Nina. Well, that's the idea, anyway.
Oh, dear. That still sounds very nasty, Mrs. Hurley.
I'm
sorry.
Yes.
Just hang on, rather. The medicine they prescribed doesn't seem to be doing much good. William had some very good lozenges.
Oh, yes.
He still keeps them handy. William, do you have any of those throat lozenges with you?
Yes, I believe I do somewhere.
Perhaps Mrs. Hurley might try one. See if it helps.
Please don't go to any trouble. It's no trouble. They're only up in her room. Yes. I found them very good.
Very, very kind of your husband. A pleasure. Now, what about some more coffee?
Oh, what a good idea.
Now,
That's me. In fact, you just keep your nose out of my business. I intend to stay as long as I like, and I advise you not to throw me out. If you know what's good for you.
Just keep away from my family, is that clear?
Your family, that's rich.
What do you mean?
Let's just say I know a lot about little Rosebud.
Rosebud? If you do anything to hurt her or sake, I'll...
You what?
I'll kill you!
You're pathetic. You know that?
We'll see who's pathetic.
Well, how very unpleasant. This is great, Polly. It's so fresh after the rain.
Marvelous. Sets me up for a good plate of ham and eggs, sunny side up. Oh, bacon and eggs.
So, Mr. Blair this morning.
He must be getting lazy.
Let's cut across by the pool, huh? Grass on the lawn will be wet.
Right, hey, be careful on the tiles. They'll be slippery.
Okay. Now, watch me go, baby!
Oh, away from me, you sneaky... You can't catch me. What is it? Why did you...
My God.
Oh, my God.
Get some help. Get some help, Polly. Quick! I'll try and get him out.
Oh, please,
All right. Your wife, Archie. Oh, good gracious. Is he here? Quick, grab him. Oh, all right. I got him. Oh, turn him over. I'll try and muster him out. I don't think... You must try. This weak point, man. Look at the back of his head. Oh, my God. Your wife's going to get help. I was just sitting out when I met her. How could it have happened? I suppose he must have slipped. Hit his head on the side as he went in. I guess. It's very slippery after all that rain. Poor devil.
I phoned for an ambulance.
How is he? I'm afraid he's dead. What? Oh, my God.
Paul, look, if we get him onto one of the poolside lounges, we can carry him back into the hotel.
That's a good idea. Yes, I'll get one.
Sir, is there anything I can do?
Thank you. We're just going to get the body over to the house. If you could give us a hand, Mr. Fowler.
No! Wait.
Well, what is it?
In cases like this, it's better for a doctor to see the body in situ.
But surely...
I do know about this sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
There'll have to be an inquest, you know. Any unnatural death necessitates an inquest.
Sir, are you suggesting
I'm not suggesting anything, Paul. It's normal procedure until everyone is satisfied.
About what? I think that what Mr. Fowler is trying to tell us is that it's possible Mr. Mortlake was murdered.
And I hope to have a satisfactory answer for you soon. Yours sincerely, Superintendent Thorne. See that done at once, will you?
Yes, sir.
Now, Abbott, what were the details again?
Skull bashed, floating in the swimming pool.
And on our patch, you say?
Witchwood House Hotel. It's just...
Witchwood House? Give me that.
That's right. Do you know it, sir?
Yes. I was having lunch there on Sunday.
Oh, I see.
We know the owners, my wife and I, from way back.
Not very good publicity for him, sir.
Hardly, Sergeant.
I suppose it could have been an accident.
I doubt if you would have bothered me if that were the case.
Well, the doctor has his doubts.
Well, who's that?
Dr. Band. They called him in at once.
And he called us?
Yeah. He was worried.
Well, he's a good man, better than most. What did you tell him?
We'd be over. He'll wait.
I see.
That was right, sir, wasn't it?
Yes, quite right. I must say, I hope to return to Witchwood under happier circumstances.
I doubt if it was drowning that killed him, Superintendent. Well, here he is. You see, this wound is quite enough to do that by itself.
But not an accident.
Look at the side of the pool. It couldn't have produced that shape of wound.
No, you're right. It needs, of course...
The blunt instrument. The good old blunt instrument. And wielded with considerable force, I'd say.
So, if you're right, he was probably dragged here after he was dead.
Well, that would be my guess. We'll need to wait for the PM to be sure.
Sergeant Abbott's got his squad checking the grounds. If our killer, assuming there was one, didn't take the weapon away with him, it would be the obvious place to chuck it. I suppose you wouldn't care to...
Guess how long he was in the water? Well, it's very hard to be sure. I'd say no more than an hour. The path lab will tell you more.
Yes, in the meantime...
Excuse me, sir. Something for you.
What?
We may have the weapon, also where it happened.
Oh, excellent. Good.
Just over here, sir, where the path goes into the shrubbery.
Show me.
Right.
You'll need the glass, sir.
Oh, can't.
There, just the other side of the tape, where the bush is broken.
Yeah, definitely blood.
And particles of tissue. Small bits of bone.
We'll need samples, of course, Sergeant.
Of course, sir.
But well done, Abbott.
Well, thank you, sir. And there's something else.
Really?
The bush.
Well, what about it?
It's not damaged. Nor any of these other shrubs.
Good. Very good. Which means that he didn't fall forward.
So I must have been squatting down, perhaps looking at that hydrangea?
Or perhaps being persuaded to look at it.
Which might suggest Mortlake knew his assailant stopped the chat.
It also means that whoever killed him didn't need to be tall or very strong not to hit him from behind and above. Pity.
Why pity?
Because, Doctor, it means we cannot rule out the gentle sex.
Oh, I see.
And the weapon. You have that too?
Could be. Just behind the bush here. But careful, Doctor.
Yeah.
Not really hidden.
As ordinary as that.
Just
lime juice, I should say. Something like that.
Yeah. Would fit the wound pattern, that sort of bottle.
Fingerprints?
Don't know yet, sir.
Let me know at once. Then I want you over in the hotel. Kempton's lent us his office.
Right, sir. The local bobby's told the guests no one can leave until they've been interviewed.
How did that go down?
Not too well, I gather.
I'm not surprised. You've got a complete list, I hope?
The receptionist, Helen Dearden, she's getting the list for you.
Good.
And, sir...
Well?
I think she'd like a word. She seemed quite keen.
Did she? I wonder why.
I don't know what you're thinking, of course, Superintendent, but really it must have been an accident.
And why is that, Mrs. Dearden?
You see, Mr. Mortlake was a completely unexpected visitor. He shouldn't have been here at all.
What do you mean?
He rang out of the blue Sunday morning, wanted to stay for a week or two.
So?
Well, at this time of the year, we're usually fully booked, but we just happened to have a cancellation. It was pure chance we could take him.
I see.
That's why it must have been an accident. No one here could have any reason to kill him. No one knew him.
Why did he come here? Did he say?
Pure coincidence, I think. He said the surgeon recommended it.
What surgeon?
Mr. Mortlake told me he'd had an operation. He needed to recuperate.
And the surgeon...
Had once stayed here. He must have liked it.
I don't suppose you would know the name of this surgeon?
No. But you could find out, I'm sure.
Oh, could I?
It was at this clinic in London. I've got the address Mr. Mortlake gave me in the register. He'd been living abroad, you know.
No, I didn't, Mrs. Dearden, but I expect I soon will. I'd like you to take Sergeant Abbott to the room Mr. Mortlake was using. He'll give you a receipt for anything we need to take away. All right, Sergeant?
Sir.
That's all then, Superintendent?
I think so, Mrs. Dearden. Just one thing.
Yes?
How long have you known Mr. and Mrs. Kempton?
I've worked here 3 years.
And before?
In London. I knew them from London when I used to work there.
Ah, I see. Almost old friends, really. Wouldn't you say?
You weren't really noticing anything, were you, Vern?
I guess not. Just running and chatting. You know how it is.
Not really, Mr. Raven. But you're a regular, it seems.
Every morning.
And do any of the other guests join you?
Sometimes Mr. Blair.
But not today.
No, he must have started out later.
How do you know that?
Oh, he was talking to Miss Hurley by the front door when I came running for help.
I see. So this morning whilst you were out, you saw no one?
No, no one.
And then when...
But I did.
Who?
I saw Tom Latimer.
You never told me. Latimer's one of the staff.
Yes, I know Mr. Latimer. Where did you see him, Mrs. Raven?
Near the shrubbery. Not the poolside, quite a bit away. I just caught a glimpse. I didn't mention it, honey, because it didn't seem to matter.
Does it, Superintendent? Does it matter?
Probably not.
Only I wouldn't want to point the finger.
Oh, of course not. You've been most helpful, and I'm sorry to have detained you.
Are we free to go now? To check out? I mean, we have quite a tough schedule and...
Well, if you just bear with us a little longer, Mr. Raven, just until we've got all the statements. I'm afraid it does take time, you know.
It could ruin us, George. You realise that. I mean, once the press get hold of it, I suppose there's nothing you can do.
I'm sorry, John, nothing. I have to play it by the book. You know that.
Yes, of course. Is there any chance it could have been an accident?
Well, you tell me. You've seen the body. What do you think?
No, I suppose not.
Sir, what did you know about Roy Mortlake?
Me? Nothing. No, nothing at all. But I will tell you one thing.
What's that?
Well, maybe you're not supposed to speak ill of the dead, but Mr. Mortlake had a foul temper. He was a nasty, bullying type, I'd say.
What makes you say that?
Well, I better tell you, George, before somebody else does, but it has nothing to do with this. A couple of days ago, Mortlake had a row with Paul.
And?
Mortlake punched him, knocked him down.
Mortlake knocked Paul down? What on earth for?
Well, a stupid misunderstanding, and really it was Tom's fault. Nothing to do with Paul at all.
Tom Latimer?
Yes.
Tell me about young Latimer, John. Everything you know.
He wouldn't get out of my way.
Or is it that you were trying to run him over?
Of course not.
But you didn't like him, did you?
No.
Why didn't you like him, Mr. Latimer?
He was unlikable.
That's all?
That's all.
What were you doing near the shrubbery early this morning?
I was doing my job.
What does that mean?
Checking to see if the hydrangeas have been damaged in the storm.
Did you see anyone around whilst you were so conscientiously doing your job?
Yes, the American couple. Oh, and old Canon Hurley.
Miss Hurley's father. What was he doing?
I didn't ask him.
I don't suppose you did, Mr. Latimer.
Sorry, sir, if I'm interrupting.
That's all right, Sergeant. I've finished.
I can go then.
Oh, just one more thing.
Yes?
Have a look at this. Now, do you know this man?
No. Not at all, should I?
Thank you.
Well, who is it?
That will be all for the moment, Mr. Latimer.
This way, sir. What's this with the photograph, sir? Who is it, sir?
David.
Your son? What's he got to do with this?
Nothing, I hope. But it's the only photograph in my wallet.
Oh, fingerprints, sir. You wanted Latimer's prints.
Brilliant, Sergeant. And if we don't find them in records, I'll stand you your next half-dozen pints.
You reckon, sir?
I reckon. He's hiding something, that one. Giving nothing away about his past or his present. And I've seen him somewhere. I know it. That can't be good. Not if I know him from somewhere.
So you think he's the one, sir?
I didn't say that. Far too early for that, Sergeant. We've hardly started on this one. So, what did you find in Mortlake's room?
Expensive clothes, sir. I'm not short of a bob, Mr. Mortlake, that's for sure.
Clothes aren't everything, Sergeant. Some may not...
And there was this, sir. All his papers. Tickets, checkbook, passports.
Passports?
There we are. Dual citizenship, British and Canadian. He emigrated 20 years ago, according to this.
And the checkbook?
A bank in Calgary, Alberta. And there are bank statements, share certificates, so on. I think he must have struck it rich over there.
Yes, not that it's done him much good. Right. You know the next step, Sergeant. Get onto the yard and see what they can find out from Calgary. I'll need another hour or so here.
How many more to see, sir?
Mr. Blair, Mr. Fowler, and young Paul, they all help with the body. I'll need all their statements. And, I suppose Canon Hurley, too, after what Latimer said.
Not a very productive afternoon, then.
As expected, Sergeant, as expected. None of them had any idea how or why Mortlake ended up in this pool. Although at least Paul Kempton didn't pretend to be sorry.
Well, after our fight, I suppose there wasn't much love, though.
I don't think it was just a fight.
Really, sir?
Well, not so good at concealing their emotions, the young. Haven't learnt to dissemble, have they?
I do say so. So, who was dissembling, then?
I'm not sure. I doubted Mr. Fowler was being as frank as he might have been.
Fowler? Struck me as very respectable retired solicitor, isn't
Right. That's why he was a bit uncomfortable, I think. Went against the grain.
What did?
I asked if he knew who might have a grudge against Mortlake.
And did he?
I think perhaps he did. He wriggled, squirmed a bit, but he couldn't quite bring himself to put in his pennyworth.
And Mr. Blair?
Nothing much there. He was the first to arrive when the alarm was raised, but so what? Somebody has to be.
So we haven't got much yet.
On the contrary, we have a lot. None of it very significant. It's what people don't tell you that's significant. But they will.
You sound pretty confident, sir.
Guilt. It weighs you down, so you have to tell someone. Then they know, so they need to tell someone, and so on. In the end, someone tells me.
As easy as that, is it?
We don't solve most murders by detection, Sergeant. Somebody tells us who did it. The best informant is a guilty conscience.
Please, darling, it'll be all right, honestly. You don't have to pretend anymore.
I told you as soon as he arrived.
No. I should have told you that I'd known all these years. There didn't seem any point. I never thought you'd see him again.
You're so cruel. Why me? Why did it have to be me?
Well, he must have known you were here, surely.
No, but he knew about our marriage all those years ago.
Well, why didn't he do anything then?
He didn't want me. Not then. I was dangerous to him, and then he went to Canada.
But not for good, unfortunately.
London was the best place for this operation, and somebody told him about the hotel, and he looked us up in a guidebook.
Rose Kempton, I suppose it had to be you.
Now I was worth going after, something he could spoil.
Yes, well, he's dead. Well, I'm glad, very glad indeed.
John,
Surely you didn't...
No, I didn't kill him. You do believe me, Rose, don't you?
Yes. Oh, God, John, why did you have to tell Paul?
Oh, better me than Mortlake. But you can't think that Paul...
Look, it's not what I think. The police, what will they think?
Rose, darling, listen. Don't torture yourself. They won't think anything. Why should they? They don't know about you and Mortlake. How could they? Oh, Rose, darling, what is it?
Records.
What records?
There's something else you don't know, something I never told you.
It doesn't matter.
John, I was married to Mortlake. Legally, in a registry office. He said it would be more convenient, make his men friends feel safer. I didn't know.
Oh, my God. Why did you never tell me, Rose?
It was all part of the nightmare. I never wanted to think about it ever again, and I never needed to until he walked in here.
I'm really...
sorry. Truly, I just can't seem to stop
It doesn't matter. I can't sleep anyway.
Oh, dear.
How can anyone be expected to sleep with this dreadful business going on?
Yes, poor Mr. Mortlake. It's hard to believe.
I have a good mind to call it a day and pack up and go home.
Perhaps we should wait a day or two. Time can sometimes...
I suppose we shall have to wait another day anyway. The police seem too incompetent to get anything done sooner. It seems Thorne has had the impertinence to forbid anyone from leaving until he says so.
But what can we tell them?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Made it quite clear in my statement. I have no idea how, where, or when it happened.
I'm sure they won't detain us much longer, and then I suppose if you really want to go home, perhaps we should.
It will be for the best, my dear.
But Alice, she'll be terribly disappointed. We must think of Alice.
It is precisely because of Alice that I am determined that we should go.
Here you are. Take a couple. It should help.
Just can't face another night without sleep.
Another night?
Didn't get a wink last night, not with all that thunder about, and now this dreadfulness. I can't sleep for thinking about it, Morris. Who might be next?
Next?
Could be you. After all, you were the first responsible person on the scene. One just can't count those two young Americans. Who knows, Morris? Perhaps you saw something.
What do you mean?
Something the murderer didn't want you to see. Something he's afraid you might remember.
Goodness sake, Nina. It's been a ghastly day. Do we have to mull over us in the middle of the night? Now, please, try to get some sleep. You'll see. Everything will seem different in the morning.
And, Abbott, I'd like to see those other three people before.
Yes, sir. Oh, good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning. I'm sorry we're running a bit late.
But you will finish today.
Yes, I think so. Just a few more questions. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to ask these guests to be available this morning.
Right. I think most of them are still at breakfast.
Oh, no, please don't disturb them. There's no hurry.
Oh, don't you believe it. Some of them are really fretting to be on their way.
Oh, I'm sure you can tell those who have to get away that they will be free to leave tomorrow. We shall want addresses where they can be contacted, of course.
Yes. Anyway, that should clear the air for the party tonight.
Party?
Yes. The Fowlers will be wedding.
Oh, yes, I remember.
Nobody really feels like it, but Mr. Campton says we must try to carry on normally.
Of course, he's absolutely right.
Besides, it'll keep Felix happy after all his hard work.
Felix? Oh, that's the chef?
The Frenchman, sir.
Yes. He's worked all week on this marvellous heart-shaped cake. It's fantastic.
Well, let's hope everything goes off all right.
Indeed. I'll go and let our guests know.
Ah, Miss Gray.
Yes?
But she's not on your list.
No, but I'd like a word. Good morning, Miss Gray.
Good morning, Superintendent.
I wonder... So, perhaps you would let them know, Mrs. Dearden.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. Excuse me.
I was wondering if I might ask a favor, Miss Gray.
Oh, of course. Oh, but I really didn't think I can be of much help. Oh, I told you everything.
Actually, it has nothing to do with this case. Not business at all.
Oh. Surely you're not going to ask for my autograph, Superintendent. Oh.
Well, not me. Not me personally, but my wife.
Oh.
She,
Of course we met, didn't we, last Sunday?
That's right, and she's a great fan of yours. She knew I might see you, and so she wondered if you'd be kind enough to autograph your latest novel.
Oh.
She has a copy.
Oh.
Abbott.
The book, sir.
Oh, how flattering. I would be delighted.
Pen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Now, what was your wife's name?
Miranda.
There you are. To Miranda. Oh, I do wish we could have chatted longer. A charming lady superintendent. We were getting on like a house on fire.
Good.
Yes. Oh, but then poor Mrs. Kempton came into the lounge in such a groggy state we got rather sidetracked.
Mrs. Kempton was unwell, you say? On Sunday?
Oh, yes, poor thing. She looked dreadful. I thought perhaps she'd had some bad news on the telephone. But it seems not just a touch of dizziness. Oh, well, I must get on. Now, you can tell your wife I have reached the last chapter.
Yes, of course. And thank you for the autograph.
Not at all.
Shall I take the book, sir?
What? Yes. There you are. Oh, that was virtue rewarded, wasn't it? Remembering to get her autograph for Miranda?
I don't quite follow you, sir.
I want you to check with Mrs. Dearden Abbott the time that Mortlake phoned to make his reservation and who else he spoke to.
Yeah?
Bit more. I need it. I wish someone else was in charge of this inquiry. It's not pleasant having to suspect one's friends.
I feel awful. Having to confirm what Cassandra Gray said about Rose. Never occurred to me it could be important.
Very, I'm afraid. Looks as if Rose knew Mortlake before he came to Witchwood. Why else should she be so upset by anything he said to her? Oh, here's that signed copy you asked for, by the way.
To Miranda. Oh, that was kind of her. What do you know about Mortlake? His past. Was he married, divorced, what?
We're checking it. I should have the information first thing in the morning.
What about John? And Paul?
I don't know. But I am sure that they know more than they've told me so far.
It's horrible. And it has to be murder?
Afraid so. The PM report was definite. No water in his lungs, which means he was dead before he entered the swimming pool. We found the place where he was struck down and the weapon. Bottle of lime juice. Left out by the pool.
So, how do you think it happened?
I think someone wanted Mortlake dead. And I think that same someone knew about Mortlake's habit of a pre-breakfast walk and followed him. Realized Mortlake would come back through the shrubbery, so he waited, or she, with a weapon so conveniently left by the pool. When Mortlake returned, I imagine he was persuaded to stoop down to look at something in the shrubbery. And then...
Dreadful. But why just drop the weapon? That was stupid, wasn't it?
I think the killer must have panicked.
Why? If it was planned...
But the plan went wrong, you see. That's what came through at the PM. Mortlake had an abnormally thin skull. It smashed. That's what caused the panic.
I'm not sure that
I think it's clear. The blow was intended to knock Mortlake unconscious. Then he'd be thrown in the pool, making it seem like an accident. It was very slippery out of the rain.
And when he saw he'd made a mess of Mortlake's head, do you think he just dropped the bottle and ran?
Yes.
Oh, that doesn't explain how Mortlake got into the pool.
There is an explanation.
You mean a third party?
Yes.
Oh, that's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Why should someone else throw the body into the pool?
That I don't know. Not yet.
Just to confuse things? Oh, surely not.
There has to be an explanation, and we'll find it.
And you think it could be one of the Kemptons? Be honest. You do, don't you?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Lots of people have secrets in their past, things they don't want known. It doesn't make them guilty of murder, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And what about Latimer? Surely he's a much more likely candidate from what you found out.
Well, we know he has a record and he's done time for violence. Abbott's chasing the details.
There you are, then.
Perhaps. No. I think I could manage another tot. What about you?
No, thanks. You know it keeps me awake.
Thorne here. Yes. Yes, know it's only 5:30. What? How many? Yes, okay. I'll be with you in under the hour. No, you were right to call.
What is it? What's going on?
Dr. Bam.
Who?
He's at Witchwood House. I've got to go immediately.
Why? Oh, God, not another death.
No, not yet. Anyway.
What do you mean, not yet?
Food poisoning. Seems half of the guests have gone down with some sort of food poisoning.
There's an overall pattern, but it's variable. Some symptoms are more acute than others, and some people have no symptoms at all.
Who, for instance?
Well, the Kemptons are all fine, and so is Mr. Fowler.
But not Mrs.
No. She was not affected.
So we're looking for differences in what they ate. Ah, that could be quite a slog.
Yes. There was the dinner first with a wide choice of menu, and then the party celebrations afterwards when they cut the cake.
Well, that simplifies things. Surely, if you can establish if there was anyone who was only at the party and is ill, then the cake is the culprit, right?
Wrong. There were plates of little savouries, too. Many different kinds.
Ah, I see. A real long slog.
Yeah.
Not mine, thank God. I can leave that to the health people.
It could take days.
I've no doubt. But you don't think anyone's in danger?
Fortunately not. They all seem to be over the worst. I wouldn't normally have called you in, but...
But in view of the circumstances, you wondered if Mortlake's death and the poisoning were connected, right?
Right.
Well, I dislike coincidence as much as you do, Doctor, but it seems a pretty rough and ready way to silence someone.
Yes.
And ineffective, if your prognosis is correct.
Yes, I suppose so.
But keep me posted. If you come up with a theory.
Where'll you be?
Here. I'll go in and catch some breakfast, and then I shall be asking questions.
Right. Well, I hope you find your answers more quickly than I seem likely to.
I do realize I should have told you. It was quite wrong of me. But I convinced myself it couldn't be connected.
Mr. Mortlake is murdered. You hear Mr. Kempton threatened to kill him, and you tell me you didn't think it was connected. How long were you a solicitor, Mr. Fowler?
Oh, yes. We've known the Kemptons for several years. What a delightful people. Well, you know that.
Nonetheless,
as you say, I should have told you. People say all sorts of things when they're angry.
You're quite sure of the words. If you do anything to hurt her, I'll kill you. Well, is that correct, Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
So why now? What made you change your mind?
My conscience has been troubling me a little. And, of course, this poisoning.
You see a connection, Mr. Fowler?
Well, yes, I suppose so. Don't you?
Too early to say, Mr. Fowler. Much too early.
Well, a stroke of luck for us, if not for her.
And that really pinpoints it.
Yeah. Mrs. Dearden was on reception duty, never at the main course, never went to the party.
But she was ill in the night. Same symptoms as the others?
Exactly. Dr. Band was really thrown until she remembered Mr. Fowler.
And she's quite sure it was Fowler?
Absolutely. He made a special point of it. Brought her a piece of cake out to the desk to show her she hadn't been forgotten. She thought how nice it was of him.
Quite. But at least it tells us the cake was the culprit.
The doctor spent some time with the chef, that French fella.
I can imagine Felix was not best pleased.
Oh, Dad, I didn't understand French. Anyway, Band calmed him down. There was nothing in the cake that could have caused those symptoms.
So someone must have tampered with it. Is that the implication?
Band is sure the ingredients were safe. But it seems the cake was put out some time before the party started. Anyone could have got at it.
Anyone. That's a great help.
But it does look like poisoning. Deliberate, I mean. So there must be a connection, sir, mustn't there?
But to poison everybody, and not fatally, what the hell was the logic in that?
I don't know, sir.
Neither do I think for the moment I'll just carry on with the Mortlake side of the inquiry. At least we're getting somewhere there.
Are we, sir?
We know there was a motive. Now I have a witness, Mr. Fowler, who overheard someone threatening Mortlake. A death threat. And it all seems to point in one direction. Damn it.
Yes, I lied to you. We did know Mortlake, I admit it, but we had no reason to wish him dead.
Didn't you?
Of course not.
Then why did you threaten to kill him? And why didn't you tell me he was Rose's husband?
Ex-husband.
Oh, no. They were never divorced.
What?
We checked.
I knew you'd find out.
Well, what difference does it make?
Don't.
I swear to you, George, that John didn't know until yesterday about my first marriage, until...
Mortlake was murdered. But why no divorce? I don't understand.
No, I don't suppose you do. All I can say is that I was young, desperate. I thought Roy had gone, disappeared forever. I was afraid if I tried to divorce him, they'd find him. I just wanted to escape.
But he knew about your marriage to John.
Well, so it seems, but I didn't know that until he walked in here.
You see how it must look, Rose. What a threat he was to your marriage.
Yes, we know, but I swear to you, George, I did not kill Roy Mortlake.
What about Paul?
Oh, no, George, you mustn't think that.
They had a fight?
But it wasn't like that. Oh, God.
Darling, it's all right. It's all right. Don't worry. So what happens now? You're going to charge me with murder and Rose with bigamy?
I expect we can sort the bigamy out with the other. I'll be frank, John. I'm close to it. You had a motive, and I dare say opportunity. Furthermore, you were heard to threaten his life.
Words. Just words. Sure, I hated the bastard, but I couldn't kill him.
No. That's what holds me back. I don't think you could. But I won't deny it doesn't look good. I shall need to question you again in detail. And this time, please, no lies.
Oh, my dear. It's all right. Oh, George. She's going to know anything is rambling. He looks terrible.
Please, Mrs. Hellman, I just try to stay calm.
I wonder why she called you out like this, not in the middle of the night.
You were quite right, Miss Hellman. When did he collapse?
Seems so much better, quite recovered. And today he complained of his pain.
I see. Excuse me.
We'll be all right, won't we?
I'll call for an ambulance, Mrs. Hurley. It shouldn't be long.
An ambulance?
We need to get him to hospital quickly.
Why? What is it? Everyone seems to have recovered.
It's God's work.
He keeps saying that. What?
True judgment.
Please,
True
William.
judgment.
Please, William, just rest now.
Where's that ambulance?
Yes, I shall die.
No, William.
I shall die as I deserve for what I did to Roy Mortlake.
So it was a kind of deathbed confession.
I suppose so.
And you're quite sure he was lucid?
For a while. In the ambulance, he seemed to be making the effort to hang on.
You say Mortlake had incensed him, taunting him about his daughter.
Yes, about her affair with Latimer. In the most offensive way, it seems.
But he didn't kill him. He would have said, wouldn't he?
Oh, sure. Now, he wanted to clear his conscience, his immortal soul, he said.
Well, at least we know now how Mortlake got into the pool.
Yeah. Hurley said his wife's cough had disturbed him. So he got up, went for an early morning walk, found Mortlake. He said the face seemed to leer up at him, even in death. Possessed by madness, that was his phrase. That's what he felt. He just dragged the body to the pool and hurled it in. Retribution.
Murder by intention, but not by deed, as we know from the medical evidence.
Yes.
Well, I'm very grateful to you, Doctor. It clears up part of the mess anyway.
But I'm afraid that's not all. Not by a long way.
What do you mean?
I wanted to be sure, or at least as sure as I could be. That's why I've been so long. I've been here at the hospital most of the day.
Why?
Well, we shall have to wait for the post-mortem, of course, but I've done some preliminary tests.
For what?
Hurley was an elderly man, not in robust health, but he seemed to be well on the way to recovery after the food poisoning, like all the other guests.
And they're still well?
Oh, yes. At the moment.
At the moment?
You see, I had a similar case about a year ago. The stuff does grow in the neighborhood, and it's easy to mistake for the ordinary field variety.
What stuff?
Amanita phalloides, better known as deathcap.
Deathcap?
The most deadly fungus mushroom there is. Well, I can't be sure yet, but to begin with, the symptoms are the same as ordinary food poisoning. That makes diagnosis difficult. And if it's not caught, then the prognosis is grim. There's no known antidote.
But Hurley seemed to have recovered, and all the others.
I know, that's the point. The characteristic of phallodyne is that initial recovery is followed by remission. But by that time, there's little hope. The liver and kidneys are destroyed.
That's terrible.
Now, all Hurley's symptoms fit the picture, I'm afraid. He died of liver and kidney failure.
But nobody ate mushrooms. It was the cake, you said.
Quite. surely no one could be so evil.
What do you mean?
If Hurley was telling the truth about Mortlake...
Which we can assume he was.
Well, then, I suppose it is possible that he saw or heard something which might point the finger at the murderer.
Possible, I suppose. Which leads you to suppose that whoever poisoned the cake, and if it was with death cap poison, was prepared to cause the death of heaven knows how many people in order to silence Hurley. Oh, I don't think I can buy that. It's obscene.
I hope you're right.
So, what do we do now?
Well, first, I check the rest of the guests at that party. A simple urine test will tell me. I'll get back to the hotel at once. I'll try not to alarm them, but it is urgent.
And you'll let me know as soon as you have the results.
I will. And look, I hope to God I'm wrong. Now, where can I contact you?
I'll be back in my office. From what Hurley told you, I need to ask young Tom Latimer a few more questions.
Was it really necessary to send a police car for me? Bells ringing and all that. Bit B-movie, wasn't it?
Brought back unhappy memories, did it, Latimer?
Mr. Latimer, Superintendent.
That's rich, considering it's not even your real name.
How did you find out?
That you had a criminal past.
Oh, criminal past? You sound like a woman's magazine. All right. I killed a man. You'll know that, so you'll also know it was unintentional. Manslaughter. A drunken, youthful brawl. I won't pretend I'm proud of it, but I got a hanging judge and 6 years in one of your filthy jails. So as the phrase goes, I've paid my debt to society. Why should I be number one suspect for Mortlake's murder?
Did I say you were?
You don't need to. But why? What possible motive could I have for murdering Mortlake?
Oh, I could think of a couple.
What?
Blackmail, for starters.
Oh, my criminal past, you mean? Where will I find the money on my wages to pay a blackmailer? You'll have to do better than that.
Right, I will. Perhaps Mortlake knew of your relationship with Alice Hurley.
How did you know about that?
Oh, it's a secret then, is it? I see. Well, suppose Mortlake threatened to tell Canon Hurley.
Did he? Is that what you're saying?
Possibly.
What do you mean, possibly? Haven't you asked the man?
No.
But of course you will.
Would that I could, Mr. Latimer, but I'm afraid I have to tell you Canon Hurley died a few hours ago.
But at least it takes the pressure off the Camptons. Your coffee.
In one way, I suppose. Have you seen this?
Hotel of Horror. Oh, good God. The jackals of the press. They don't take long, do they? 1 dead, 2 critical in murder hotel poison drama. Is this true?
Partially. Dr. Band got in touch late last night. 2 of the urine samples were positive, kidney and liver failure.
Which 2?
The Blairs.
Oh, poor things. Is there any hope for them?
It's pretty doubtful, but Mr. Blair seems to be less seriously affected. He might pull through. Band will be in touch later.
Oh, poor John and Rose. They've worked so hard to make a go of it.
Yes.
Well, at least the Cannon's death, and now the Blairs. Surely all that has nothing to do with them. There's no motive there, you have to admit.
Perhaps. The whole picture's so murky, Miranda. Contradictory even.
Isn't it an odd business that only 3 people took the mushroom poison? And yet all the others were ill, too.
Quite. But Band assures me, thank the Lord, that the others suffered from a much less toxic poison.
How can that be?
There's only one answer. There were 2 sorts of poison. A comparatively innocuous one in the cake, and the really deadly stuff administered to the Cannon and the Blairs.
But how? And why?
The how is what defeats me. For the moment. The why is easy enough.
Easy?
To throw us off the scent, confuse the issue. That would prevent poor Dr. Band from making the correct diagnosis until it was too late. If I could discover how, I think I would soon know why.
Where did they get hold of these mushrooms, these death cap things?
The doctor says they grow in the woods around their hotel. If you know what you're looking for.
Why don't you ask Cassandra Gray?
How could she help?
Well, we were chatting. She told me she loved going for long walks.
So?
Well, she's a great expert on flora and fauna. It says so in all the articles I've read about her. I'm sure if there were any of these death cap things about, she'd have spotted them. Let me see. Yes, right at the next crossroads, Sergeant.
Got it. I'm most grateful for your help, Miss Gray.
Oh, well, I hope it isn't a wild goose chase. But I did notice them particularly. Oh, in the middle of last week it must have been. Oh, they were so beautiful. A pale green sheen on the cap.
But deadly.
Well, you must think that they were... Oh, but of course I shouldn't ask.
I know I can rely on your discretion, Miss Gray.
Of course.
I think it is possible that whoever killed Mr. Mortlake feared that Canon Hurley or the Blairs might have...
Stop! Just here, Sergeant. Now we'll have to go on foot. Oh, I am sorry to interrupt. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, your theory, of course. Yes, I suppose that the opposite could be true.
The opposite?
Yes. That Roy Mortlake might have been killed because he knew something that would point a finger at the murderer of the Canon or of the Blairs.
Yes. That is, of course, a possibility. That would explain the delay between Mortlake's death and Canon Hurley's. Mortlake had to be eliminated before the murderer could kill his intended victim.
Well, it's just my silly speculation, of course. I'm sure you know best. Now, if you'll follow me, I'll show you where the mushrooms were. It'll be rather damp underfoot, I am afraid.
Was it here?
Yes, I'm sure. Under this oak. Oh, I'm sure it was here. I remember thinking how magnificent this particular oak was. Well, they like oaks, you know, the death cabs.
But there's nothing there now.
What? No, nothing.
Could they have just decomposed? I don't know much about...
Oh, no, not without leaving a trace, not in so short a time.
Which means they were picked, right?
I'm afraid it rather does, Superintendent.
When you came on your walk here, did you meet anyone?
No, not on that day. No, not a soul. Oh, but later, the next day, I did see Mr. Mortlake.
Here?
No, I didn't come back here, but I was on the hill over there looking back towards these woods.
And you saw Mortlake?
Yes, walking away from the woods.
So he might have been in them?
Well, it's possible. He used to like walking.
Could you be sure it was him? You were some distance away.
Oh, but I had my field glasses, Sergeant. I'm never without them. Ornithology is another of my interests.
Did you see anyone else?
Oh, dear me, I really cannot remember. I wasn't looking out for people, you know. There are a pair of barn owls.
Quite. Well, if you do remember anything, Miss Gray...
I'll try. I'll check with my journal. I keep notes, jottings, you know, of anything of interest.
What sort of notes, madam?
Oh, unusual flowers, birds, well, you know the sort of thing.
Oh, I see.
But it might jog my memory. I'll check.
Thank you. You've been so helpful. Now, I think we'd better get back to the hotel. I still have a lot to get through. Thank you for sparing me time, Miss Hurley, particularly now. I'm so sorry about your father.
Thank you.
Believe me, I wouldn't trouble you if it wasn't important.
I understand.
I'm sorry to have to ask you this, but I need to know. Did your father approve of your relationship with Mr. Latimer?
He didn't know about it, Superintendent. But he certainly wouldn't have approved.
I see.
My father may have been a churchman, but he was also narrow-minded and bigoted.
Oh, no, I didn't...
He certainly wouldn't have approved of my being in love with an ex-convict.
You know, then?
Yes, I know. Tom told me everything. It doesn't make any difference, not to us, what we feel for each other. We're going to get married, Superintendent, as soon as possible.
Really?
Does it shock you? Did you expect me to be overcome with grief?
People often are. On the death of a parent.
Yes. I know. But don't ask me to weep for my father, Superintendent. I've tried, but I can't. I'm sorry if that shocks you.
I'm not so easily shocked, Miss Hurley.
No, I suppose not.
However, I must ask you this. Your plans to marry Latimer, are they a consequence of your father's death?
Yes. I won't deny it. I was afraid of him, a coward. It would have taken longer to admit what I felt for Tom.
And you're a beneficiary under your father's will?
A canon's salary is a matter of public record, Superintendent. My father lives within his income, and there are no private means. If you are going to suggest that my father's objection to my marriage would have hurt me financially, then you are wrong. Quite wrong.
Yes.
Nor would it have hurt Tom, in case that was running through your mind, too.
Miss Harley, I appreciate that you must be overwrought, but I am conducting a murder inquiry. 2 people are dead, and the Blairs are in grave danger. I need to ask questions.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm being silly. It's just I know you suspected Tom, and I thought...
The sooner I discover the truth, the sooner the innocent will be free from suspicion. You do want me to uncover the truth, don't you, Miss Harley?
That's why I'm here.
Good. Now, you'll see that I've asked Mr. Kempton to arrange the tables in here as they were on the night of the party at the dinner.
Yes,
You sat at this table.
Yes, the 3 of us.
On each side?
The young Americans were on this side, and Mr. and Mrs. Blair on the other.
And your father sat?
There. Furthest away from the Americans. He found them loud, he said.
Did your father eat anything that only the Blairs might have had? Please think, Miss Harley.
Well, I'm sure not. In fact, I remember they had the soup. Mrs. Blair said it was rather too bland for her. Oh, she's always complaining. Father had melon. Then I think we all had the same. But Dr. Band knows all this.
Quite. But there was nothing that could have been common only to the Blairs and your father. They didn't offer him any of their wine to try or something like that.
He didn't drink. I'm sure there was nothing. I've told Dr. Band.
Quite. It's just sometimes one forgets little things.
Wait. There was something. I've just remembered.
What?
But I'm sure it can't be important.
Please.
You asked if the Blairs offered us anything? Well, I remember. Our pepper mill was empty. Father was complaining. Mrs. Blair leant over and handed him theirs.
Did you or your mother have any?
No. I've only just remembered, but... Oh, it can hardly be relevant. I mean, pepper can't kill you, can it?
No. Not pepper, Miss Harley.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but it's Dr. Band on the phone for you, Superintendent.
All right, I'll come at once. Thank you, Miss Harley. I shan't need to keep you any longer. You've been very helpful. Thorne here. Yes. I see. I'm sure you did all you could. But isn't that unusual? Really? No, of course you couldn't. Tomorrow afternoon. Yes. Thank you. We can sort that all out later. Bye.
I know I shouldn't interfere, Superintendent, but was that about the Blairs? We're all so worried.
It's no secret, Mrs. Dearden. I'm very much afraid Mrs. Blair died a short while ago.
How dreadful. And Mr. Blair?
Mr. Blair's out of danger, it seems.
Oh, thank goodness for that, at least. We were afraid that if they both...
Quite. He seems to have been lucky. They're keeping him in tonight for observation, but if all goes well, he'll be back here tomorrow afternoon.
Oh, at least that's something. She'll be relieved.
Sorry? Who'll be relieved?
The lady who rang earlier asking.
About the Blairs?
Well, just Mr. Blair, actually. She sounded dreadfully upset.
Did she say who she was?
No, she didn't leave her name. I did ask, but she said she'd ring back later.
What time? How much later?
Oh, I'm not sure. Lunchtime, I think. That's right. She said she'd ring at lunchtime.
Now, when she rings again, I shall have Sergeant Abbott with you.
But...
You'll tell her that you'll go and find out about the Blairs.
Yes.
Put the phone down. Walk away. Be at least a couple of minutes. When you come back, you can tell her the news. Be in no hurry to finish the conversation.
Right.
Ask if she has a number you can contact her on.
I already did that. She said she didn't have one.
Yes, I bet she did. Smart suit, Sergeant.
Oh.
Didn't know you were a natty dresser.
Always dress appropriate to the occasion, sir. A chartered accountant's in Maidenhead is about as smart as I get.
And we're meeting a lady.
Yeah, some advice on investments. That's what she thinks.
Bit unethical, isn't it? I'm surprised the boss went along with it.
That's what happens when you use the office phone for private business.
This time we got lucky. I was expecting she'd be ringing for a public call box.
You're absolutely right. It was time we had some luck. Mrs. Dearden's remark about that mysterious lady phoning for Mr. Blair right on top of the pepper pot business. Suddenly we had a light out of darkness.
Yeah, all adds up, doesn't it? And Miss Gray's now fairly sure she spotted Blair coming out of the woods soon after she saw Mortlake. She got a note in her journal about seeing the rooks getting up. That's what reminded her. So Blair could have been after the mushrooms when Mortlake spotted him.
And Mortlake might have suspected him, put two and two together, tried to spot a blackmail. We know that was his forte.
It's all circumstantial, though, isn't it?
At the moment, Sergeant, at the moment.
Oh, I spoke to the doc last night. He can't be sure Blair mixed his wife's urine sample with his own to make them both appear positive to the mushroom test.
No, but he did say full recovery so quickly from Amanita phalloides is unheard of. And the symptoms Blair complained of initially, cramps and nausea, they're easily faked.
If you're right, he confused us twice. First by tampering with the cake to set up the food poisoning cover, and then by seeming to be a victim of the real stuff.
Yes, I'm sure that's how it was. So, all we need now is motive. Motive for the death of Nina Blair. She was always the intended target.
Well, cannon early. Just plain unlucky.
Quite unlooked for. Blair knew his wife always used pepper. With her exotic background, she liked highly spiced food. Anne says it would have been easy enough to grind up the death caps for the pepper mill.
And Mortlake just picked on the wrong man to threaten.
Yes. It's all fitting into place now. I think the DPP will feel we've got a case. Once we've finished with Our Lady and Maidenhead.
So, am I to understand you have no interest in investments at all, Superintendent?
None.
Then was it really necessary for this subterfuge?
I believe so, Mrs. Swinson.
But why? I understand Mrs. Blair died from food poisoning. Any inquiries about her estate seem irrelevant.
I must be the judge of that. Am I right in assuming you handled their financial affairs?
Yes.
And how would you describe them, the Blairs? I have the authority of your employer, you understand, to ask these questions.
So I believe.
Well?
They are wealthy people.
What was the source of this wealth?
Oh, Mrs. Blair came from a rich family. There'd been wide investments.
So, what happens now?
Now?
Mrs. Blair is dead. Her will is in the public domain. We could ask her solicitor, but I imagine you are aware of the financial arrangements.
Mr. Blair will inherit everything. It is usual.
Of course.
And if that is all, I am very busy.
Mr. Blair was a little more than just a client to you, wasn't he, Mrs. Swinson?
What do you mean?
Your concern extended to inquiries by telephone.
How? Well, why not? I have known him for some time.
Oh, I'm sure. So some of the girls in the office were saying, weren't they, Sergeant Abbott?
Oh, indeed, sir. Very friendly, they seem to think.
If you chose to listen to those bitches,
Mrs. Swinson, shall we do it the easy way, or do I have to dig up all the dirt in public?
It wasn't dirt, as you put it, Superintendent. All right, Morris Blair and I were lovers. You'd found that out, and I'm not ashamed of it. I am divorced. It's no crime. And he was saddled with that nagging shrew.
But not anymore, he isn't, is he?
No. And I can't shed tears.
Another one.
What do you mean?
Never mind. Would you have gone on with it?
Gone on with what?
Sharing him. Furtive moments. I can't see you putting up with that.
No. I've made it clear. He had to choose.
Ah, really? And now he doesn't have to, does he? I'm sorry to disturb you again, Mrs. Dearden.
Oh, that's all right. How can I help?
Mr. Blair, has he returned from the hospital yet?
Oh, yes. They brought him back in an ambulance at lunchtime. Not that he seemed to need it.
Made a good recovery, has he?
Marvellous. Obviously, he's still pretty shocked. You know about his wife.
Obviously. In his room, is he?
No, he went out about half an hour ago.
Out? Did he say where he was going?
No, he didn't say.
And you're sure it was about half an hour ago?
Yes, I noticed the time when I put the call through to his room, and he came down soon after that.
Call? Who was it from?
She didn't say, but I'm pretty sure...
The same voice as yesterday?
Yes. Was it all right to put her through? You didn't say not to.
No, you weren't to know, Mrs. Dearden.
I guess you were, didn't you?
Mr. Blair didn't suggest he was leaving, did he? Have his bags packed or anything?
No, he just collected the key to the garage.
Do you have a description of his car?
We'd have the registration number in the book.
Good, if we could...
But he hasn't taken it.
I thought you said he collected the key.
Well, yes, he did, but I haven't seen the car go out. He must have changed his mind.
These garages, where are they?
Oh, they're behind the pool.
Quick, Abbott, get the toolkit out of the car.
Oh, what is it, Superintendent? What's going on? And you were just too late.
The engine had been running a good 20 minutes by the time we'd broken the door down.
Were you sorry?
I can't pretend I was. Another unmourned death. There have been too many in this case.
Couldn't you have prevented Mrs. Vincent from warning him?
No, she'd committed no crime. She was right on that. Anyway, I hoped she would warn him, to be quite frank.
Why?
A running man is a guilty man.
You're devious, George Thorne.
I say it helps in this job. We had to get him, you know. Beneath that smooth exterior, he was very dangerous indeed.
Would he have been hanged?
No doubt. 3 murders. 1 a brutal assault, 1 premeditated poisoning, and the 3rd a casual accident he could easily have prevented. And he couldn't have pleaded insanity. He knew what he was doing, all right.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, at least John and Rose will be spared the publicity of a murder trial.
Yes, that would really have finished them. As it is, they have a chance now. People forget. I reckon they'll come through it.
Oh, I hope so.
Besides, we're going to help.
How?
I'm taking you to lunch there on Sunday.
You are? As if nothing has happened?
Exactly. Life goes on, Miranda. At least, for some of us.
John Castle played Superintendent Thorne and Tessa Worsley, his wife, in Unto the Grave by John Penn, which was dramatized for radio by Melville Jones. John Kempton, Stephen Thorne, Rose Kempton, Diana Bishop. Tom Latimer, Jonathan Tapler, Polly and Vern Raven, Karen Asco and James Good, the Fowlers, Pauline Letts and Alan Dudley, the Blairs, Sheila Grant and Tim Reynolds, Paul Kempton, Kim Wall, Helen Dearden, Eve Karp, Roy Mortlake, John Hollis, Cassandra Gray, Jennifer Piercy. The Hurley family, Peter Howell, Rachel Gurney and Deborah Makepeace, Sergeant Abbott, Andrew Branch, Dr. Band, Gordon Reed, and Marjorie Swinson, Joe Manning Wilson. Unto the Grave was directed by Martin Jenkins.
John Castle plays Detective Superintendent Thorne and Andrew Branch, Detective Sergeant Abbott. John Sampson, Hugh Royston, Headmaster of Corriston College, and Victoria Carling, his wife Sylvia, in John Penn's murder mystery, Mortal Term, which has been dramatized by Melville Jones. The play is set in the Cotswolds. Mortal Term.
And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Please, everyone, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, I hope, an amiable social occasion, so I'll try not to spoil it with a lengthy head magisterial address. Firstly, thank you for coming. I know how frantic you can be on the first day back. I hope you all enjoy the holidays, and that we at least get some decent weather this summer time. In particular, let me welcome our new linguist, Stephen Layton, who will be with us for this term at least. Is Mr. Layton here?
I think he's over in the language laboratory, Headmaster.
Thank you, John. Well, there's enthusiasm for you. I expect you all know, given the speed at which news travels in our small community, that I was married in the holidays. Thank you very much. Sylvia is keen to get to know you all as quickly as possible, but she wants me to ask you to be as patient as you can while she gets used to our ways. Isn't that right, Sylvia?
Yes. Please.
I hope you will all introduce yourselves in the course of the evening, and before the term is out, Sylvia and I intend to have invited everyone on the staff to dinner with us here. Just a very brief word of shop. On a more mundane note, I'm informed of 3 pupils who have not yet arrived. Helen Quarry reports that Jane Hillmore is not back. And perhaps less surprisingly, Mark Joyner tells me that Pearson and Geary have not put in an appearance.
Take it you don't altogether approve then, Francis.
Well, it's nothing to do with me. Who knows his own mind, I suppose.
Perhaps. But I should say you were closer to him than anyone, had his confidence, protected him from the rest of us and all that.
I'm only his secretary, John. He doesn't tell me everything.
Yes, perhaps not. Did he tell you where he met her?
Not in so many words, but it seems it was a whirlwind courtship.
So where did you meet each other? Or am I being too nosy?
No, of course not. We met at Christmas, a hotel. My aunt and I, we always went away for Christmas.
Your aunt?
Yes. I lived with her. My parents died when I was small.
Oh, I see.
Hugh was staying at the same hotel.
Oh, I wondered where you went in the holidays. You'll find there are no secrets in our caring community.
Really?
Oh, we're not that bad. In fact, we're quite nice, really, Mrs. Royston.
I'm sure. And please, I'd much rather you called me Sylvia. Can't get used to Mrs. Royston.
Then Sylvia it shall be. And look, if it ever gets a bit much, just pop in for a natter. I promise I'll talk about anything except school. It'll do me good. Coping with the problems of adolescent girls 24 hours a day can be a bit traumatic.
Complaining already, are you, Helen?
I tell you, John, 4 weeks holiday is not enough.
No, you mustn't depress Mrs. Royston on her first day with us. May I introduce myself, John Quarry, your husband's deputy.
Hello, I've heard such a lot about you. From Hugh.
Here you are.
I know he depends on you a great deal.
Ah, yes, I see.
And I've asked Mrs. Royce, no, I'm sorry, I mean Sylvia, to call in and see us whenever she feels
Of course, yes, always welcome.
And you must come and meet Ruth, my wife, in Tarbert.
Tarbert?
There's my schoolhouse, the cross-eyed bear.
A cross, indeed. Word has just come through. Pearson and Geary.
Oh, Lord, where are they?
At the station, it seems, with no money for a taxi. They expect someone to pick them up.
The cheek!
Quite. Little sods should have their backsides tanned years ago.
Oh, John, really?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Royston, but boys like that...
But I thought that Hugh told me there wasn't any corporal punishment at Coriston.
Oh, don't worry, there isn't. Your husband abolished it when he arrived. You'd approve, no doubt.
Well, I hadn't really thought.
With reprobates like Pearson and Geary, it's really the only thing.
Well, I can't go. This is my fault.
Surely.
And I wouldn't cross the road to fetch them.
Well, somebody will have to do it. We can't just leave them there, much as we'd like.
I suppose I'd better see if Ruth can go, just when she'll be trying to get the kids to bed.
Can't I? I've only had one drink.
Well, really, that's very kind of you, but why should you? It's our problem.
No, I'd like to, really. Be useful in some way.
This is your party.
I'm sure no one would mind. Honestly, I think I prefer it. Get some air. I'm not really much good at parties, small talk, that sort of thing. I'll tell Hugh. Get my car keys.
Quite sure you don't want me to come with you?
Quite sure. I know the way to the station. I'll only be gone a few minutes. You enjoy the party.
Oh, this is really very kind of you.
Not at all. To tell the truth, I'm glad to be out in the fresh air. I enjoy the drive.
Ah, Paula! Getting a breather.
No, I was sent to fetch Steve Layton. He was lost in the language lab.
Just getting the hang of the system before my first class tomorrow.
I'm sorry, I haven't introduced everybody.
Hello, I'm Paula Danby. I teach English.
Hello.
Steve Layton, the new linguist. Knew everything, my first job.
Really?
Well, what about you? Have you been here long? No, of course not. You're far too young for that. So what do you teach?
This is Mrs. Royston, the headmaster's wife.
Oh, Lord, I'm sorry. I should have... But I didn't think. I mean, you look so...
Young. Is that it, Steve?
No,
Well, we better get on. Mrs. Royston's going to the station to pick up some late arrivals.
So I heard. The dreaded Pearson and Geary. That's very public-spirited of you.
No, I'm pleased to.
Well, watch that minibus. It's like a tank to drive. I'll get the keys then and show you where the brute is.
This is really very good of you, Mrs. Royston. And quite a surprise. Isn't it, Tony?
Absolutely. We never saw our headmaster as the marrying kind.
Really? Are you all right in the back there, Jane? You're very quiet.
I'm all right, thank you.
Jane's the quiet, studious type. Aren't you, Jane, dear?
It's left here, isn't it? I'm not too sure yet.
Yes, left at the garage.
Oh, dear, the gearbox is very heavy.
You're doing fine, Mrs. Royston. Not far now. You'll be able to go back to your party.
Yes. Well, they've left you some drinks.
Oh, I don't mind it.
Look out!
Oh, no.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Mr. Layton. I hope you had a chance to meet all your colleagues.
Yes. Thanks very much, Headmaster. I'm sorry I was late. I got a bit engrossed.
Not at all. I'm very impressed by your enthusiasm. Please, don't hesitate to ask for help or advice if you need it.
Thank you.
I can just remember what it was like to be starting in the profession. I'm sure you'll find us a friendly lot. Isn't that right, Paula?
Oh, yes. Most of the time.
Have you moved back into college yet, or are you still...
No, I moved back this afternoon. Knowing how generous you are with the sherry, I thought I'd better not risk the drive home.
Paula has bought herself a lovely thatched cottage, away from it all.
If you stay with us, Steve, I suggest you look for something outside the wire. It helps to keep you sane.
Now, come on. Don't frighten him off, after all.
Headmaster, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a call for you in the office.
Oh, well, is it urgent? I'd rather...
Yes, I'm afraid it is. It's very urgent.
There's a WPC with her, sir, trying to calm her down. It's the shock, you see.
But she's definitely not hurt.
No, sir, not physically.
And the little boy?
Not very good at all, I'm afraid. Rushed him straight to the infirmary.
But he will be all right.
I wouldn't like to say, sir. It's too early.
And his family? You've contacted them, I imagine.
It happened more or less outside their front door. Terrible for them. He was chasing a football, you know how these little kids do. Ran right out. Your wife had no chance.
No, of course.
There were witnesses, so there shouldn't be a problem.
Problem?
For your wife, an inquest, if the lad doesn't...
I'm sure he'll pull through, Sergeant.
Yes. Your wife was naturally very distressed, Mr. Royston. I'm sorry we had to...
Had to what?
Any accident of this nature, we have to take a breath test. You do understand?
But no. Sylvia had drunk very little.
It only takes very little, sir. But the test was negative.
Of course it was. I told you.
It upset your wife, made the shock worse. This was a very serious accident.
Precisely. An accident. My wife was in no way to blame.
Yes, sir, we know that. But you may have to convince her.
Sylvia, please.
I'm sorry, but I can't forget. Every time I close my eyes, I see him running out right in front.
Oh, this is hopeless. It's been over a week. You've hardly slept at all. You really ought to take these tablets.
I keep thinking if only I hadn't taken the minibus, been so confident.
Look, we've been through all this. It wouldn't have made any difference. He just ran out.
I was trying to be so helpful going to meet those boys. Showing what an asset I could be to you. How I could cope.
Stop it, please. What's the point of all this? It can't change anything. Everyone understands. They've all told you.
They feel sorry for me, Hugh. But if that little boy dies...
He's not going to die.
Will they still feel sorry for me, or will they blame me? And why shouldn't they? I blame myself.
Well, after that pounding, I suppose it might pass as Philip.
I shouldn't get into too much trouble. They'll probably cry off anyway. I gather she still isn't able to face things. Some headmaster's wife she proved.
John, please behave tonight. Don't provoke Hugh.
I'm sure mince would have been just as good.
My God.
Well, what now?
Well, you don't suppose Sylvia's a vegetarian, do you?
I'm sure we'd have heard. Major piece of gossip like that?
Yes, of course. Francis would have told me.
Oh, indeed. Not a sparrow falls, but the school secretary.
Particularly where Sylvia's concerned. It's pathetic how jealous she is of her.
Jealous? Is that the word? Surely Francis didn't yearn for our leader's body.
Not all jealousy is sexual, John Quarry. Surprising as that may be to you, she resents the ending of her special relationship, the confidentiality.
Oh, possibly. Oh, what I said, only in emergencies. I'll get it. Look, Paula. Problems?
I'm sorry, John. I wouldn't have disturbed.
Come on through. Helen's pounding the lifeblood out of a steak.
I didn't think it could wait until the morning. Hello, Helen. Sorry about this. Duty evening, is it? Yes. Steve Layton and I are on. I've left him at the scene of the crime.
Oh, dear. Who's done what to whom and why? Pearson and Geary again?
Not this time, though they are amongst the crowd. No, it's a girl, and a most unlikely one.
Really? One of ours?
Jane Hillmore.
Jane Hillmore?
But she wouldn't say boo to a goose. Well, so I would have thought.
Well, what's she supposed to have done?
Steve and I were doing the rounds. There was this sudden commotion from one of your day rooms. We found a crowd clustered around Jane. She'd fallen on the stairs, cut herself.
Oh, an accident. Well, I thought you said...
She was carrying a bottle of gin.
Jane Hillmore? Oh, but that's extraordinary. She's not like that. She's got very strict old-fashioned hair.
Are you sure about this gin?
She admits it.
Well, where the hell did she get it?
From your study. At least that's what she
Well,
said.
she went into my study and stole a bottle of gin.
So it seems.
Oh, where's she now?
I got a couple of prefects to take her to matron. Thought it best to have her out of the way.
Oh, quite right. Although I suppose the whole school will know by now.
I'm afraid so. There was a lot of stupid giggling and snide comments when we arrived on the scene. About Sylvia Royston.
Well, what about her?
That she has a drink problem. I suspect Pearson and Geary are behind it, giving their version of the accident, but I can't prove it.
But that's dreadful. He'll be livid if he gets to hear of it.
Well, I certainly don't intend to tell him. Not about that. But he'll have to hear about this Jane Hillmore business. We can't keep that to ourselves.
And you wish to persist with this absurd explanation, Jane? Jane?
Yes, sir.
You stole, and that is the only word I can use, you stole a bottle of gin from your housemaster's study simply because you were curious to find out what it tasted like? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Well, I'm sorry, but I don't believe you. I'll tell you what I think. You were put up to it, weren't you? By others. Were you bullied into it? Is that it? Well, is it? I understand that Pearson and Geary were about when this happened, and you did come back with them at the beginning of term. I know that you don't associate with them.
No, it was just me.
What is the point of protecting these people? They aren't worth it. Why should you take all the blame? Jane, if you refuse to cooperate, you make it difficult for us to help you. I think you need help. Mr. and Mrs. Quarry speak very highly of you. You have always worked hard, done your best, never been in any trouble. In fact, until now, you have been a credit to yourself, the college, and, of course, your parents. How do you think they are going to react to this news?
Oh, you won't tell them so, will you?
If I could satisfy myself that you were put up to this, forced into it, then perhaps we could deal with ourselves. But if you refuse, I'd rather not have to tell them, believe me. Come on, Jane, calm down. I expect we can sort something out. Oh, dear. Here, use my handkerchief.
Don't touch me.
What?
Don't touch me. Don't come near me.
Would you come in, please, Francis? At once. Please, stay here with Jane until she's calmed down. When she's pulled herself together, ask Mrs. Quarry to take her back to the house, will you? I'll discuss it with her later. I shall be with the chairman of the governors until lunch.
Headmaster, there was a call for you. It's important. Sergeant Court would like you to ring him.
Did he say what it was about?
He wouldn't tell me. He insisted on speaking to you.
That's it then, Mr. and Mrs. Rawson. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Well, at least it's over. The uncertainty.
Is it, Hugh, really?
The coroner's just said you were totally exonerated. Death by misadventure.
Oh, why did they have to bring their other boy with them? I kept looking at him, thinking that if Billy had lived, he would have grown up to look like his brother.
Nothing's going to bring the lad back. But I promise, I'll go and see the family, if I can help in some way.
Yes, but the way she looked at me when I was giving evidence.
Sylvia, it won't be easy to forget this thing. It'll take time, but it really is over. And please, do make an effort not to brood, please, darling, for both our sakes.
I will try, Hugh. I promise. I know I haven't been much help in the last few weeks. And I was so keen to be a model headmaster's wife.
You are, believe me. And things will be quite different now. There'll be plenty going on. The last half of the summer term is frantic. I shall need all the help you can give me.
Shut, John! If he keeps this up, we could win. It'll be the first time we've beaten the sixth form for years.
As long as he doesn't get carried away. He's nearly run their head out a couple of times already.
What fun that would be.
Yes, that would really be pistols at dawn stuff.
Have they always been, well, sort of what, Steve? Well, wary of each other.
Ah, you've noticed. You must be settling in.
John's been here for years, part of the furniture. I suppose you couldn't expect him to welcome all the changes Hugh has made.
Particularly as he was pretty confident of getting Hugh's job. More or less promised it, he says.
So why didn't he?
New chairman of the governors, Lord Penmerith.
Oh, he's here today. I was introduced to him.
Oh, yes. Takes a close interest in his chattels, does his lordship.
And he wanted someone from outside. A new broom, is that it?
So it appears. He's an enlightened Tory, a progressive peer.
Not the sort to appreciate John Quarry's fundamentalist views on education.
I see. Well, it's always wheels within wheels, isn't it?
You're learning, Steve. You're learning.
How's that?
Oh, Lord, he's out. I'd better get my pads on.
You're not in for a long time yet.
There could be a sudden collapse.
Optimist.
I was hoping someone would bowl at me in the nets. Get my eye in.
Indeed, it could all depend on you, Steve.
Oh, don't.
I'll boil a few at you when you're padded up.
Thanks.
Oh, better bring a new box of balls.
Where are they kept?
Cupboard, in the groundsman's shed. Look, over there, where the mowers are.
Thanks, will do.
What's so funny?
Steve, he's still an innocent, isn't he?
Hmm.
I suppose we must have been like that once.
Youthful enthusiasm.
How's he getting on? In the house?
Oh, he's keen enough, a bit naive, tends to believe the best of everybody, but that's hardly a fault.
There's another innocent.
Oh, well, at least she's back in circulation. Still looks very strained.
I don't suppose the poor thing had any idea what she was letting herself in for when Hughes swept her off her feet.
No, well, she's been unlucky, hasn't she? In that terrible accident, not her fault, of course, but I don't suppose Penn Meredith welcomed the publicity, the inquest, and so on. Then there's this Jane Hillmore business.
But that was all hushed up, wasn't it?
Oh, you had to tell the governors before someone else did. You know what it's like here.
I see. No wonder she looks nervous. Poor little Sylvia.
Yes. We certainly can't afford any more trouble this term.
Drink, drugs, sex. Just the modern equivalent of wine, women, and song. Whereas our parents indulged in wine, women, and song.
We-
Mine. Oh, was this been adulterated with? Best quality, he told me. And at that price. I don't know why we bother. It does nothing for me. We bother, old friend, because if we didn't, we'd be like all the rest of them. Sheep. Pitiful, bleating sheep.
Oh, cheer up. We've all but finished with this dump. A few more weeks.
There's a small matter of A-level.
No problems. Wicked we may be, stupid we're not.
And then 3 years of indolence at the taxpayer's expense. Women, boom.
All the good things of life.
What the hell's going on here? I asked. You idiots. You think I don't recognise the smell? I haven't just come out of the ark, you know.
Please believe us, sir. We don't make a habit of it. It was just an experiment.
Where did you get it?
Not from anybody in the school. I give you my word on that.
Your word, Pearson. What value can I set on that?
Fair enough. I've been in trouble before, both of us. Most of the time we've been here. But we're not liars. You can ask anybody.
Look, sir, we admit it was stupid, but we're not harming anybody else.
How much of this have you got?
There. Just what's in that tin. Really, that's all.
Please, sir, couldn't you just forget this happened?
Forget?
We're leaving after A-levels. In just a few weeks we'll be shot of Coriston for good. But if you report us now, it could muck everything up. University places, references for jobs, our whole future, really.
Well, shouldn't you have thought of that before?
Yes, we were stupid. But it's only pot, sir. You've just left university. A lot of people must have smoked it there.
That's not the point.
I mean, you should understand how it is, sir. You're not like the rest of them. You're young.
I'm a member of staff at this school. I have responsibilities.
But no one need know. Look, it won't happen again, really. And it's only pot. Nothing really heavy.
I doubt if the headmaster would see it quite like that.
But you don't have to tell him, sir. Do you?
You give me your word that you've got no more.
Of course. You can search our studies.
You'll be gone before long. I don't want to feel that this incident would ruin the future for you. But I want your solemn promise that you'll have nothing more to do with drugs.
You have our word on that, Mr. Layton.
Don't make me regret my decision.
Oh, we won't, sir. You'll see.
Right. Now, get on out and watch the cricket.
Yes, sir.
Where we can all see you. Oh, I hope I know what I'm doing. Now, cricket balls.
Hello. Mark has got trapped by her parent. No net, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Wasn't that Pearson and Geary I saw coming out?
Yes.
He looked even more furtive than usual. What had they been up to, I wonder? Wait a minute. Were they smoking?
Yes, they were.
So what are you going to...
Look, Paula, I need to tell someone. I may have just made a terrible mistake, but... Well, I think it would be over the top to make a huge scene out of this. You see,
Look, Steve, this is not just a prank.
Please let me explain my reasons. And, Paula, you must keep this just between us.
Oh, is it all over? Who won?
We're still going on, Francis, but I think we can hold out for a draw. Have you seen my wife?
She's checking the place settings for dinner, I believe.
Oh, I see. Is everything in order?
I really can't say, Headmaster.
Oh, but I thought...
Mrs. Royston seemed to want to supervise everything personally.
Well, I'm sure she wanted to be a success, her first governor's dinner, but you have always...
Indeed. You always left the details to me. I did offer.
Yes. Anything important coming this afternoon?
I don't think so. Oh, yes. I typed up Paula's reference for you to sign.
Oh, well, thank you.
Can't imagine why she wants to go to Australia.
Perhaps you should ask her.
Well, she's a good friend, but she's never really confided in me.
I suppose she's been here for some time and she's looking for promotion. Well, that looks fine.
But Australia?
She has a brother in Sydney, I believe.
Even so.
Not everyone is as devoted to Coriston as you.
Francis, did you...
Hello, darling. How are you getting on?
Fine. It's just the flowers don't seem to have arrived.
Really?
Well, shouldn't they be here by now? I have to do the table arrangement.
What time did you order them for?
I didn't. I assumed...
Assumed?
I thought you would see to the flowers. Hugh said you always... Oh, dear. Is it too late? Can I...
There's no need. I took the precaution of ringing the florist this morning. He said he'd deliver this afternoon. I'll go and check at the lodge. Excuse me.
Well done, Francis.
Bitch.
Sylvia. Oh, that's hard.
She knew all the time. She was just enjoying it, humiliating me.
Oh, that's not fair. She was just being efficient.
Oh, and I suppose I wasn't.
I didn't mean that. You're doing marvellously. But I know it can't be easy for you. We're trying to get the hang of this place.
I don't know if I ever will, Hugh. If I can.
Of course you will.
Those who don't resent me either pity me or patronize
I'm
me.
sure that's not the case. It's just that it takes...
Time? Is that it? But how much? How much time do they need?
Remember, the purpose of this trial exam, ladies and gentlemen, is to reproduce the exact conditions you'll meet in the real thing in a couple of weeks' time. So we will follow all the procedures. Therefore, I will inform you when you have 30 minutes left. Right, you may now turn the papers over and begin.
Rock-a-bye, baby.
Quiet.
Stop when the wind
Who is making that ridiculous noise? Jane, what's the matter with you?
Oh.
Are you ill, Jane? What's wrong?
It's far from well to me, sir. What do you think, Terry?
Very under the weather, I'd say. All right, shut up, you two. And the rest of you. Good God, Jane, are you all right? Quiet, everyone! Quiet, I say!
I'm sorry, Hugh, but I feel desperately upset for the poor child. She's been worried to death for the last few weeks. She's overwhelmed with guilt.
I wish I could feel as charitable, Helen.
She's an innocent, Hugh. If she was the brazen sort, I'd feel differently. I know it's an old-fashioned thing to say, but someone has taken advantage of her.
I suppose there's no doubt the doctor was certain.
Either Jane has an abortion or she's going to have a baby.
Have you told the parents yet?
Francis is trying to contact them now to get them up here. It's not the sort of news you can break over the telephone. I mean, how did we allow a girl to get hold of alcohol twice within a few weeks? It doesn't say much for our pastoral care, does it?
I hope you're not implying that Helen and I have been negligent.
Well, she is in your house, John.
But that's hardly fair. For heaven's sake, it happens from time to time. There's no proof that one of our boys is the father. It could have happened in the holidays.
She refuses to say anything about it. I've tried.
We could still get an enormous amount of adverse publicity out of this. Failure to exercise proper supervision.
I'm sorry, but I don't see what more we could have...
Where did she get hold of the gin this time?
Yesterday afternoon, in an English lesson, Paula sent her to get a book from her room, and she took it then. Paula's very upset about it, but she's sure her drink was locked away.
Oh, it's not her fault. I suppose I'm to blame as much as anybody.
But why?
The last time, when she was in here...
What?
She was in some distress, crying. I tried to comfort her. She shied away, hysterically.
Oh, you never said.
Didn't I?
No, you didn't. Oh, Hugh.
Come in.
Headmaster, I've managed to contact the parents. They'll be here at 2:00.
Thank you. John, I'd like you and Helen here as well.
Yes, very well.
I'll see all her stuff is packed ready.
Thank you.
Headmaster, I wonder if I might have a word.
Yes, of course.
This is very difficult for me, betraying a confidence. But in the circumstances...
Yes?
You know the feelings I have for the school, Headmaster.
I know you always act in our interest, and I respect your judgment absolutely. So, what is it you would like to tell me?
This has not been a good term, has it? There have been, well, a number of difficulties.
Indeed.
Of course, I'm only the school secretary, and perhaps matters of school discipline are no concern of mine, but in the present circumstances, I didn't feel, in all honesty, that I could remain silent, knowing what I do.
Which is?
Well, Paula is one of the few members of staff I could call more than just an acquaintance. Not a close friend, perhaps, but we get on well together.
Yes, so I understand.
Well, she feels very guilty that it was her drink that Jane Hillmore stole.
Oh, she needn't. I know about that. It could have happened to anyone. If that's what's worrying her, you can reassure her
It's not just that. She realizes that the school can hardly stand another scandal. Drink, pregnancy, they're all bad enough. But drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. I gather at the time she was prepared to give an inexperienced colleague the benefit of the doubt. But in the light of recent events, well, her conscience has troubled her. She needed to confide in someone. I suppose I am now betraying that confidence. But there is such a thing as duty, isn't there?
Inexperience? You showed a total lack of ordinary common sense. Didn't you realize you had a duty to file a full report?
I confiscated what they had. They swore that was all. I thought that as they were soon leaving,
In a
it
school
might...
of this kind, as you should have realized, we cannot afford a breath of scandal. The press always devour stories of public school depravity, or hadn't you noticed?
Well, I just thought that...
No, the trouble is you didn't think.
I can only say I'm sorry, Headmaster.
That's all very well. But I have to say the incident raises serious doubts as to your suitability for a school of this kind. As you know, your position is a probationary one.
And you won't be making it permanent? Am I right?
I'm sorry, but I think it would be wise for you to look elsewhere.
I have to say, I think you're overreacting, Headmaster. Perhaps it was an error of judgment to trust the boys, but I...
Yes? I see. I was afraid of that. Yes, at once, please. Both of them. That was Mr. Joyner. I asked him to search the boys' rooms. It seems, as I suspected, that your trust was seriously misplaced.
I'm telling the truth. It's not ours.
You told Mr. Leighton you had no more. You told your housemaster you had no...
It was true, sir. We didn't.
And how do you explain this?
Someone must have planted it.
Please, don't insult my intelligence. I simply don't believe you, either of you.
That's your privilege, sir.
And don't be insolent, Pearson. It won't help you.
Sir, all we've done is smoke a few joints on school property.
All you've done. That alone is illegal.
Yes, but it's not exactly a major crime these days. It's not like trading in heroin or robbing a bank.
That will do.
Or having a little too much to drink and running someone over with a minibus.
I warn you,
We were
dearie.
there. Remember? We know.
How dare you?
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean...
There is no point in further discussion. I propose to expel you both from Coniston forthwith. I shall telephone your parents immediately.
But now? At this stage? I mean, what about our A-levels? University?
That is no longer my concern.
But it's not fair, not for what we did.
As I said, there is no point in further discussion. You will wait in your studies until your parents...
If you do this, if you expel us, we won't take
You have no choice. Now, will you both...
We'll get back at you. You and this rotten bloody school.
Dearie!
And don't think that we can't. You'll see.
I'm very glad you could join me.
Well, honestly, I haven't played for ages.
Spare a moment.
Well, we're just about to go on court.
It is important, darling.
Do you mind, Sylvia?
Well, actually, it's both of you that we'd like to talk to, isn't it, Mark? Yes, if we may.
I hope you two haven't come with more bad news. An hour with Jane's parents was pretty depressing, I can tell you.
Let's sit down, shall we?
Ah, that tone means you have. So?
Pearson and Geary.
Yes, I heard. Well, what's happening to them? Gated? Suspended until A-levels?
No. Hugh is expelling them.
But surely... I mean, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry, Sylvia, that's not very fair. It sounds as if I'm getting at Hugh.
I'm sure you're not, but perhaps I should leave you to...
No, if you don't mind. We'd like to ask for your help.
Mine?
Yes. To intercede with your husband.
On behalf of the boys? Well, I would if I thought it would help, but why should you listen to me? I'm not really in a position.
I've spoken to Pearson and Geary. They're confined to the house until their parents arrive. I think your husband may have been provoked by a very thoughtless and stupid remark one of them made. It was said in the heat of the moment, not meant.
What remark?
When they lose their cool, boys say things, stupid things. One should try not to pay too much attention.
But what remark? Please tell me what he said, please.
They were suggesting you were drunk. They made vile accusations. Surely you realise that.
Oh, Hugh, they were only repeating what everyone else has been saying. Did you think I was unaware of it? You may think I'm a little naive.
Sylvia, I've made my decision. I don't need to apologise or explain to anyone.
Not even to me.
I'm sorry, but this is a matter for my professional judgment. It's a question of what's best for the school.
Down, Coriston. All you can ever think of is the school. What you ought to be thinking about is the future of those boys and that poor girl. Have you done what's best for them? Or have you just got rid of them because they might damage the good name of Coriston College?
That's enough, Sylvia. There's no point in this. It's been a difficult term, but it's nearly over. We'll take a long holiday, and when we come back...
When we come back, Coriston will still be here.
Sylvia, when you married me, you knew this was my world.
Yes, your world. But I'm not sure it's mine.
Francis, ask John to take the last assembly for me, will you?
Oh, isn't that rather...
Lord Penmerith rang last night. He wants to see me. I dare say I shall be with him most of the morning.
Hardly the most convenient time.
I didn't think it prudent to argue with the way things are.
I see.
Oh, and tell John I'll check with him later. Make sure there'll be no last-minute disasters. Is there anything that needs my attention here at the moment?
The Oxford Conference organisers want to know if you and Mrs. Royston will join them for dinner tomorrow after your talk.
No, I don't think so. I'll have to come straight back here. Can you make our excuses, Francis?
Right.
Oh, by the way, how is the move going?
Oh, Paula expects to be out in the next couple of weeks, and then I shall move into her cottage. Mrs. Royston still away, is she?
Yes, another day or two, I dare say.
Oh, dear. Her aunt no better then.
Not much, it seems. Anything important in the mail?
No, mostly routine stuff that will keep. Oh, one marked personal for you. Actually, if you'll forgive me saying so, it looks rather like your wife's handwriting.
Oh.
News about her sick aunt, I dare say.
Yes, I expect so. I'll be in the study, finishing off reports. Let me know as soon as Penmerith arrives, will you? Dear Hugh, I hope this won't come as too much of a shock, but I've decided to stay away from Coriston. I expect you can guess why. I need more time to sort out what I really think about us. All I am sure of is that at the moment I can't stand any more of the school. Please don't try to find me. I promise I'll be in touch when I am more certain of my feelings. All my love, Sylvia. Oh, God.
It's so peaceful now. Be a lovely place without the kids, wouldn't it?
They went off all right anyway.
Oh, good as gold.
At least something went smoothly. Perhaps I should have brought Penmerith and all his troop of school governors out to watch the departure. Convince him I could do something right.
Bad, was it?
Not good. I thought for a moment you were about to see your wish come true.
What wish?
Oh, come on, John. It's not a secret, is it? You must have been a very disappointed man when I arrived here.
Oh, yes, I suppose I was. But I've long ago got over that.
I wonder.
Hugh, I've never done anything
Why didn't you tell me you'd made arrangements for Pearson and Geary to take their A-levels at another school?
Oh, I see. That. But the parents contacted me in great distress. It was a fairly simple administrative matter.
Which you didn't want to bother me with.
No, all right. I backed my own judgment. Well, you know what I felt about the expulsion.
Well, as it turned out, you did me a good turn. It seems the parents were going to make a great issue out of it. Demand a meeting with the governors and so on. Your simple administrative matter spared me that.
Oh, well, good.
It's nice to know one still has some friends.
I'm sure you have many.
Yes. But, John, who hates me enough to want to destroy me?
Hate you? That's a bit strong, isn't it?
Is it? Read that.
Hmm? Good grief. This is just filth. Stupid obscenity. Where did it come from?
Sent anonymously to Lord Penmerith.
But he didn't believe it, surely.
No, I don't think he did. He told me to tear it up. Well, maybe he'd had moments of doubt about appointing a middle-aged bachelor as head, but I don't suppose he seriously considered me to be... Well, what that letter suggests.
People who write this sort of stuff should be...
Charming, isn't it? The headmaster is a dirty old man. If he can get us girls alone...
Forget it, Hugh. Do as he says. Tear it up. It's rubbish.
You're right.
Come on. First day of the holidays tomorrow, your conference in Oxford, a civilized occasion. You'll see it all differently.
Do your belt up.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for stopping. There ain't much traffic. A lorry driver offered me a lift, but, well, I didn't think it's a very good idea.
Quite right. You really shouldn't be hitchhiking at all. How old are you?
15. My mum would have to kill me if she knew.
And why are you?
I didn't have a choice. My purse was nicked.
Oh, where?
I got the bus from Reading to Oxford this morning. I was going to do a bit of shopping, buy my aunt a present.
Your aunt?
Yeah, she lives in Coriston. I'm going to see her. Her name's Gail, too. Do you know her?
No, I don't think so. So, your name is Gail.
That's right. Moira Gail.
And you lost your purse?
Yeah. I bought this scarf, see? I remember putting the bits of change in my pocket, and then when I went to get a coffee, I hadn't got my purse. So I went back to the scarf counter, but the girl couldn't find it. She looked everywhere. Someone must have nicked it.
So you had no money for the bus?
Just a bit of change. And that got me to Woodstock, and I walked from there.
You were lucky I came along. The Coriston Road is fairly quiet.
Yeah, it was. Thanks. Do you live in Coriston?
Close by, at the college.
At posh school? Oh, sorry. You're a teacher, then?
Yeah.
Thought you were.
Really? Why?
The way you sort of told me off for hitchhiking.
Ah, I see. Well, it is a bit stupid.
What subject do you teach?
Actually, I'm the headmaster.
Oh. We've got a headmistress. She's a real pain.
It's not easy, you know, being a head these days. As I've just been telling 300 of them in a lecture. You see, Moira...
Could you stop, please? Quickly.
What is it?
I feel sick. Sorry.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry. It's so stupid. Oh, I'd better get out.
You all right?
I feel a bit faint. I need some air.
Here, just walk about a bit. Come on, I'll take you.
Let go of me. Let go.
Moira, what's the matter with you?
Get away. Help.
For God's sake, girl.
Detective Superintendent Thorne. Yes, sir, Sergeant Abbott is with me. He has all the details, such as they are. It isn't quite the sort of thing I'd be expecting to deal with. I see, very good. I'll let you know as soon as I've formed a judgment. Of course, as soon as possible. Attempted rape on the Coriston Road, that's all we've got. I thought we were meant to be part of this serious crime squad.
Yeah, I know, sir, but it seems the chairman of the school governors and the chief constable are good friends.
In the same Masonic lodge, I expect. Forget I said that, Sergeant.
Never heard a syllable, sir.
Well, I suppose if the police authority can spare a superintendent and a sergeant for a spin in the Cotswolds on such a lovely sunny day, why should we complain?
Quite, sir.
I may have several unsolved serious crimes I should be investigating, but if the chief constable chooses to do a favour for an old chum, ours not to reason why, Abbott.
I suppose it is a bit unusual, this case.
Really? Unusual? What's unusual about indecent assault? Do you ever read the papers, Abbott?
No, I mean Royston being a headmaster.
Crippen was a doctor.
A lot of wealthy people send their kids to Coriston.
Oh, I see. So, of course, that makes this grubby little case special. Needs a detective superintendent to unravel it. English justice is open to all, like the writs. Who said that, Abbott?
No one I know, sir.
No, I don't suppose so, Abbott. Well, we'd better get on with it. The chief constable wants rapid results. Do the local Nick know we're coming?
Yes, sir. A Sergeant Court. He'll be looking out for us.
There you are, sir. 2 coffee, sugar and milk ready.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, sir. I just assumed it. Shall I get fresh?
Never mind, Sergeant. I don't suppose it will kill me. Not quite, anyway.
We didn't expect you to be coming down, sir. Not an affair of this kind.
Neither did I. Well, drink up, Abbott.
Yes. Very nice.
As you know, sir, these cases are usually impossible to prove. One party's word against another.
But there were witnesses. Isn't that right?
That's right. People in the car that stopped.
Reliable?
Oh, local people, decent folk, they swear that if they'd not come along, he'd have had her.
Really?
They brought her straight here.
And you contacted the girl's aunt?
Oh, that's it. I'm the police doctor.
And where was our headmaster during all this?
Oh, well, he just drove off. I went to see him later.
Yes, I've seen your report. Denied everything, of course.
Oh, said the girl suddenly flew at him.
You believe him?
I don't know what to believe.
The police doctor found no evidence of sexual assault, just a little minor facial bruising.
True, but the girl was very distressed.
And there's the evidence of the witnesses.
Indeed. Decent folk, the sergeant tells us.
They'd have no reason to dish the dirt on Royston, would they?
Well, Sergeant, would they?
No, not really.
What do you mean, not really?
Well, I'm sure they saw what they said they saw. But I suppose they might have assumed the worst, jumped to the wrong conclusion, the way things have been.
The way what things have been?
A small place like this, you always get a lot of gossip. And there's been a bit of jealousy of the college, a lot of money around up there.
So what has the local gossip been saying?
Well, first there was the accident. Mrs. Sylvia Royston, his new wife, much younger than him. She was driving the school minibus and knocked down Billy Morton, little lad in the village. He died.
But not her fault?
No, but that didn't stop the ill feeling.
You said first there was the accident. What else subsequently?
Oh, nothing that's come to us officially.
But?
The gossip says there's been problems with drugs, drink, a pregnant sixth former, and certainly a couple of boys were expelled.
Sounds more like Grange Hill.
Oh, yeah. Royston could tell you more.
Yes, I suppose we'll need to know all about that, although I can't see at the moment it could have a bearing on this business. But I can't see much sense in any of it, to be frank.
Perhaps when we've seen the girl.
Yes. You've arranged that, Sergeant?
Her aunt will bring her here this afternoon, sir. 2:00.
Right. That gives us time for a decent lunch.
I'll take you up to the canteen, sir.
Thank you, but I think not. I've taken up enough of your valuable time, Sergeant. No, I saw a pub just across the road. I dare say we'll get a spot of lunch there. Give us a chance to think over what you've told us. Eh, Abbott?
Definitely, sir. Definitely. That was very nice, sir. Homemade, I'd say.
A better bet than their canteen, I think.
Well, I say, I quite fancy a spell as a country copper.
Well, no shortage of action. Drugs, drink, rape makes Oxford seem like Toy Town.
Makes the case a bit more interesting, though, doesn't it?
Possibly. If there's any connection.
Do you think there might be?
Well, that raises the perennial problem of criminal detection.
Does it, sir?
Does there always have to be a linked chain of events?
Well, things just don't happen, do they?
But random chance, the bolt from the blue, and coincidence. What about coincidence? Do you believe in that, Abbott?
Well, up to a point, but...
Let me put this to you. I'm chasing a wanted villain, and police forces throughout the land are looking for him, right?
Right.
What would be the odds against him sitting 2 seats in front of me on the Headington bus?
Oh, I don't know, 1,000,000 to 1, I suppose.
Quite. But it happened. A couple of years ago.
So what you're saying...
What I'm saying is that random chance, the long shot, the unexpected coincidence have a part to play in the solution of crime.
And in this case,
I think we'd better assume nothing until we've met the opposing party.
Until we've spoken to the girl?
Until I've spoken to the girl.
Sorry.
Your role is far more important, Abbott.
Really, sir?
Indeed. Watch her reactions very closely as I question her. Body language. Know about that?
Yes, sir. I went on the same course, if you remember.
Splendid.
It's getting on for 2, sir. Her aunt's bringing her in. I think we ought to...
Just time for coffee, I think. Proper coffee this time. Drinkable coffee. Look, Maura, I'm sorry to have to ask you to go over this again, but I'm sure you understand why I need to. It's a very serious crime.
I told the other man everything.
I know, I've read what you said. But I need to clarify 1 or 2 things. Will you help me?
All right.
Good. You say in your statement here that Mr. Royston made no attempt to touch you or say anything offensive while you were in the car. Is that right?
Yes.
So why did you get out?
I felt sick. Car sick.
Do you suffer from car sickness?
Must do, mustn't I? And I've been standing in the sun. The road was all twisty, I suppose...
And Mr. Royston got out as well?
Yeah. I thought he was just seeing if I was okay.
But he wasn't?
No. He said something. I don't remember what. And then he put his hand here. And then he started dragging me down the grass bank.
And naturally you resisted?
I tried to get him to leave go. I scratched him, I think. I was kicking and biting, but he was so strong.
And then the other car came along?
Yeah. I was lucky. It's a quiet road. If they hadn't, he would have...
I'm sorry, Maura. That's all I need to ask you. You've been very brave, but you do realise that these questions have to be asked if we are to discover the truth.
Second right, court said. Oh, there it is. Coriston College, 1.5 miles.
She'd make a good witness, Abbott. No doubt about that.
I was impressed. Not the tarty sort.
Quite. If it came to court, she'd convince a jury, all right.
Did she convince you?
She certainly stayed with her story. No deviation from her original statement.
Which means?
Either it happened the way she said, or she's an unashamed and well-briefed little liar.
But what would be the point?
Would you have given her a lift, Abbott?
Me? Oh, I
Why
don't
not?
know.
Pretty enough, isn't she?
Oh, now, come on, sir.
Don't delude yourself. Few of us would have left a winsome little thing like that standing on the roadside.
Yeah, perhaps not.
So why did you hesitate?
Because I'm a copper. I know the dangers.
Dangers?
Well, not for the girl, not with me. But she could say anything. Make wild accusations, blackmail. It's a common dodge.
Indeed. So why did Royston stop?
Could have been quite innocent.
Of course, you could argue that as a concerned and responsible citizen, he picked her up to keep her out of the clutches of someone less virtuous.
But on the other hand...
Quite. Left here. But for the moment, Abbott, you seem to go along with the girl.
I think so.
You were watching her closely? Reactions? Mannerisms?
Oh, yes, sir. Reactions seemed natural, honest. Of course, she was tense. You'd expect that.
I did wonder...
What?
Now, she was very cut up when you took her through the incident itself. Well, she would be, that's understandable. But before that, she seemed to be relaxing, almost relieved.
Perhaps I'd won her confidence, Abbott. It has been known.
Of course, it could have been that.
But?
Well, I wondered if she was expecting you to ask some awkward questions which never materialised.
Maybe. If I'd known what they were, I'd have asked them like a shot. Did you notice the gold necklet?
Yes, I did. Yeah, but lots of people wear them these days.
Not cheap, though, was it?
Good quality, I thought.
Present?
No idea. Could be, I suppose. Perhaps she saved up for it from the Saturday job.
At £1 an hour? I wonder.
Sir?
Yes?
The girl. Would you have stopped for her?
Me? I'm old enough to be her father.
So is Royston.
Yes, he is. Isn't he?
Well, here we are. Oh, impressive.
Imposing Victorian Gothic. There's the sign. School office and inquiries.
All right.
If I remember my detective stories correctly, the head secretary should be a fount of all knowledge. Talk to her, particularly about the troubles this term.
She didn't sound very forthcoming on the telephone. Bit of a dragon.
Characteristic of the breed. But you'll charm it out of her, I'm sure. She'll have missed nothing. They're like that in these schools. Park here.
It says reserved for the chairman of the governors.
I'm sure his lordship would wish us to use it.
You seem to know a lot about these sort of places, sir.
I don't suppose they've changed much in 30 years. What are you grinning at, Sergeant?
Nothing. Oh. I just haven't got you down as a public school man, sir.
I don't know whether to be flattered or offended by your observation. Come on.
And there's still no sign of her. You'd have thought she'd be by his side at a time like this.
Quite. Terrible for Hugh.
Well, you must be looking forward to getting away from it all.
I'm not sure. I feel a bit like a rat leaving the proverbial sinking ship.
You'll be well out of it. I said the same to Steve Layton this morning.
Oh, is Steve still here? I thought after he was sacked...
No. He telephoned. He's got several interviews and needs references. The head's been as tactful as possible.
Oh, good. I feel awful about that business.
You did what was right, Paula.
Maybe, but I hardly imagined Hugh would expel the boys and sack Steve.
Yes, it was all most unfortunate.
Poor you. Right in the thick of it. You ought to take a week or two off. I'm getting on quite well clearing up the cottage. You should be able to move in by the end of the month.
I'm certainly looking forward to it. Oh, dear. 10 o'clock. That'll be those awful policemen.
Right. I'll just collect my mail and get out of the way. Call in for a cup of tea if you can get out to the cottage later.
I assure you, Superintendent, sex was the last thing on my mind. I thought she was ill, went to help her, and she flung herself at me. I was surprised how strong she was, slip of a girl like that.
It was quite a struggle, according to the witnesses.
I can see how it must have looked. I tried to explain, but they wouldn't listen to a word I said.
So you just drove away?
Yes. You see, I was shocked, angry. I kept on asking myself, why did she do it? Why me?
And your answer?
I don't have one. The girl couldn't have known I'd be on that road at that particular time.
Who might have known?
Well, no one for certain.
But surely people at the school would have known you were at the conference, your secretary, colleagues and so on.
Yes, of course. Staff, and even some pupils, I suppose, if they'd care to inquire.
And your wife, I imagine?
No, probably not my wife. She's away at the moment.
Oh. But you've been in touch, told her about this business?
No, I didn't want to alarm her.
Oh. Anyway, there were plenty of people who knew you might be on your way back from Oxford about that time.
Well, yes, but not this Moira Gale, Superintendent.
I suppose not.
It must just have been random chance. Luck, bad luck.
That's one of the explanations.
Oh, what else is there? Oh, John suggested it was because I was driving an expensive car.
The white Mercedes outside, right?
Yes. And when she found out I was a headmaster, perhaps I seemed a likely candidate for a spot of blackmail.
And who is John?
What? Oh, John Quarry, my deputy.
Obviously you've told him about...
Yes, he and his wife. Oh, they're not just colleagues, but friends, good friends.
So who else knows?
Half of Coriston by now. But I've only told Francis, my secretary.
And Lord Penmareth. You must have told him.
Yes. You can imagine what that was like, so soon after that obscene letter.
What letter? Tell me about this letter, sir.
A real can of worms. Once I got her talking, she couldn't stop. Oh, dear, that's one very bitter lady.
And she blames Mrs. Royston for everything.
Totally unsuited to be a headmaster's wife. Really no more than a child. Completely destroyed the head's judgment, and so on.
And where is the missing young lady, did she know?
No, but she obviously smelled several rats. I reckon she's given Royston the old heave-ho.
Oh, poor chap, more bad news.
I suppose all the trouble was in his wife running off. Well, it could have driven him over the edge, couldn't it?
Executive stress, attempted rape whilst the balance of the mind was disturbed. That's your theory?
Well, it had been one hell of a term for him. One crisis after another.
Quite. One coincidence after another.
What, sir?
Do we have a mess, or do we have a plot, Abbott?
I don't know, sir.
No. Perhaps Mr. Quarry will be able to help us. Excuse me.
Yes?
Mr. Quarry, is it?
I've nothing to say to you.
I beg your pardon.
There's no story in it. You dare to print
We're
one,
not
but...
the press, Mr. Quarry. There you are.
Sir. Superintendent, is it?
Sorry
Right,
to interrupt you.
You'd better come inside.
That won't be necessary. Just a couple of things perhaps you could clear up.
Well, you might as well know before you begin. I believe every word that you, Mr. Royston, has told me about this wretched business. Why that girl should have told those appalling lies, I can't imagine. But lies, they certainly were.
Your loyalty does you credit, Mr. Quarry.
It's not a question of loyalty, Superintendent. I know the man.
You also know, then, that there have been accusations precisely...
What are you talking about?
Mr. Royston was very frank with me. I know about the anonymous letter. Apart from Lord Penmerith, I believe you were the only person he confided in at the time.
Yes, but that's...
Did you tell your wife?
I trust her completely. We have no secrets.
So you did tell her. Not a good place for secrets, is it, Coriston?
Now, look
If,
here.
as a result of this unfortunate business, Mr. Royston were to be dismissed, do you imagine you might be appointed in his place, Mr. Quarry?
Do I have to take this? I'm not stupid, you know. I know...
Only a question, Mr. Quarry. One must face reality. I imagine the school would feel fortunate to have an experienced man to summon to the bridge, so to speak, but we must hope it doesn't come to that, mustn't we?
I don't think I can help you any further, Superintendent.
Thank you for your time. Much appreciated. Now, perhaps you can point us in the right direction for... Where is it, Abbott?
Tarbit House, sir.
Mark Joyner's house. I believe he's still in school.
Hello? Someone there? Who is it? Sylvia.
Hello, Hugh.
Darling, I've been so worried.
Yes, I'm sorry, Hugh, but I couldn't take any more.
Oh, it's all right. You're back. That's all that matters.
I do love you, Hugh. I know that now. It was a terrible thing I did walking out.
Oh, we'll forget it. All of it. It was mostly my fault. I get so wrapped up in this place. But I need to change things, I promise.
No, don't change. I don't want that. I just needed to grow up.
Look, we'll celebrate. Go out, have a meal.
No, let's just stay in, the two of us.
Right. A drink, then. A welcome home drink?
Yes, why not?
A double, I think.
Hugh.
Yes?
I know about the girl.
How? Who told...
And I know it's not true, Hugh. Any of it. Not one single word.
I have to confess, Abbott, it's been an interesting day. All that seething, claustrophobic resentment bottled up behind the ivy-clad walls.
Oh, very well phrased, sir.
Yes.
Royston certainly has plenty of enemies.
One of the burdens of command, Abbott. I know the feeling.
There must be half a dozen people who had a motive for getting at him.
At least half a dozen. John Quarry, who wants his job and always has done. Perhaps Mrs. Quarry, ambitious on her husband's behalf. The secretary has had her nose put out of joint by the new wife. Who does that leave us with?
That other housemaster chap, Joyner, he was still pretty cheesed off about his boys being expelled.
Quite. And then there's the boys themselves. Nasty pieces of work by the sound of them. They could have set him up. And don't forget the pregnant girl. Or at least her parents. They must have been pretty sick with Royston.
Just like the people in the village.
Which still leaves us with the sacked French teacher, Steve Layton.
And the English teacher we met in the office. She's off down under.
You don't have to have a criminal record to go there these days. Certainly a long list, isn't it?
But unless we could find a connection between someone on the list and Moira, there's no basis for a conspiracy.
Quite. Oh, yes, the answer, if there is one, would lie with Moira. We'd need to know much more about her. It would have been quite intriguing following it up.
Would have been?
Well, you don't imagine I can spend any more time on this case. The girl isn't going to press charges, too distressing for her. And without independent testimony, the Crown won't prosecute.
So we'll never know whether it was just a chance encounter, whether he did assault her.
Or whether he was the object of someone's vengeance.
The Chief Constable isn't going to be best pleased with that, is he? Oh, Lord, whatever his name is.
He wanted my professional judgment. which is that without devoting more time and resources than we have available for such a case, the matter will remain unresolved. If he doesn't like it, he can do the other thing. It may sound cynical, Abbott, but the crime isn't serious enough to take up any more of our time.
It's all right. I'm here.
Yay!
Good morning. Coriston School Headmaster speaking. What? Have you got the right... Who are you? I don't think... Very well. I'm listening. Yes. At noon? Yes, I'll be there. You can be sure of that. But who the hell... Hello? Hello?
Who was it, Jim?
Oh, no one. Just a wrong number.
Come on. Come on. Oh. You came then? I thought you would. So, you brought the money, I hope. You better have. Oh.
I don't think I shall ever get used to these places.
No, and there's something so pathetic about it all. A young girl, that's all she is, Abbott.
Poor kid.
It wouldn't have taken much force to choke the life out of her. You can see the marks on the throat.
Death by manual strangulation, you say?
Yes, but as to time of death, that sort of thing, we've had to wait for their tests to know that.
Thank you. Come along, Abbott, let's go.
Looks as if it had to be Royston, doesn't it?
Possibly.
But from what we know, the body was found by a chap out walking his dog. This chap reckons he was passed by a flash white car driven by a man.
He wasn't sure of the make of the car.
No, but forensic have identified a set of tyre tracks. They're pretty certain it was a Merc.
What did I miss, Abbott?
Miss?
I never saw murder in this one. If I had, perhaps Moira would stop.
There was no suggestion, sir. It all seemed over and done with.
Last night I was complaining this crime was too trivial for me. A bit of a sick joke now, isn't it?
You'll be bringing Royston in then, sir?
Not yet. He can't hide. We know where he is. No. First, we're going to Reading.
Reading, sir?
I want to know much more about Moira Gale. She wouldn't tell us when she was alive.
Wouldn't tell us? What do you mean?
She was playing a game with us, Abbott, and not just with us.
But we don't know that. You said so. She might have been a totally innocent party.
But that kid in there has been murdered, Abbott. That changes everything, don't you see?
No, not really.
The fruitfulness of paradox. I could believe Moira alive to be a harmless kid, a victim, but Moira dead is quite a different matter. She provoked someone enough to murder her. There's no doubt, Abbott, the poor thing was partly the architect of her own destruction.
Trying to blackmail Hugh Royston, you mean?
It's a strong probability, I agree. But there are other scenarios. Royston is an intelligent man.
So was Crippen.
Point taken. But why should he lure Moira to some remote spot to murder her and then advertise his presence by driving to and from the scene of the crime in a distinctive vehicle known to everyone in Coriston? Doesn't make sense.
But I don't suppose he meant to murder her. They don't usually, do they? Just get carried away, panic.
Perhaps. Maybe I'm being too fanciful. Come on, let's get out of this place. I dare say we'll learn more when we get to Reading.
There you are, sir. That's her room. We haven't touched anything.
I'm sorry we had to intrude at a time like this. It's very good of you to see us, with your wife unwell, too.
She's taken it very bad.
Of course. We shan't need to disturb her, but we do need your assistance.
Yes, anything I can do to nail the devil.
If you don't mind, we'll need to look through Moira's things, letters, diaries. There might be something.
Well, you carry on, but I don't know if it'll be much help. She didn't have much of a social life set up here a lot of the time, really.
No boyfriends? Parties? Discos? That sort of thing?
Well, she wasn't interested in any of that.
No? My daughter's room's plastered with posters of pop stars.
But not Moira's. Just these travel posters. Where did she get these from, Mr. Gale?
A Guernsey school trip last Easter.
Did she enjoy it?
I think so.
Think?
Well, she never told us much, but I think it must have made an impression on her.
Why do you say that?
It was her first time away from us, and it's sort of abroad, isn't it? Well, further than the wife and I have ever been.
Asked her all about it, but she sort of clammed up. We thought she might have found a boyfriend.
Really?
Well, she was definitely more moody, touchy.
It's often a sign, in my experience.
But she never mentioned a boy or met one as far as you know?
No, I'm sure we'd have known. She didn't go out to meet him anyway.
Can you be sure?
Well, she was only ever out on Saturdays at the job. Oh, I suppose I'll have to tell Mr. Brandon at the bookshop.
There's no need. I'll arrange for one of my officers to call there and at the school.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
Well, perhaps we'd better start to look through...
If there's any letters or anything, they'll be in her desk.
Is it locked?
No. She didn't need to lock anything. We never interfered, poked our noses.
I'm sure. I'd say Moira couldn't have asked for better.
We did our best. We give her opportunities without some bastard.
We'll find him, Mr. Gale. Be sure of that. Right, Abbott, if you start with the wardrobe, I'll have a
look. I'm sorry, do you mind if I leave you to it? I don't think I could...
Of course. If we need to take anything away, we'll give you receipts.
Oh, take what you want. She'll never need them again, will she? I'll just look in on the wife, make sure she's asleep. They gave us some tablets.
Of course.
I'll be downstairs if you need me.
Poor devil. Decent sort, though, wouldn't you say?
Very. Bit odd, though, wasn't it?
What?
I got the feeling he was talking about a lodger rather than a daughter.
Oh, I don't know. Still in a state of shock.
Right, let's get on.
Right.
Tidy, girl. No clutter.
It's some very smart gear here, sir. It's expensive looking.
Really? Probably saved up from the Saturday job.
Yeah, I suppose so, but... Yeah, look at this.
More of them.
Well, what?
Cuttings. Magazine articles. All about the royal family.
Yeah. Yeah, there are pictures in a book here, too. Princess Di, Fergie, all of them. It's a bit unusual in a teenager, isn't it?
Now, this is really odd. Come over here a moment, Abbott.
What's that, sir?
This tin box in the drawer was hidden by all the cuttings.
What about it, sir?
Locked.
Oh.
Well, Abbott, what do you think she wanted to keep from prying eyes?
Money?
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to find out. There'll be a key somewhere.
What they usually do is sellotape it somewhere out of sight. Here we are, sir.
I'm impressed, Sergeant. Now, let's see. I don't know if this is going to help much, but... just... wait a minute. This is not at all what I expected.
I know she saved bits and bobs from her job and what we gave her, but £400? Where did you get that?
The passbook shows several sizable entries. £50 in January, 175 in March, another £100 just a week or so ago.
How could she... Did you say 175? When was that?
The 10th of the 3rd, March this year. Have you remembered something? Something that might explain where she got this sort of money?
So it was her. I thought so, but I didn't want to believe it. Put it out of my mind. I suppose I shouldn't say it, but I never did trust her. Never saw her about her from the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean, but...
What didn't you want to believe, Mr. Gale?
Would you like a cup of tea?
No, thank you. What didn't you want to believe?
My wage packet went missing. Just before Easter, it was. I could have sworn I brought it home, but in the end the wife persuaded me I must have lost it at work or something.
And it was about that amount?
That's what I get, £175.
Just before Easter, sir? That would be before Moira's trip to Guernsey. Perhaps she needed some new clothes.
She didn't need anything. We gave her everything.
I'm sure you did, Mr. Gale. But the other amounts, you can't explain those. Please forgive this question, Mr. Gale. It must seem rather personal, but was Moira your daughter?
No, she wasn't. Well, not exactly. But we loved her as if she was our own.
I'm sure you did. Did she know she was adopted?
Oh, yes. The wife told her when she was about 10.
Did she know who her real parents were?
No. She was abandoned, just a few days old.
So really she was able to imagine anything she liked, even that she might be related to royalty?
Oh, that, yes, that was a sort of family joke. Wife used to call her our little princess when she was a toddler. I've forgotten.
But I don't think Moira had, Mr. Gale. I don't think it was a joke to her.
Yes, that's right. Check the hotel and all the names I gave you between the 23rd and 31st of March. 23rd and 31st of March. And make it quick. Thanks.
And did you also ask them to try the number the school secretary gave you?
Yes, sir. They'll put this Steve Layton through there if they contact him.
Good.
It's got to be a long shot, sir. Guernsey in the same place at the same time.
But it would make sense. Bring the whole thing together. It would be the coincidence which links all the others. It doesn't strike me as impossible that Moira met someone in Guernsey who ties her in with Coriston.
But it could just as easily have been Reading. I mean, those two boys that were expelled, for instance. We know one of them lives in Pangbourne. That's not far from Reading.
I don't think so. You heard what Mr. Gale said. She didn't have a social life outside home.
With respect, sir, there was quite a lot that poor Mr. Gale didn't know about Moira.
I grant that.
For a start, he didn't know she was a thief. And not just from him, either. We know what Mr. Brandon said in the bookshop. It must have been her. They're checking it up in Reading, but I don't reckon there's any doubt.
Certainly it would explain the £50 deposit with the Building Society. That's what Brandon believed his missing first edition to be worth. But what about the £100 in July?
You think that was payment in advance, don't you? Money to set up Royston.
Looks very much like it. She seemed to fantasize that she was well connected. Royal blood, even. I think she was determined to improve herself. She had the imagination to play a part. She almost convinced me. And we know she wouldn't have been restrained by moral scruples if she could steal from her father.
So she looks the part and will do most things for money.
It fits. X, the unknown party, bribes Moira to fix Royston. It's highly probable that X is connected with Coriston and that Moira is just part of a vendetta which has hounded Royston all term. Ever since his marriage.
You now think the marriage is part of all this?
Or is that just another coincidence? How many of those incidents at Coriston were manufactured? And how many spontaneous? Ah, yes. Put him through, please. Steve Layton. This might help us find out, Abbott. Hello. Thank you for calling, Mr. Layton. I'm sorry to trouble you in the holidays. I'm investigating... Oh, you've seen the papers. Well, in that case... No, of course not, Mr. Layton. But I do need your help about an earlier incident involving cannabis. No, I'm not concerned at this stage with that offence. But there is something I'd like you to tell me.
I just needed to get away. I stayed in a small hotel in Oxford. That's all,
And
Superintendent.
presumably they'd remember you at this small hotel.
I'm sure they would if you
I
telephoned.
expect so, sir, yes. So what brought you back, Mrs. Royston?
I realised how much I miss Hugh, particularly when I heard the trouble he was in.
How did you know there was trouble? There's nothing in the papers at that stage.
Shopping in Oxford, I bumped into Helen Quarry. Pure coincidence.
Another one. But do go on. You met Mrs. Quarry, you say?
Yes, and she told me what had been happening.
And Mrs. Quarry was the only person you met in Oxford?
What do you mean?
I must put this to you. Did you perhaps also meet Moira Gale in Oxford?
Oh,
you knew your husband would be at the conference, the car he was driving.
This is absurd.
It's all right, Hugh. No, Superintendent, I did not meet Moira Gale. Then or on any other occasion.
Thank you, Mrs. Royston. And you can confirm that your husband left the house at about 11:45 this morning?
Yes.
And you think the phone call, the anonymous one, was about 9 o'clock?
Yes, about then. Hugh said it was a wrong number.
A pity.
I have explained to you. I can see now I was wrong, but I panicked. I thought if I went to meet her, I could sort everything out, find out who was behind it all.
What a pity you didn't contact us, sir. Moira might be alive now.
You think I haven't told myself that 100 times? I thought I could deal with it. I daren't risk more publicity. I didn't know if it was Moira on the phone. The voice was heavily disguised.
But the voice was female. You're sure of that?
I'm not sure of anything anymore. But yes, I think so.
And you thought if it were Moira or someone acting on her behalf, something useful might come out of the meeting?
At least I'd know what was behind it all. Then I would have been able to come to you. The last thing I expected was to be faced with Moira's body.
And you panicked again, you say. Just drove off.
I'm not completely stupid, although I begin to wonder now. I knew that if I was found there with the body, I could see there was nothing I could do for her. Well, perhaps to run away wasn't very rational, but I wasn't thinking clearly. As soon as Sergeant Court came here, I told him everything, just as I told you. I know how it must look, Superintendent.
That'll be my sergeant. Excuse me.
I'm sorry, darling.
Good. Come through then.
Yes, sir, it's all there. And the results of the post-mortem.
Thank you. I won't be long. I'll meet you at Mr. Quarry's house.
Right, sir.
Right, Mr. Royston. I shall have to ask...
I was expecting it. You would allow me to call my solicitor?
I don't think that will be necessary for the moment.
Oh?
I was going to say I shall have to ask you for your assurance that you will not be leaving Coriston without informing me.
Of course. Thank you, Superintendent. Does that mean...
Could I ask you just one final question?
Yes?
Have you ever been to Guernsey, Mr. Royston?
What a strange question.
And your answer?
Yes, I've been there once or twice.
But not at Easter this year?
No.
And you, Mrs. Royston? Have you ever been to Guernsey?
Never.
Perhaps you should get your husband to take you there. Would that be a good idea, Mr. Royston? Now, I must go and talk to Mr. and Mrs. Quarry.
Look, I don't
What
know
has Guernsey got to do with this, Superintendent?
Everything, Mrs. Royston. Everything.
It was pure coincidence. As I've explained to Sergeant Abbott, I was going into the supermarket as Sylvia was coming out. Exactly as she said.
And I've also given your sergeant details about Easter holiday, though what that's got to do with anything,
Mrs. Quarry managed to get away for a few days to stay with friends, but Mr. Quarry...
I know everyone thinks teachers have long holidays to swan around.
I'm sure you work very hard, Mr. Quarry. I mean, you're still here now, and we're well into the holidays.
Exactly.
And this morning, Mr. Quarry, were you busy with school matters this morning?
There's no need to be subtle, Superintendent. It doesn't suit you.
Mr. Quarry said...
What do you mean, says?
That he went into Coriston for some shopping soon after breakfast and came back about 10 o'clock.
I see. And presumably Mrs. Quarry was here, so she can...
Well, not all the time. It was such a lovely morning that I went for a long walk.
But you met people, I dare say.
Well, I'm not sure that I did. I kept well away from the roads.
Really?
Look, I appreciate that this is a very serious business and you have to ask your questions, but you can't for one moment think...
What can't I think?
No, it's all right, John. I'm sorry, Superintendent, but this business has placed us all under a great strain.
I understand, Mrs. Quarry, and I hope we shall have it all cleared up very quickly now.
Oh, really? Look, I'm sorry I lost my temper. Can I ask, Superintendent, purely from the school's point of view, whether you will need to take Mr. Royston...
No. Mr. Royston can continue with his duties here, as far as I'm concerned.
Good. Oh, that's excellent. We were afraid that... Well, that really is good news.
I expect it is. Am I right, Mr. Quarry?
Indeed. And I've got more good news for him.
What's that?
You know about the pregnancy business.
The Hillmore girl, yes.
Well, I had a letter from the parents this morning. The girls told them everything. The father's some wretched cousin who stayed with them during the Easter holidays. They absolve us from all blame.
Even from leaving gin bottles lying about?
Well, that was hardly our fault, was it?
No, I suppose not. Anyway, that will be reassuring for Mr. Royston. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry to have kept you, busy school teachers. Still, you have got another 6 weeks to recover. Excuse me, but this photograph, when was it taken?
That one? It was the beginning of term party. Hugh gave one to introduce us all to Sylvia. We all look so cheerful there, don't we?
Are all the staff on it?
Yes, I think so. You got us all to pose together. Stupid, really, but we'd all had a few drinks. I can't think why you've got it framed, Helen. We all
looked so happy. It's a rare sight.
May I borrow it?
What on earth for?
Abbott will let you have a receipt.
No, take it. Keep the damn thing. As far as I'm concerned, it's not exactly an occasion, as it turned out, that any of us want to remember.
He was certainly surprised you weren't taking Royston in. So am I, as a matter of fact, sir.
But neither of you had seen the autopsy report.
How does that clear him?
Time of death. Moira's aunt says the girl left the house soon after 9, after a substantial breakfast.
I see. Stomach contents.
It helps them fix time of death pretty accurately. Moira had been dead a couple of hours when she was found, and Royston and Sylvia have alibis for each other.
Right. What else did they come up with?
No sign of a struggle, which suggests Moira knew who it was who strangled her.
But
if it's not expected, it's easily done. Hands round the throat, she was only a wisp of a thing. No great strength was necessary.
So it could have been a man or a woman?
Oh, no. I'm sure it was a woman.
Really? Why?
The whole business has the hallmark of the little green-eyed monster, jealousy, or bitter resentment. Resentment against Hugh Royston.
But there were plenty of men who resented him. John Quarry, the boys,
but the use of Moira, the poison pen note, the sexual element is very strong. This is sexual jealousy.
It could be hard to prove. Just a theory.
But now we have the evidence from Guernsey. I knew we'd find a connection.
But it just confuses things until we can get a proper identification. I suppose that's why you took the photograph.
Yes. But I'm pretty sure I know.
How could you be in 2 places at once and by herself?
What are you talking about, Abbott?
You told me the hotel in Guernsey recognised one name on the list we sent them. Or rather the same name, but not the same sex.
Correct. They had a guest staying there between those dates who signed in as Mrs. Royston. And she was known to them. Had been there on previous occasions.
But Sylvia Royston was on her honeymoon in France. I suppose Guernsey isn't too far away from France.
I see your confusion, Abbott. You're imagining it was our Mrs. Royston who was at the hotel.
Of course. You're telling me it wasn't? Then who was it? Not his mother, sir, I suppose?
No, not his mother, Abbott. Turn right at the next crossroads. I think that's what Miss Bell said. The lane should be on the left, almost immediately. She said we can take a car down.
When did you speak to her? She wasn't in the office when I was
She arrived just as I was leaving to walk across to the quarries.
So she hadn't been in this morning. Not like our school secretary to be away from work, is it?
She told me she was packing up to move into this cottage.
And you believed her, sir?
Here's the lane coming up. We turn off.
I mean, it could be her. If your theory is right, she's jealous of Sylvia.
Yes,
right?
but I don't see her as Royston's mistress. There's no sexual motive, not with her. She's just protecting the school. And coincidence, I told you, it can never be discounted. But not a whole chapter of coincidence.
I'm not with you, sir.
Think about it, Abbott. Who suggested Mrs. Royston took the minibus?
But that was an accident, wasn't it?
Yes, but wishful thinking, possibly. And then the rumours. Somebody amplified those. And the same somebody, knowing poor Jane Hillmore's fondness for gin, gave her the opportunity to take more.
And what Steve Layton told you on the phone this morning...
Yes. He only told one person. And I don't doubt the same person wrote the anonymous note to Lord Penmerrick. Turn right at the barn. We're nearly there.
Sir, that car park up ahead, it's...
Stop. How long will it take the others to get here?
They'd have to round up a forensic team, a WPC. But I told them to step on it. Another 10 minutes, I reckon.
Right. Good. We'll walk the rest of the way. Nice summer's day, windows open. Voices might carry Abbott. Particularly if they're raised.
As soon as he asked about Guernsey and whether I'd been there this Easter, I began to see. It had to be you. I didn't want to think it, Paula.
How did you think I felt in that cosy hotel? Everyone calling me Mrs. Royston, remembering us from our previous visits. When's your husband coming?
You
Mrs.
knew
Royston?
I wouldn't come. It was all over, I told you.
But I didn't believe it. Didn't want to believe it, I suppose. That you were just using me until you found some insipid little virgin who'd be better for your image. Always promising a wedding, weren't you? But it never materialised, did it? I should have realised I wasn't quite good enough for you. Not quite young enough. Not quite respectable enough. Yes, I should have known you were using me for just one thing.
Paula!
And the trouble you took to make sure your mucky little affair was our secret. God knows it was hard enough to keep it quiet in that bloody hothouse you run. When I think of Frances Bell poking her nose into your business, and John Quarry just waiting for you to slip up so that he could step into the job he always thought should be his. Well, he doesn't have to wait much longer, does he? You're finished, Hugh.
It was you, then. Everything that went wrong. You're evil, Paula. To destroy me, perhaps I can understand that, but Moira Gale, what had she done?
She was convenient. I came across the stupid little fool in Guernsey while I was waiting for you. Appropriate, wasn't it? She seemed at a loose end, too. A loner. She bored me to tears with her pathetic fantasies, her plans to better herself. But I knew she'd do anything for money. When I needed someone, I thought of her. I remembered she had an aunt near here. I knew about your silly conference in Oxford. It wasn't hard to fix. You see, she had a vivid imagination, Hugh. She still thought I was Mrs. Royston, and I told her you'd been playing about with other women, threatening our marriage. I wanted to get my own back and warn you off at the same time.
And she believed you?
She was only 15. I thought she'd swallow it. And there was the money, of course. But I misjudged her.
How?
She must have found out in the village about Sylvia, the real Mrs. Royston. So she telephoned, demanded more money, threatened to tell the police the truth.
And you killed her. Then tried to involve me. That was you, wasn't it, on the phone? The disguised voice? But it was a voice I knew. I couldn't place it at the time.
Yes, it was me. But who'll prove it, Hugh? Your word against mine. And who'll believe you? A child molester? A failed headmaster?
Good afternoon, Miss Danby. The front door was open, so we came in some time ago. It seemed a pity to interrupt your very lucid flow.
So it was all a trap. You brought the police with you. I should have expected that from you.
That's enough, Mr. Go on.
Not that it matters, Miss Danby, that Mr. Royston did not bring us. I would have come anyway. I've suspected you for some time.
How could you?
Too many coincidences. And the sexual jealousy. A woman roused and then scorned. There weren't too many candidates for that role at Coriston. You fitted the profile, Miss Danby. The right age, the right looks, the right temperament, and all the opportunities you needed to destroy the man who discarded you.
Theories, Superintendent. Just theories. Your eavesdropping won't help you. That's not evidence, and you know it.
There'll be no shortage of evidence. I imagine the staff at the Guernsey Hotel will recognize you from the photograph we'll send down the wire. And poor Moira. You can't strangle someone with your bare hands without leaving tissue traces, unique to you, Miss Danby. No, I don't believe we'll lack evidence. Abbott, in your experience, what does a murderer try to do after committing the crime?
To get away as far as possible, sir.
Was Australia going to be far enough, Miss Danby? In a few minutes, Miss Danby, you will be taken to Oxford and charged formally.
Superintendent, do I have to stay?
No. We'll take statements from you later. Paula.
Get out! I don't need your sympathy. You'll never understand, Hugh, will you? I loved you, and you left me for a woman not fit to be near you, let alone be your wife. You did that to me. Just get out! Go!
Yes, please leave now, sir. Go back to your wife, Mr. Royston, and your school. There'll be a trial and a lot of bad publicity. But with luck, you might survive. You've certainly been more fortunate than poor little Moira Gale.
John Castle played Detective Superintendent Thorne, and John Sampson, Hugh Royston, in Mortal Term, which was dramatised for radio by Melville Jones, from the novel by John Penn. John Quarry, James Green, Helen Quarry, Penelope Lee, Mark Joyner, Stuart Organ, Francis Bell, Oriel Smith, Sylvia Royston, Victoria Carling, Paula, Elizabeth Mansfield, Steve, Jonathan Tapler. Pearson, Paul Downing, Geary, Stephen Garlick, Detective Sergeant Abbott, Andrew Branch, Sergeant Court, Ian Lindsay, Jane Hillmore and Moira Gale, Jane Whittenshaw, and Mr. Gale, David King. Mortal Term was directed by Martin Jenkins.
Double Negative by John Penn, dramatised by Melville Jones, with John Castle as Thorne, Andrew Branch as Abbott, Michael Cochrane as Dr. Avery, Benjamin Whitrow as Professor Quentin Woods, and Jonathan Tapler as Peter Cousins. The action of the play takes place in and around Oxford.
Cousins and Tim's, Peter Cousins' phone. Can I help you? No, I'm afraid Mr. Cousins is out of the office at the moment, but he should be back any minute. Oh, well, if you'd like to give me details of the property, I'm Kate Minden, and Oh, I see. Of course. No, I understand. Well, I'm sure he'd be pleased to handle the sale. Yes, North Oxford is a popular area. Right, I'll tell him you'll call again after the weekend. Thank you. Chauvinist.
Why does it always rain for the weekend?
Someone's law, isn't it?
Everyone deserted you?
I'll let the girls go. They were just sitting looking at the clock.
Friday night fever. I can almost remember it. But you stayed. Commendable loyalty in my office manager.
I thought you might bring the photographs.
And you were right.
You have a gift.
I know. I'm wasted here.
Amazing.
What?
You even make that bungalow in Wheatley look attractive.
Oh, I'm proud of that one. It was a challenge. I got in all of the garden and none of the motorway. Cut for you.
2 sugars. I'll put these in the folders.
Leave it. Monday will do.
But I stayed.
You work too hard. I've told you before.
Not really. Anyway, I enjoy it.
I know. I noticed. Kate, I've been giving some thought to your future here.
Oh, have you?
Yes. And I believe you'd make an excellent partner.
But...
Business partner, of course. Although if it wasn't for your boyfriend in Reading...
You really think it's a possibility?
Yes. I'll try to get something down in writing over the weekend, what's involved and so on. if you're interested.
Of course I'm interested. I'm delighted.
Good. Well, why don't we celebrate? I'll buy you a real drink, but in this boring
No,
instant.
sorry, I have to get off.
Shame. Off to that lucky fellow in Reading, is it?
Well, something like that.
I hope he appreciates you. Look, at least let me give you a lift into town. Save you getting wet.
No need to bother, Peter, really.
It's no bother. It's a pleasure, Kate. You know that.
Well, it's out of your way.
Not at all. I'm off to the cottage for the weekend. Away from it all.
That'll be nice.
Very. I'll take you there one day. Oh, don't look so worried. All respectable and above board. Trust me, Kate. After all, we are going to be partners.
I thought you said this was a shortcut, Abbott.
It usually works, sir. Must be roadworks.
Must it? It's history, Sergeant.
What is?
This. Oxford was not built for the motor car.
Not on a wet Friday evening. Where are they all going?
Home to their loved ones, Abbott. Unlike some of us.
Come on, sir. It's my first weekend off since Christmas.
Well deserved, I'm sure. What will you do?
Going away. Weekend break. Quite reasonable.
Somewhere exotic?
Chipping Camden.
Very adventurous. Must be all of 30 miles away.
Lovely, though. Oh, it's nothing like our Cotswolds at this time of the year.
Think of me, toiling over this art theft business. Telling the Chief Constable we've made nil progress in several thousand carefully selected words.
You're not enjoying this one, are you, sir?
10 out of 10, Abbott. Crimes without victims. Boring.
What about the owners of the paintings?
Am I supposed to bleed because one rich collector steals from another? Who loses?
The insurance company.
Them, they never lose.
Oh, at last, movement.
Round here, the gallery's just past the corner.
Nowhere to park.
Oh, for God's sake, use the double yellow line, Sergeant.
But last
if
night...
you get a ticket, send it to the Chief Constable. At least we'll be wasting our time at his expense.
Yeah.
Call for you, Mr. Cousins.
Who is it? I said I didn't want any calls.
She didn't say.
Any sign of Kate yet?
No, not yet.
Where the hell is she?
Shall I put the call through?
Yeah, right. Peter Cousins here. Can I help? No, I'm afraid not. I don't know where she is. She hasn't contacted us yet. No, I'm sure she will. She's very conscientious. No, well, perhaps it's the traffic, or she could be ill, I suppose. I'll get her to call you, shall I? Right. And that's an Abingdon number? And who shall I say is... Hello? Hello?
Mind if I join you? Sir?
Oh, of course not. But I'm not lively company, Albert.
How bad was it, sir?
Not good. We have to try harder. Get a result. Painstaking investigation. Every cliché in the book.
You left out attention to detail.
I don't know why he doesn't just switch on a recorded message.
Oh, I'll pass the sauce for you, sir.
A plateful of chips drowned in gravy and sauce. Weekend away seems to have sharpened your appetite.
Right, it's great. We did a lot of walking.
Good. You can do some more this afternoon round the art dealers and antique shops. Here, have a long list.
Right. Oh, good. There's one in Summertown. I'm calling at the estate agents, too.
Buying a house?
No, I just passed it on. Missing girl, not turned up for work.
On Monday, thousands don't turn up for work.
Seems to be a bit more to it than that, sir.
There better be more to it, Sergeant. Your time is precious to me at the moment.
Don't waste it, yes, I know.
So I hope you don't think I'm wasting your time, Sergeant.
Not at all, sir. Now, you say you've contacted her landlady?
Yes, Kate left there Friday morning and hasn't been back.
Is that unusual?
Not really, it seems. She was away most weekends.
With this boyfriend in Reading?
I suppose so.
Only suppose?
Well...
Yes, sir?
You see, I don't know if there really is a boyfriend.
Oh?
It had become a sort of a joke. She never denied it.
Or confirmed it?
No. In fact, she didn't expand much on the subject at all.
Shy, perhaps?
No, I don't think that.
What then? You'd better tell me, sir.
It was just an area of her life she didn't want to talk about, I suppose.
You don't know much about her life outside of work, do you, sir?
No. Why should I?
Quite. But it doesn't give us much to go on if she doesn't turn up.
I suppose not.
Well, I shouldn't worry yet. Probably a simple explanation. Usually is.
But it's so unlike her. Kate's conscientious, reliable. This is quite out of character. That's why I'm so concerned.
Yeah, I understand. Well, we'll circulate a description, and if I could take this photograph. Very striking-looking girl, isn't she? That hair.
Yes. She's beautiful.
And you took this, you say?
Yes, Sergeant, for publicity purposes. You know, staff line-ups in the local papers, that sort of thing.
Oh, I see. Well, we'll keep in touch, Mr. Cousins, and you'll let us know if she turns up here.
Of course. Hope to God she does.
And in the meantime, if you remember anything else, friends, places you might have gone, anything like that, you'll give me a ring?
Of course. Funny, isn't it? How little you really know about people. People you think you're close to.
Yes, sir. It is quite odd.
They do know we're coming, I hope. I don't want to spend the afternoon hanging around a bus station.
Yes, sir, I spoke to the traffic manager.
Good. If she caught a bus to Reading, the driver should remember her, especially if this photograph is a true likeness.
The girls in the office say it is.
That's about all they did say.
Afraid so. She kept herself to herself.
And she'd been there nearly a year.
True. Something of a loner. The landlady said the same.
You know what these bed sits are like. Pay the rent and nobody really cares if you're dead or alive.
She did confirm she was away every weekend.
Ah, the elusive boyfriend?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Only suppose, Abbott.
Oh, no one ever saw him. Cousins thinks it could have been an office joke.
But she was going to Reading last Friday when Cousins dropped her at the bus station.
That's what I'm assuming. That's why we need to check.
So, Cousins was the last person to see her then?
Yes. And I've checked all the hospitals in a 30-mile radius. She's not been in an accident.
Checked the morgues?
Of course, but I thought you said I wasn't...
I did. I'm sure Miss Kate Minden has simply gone off on some private pleasure trail. But...
It has been 4 days. Cousins have started pestering me.
Not just you, Abbott. Word has reached our beloved leader.
Oh, no.
Hence, Merivale's decision that I can be spared for a few hours from the world of fine art. He wants a result here as well. My God, Abbott. Aren't bus stations depressing places? Long lines of people staring into space. Well, off you go. Talk to our traffic manager, friend. Well?
He says the driver's over there, stand 7.
Come on, then.
Yes, it's 7. Here we are. Excuse me.
You can't get on here. You have to wait.
Police.
What?
Police. Detective Sergeant Abbott, and this is Detective Superintendent Thorne.
Oh. You better come on, then.
Thank you.
Right. So, how can I help you?
We understand you took out the 5:30 to Reading last Friday, is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. Bitch of a night, wasn't it? Tipping it down, hate driving in those conditions.
Just have a look at this photograph, please. Recognize her?
Oh, yeah. I remember. Who wouldn't? Real looker, isn't she?
So she was a passenger on your bus last Friday?
Oh, no, not on my bus, not to Reading.
But you said you remember her.
Yeah, I do. I thought of myself, you get that lovely hair of yours all wet standing out in the rain.
Standing where?
Well, out there at the Abingdon stop where she always stood.
Always?
Oh, yeah, regular as clockwork. Friday nights. Often past her there. You see, I go out 10 minutes before the Abingdon bus.
And she was definitely there last Friday?
Yeah, like I say, in the rain. That's how I remember.
Who was driving the Abingdon bus last Friday? Do you remember?
Friday. Let's see. Yeah, that would have been Dickie Marshall. You check with him. He'll remember her all right. No doubt about that.
Here you are, Gup. 2 teas with sugar.
Yes. Hardly a productive afternoon.
No, sir. Except we know she didn't go to Reading.
Not by bus, anyway. Nor to Abingdon. Not last Friday.
But that's where she usually went. She was quite a regular.
All we've established is that she was waiting at the Abingdon stop at about 5:30, but she wasn't there when the bus arrived 10 minutes later.
Yeah. Do you think someone gave her a lift?
I don't know. Perhaps she just got fed up standing in the rain.
And went off somewhere. Caught a later bus.
Why not? That's what I would have done.
Yeah. But then what?
Speculation, Abbott. Let's stick to what we know.
Which is?
2 coffees.
That Kate Minden commuted to Abingdon at the weekends.
And not to the boyfriend in Reading.
But what she does in Abingdon,
Hey, wait a minute, there was a call.
What call?
Cousins mentioned it. There'd been a call for her on Monday morning from someone in Abingdon. But they didn't leave a name.
Very helpful.
But there was a number. I think it's in the file.
For God's sake, why haven't you checked it out?
Well, Cousins assumed it was probably one of her clients.
But he wasn't sure?
No.
I would have thought with so little to go on, you might have followed up on a possible lead, however small.
I suppose I was concentrating on the boyfriend in Reading, that angle. Sorry.
The boyfriend could be in Abingdon. It could have been him on the phone.
Oh, no.
You sound very certain.
It was a woman. Cousin said it was a woman.
Right. Drink up and let's move, Sergeant. We'll go by the bypass. It'll be quicker.
The bypass?
We're going to Abingdon, Abbott. I'll call up on the radio, and by the time we get there, we shall have the address to match the number in your file, okay?
Let's hope she's in.
There's someone coming. Good afternoon, Mrs. Richards.
Yes? Who is it?
Detective Superintendent Thorne, and this is Detective Sergeant Abbott.
Yes, of course. I was expecting you sooner or later.
Really?
Oh, yes.
May we come in for a moment?
Well, I have to meet Zelda soon.
Zelda?
My granddaughter. I meet her from school.
We won't keep you long, Mrs. Richards.
Better come through.
Thank you very much.
This way, please. Mind the break. Oh, I'm sorry about the mess. Zelda's got all her plates out.
I know what it's like, Mrs. Richards. I've got a 6-year-old.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
Zelda's something along. Good as gold, really. You wouldn't know she was in the house.
She lives with you?
Yes. I thought you knew. I found out somehow.
May we sit down? There are some questions.
I'm sorry, of course. I'm in such a state. I'm so worried. Just put the books on the floor.
Abbott.
Yes, sir?
Books. On the floor.
Yes, sir.
She is all right, isn't she? Nothing has happened to her, has it?
Happened to who, Mrs. Richards?
To Kate, of course. That is why you're here, isn't it?
May I ask why you're so concerned about Miss Minden?
Concerned? My daughter goes missing.
Your daughter?
Oh, yes, I thought you must know. Otherwise, why are you here?
You made a call to your daughter's office on Monday morning, Mrs. Richards?
Oh, yes. She told me never to call, but I was so worried.
Do you know why she told you she didn't want you to call?
Because they didn't know about Zelda. That's why I haven't been to the police myself. I just kept hoping for minute
Is Zelda Kate's daughter?
Yes. Yes.
Why does it have to be a secret, Mrs. Richards?
Well, I know it must sound stupid, but Kate insisted. She said if you're a single parent, employers don't take you seriously. She's very ambitious, you see.
So you look after Zelda whilst your daughter acts out the life of a single woman in Oxford.
Kate's very conscientious. She comes home every weekend. I love Zelda. This is her place, you see. She's my life now, Superintendent. Since my husband died. Maybe 2 years ago.
Ah, she's very pretty.
And Zelda's father?
Oh, dead. He's dead.
So you and your daughter are both widows?
Yes. Well, that's why we set up house together.
I hope this doesn't sound tactless, Mrs. Richards, but I have to ask if we were to find Kate. Does your daughter have anyone else in her life? A special friend, perhaps?
No, she didn't want that. Not after what she'd been through.
Oh, of course, but she's young, attractive. I wondered whether she mentioned anyone to you.
Well, I'm sure there's plenty you'd like to take up with her. That boss, for one.
Peter Cousins?
Yes, he's asked her out, but she puts him off.
But there's no one else, you're sure?
I told you. Why'd you ask that? What's happened? You tell me, what's happened? She's all right, isn't she? Please tell me she's all right.
Well, I'm not convinced. Not by that charade.
But if the girl is really ambitious, it makes sense. You know what it's like for working mothers and a single parent.
The world is full of single parents, Abbott. Hardly a rare species.
So why else would she be so secretive?
I don't know. Besides, I don't suppose it matters.
What?
Kate Minden is playing some kind of a game, isn't she? It doesn't seem out of character that she should decide to take herself off somewhere.
But it might have got her into trouble. Danger, even.
You think she might be lying in a ditch somewhere?
It's possible.
Of course it's possible, but is it probable?
Some bloke could have picked her up at the bus stop.
One of the things we know for certain about Kate Minden is that she's intelligent and disciplined. She doesn't sound the sort to take lifts from strange men in the middle of Oxford on a busy Friday evening, does she?
So what do we do next?
You, Sergeant, not we. I can't spend more time on this, not on a missing person. It's back to missing paintings, far more important in Merivale's eyes.
But if it was more serious...
I hope it won't be.
Difficult to know what more I can do at the moment.
1. Find out about the late Mr. Minden. 2. Obtain details from the marriage certificate. His family, friends, might give you a lead. where she could have gone.
Sounds like a lot of paperwork.
Well, you asked what you should do. Painstaking investigation, attention to detail.
And no shortcuts, no shortcuts. Play it by the book.
Haven't you finished that yet?
Yeah, nearly there. How many C's in Picasso?
Just the one. And only one K in Constable.
What?
Joke. Yes?
Oh, sorry, sir. Urgent file for Sergeant Abbott. From the Met.
Thanks, Harry.
It's okay.
Aha, here we are.
And there he is. Stephen Wayne Minden.
Oh, nasty-looking piece of work, isn't it?
I knew it was all a charade. Widowed, indeed.
I suppose he was taken from her, in a manner of speaking.
Yes, not interred, but interned.
Released on parole 4 weeks ago, only served 3 years.
Yeah, I know how they shovel them out. Good for Home Office statistics.
Yeah, there was a lot of money on that job. None of it recovered.
Quite, so perhaps Kate thought it was time for a reconciliation.
Well, they were separated before he went inside. Their friends from the old days told me that.
Maybe, but they also told you how ambitious she was, tight with money, didn't they?
Yes, but all put aside for the little girl.
So perhaps she wants to send Zelda to Rodine.
Oh, I agree it fits. She couldn't tell anybody, so she just takes off after the money.
And I've no doubt she'll come back for Zelda in a few days' time, and they'll all live happily ever after.
Yeah. So you were right then, sir. No bodies in ditches.
And we must be grateful for that. Right, Abbott, pass what you've got on to the Met. Yeah. They can try chasing the money. We have other priorities, I'm afraid.
Art treasures.
At least I can tell Merivale we seem to have got a result with the Minden girl, can't I?
Yes, I suppose so.
Come on. And about time, Brian Doyle. About time.
You made it then?
What's it look like?
What did you tell him this time?
That I was going to see Sarah to discuss the biology essay.
We'll have our own biology lesson, eh? In Copley Wood.
Oh, stop it, Brian. Don't talk like that.
You know you like it. Come here.
Not now. Someone could see us. Come on. You think a beer.
Just a pint or two. Get me going. Nasty rough, aren't I? You should listen to your dad, you know.
If we're going somewhere, let's go. I've got to get back.
Right. Dying for it, aren't you? Well, jump up then. You know where to hang on. That's it. Nice and tight.
Morning, sir. Have you got a minute?
Not really, Abbott, but come in anyway. I'm up to my eyes in Van Dyke's. Yes, what is it?
Another missing girl, sir. Sergeant Morris of Colombo
for
has just
God's
called
sake,
up.
Abbott, if you're going to pester me every time some restless adolescent goes missing...
She is, too.
What?
An adolescent, almost 17.
Well, they always are. It's a restless age. They end up sleeping in cardboard boxes in London. It's a sad fact of life, man.
I do know that, sir.
Yes, well, I'm sorry, but...
I wouldn't have bothered you with it, but there are similarities.
Similarities?
That's why Sergeant Morris at Colombo got onto us.
Oh, at least he's one of our brighter country cousins.
He was struck by the physical similarities, too. Look, sir.
Pretty girl. Who is she?
Mary Rush, only daughter, very respectable family.
Well, it doesn't mean Mary shares their moral outlook, does it?
She was doing her A-levels. Quiet, steady worker. I think you should hear what Morris told me.
All right, tell me about it.
She went out a couple of evenings ago to see a school friend. At least that's what she told her dad.
But it wasn't the truth.
No. It seems she was going out with a local yobbo, Brian Doyle. He's got a bit of minor form, raves, drugs, punch-ups, that sort of stuff.
Ah, yes, one of the new rural pursuits. So what does friend Doyle say for himself?
He admits picking her up. Says they went to Copley Wood. It's a local beauty spot. I had a picnic there once.
With banana sandwiches, I'm sure. Get to the point, Abbott. What happened in Copley Wood?
Doyle says they had a quarrel and she ran off.
Is that all?
Yes. The local police have searched the wood. No sign of her. No sign of a struggle. Neighbours say that Doyle came back at the time he said.
I see. She just vanished in the wood. Is that what you're saying?
Sergeant Morris can't make any sense of it. That's why he got into us. That, and, as I say, the similarity with Kate Minden. The long hair.
The long auburn hair, yes?
Morris remembered Kate Minden's photograph. We circulated it to all stations.
Coincidence, Abbott. Besides, we can explain why Kate Minton disappeared.
We think we can, but we could be wrong, sir. No one has seen her for 10 days now.
And you think we're wrong? That I'm wrong?
Well, I don't know. I'm just not sure.
If it will put your mind at rest, I think we could clear this one up pretty quickly.
How?
Doyle. He needs leaning on. Morris wouldn't know how to handle that. I think if Doyle was asked the right questions in the right way, he could tell us exactly why he quarrelled with Mary Rush.
Look, how many more times I told you everything?
No, I don't think so, Mr. Doyle.
I have. No, I want to go away right, you know.
But why should she run away?
What did you do to Mary Rush, Mr. Doyle?
Nothing.
She ran away from nothing?
Just a quarrel. I told old Chubby Chops
You
Morris.
told who?
Old Morris. I told Sergeant Morris that we had a quarrel.
What about? I said, what about? Tell me what you argued about.
Well, she didn't want... Well, she said it wasn't...
What didn't she want? Tell me.
You know.
Sex. She didn't want you to have sex with her. Is that it, Mr. Doyle?
Yes.
Had sex with a lot of girls, have you? Had you made love to Mary before? An easy lay, was she? Well?
No, not all the way, you know.
I see. She was a virgin, was she?
Well, I don't know. Yes, I suppose so.
So you tried to rape her, didn't you?
No, it wasn't like that.
And she resisted, fought and screamed, didn't she? That's when you lost control, when you tried to silence her. Did you put your hands over her mouth? Is that what you did, Mr. Doyle?
I didn't do anything.
You're strong, aren't you? Wouldn't take much to stop her, to shut her up for good, keep her quiet, stop her saying anything.
No, I told you how it was. You got no right to...
I have every right. Don't you forget that, boy. Abbott, just remind me what Mr. Doyle told Sergeant Morris in his original statement.
Here we are. We kissed and fooled about a bit, but she got a bit edgy.
That's how it was.
Be quiet. Carry on, Abbott.
She said she thought someone was watching us.
Who was watching you? Did you see anyone?
No. I told her she was just imagining it.
And according to you, that's when she ran off?
Yes.
And didn't you run after her?
Well, not for a bit. I thought she was just messing about.
And then?
Well, after a minute or two, I went looking for her.
But she'd vanished into thin air. You asking us to believe that?
Well, the woods are thick there. You can hide easy.
That's what you thought she was doing, playing hide and seek? After you just tried to rape her?
I didn't. Don't you say that.
So where had she gone then, Doyle?
I don't know. Well, perhaps in a car.
Car?
I told Sergeant Morris. I thought I might have heard a car drive off.
Thought you might have? You're making that up, aren't you? It's rubbish.
No. It was faint, but I'm pretty sure. Well, she might have got in it.
On the other hand, she might not. She might still be in Copley Wood, exactly where you left her.
There you go, sir. Pint of our special.
Oh, thank you, Abbott. Nice place, this.
Yeah. Barry and I come out here for a drink some weekends.
Oh, that's good. Shame you're driving, Abbott.
Yes, sir. Well, if the lemonade's cold.
I needed that. Well, what do we make of our yobbo friend?
He didn't admit to anything, did he?
Well, I hardly expected him to, did you?
I really thought...
Look at the facts. They've been through Copley Wood with a tooth comb. Not a thing. There are several neighbours who report Doyle coming home on his motorbike at the time he said, acting and looking quite normal. Hardly the demeanour of a man who just raped, murdered and buried Mary Rush.
So what did happen, sir?
Probably like he said. He went too far, she got scared and ran off.
And then?
Who can say? It seems she comes from a strict home, very religious parents. Perhaps she felt ashamed, dirty, couldn't face them. I expect she'll show up in a day or two. They usually do, you know.
So, just another teenage runner then? And no connection with Kate Minden? Not even with the physical similarities? Good figures, long red hair?
Well, there's nothing else to link them, is there? And they both had reasons to take off. Kate to find her former husband.
And Mary Rush? What was she running from?
Her parents have it. Domestic restraints. You wait until your daughter grows up a bit.
Oh, thanks.
Now, 2 disappearances are probably coincidence. Show me a third, and I'll begin to get worried.
Just try to keep the weight off it for a day or two, Mrs. James. Nothing broken.
Excuse me, Dr. Avery, can you take a call?
Who is it, nurse?
Linda Jackson.
All right. If you just carry on with the bandaging. I won't be a moment. Linda, I thought I told you... No, don't worry. I guess it must be important. Well, that is important. Yeah, I got it. Turn down a regular 2. Yeah, regular 2. And put on the bottom shelf. Fine. I'll get a bottle of wine on the way home. What time's your tutorial? Who's it with? Oh, Quentin Woods, eh? Well, don't drink too much of his sherry. Know how he fancies you. Yeah, bye, darling. See you later.
Please, just a small one.
Not driving, are you?
Only a bike.
Well, then, there you are. One modest tot.
Thank you. Oh, hardly modest.
Shallow draughts intoxicate the brain.
And drinking largely sobers us again. Pope?
Yes, well done. Your erudition never fails to delight me, Linda Jackson. I'll drink to it, and to your research project.
Oh. You really think it's taking shape?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm very impressed. Yours is an incisive and original mind.
Well,
Beauty, too. A rare combination, my dear.
That's the sherry talking, I think.
Oh, you're far too modest. I believe you have a very bright future. Possibly even here, in this college.
The research fellowship? You think there's a chance?
Oh, yes, indeed I do. Of all my postgraduate students, you, my dear Linda, are the shining star. I am whispering your glory at high table. Notice is being taken.
I hadn't dared to hope. I'd give anything to stay in Oxford.
Well, I'll do what I can, trust me.
You're very kind.
It's my pleasure.
Please don't think me rude, but I really should go.
Oh, so soon?
If you'd finished with my essays.
Oh, yes. They're on the table somewhere.
Oh, here we are. Thank you. Oh, this is new, isn't it? When did you take this? The baby?
Yes, amazing, isn't it? Do you like it?
Yes, it's fun. Wasn't it hard, though?
Well, getting the child to keep still, you mean? To keep looking at the camera?
And to tolerate that huge satin bow round its middle.
Oh, she loved it. I must have a way with children.
Who is it?
My granddaughter. I hate to admit.
Granddaughter? You hardly seem old enough.
No, kind of you, my dear, but I fear so time's winged chariot hurrying near and all that. For all of us, Linda, even for you. Time's winged chariot.
Dr. Avery.
Yes, please.
Detective Superintendent Thorne, this is Detective Sergeant Abbott.
Come in, please. In there, if you would. You're the one in charge, aren't you? The missing girls?
That's right.
I read it in the papers, so that's why I specifically asked for you.
I understand your concern, Doctor, but there may be no connection. If I could just establish some facts, perhaps.
Yes, of course. I'm so sorry. Please do sit down. Oh, thank you, sir. I'm just not thinking straight. I've been up all night just walking around looking for her. I thought perhaps she'd had an accident, been knocked off a bike or something.
But she hasn't. We've checked.
So where is she?
I have to ask you this, Dr. Avery. You hadn't quarrelled with your fiancée, had you? She might...
No. We were planning a celebration dinner.
What were you celebrating?
My birthday.
I see.
We've been looking forward to it. You see, I sleep at the hospital most nights, when I get any sleep.
But not last night?
No, I have a couple of days off.
And when you're not at the hospital, you share this flat with Miss Jackson, is that it?
Yes. Helps Linda with the rent.
I'm sure. Who else lives in the house, do you know?
The landlord. Well, landlady, actually. A Miss Foyle.
Just her?
No, she has a companion, Miss Gower. They have the upstairs between them.
Have you asked if either of them saw Linda come or go yesterday?
No, I didn't think to. Well, we don't have much to do with them.
Abbott, perhaps you could just nip upstairs.
Yes.
When did you last see your fiancée, Dr. Avery?
We spoke on the telephone yesterday afternoon.
And she seemed perfectly normal, not stressed?
Quite the opposite. She left instructions about dinner. We joked a bit about Quentin.
Quentin?
Quentin Woods, her director of studies. She had a tutorial with him.
Did she go to it? Have you checked?
Yes, of course. It was the first thing I thought of. But perhaps he'd kept her late. Talking.
Did he often do that?
Well, a bit.
Talking about her work, you mean?
That and other things.
What other things?
Oh, I don't know. Does it matter?
It might.
It's no secret. I think Quentin fancies Linda. You know, in a harmless sort of way.
And you didn't mind?
No, not really. I mean, he's old enough to be her father.
And last night, was there any talking?
No. He said she left properly anxious to get home. At least that's what he said.
But she never got here.
Is sugar, Sergeant?
2, please,
Oh,
Miss Lara.
real sweet tooth, I see. There.
Oh, thank you. It's lovely.
Darjeeling.
Oh?
Oh, I'm sorry we can't be more help, Sergeant, but we really don't pry into other people's business, do we, Betty?
Certainly not. I just thought you might have noticed Miss Jackson leaving the house.
I was engaged in the back garden all the afternoon. I would have seen nothing, I'm
we're
afraid.
very keen gardeners, you see. You could really imagine you were out in the country now.
Yeah, I'm sure. How well do you know Miss Jackson and Dr. Avery?
Hardly at all. They're perfectly satisfactory tenants. That's all we ask.
Of course. So you were happy to have them in the house?
An old house like this requires a deal of looking after, Sergeant. We have to rent out the flat. Economic necessity.
Oh, and we've been so lucky with our tenants. We had a visiting professor from America, Morden, charming man. Yes. And now the young doctor and Miss Jackson. She's a lovely girl, you know.
Quite striking, I understand. Tall, long auburn hair.
Yes. Oh, I do hope she's all right. One does read such dreadful things.
Frightful.
And I shall need photographs of all 3 girls.
Right, sir.
You've arranged to have extra lines opened and manned?
Yes, sir, from 6:30.
Good.
Someone in this area must have seen one of them.
The reward might help, sir. The local papers will splash it tonight. £1,000 might stir the odd memory.
Yes.
Cousins must be really fond of Kate Minden to offer that sort of money.
And if we find her, we won't be far from the others. I was wrong, Abbott, wasn't I? Badly wrong, complacent.
As you said, it looked like coincidence until the 3rd.
And Linda Jackson is different. There's no evidence she had any reason to disappear. She had everything going for her.
Well, perhaps this television appeal will turn something up.
I hope so, Abbott. 3 disappearances, 3 lookalikes. There's a pattern now, you see.
That's not good, is it? Suggests planning.
Planning. And I'm beginning to see obsession. Someone who's dangerously unbalanced. We need to find these girls quickly.
Oh, good evening, sir. See what you started out there?
My God, the power of television.
Well, you came across very well, sir. Natural star quality, fluent.
Yes, thank you, Abbott. Anything useful turned up?
Yeah, a couple. I've got the details here. We've had the usual cranks, of course.
Of course. And dozens of reported sightings from the breadth of the land, no doubt.
Oh, they mean well.
I expect so. Well, there are 2 so far, you say?
Yeah, retired head mistress says she saw Kate waiting at the bus stop.
Oh, come on, Abbott, we know that. The 2 bus drivers...
Hang on, sir, there's more. She also saw a car stop and pick Kate up.
Did she now?
Yeah.
That's better. But the driver, did she see the driver?
Oh, that's the problem. You see, she was waiting on the other side of the road trying to cross. You remember what the traffic was like that night? Well, she remembers Kate at the stop. When she saw her picture on the television tonight, it came back to her.
And?
She noticed a car pull up, but then one of those big Arctics stopped in front of her. By the time it moved on, Kate and the car had gone.
And she didn't get sight of the driver?
No, it was raining. The windows were all misted up.
The car, then?
She's not very good on cars, I'm afraid.
Oh, she must have noticed something, damn it all.
She thought it was blue or green.
That's great help.
Well, I'll go and see her, of course, but I don't think she'll do much better. At least we know it was a car. She was picked up.
Yeah, true. Then perhaps Doyle wasn't lying when he said, I thought I might have heard a car drive off. Perhaps Mary Rush did go off in a car. But Linda, why should she get into a car so close to home? And what happened to her bike? I don't know if we're much further on, Abbott. And the second call?
I wouldn't give his name, but someone wanted the reward money, the £1,000.
Well, there'll be lots of nutters claiming that.
Yeah, of course, but he knows Kate Minden all right. Details he gave me about her and so on. Look.
I see. Now, that is interesting. Is he coming in?
Oh, no, refused. We, or that is you, have got to go to him. He'll be in this pub. We found it on the map just here. Look, I've got directions. Just you, he said. Take anyone with you and he won't talk. And you have to take the cash with you.
Draw it from petty cash, do I?
I told him it didn't work like that.
And what did our mysterious friend say?
Take it or leave it.
Well, I think I'd better take it, don't you?
Oh, come, of course. Keep up.
No, you stay here. Monitor the calls.
But, sir, he could be dangerous.
That's all right, Abbott. I'm a policeman, remember?
I got the distinct impression he didn't like policemen.
No, I don't suppose he would. Not if he's who I think he is. Mind if I join you? Detective Superintendent Thorne.
You by yourself, like I said.
Quite alone.
You better be. I don't trust you bastards.
Not always seen eye to eye with the law, have you? Mr. Minden?
How the hell did you know
I've seen your mugshot. Good likeness. Once you sniffed money, I thought you might call.
So, where is it?
Oh, really, Mr. Minden? Information first. Now, where is your wife, Kate?
There. The whore. Look at her.
Certainly looks like her.
Well, of course it bleeding is. I should know, shouldn't I? Miss High and Mighty she always was. Now look at her like that. All trussed up like some bloody chicken. I didn't know she was into that stuff. Never let on to me, the bitch.
How did you know about these pictures of your wife?
No, I didn't.
But why?
Look, I've been in prison, haven't I? Cooped up. Not set my eyes on a woman.
So you were just browsing, is that it? Snuffling in the porn trough?
Don't you start preaching.
How do I know these photographs are recent?
Well, it's this month's edition. Just out. Look at the date.
That doesn't mean the pictures are new, does it? Your wife might have posed for these a long time ago.
Oh, no. Not when she was with me, she didn't. Not when she was my wife. I'd have sorted her out.
You're a man of stern morality, Mr. Minden. Grievous bodily harm is one thing, but you...
I don't have to listen to this. I want the money.
Sit down, Minden. That's better. The reward was for information leading to the whereabouts of your wife. These pictures don't tell us where she is, do they?
Well, find out who took them, then you'll know.
Possibly, and then, and only then, will we consider the matter of the £1,000.
You sod.
What really matters to you, the money or your missing wife? For all I know, you might have met up with her since coming out. You might...
You're mad.
Just leave your address with me, Mr. Minden. I'm sure your parole officer would like it too. Oh, and, I'll give you a receipt for your magazine.
I should have known better than to trust a pig.
Take my advice, Mr. Minden. Try to keep out of trouble.
Bastard.
It's in Clapham, south side of the common, he said.
Right, well, we'll be there about 3:30. Fix it for then.
Yeah, they don't just publish girly mags. He was very keen to tell me that, was Mr. Sharp.
Probably thought we were the Vice Squad.
He said the Kate Minden set of pics came in about 3 weeks ago.
Which was when she disappeared.
Yeah. But why should she turn to that? I mean, it seems way out of character.
I agree. We know she was ambitious for Zelda, but not enough to prostitute herself.
Do you think she was forced?
Possibly, and that worries me.
And what about Minden? I mean, was that just coincidence, him picking up that magazine?
Well, I don't think he has the guile for anything too complicated, but I could be wrong. I just don't see what connects these three girls. Apart, that is, from their physical similarities. 2 from the city, 1 out in the sticks, different lifestyles, no point of contact.
That we know about.
Indeed. Someone knew all 3. But who?
Doyle? He's always boasted about his reputation with the ladies. I can't see him mixing in Linda's circle, can you? Dons, doctors, so on?
Hardly, but we must rule nothing out. All we know for certain is that Peter Cousins admits to being with Kate just before she vanished, and that Brian Doyle was with Mary Rush, and that tutor chap...
Quentin Woods.
Right, he was the last one to see Linda. That we know about.
Unless she did make it home, in which case Paul Avery comes into the frame.
Yes. Something struck me about the good doctor. He was evasive over one point. Did you notice?
No, afraid not, sir.
Just a small thing. When I asked him what their celebration dinner was for, he hesitated before saying it was his birthday. I wonder why.
He had a lot in his mind, didn't he? Not thinking straight.
Probably. However, I think we have to check them out, all of them. Let's find out where they were, who they were with when all 3 girls disappeared.
Right, sir.
Get back to Sergeant Morrison Cullenbury. Might be quite a bit tougher this time round. He didn't take kindly to Doyle calling him chubby. He can interview Doyle. You can go back and see Mr. Cousins. Have a word with Avery, too.
Oh, what about Quentin Woods?
I'll see Uncle Quentin. A morning in the groves of Academabat. Very good for me.
One hesitates to criticize a fellow academic, I contend that Professor Wellsberg has not only misinterpreted the poem, but misinterpreted his misinterpretation. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We shall resume the entertainment in the same place, same time next week.
Thank you, Dr. Woods.
Very impressive, Dr. Woods, if I may say. Stimulating.
Oh, thank you. I don't believe I've seen you at one of my lectures before. Are you a mature student, Mr.
Sadly not. This is a unique occasion.
The Norse sagas, is that your field?
I'm afraid not. That's my field.
Oh, I see. A somewhat unorthodox approach, if I might say.
I didn't want to take up too much of your valuable time.
How considerate, but I fear you may be wasting your valuable time. I really can add nothing more.
Yes, I've seen your statement.
I'm desperately concerned, of course.
Of course.
He's a most talented student.
Attractive, too.
Yeah, as you say, attractive, too. However, after Miss Jackson left my house...
I've not come to ask about Miss Jackson.
I beg your pardon?
The other two girls, you know about them?
Right. Know about the case? From the papers.
Please look at these photographs for me.
Look, I don't see why... Well?
Have you seen either or both of those girls before?
No.
Sure?
Positive. And now, if you'll excuse me...
I'd like you to do one more thing for me, Dr. Woods.
Well?
I want you to try to remember where you were and who you were with on two specific occasions.
Look, this is silly.
Perhaps, and tricky. So if I just tell you the dates and times now, I'll call back in a day or two to see if you've remembered. I'll come to your house, shall I? Out of office hours.
But you surely don't think I had anything to do with Kate's disappearance. All the others.
We have to check everything, Mr. Cousins.
Well, I dare say, but I was very fond of Kate. I am very fond of Kate.
Even though...
Yes. Even though. What you told me about her past, that doesn't change anything, Sergeant.
Of course. Perhaps if I could just ask you to think back, sir. Where were you at the times I've mentioned?
Well, it's very difficult, Sergeant. Can you remember where you were at a particular time a week or so ago?
It's my job to remember, sir.
Well, I'll try. Tell me again.
Saturday 17th, fortnight ago.
Let's see now. Saturday the 17th. Here we are. I worked in the morning, looked at a couple of properties.
Where?
Both in North Oxford.
May I have the addresses?
Yes, but I'm sure the owners will recall my visit.
I'm sure they will. And in the afternoon?
That's easy. I went to the cottage. I go most weekends.
Alone?
Yes, Sergeant. Alone.
This cottage, sir, where is it?
Aston St. Mary. You know it?
Oh, it's a lovely spot, yeah. It's one of my favourite Cotswold villages.
I have a flat in town, but I need to escape from time to time.
Tell me, sir, Aston St. Mary. How far would that be from Copley Wood?
From Copley Wood? Oh, not far. 3 or 4 miles, perhaps.
Oh, really? Close as that.
And the evening Linda went missing, he said he was in his flat?
Yes, but alone. Stayed in all night.
A solitary man, our Mr. Cousins.
Not married, no girlfriend.
Did he tell you that?
No, the girl's in the office.
But he likes women, you say?
Well, they say. He really does fancy Kate, they reckon.
Enough to snatch her away? And Mary, and Linda?
He certainly doesn't come across as a weirdo.
Neither did Crippen.
But he was near Columbury when Mary Rush vanished in Copley Wood.
Brian Doyle was nearer, and he can't account for his movements when the two others disappeared.
Morris has talked to him?
Yes, claims to have been out on the town, drinking.
Which town?
Oxford. He doesn't deny that.
Then he could have been...
It's possible. What about Dr. Avery? What did he have to say for himself?
Junior hospital doctors race around like scalded cats. He was on duty officially on every occasion, but disappeared for half an hour. No one would have noticed. It's like a madhouse there.
Oh, very encouraging. Round here, Abbott.
Right.
2 miles to Clapham.
One thing, though. You were right about his birthday.
What?
I checked with the hospital administrator. Avery's birthday is in 2 months' time.
Well done. Now why the hell should he lie about that?
I don't know, sir. Doesn't make much sense, does it?
Nothing makes much sense at the moment. But once we find out who took those photographs...
All our printing is done here, Superintendent, on these machines.
If we could go somewhere quieter, Mr. Sharp.
Yes, of course. Come into the office.
Thank you.
I thought you'd like to see the whole setup.
Not at the moment.
Oh, well, please do sit down.
Thank you.
On the telephone, I was led to believe...
What did you lead Mr. Sharp to believe, Sergeant?
Nothing, sir. Just asked about the pornographic pictures.
I did explain that particular magazine is a very small part of our business. Not a part I take any pride in, but market forces, you know, there does regrettably seem to be a demand.
You publish obscene material, Mr. Sharp.
Well, I wouldn't...
There are laws which cover that.
I haven't broken them, really, I haven't.
Perhaps not. My colleagues in the Vice Squad would know.
But surely...
If you're totally honest with me, Mr. Sharp, if I can rely on your full cooperation, there may be no need to involve them. Who sent you the pictures we're interested in?
Calls himself Brown.
Speak up.
Brown, J.P. Brown.
Really, how unusual.
The slides were unsolicited. Most of our material reaches us like that.
But you must have an address to pay him.
Let me guess. An accommodation address, a box number.
afraid so. A box number in Oxford.
Well, if you give it to us, I dare say we'll track it down, and I shall want the original slides. Not that I expect much from them. They'll have been well handled.
Yes, I put them ready for you. Here. And, the new ones.
New ones? What new ones?
This morning's post, just after I'd spoken to the sergeant.
From the same source, J.P. Brown?
Yes. Here we are. Same girl. But with another girl. You'll see, I'll put the slide in the light box for you. There. A tableau. That's what we call it when there's more than...
what you call it?
Yes.
That's Mary Rush, sir, isn't it? With Kate.
I shall need to take these slides.
Of course. I confess I would have used them. You see, Mr. Brown's work is of a high technical quality, although it does lack animation.
Good God, man, of course it lacks animation. Look at the expressions in their eyes. Those wretched girls are out of their minds.
I'm sorry?
Drugged, Mr. Sharp. Heavily sedated in some way.
Oh, dear, I didn't realise. Believe me, I would never tarnish our reputation.
If you wish to preserve one shred of your tattered reputation, Mr. Sharp, you will do two things for me instantly.
Of course, anything.
Send payment for these new slides in the usual way to this accommodation address.
Yes, I will.
And if you receive any more material from J.P. Brown, you will contact me on this number.
I understand. But do you think there will be more?
Oh, I think there might. Another girl.
I see. Am I to be told what this is all about?
No. I wouldn't want you to compromise your integrity.
You despise me, Superintendent, don't you?
You can redeem yourself, Mr. Sharp. Send that money to J.P. Brown and you will help us apprehend a degenerate and dangerous man. You might even be saving someone's life.
Well, just in time, James. Closing up soon.
Mr. Hunter?
That's me.
I suggest you close up now. We'll wait.
Hey, what? Oh, I see.
Chief Superintendent Thorne, and this is Detective Sergeant Abbott.
So, what can I do for you, gents?
We'd like a description of one of your customers.
Get dozens in here for fags,
A
newspapers.
special customer, one that uses this accommodation address.
Well, I do that for quite a few people, too.
We're only interested in one. Mr. J.P. Brown.
So?
You do have a customer of that name?
Yes, I think so.
Only think.
A lot of people pick up mail here.
But you keep records?
Not really. Accounts, of course, all strictly kosher.
But we know J.P. Brown used your services recently. Didn't he, Mr. Hunter?
Could be.
So what
yes.
does he look like, this Mr. Brown?
Hard to say. Nothing special.
Come on, you can do better than that. Height? Tall or short?
Medium, I'd say. Medium height. Not fat, not thin.
What about accent? Any accent?
Never spoke much. Just handed over the package. Well, not much to talk about, is there?
You're telling us nothing, Hunter.
Sorry. I'd like to help, if I could.
Well, you can, and you will.
Oh?
From tomorrow, there will be several plainclothes officers here out in the back. When Brown shows up, as he will, sooner or later, you will identify him to the officers. Is that clear?
Can you do that? I mean, can you make me?
Would you rather I called in the VAT inspectors and the forward squad to examine your accounts, Mr. Hunter? Would you like that?
Oh, you're not going to eat that sausage, sir?
No, take it.
Oh,
I've suddenly lost my appetite.
Oh, something in the paper, is it? United lost again. Never bothered with an evening one.
How could he be so bloody stupid?
Oh.
Look.
Where?
That headline, Missing Girls, New Lead. He assured me he'd say nothing.
Chief Constable Merivale promised that an arrest was imminent in the case of the 3 missing local girls. He revealed that officers had uncovered a link between the girls and a pornography racket. He paid...
What has Merivale got for a brain, mushy peas? If Brown reads this, he won't go anywhere near Hunter, will he?
Not if he's got any sense, he won't.
Coming! On time. You're a punctual man, Mr. Brown. I hope you don't mind me phoning, but, well, I thought we ought to have a little chat, eh? Come through to the back. It's nice and private there. I got a nice drop of scotch. Oh, God.
Let's have the light here.
Right.
Not one blow, but several. Cover the spill of the factory.
Oh, yes.
The 7th Cavalry, too late as always. Lesion right here. Compound fracture.
Yes.
They're in here, sir.
Good morning, Thorne. You knew the deceased, they told me. Not a good friend, I hope.
He could have been a useful one. What have you got so far?
Almost everything. I can tell you how, when, and where, but not, I fear, who.
So?
Time of death between 10 p.m. and midnight. Struck from behind with a blunt object.
You still call them blunt objects, do you?
Several blows. He was only a small man. It didn't require great strength.
And he was put off guard, I should say. The drink, glasses on the table.
Expecting a cosy chat, poor sod.
I don't think the autopsy will tell me much more. We'll take him away when you've finished.
Right. Abbott, I'll carry on here. You get the house-to-house going. Someone in the street might have noticed something last night.
Not a good word to say for him. No one in the street. I reckon he was up to all sorts of shady fiddles.
My guess is that Hunter was going in for a spot of extortion. He saw the newspaper article and put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, it'd be in character from what the neighbours told me.
But they saw nothing. Nothing of Brown.
All inside watching the box, weren't they?
But this lady opposite.
Mrs. Fleming.
She was sure about a car?
Oh, yes. She went to bed about 11. As she was drawing the curtain, she saw this car pulling away.
Could have been anyone in the street.
She said it was a car she didn't recognise. She knows most of them.
An observant lady.
Bit of a nosy Parkham, all right.
I thank the Lord for curtain twitchers. And she is certain that it was a Ford Escort.
Yeah, convinced. The son-in-law has one.
So, what do we have?
A green or blue Ford Escort. It's hard to tell the difference in the dark. But that was what the retired headmistress thought as well. The car that picked Kate Minden up at the bus stop, that was blue or green.
It does sound as if it might be the same car.
Perhaps Doyle was right. It could have been the same car that took Mary Rush away.
And this time we do have a bit more. The number.
No, not much of it. She's pretty sure it was an F, Reg, and the first number was a 4, but that's all.
That could be enough. How many blue or green Escorts with those characteristics are registered in Oxfordshire, Abbott?
God knows.
We'll give you a list. Houston will give you a list. Houston will give you a list. Houston will give you a list.
Yeah, but it would take forever to check them all out, and the car might have been registered
of
anyway.
Of course, but have you got a better idea?
No, I suppose not.
In the meantime, we shall need to check again on the whereabouts of Mrs. Cousins, Doyle, Avery and Woods. They shouldn't have any problems remembering where they were last night, should they?
Sir, aren't we forgetting Steve Minden? He's got form, he's out there somewhere.
Oh, no, I've not forgotten. I saw him as the most likely contender. I put out an APB on him. That's why I know he didn't kill Hunter.
How can you be sure?
He spent last night in the cells at Banbury Police Station, arrested after a pub brawl. Wonderful, isn't it? He was the one I suspected most. So, until we have anything further to go on, we'd better eliminate the others.
Sure you don't want a cup?
No, thank you, Dr. Avery.
You don't mind if I do. I shan't stay awake without the caffeine.
Please.
I haven't slept much the last week.
No, they work you too hard.
And the worry. If I close my eyes, I keep thinking...
We're doing all we can, Dr. Avery.
In the paper it said you were going to make an arrest. I would have thought by now you would have
been a few setbacks. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have to ask you more questions, but it is necessary.
If it will help, Linda.
I hope it will. So, if you would just tell me where you were last night, between 9 and midnight.
Me? Why should that have any...
Please.
At the hospital. I was on duty until this morning.
You were there all night? You never left?
Correct. Oh, well, no, that's not strictly true.
Please be strictly true, Dr. Avery.
Well, we take breaks. We have to. I just took a stroll to get a breath of fresh air. We have...
And where did you stroll?
Just in the grounds. It was a warm night, and I kept thinking of Linda.
How long were you away?
About half an hour, I suppose.
What time was this?
Well, I'm not sure. Must have been about 11. Casualty was quiet when I got back, so the pubs couldn't have shut.
Do you have a car, Dr. Avery?
Mm-hmm.
Where do you keep it?
At the hospital. Parking's hopeless here. The landlady has the use of the garage.
What make?
Well, nothing very grand. Not on my salary. A Ford.
An Escort?
No, a Fiesta. A clapped-out Fiesta.
I've checked, sir, and Doyle definitely doesn't have a car, just his motorbike.
But what?
His dad has a blue Escort.
F-Reg?
No, much older, eh?
I suppose our curtain twitcher could have been mistaken. She only got a glimpse.
She seems so certain. I reckon, too, she can tell a Fiesta from an escort. I'll check with her again, but she didn't have any doubts.
Left here under the bridge.
And Doyle was out in the piss again.
Well, he never seems to do anything else.
It's a terrible hangover. Couldn't remember much about last night.
He'll remember if I get hold of him. Not that I really see him behind this. It's all too clever, the photographs, accommodation address, that's all beyond Doyle.
What about Quentin Woods?
Conference in London, 3 days devoted to Anglo-Saxon heroic verse.
Really? Oh, they're in with me.
He went last night about 8 o'clock.
Not in a blue escort by any chance?
By train. Or so his housekeeper said.
Which leaves just cousins.
Yeah.
I don't see him in this. Why put up £1,000 of his own money? Would you do that if he was guilty?
I would. That's just what I would have done, Abbott.
Oh, I don't know. He doesn't come across like that. You'll see.
Perhaps. If his office is right, he ought to be at a psych meeting about an hour foot down, Abbott.
Yeah, I'll do better than that, sir.
I'm sorry, Sergeant, but a lot of money is involved here. This had better be important.
Yes, well.
This is Mr. Cousins, Superintendent.
This is really very embarrassing, Superintendent, being hauled out in the middle of a psych meeting.
I dare say, Mr. Cousins, but this is now a murder inquiry. We won't keep you long.
Yes, of course, I'm sorry. You're sure this man, Hunter, was connected with Kate and the other girls in some way?
Yes.
But how can I help?
Simply by telling us where you were late last night, sir.
Oh, not that again. I'm not stupid, and I know you have to suspect everyone. But don't you understand what I feel about Kate? I suppose I'm half in love with her. Not that I said anything, but I will, when you find her.
If you would just tell us, sir. Last night?
I stayed in the flat, and before you ask, I was alone.
And you were in all evening?
Yes, nursing a cold.
Really? Seems to have cleared up?
Yes, it does.
You must let me know what pills you take.
Look, is there anything else? They're waiting for me. There is a recession.
Do you have a car with you, Mr. Cousins?
Yes. The red one over there. Why?
Nothing. Well, we mustn't detain you. Nice flats they're building here. Expensive.
We're handling the sales.
Is that why you have a camera with you? Glossy pictures for the brochure?
Yes, something like that. I use it all the time.
Keen on photography, then, are you, Mr. Cousins?
I know a bit about it. Helps in this job.
Yes, I expect it does. Never know what might turn up worth photographing.
Oh, where are you? Oh, there you are. Come away from there. What are you doing? Playing? Now, what you got there? Leave it. Oh, get out of that water, you stupid animal. Come on. Oh, oh no. Oh, my God.
Bit more complicated, this one, Thorne. More of a professional challenge. Another friend of yours?
No.
There's no doubt it is Kate Minden, sir.
No, I'm afraid not. We'll bring her mother in, do a formal identification.
We'll try and tidy her up a bit, but she'll still look a mess, I'm afraid. Bad facial scarring.
What caused it? Do you know yet?
Some sort of acid, probably fuming nitric.
Or hydrochloric.
Possibly, I suppose. What makes you think of that?
It's used regularly in photographic processing.
She's been scalped. She's been scalped. Oh, why should anyone do that?
You're sure she was dead before she was put in the river?
Absolutely. No water in the lungs, you see. And apart from the acid burns, no marks of violence, no sexual abuse.
So what killed her?
My surmise at this stage is heart failure.
Heart failure?
Probably induced by the acid attack. You see, she suffered from a heart abnormality. The sort of thing you find after a childhood attack of rheumatic fever.
Perhaps that explains her passion for success, her thriftiness. She wanted to ensure her child was provided for. Poor little Zelda.
She was vulnerable, certainly, and a massive shock to the system.
There was a struggle. She tried to get away or something.
When she died, whoever was keeping her panicked and dumped the body in the river. But why go to the bother of shearing off the hair?
Whoever did this must be mad, crazy. They don't always have reasons, do they?
Oh, but they do, according to their own deranged logic. The hair is significant in some way, I'm sure of that.
I'll confirm all this for you in my report. Oh, there's one more thing you should know. She had been massively sedated.
I expected that. Any idea what with?
Oh, one of the major tranquilizers.
Cover her up, Sergeant.
You know, I'll never get used to this, never. Poor kid.
Dr. Avery, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I knew you were in.
Good morning, ladies. Will you come in?
No. We were just going out shopping when we heard the news on the radio.
What news?
Well, they found the body of one of those poor girls.
What?
In the river.
Oh, no. Who? Did they say? Did they say who it was?
No, but we thought you should know. I mean, I'm sure it wasn't your Miss Jackson, but...
Yes, but it could be, couldn't it? Let's not pretend.
Now, the police, well, they would know, you see. Well, they came here, didn't they? They're the ones in charge.
Of course, I was going
But
to...
we have the car out. We can drive you there.
Yes.
It won't take a moment. It would put your mind at rest, wouldn't it?
For God's sake, what's happened?
I was going to contact you, Dr. Avery. It isn't Linda.
God. I know, of course, that it's still...
But I'm afraid it means she's in great danger. We have to find her and Mary Rush. I can't have anything less than your full cooperation. So stop lying to me, Dr. Avery.
What do you mean, lying?
Wasn't your birthday, was it? The day Linda vanished.
Oh, that. No, I'm sorry, but there was a reason.
Tell me.
Well, Linda and I, you see, we're married. We have been for a year, and it was our anniversary.
Why the secret?
Money. Linda's grants and bursaries would have been affected by a change in her status. I suppose it must seem a bit of a cheat, but... Well, we
Quite
afford...
a practiced deception. Is there anything else you've been deceiving me about?
No.
Did you take photographs of your wife, Dr. Avery, of an intimate kind?
No, of course I did.
Why, of course? Is that so shocking to you?
Linda hated having a photograph taken. Well, you know, some people are like that.
You mean you tried it and she wouldn't cooperate?
No. But I knew she had a thing about it. She told me. I mean, she once had a minor row with her tutor over it.
With Quentin Woods?
Yes. He's a camera freak and he wanted her to pose for him. I mean, nothing sinister, just a studio portrait, but she wouldn't.
I see.
Sir, I got something. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't...
Oh, that's all right, Sergeant. Dr. Avery's just going.
Oh, yes, the ladies will be waiting for me.
We know where to find you if we need you.
Look, you still can't think that
Goodbye, Doctor.
Oh, you looked a bit green about the girls.
I must see Woods as soon as he's back from London.
Really?
So, what have you got for me, Abbott?
The list from Swansea.
Well?
I got a team checking out the details. I thought it would take forever, but no, as soon as we got to the seas...
As in C for cousins?
Yeah.
But he's got a golf.
He also has a sister, and she lives with Mum and Dad in Wantage.
And?
She owns a blue Escort. F registered 468 and so on.
But if it's her car...
Wait, I've got a PC to call at the house, crime prevention stuff. The girl's away at college. She leaves the car at home in term time.
So, Cousins could have had access to a blue Escort. But why should he bother? He's got a perfectly good car of his own.
But it is a connection, isn't it? I know it could be a coincidence, but what else have we got?
Nothing much. And he admits he was besotted with Kate, and he takes photographs.
And he's a loner. He doesn't seem to have girlfriends, but perhaps he can't form relationships. The other girls, well, they're lookalikes, aren't they? Kate rebuffed him, so he finds substitutes. Well, it makes some kind of sense.
We can also establish a link with Colombury. He could have spotted Mary Rush there, followed her. But, Linda, we can't tie him in with Linda Jackson.
I think I can. I've been back to check.
Check what?
The house opposite is for sale. I noticed when I was interviewing the two old ladies upstairs. I saw the sign out of their window.
One of Cousins' properties, right?
Right. So he must have been there. And that's when he could have noticed Linda, the long auburn hair. Another one for his collection. You see, sir? Circumstantial, but it does fit.
Kate's dead. Murdered by some pervert. It's about bloody time you found him.
Believe me, Mr. Cousins, I understand your distress.
Do you? You have a funny way of showing it with your constant snide insinuations. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I never drive my sister's car. I am not holding two girls captive in either my flat or my cottage. And if you don't believe me, go and search.
I never said I didn't believe you.
And another thing. I did not visit that house we're selling. I don't deal with that part of the city.
May I ask who did?
I can check the file.
Could it have been Kate Minden?
Just a minute. Yes, it was. Kate did all the work over there. Could that be important?
It might be. Thank you for your help, Mr. Cousins.
Is that all, then?
For the moment.
You find him, Inspector. Because if I find him, I'll kill him with my bare hands. And you needn't come and call on me then, because I'll come down to your office and I'll boast about it.
Sherry, Superintendent?
No, thank you, sir.
And you, Sergeant?
No, not for me, thank you.
Then I shall drink alone. I need it. These conferences can be extremely tiresome.
And you've only just come back, sir?
About 20 minutes ago. The train was late, of course.
Did you stay in London overnight?
In my club. It's very peaceful there.
People would remember you, I dare say.
Well, you'll have to ask them, won't you? If you must play these silly games.
The other dates I left with you. Have you been able to...
I've taken advice, Thorne. For personal reasons and to avoid embarrassment to, shall we say, a lady friend, I don't care to discuss my movements with you. I'm under no obligation to do so.
This is a murder inquiry, Dr. Woods. 2 deaths. I would have thought that outweighed any worries about your sordid little peccadillos.
How dare you talk
Your
to me
reputation as a womanizer is hardly a state secret.
I think you better
Did you exercise your charm on Linda Jackson? Did she rebuff you? Is that it?
I'm going to call my solicitor.
You may well need him. I understand you had an argument with Linda because she refused to let you take her photograph.
No. No, it wasn't like that. You can't believe that. Please.
Tell us how it was then, sir.
I'm a keen photographer. I specialize in portraiture. Linda has a wonderful bone structure, so I simply asked her to sit for me.
But she refused?
Yes, but there was no argument. I made a little joke of it.
Did you?
It was a genuine interest. I take photography seriously. I mean, look around you. This is all my work.
Yes. Very impressive. This picture of the baby.
Yes, my granddaughter. Do you like it?
It's most unusual. Abbott. Does this remind you of anything?
No, I don't think so. Hang on, that bow. The satin bow.
Very distinctive knot, isn't it? Remember the first pictures? The ones of Kate alone?
She was trussed up in a satin cord, wasn't she? Of course, and the knot. I'm sure it was the same.
Do you ever send any of your photographs away to specialist magazines, sir? Pornographic magazines?
That's an appalling question, Superintendent.
But I had to ask it, sir. How did you get the idea to present the baby like this, tied in a bow like a chocolate box? Please, sir, it's very important.
Well, I can't pretend it was an original idea. Several years ago, I saw a similar picture in a photographer's window in Reading. I bought the print.
Do you still have it?
Somewhere. I could try and find it for you. If it's urgent.
It could be.
Yes. Well, it might take several hours.
I'll leave you my number. Please let me know as soon as you find it.
I'm trying to do these checks on the tranquilizer prescriptions, but you know how doctors hand them out like sweeties. It could take forever.
We don't have forever. We have to find those girls quickly. What about the car numbers?
I'll pull them off that once we found Cousin's sister.
And get them on it. I don't think Cousins fits.
Who do you think does fit?
I'm not sure if we're looking for one man, Eden. To abduct and hold 3 girls. That needs more than one person, Abbott.
I suppose one could be a woman. But this J.P. Brown character could have a wife or girlfriend, someone besotted by him.
Thorne here. Yes, put him through. It's Quentin Woods. Morning, sir. You do? Excellent. Yes. Yes, I got that. And just the name Vic? Thank you. I'm very grateful to you, sir.
That's the address of the photographic studio, is it?
Yes. The original was the work of a photographer who simply signed himself Vic, so Woods says. We'll need a car, Abbott.
Right, sir. Oh, what about Uncle Quentin? Are we forgetting about him?
I think so, for the moment anyway.
He did letch after women. He was the last one to see Linda, and he wouldn't say where he was. Oh, yes, car for Superintendent Thorne immediately, please.
But as far as we know, he doesn't own a Ford Escort. He didn't know Mary Rush or Kate Minden. He was hardly likely to be concealing 2 women in a house we visited, and he's a distinguished professional man.
Yes, so was Quentin, sir.
Touché. But if you're talking of doctors, your theorising must have brought you round to Dr. Avery.
Well, I admit it had crossed my mind. He could get hold of the drugs. He could have seen Kate at the house opposite, or she might have visited the hospital.
Because of her heart condition?
Yeah.
It struck me too. But where could Avery detain 3 women? And where's the connection with Mary Rush? No. I think we're better employed tracking Vic in Reading. It's our one lucky break in this investigation, those photographs of Kate and of the baby. I'm nearly convinced they're taken by the same person.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, do forgive me. It's always so quiet in the afternoon. Did you just want to browse, or were you looking for a particular title?
Neither, I'm afraid. We're police officers.
I see.
Superintendent. How can I help you? I'm Sylvia Turk, by the way. Turk Books, that's me.
How long have you had this bookshop, Mrs. Turk?
Forever. Well, nearly 10 years. Others come and go in this street. I just carry on.
The photographic shop next door, how long has that been for sale?
Over a year. But can you wonder in the present economic climate? To think we were once a nation of shopkeepers, Superintendent.
It looks in a pretty poor state. What happened to it?
Surely you remember. It was a terrible tragedy. The police were all over the place. Once the fire brigade had finished.
A fire, an accident?
No one seemed to be sure. In the end, the coroner plumped for accidental death.
Who died in the fire, Mrs. Turk?
Mr. Stein, the owner. Such a nice old man. He often used to pop in for a chat. He lived over the studio.
Was Mr. Stein's first name Victor?
Oh, no. Richard. Richard David Stein. You must be thinking of his assistant. That was Vic. Brilliant photographer, Vic. Everybody said so. That's why the business flourished. It was such a pity they quarrelled, and over such a silly thing.
Who quarrelled?
Vic and Mr. Stein, of course.
So where's Vic gone now?
I don't know. I've never seen her again.
Her? Vic was a woman?
Oh, sorry. Didn't you know that? Yes. Middle-aged lady. Not much to look at. Not interested in men, I imagine. But wonderful with a camera.
This quarrel, what was it about?
Such a stupid thing. I suppose one shouldn't laugh, but you have to see the funny side of it.
Of what, Mrs. Turk?
Well, Mr. Stein told me the story in confidence, of course. It seems that one day they were working in the studio and he tripped over something. He clutched at Vic to steady himself, as one does. And to his great embarrassment, he pulled her wig off. So striking it was, too. Lovely reddish colour. Well, more auburn, I should say. I'd never guessed, though I suppose it was a bit at odds with the rest of her appearance.
How did Vic react?
Furious. But, you see, poor Mr. Stein was so overcome, he burst into laughter. Well, he couldn't help himself. You know, nervous laughter. Vic stormed out. She never worked for him again.
How long after that did the fire take place?
Oh, quite soon. A few weeks, at the very most.
If Vic was a woman, that would explain why the girls were off guard. Why they might have got into a car with a stranger.
And it took no great strength to kill Hunter.
Or perhaps there's a male accomplice. You said 2 people.
Yes, but a man? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, the photography. There has to be a connection.
I'm sure of it, but proof. To find evidence, that could take months. We don't have that time. You saw what happened to Kate. How long before another body turns up?
Vic. Oh, she could be anywhere. It's been over a year.
The car numbers. Perhaps you'll find something there.
That's this evening written off. Won't go down well at home either. I said we go out for a drive.
Really?
Yeah, often do on a summer evening, you know. Broadway Hall, Copley Woods, Burford. Yeah, I promised.
What did you
Mary.
say, Abbott?
I was just thinking where we might go.
Copley Woods. You said you'd drive out to Copley Woods.
Yeah, people do it. It's lovely out there.
Brilliant, Abbott. Do you know what you are? You're quite brilliant. You do understand, Mr. Cousins, that if need be, I shall deny this meeting ever took place. Deny ever being in this pub.
Yes, you've made it very clear.
You see, I remember what you said. What you'd do if you haven't found Kate's killer. Well, I believe I have.
What?
But I can't prove it.
But surely...
My superior is a cautious man. He wants more evidence before I can ask for search warrants. But by then, it might be too late.
Well, you're not asking me to strangle anyone with my bare hands. Did I really say that?
You did. Heat of the moment, I expect.
I wouldn't, of course. Couldn't.
No, I don't believe you would, Mr. Cousins. But you think you can do this? If it goes wrong...
If it goes wrong, or if you're wrong, then I will have caused great distress to an innocent person. Yes, I realise that.
And I can't help you. You'll be on your own.
I don't think you had any choice.
It's not too late, Abbott. This is against all regulations, so you can get out of the car and walk away.
I gave up hope of promotion a long time ago.
If this goes wrong, you could be joining the 3 million unemployed.
I saw Kate Minden on that slab, sir. It's worth the risk. How did you persuade Cousins?
I didn't have to. I think he really perhaps did love Kate.
What time was he going to be there?
10. He'll be in the car park and see us arrive. Then it's up to him. I hope your information is reliable, Abbott. It's nearly 10 now.
I think so. With a neighbour like that, you don't need community policing. I'm glad you don't live next to me. He looks up. Look, garage doors.
Good. Yes, we're in business.
A green Escort. Got it. It was on the list, of course, just as you said.
And only the driver. That's very good. Right, Abbott. Now, not too close. Keep well back.
Mr. Kingdom's customer services, please. Kingdom's customer services.
I can just see them, sir. 2 bays away. He's close now.
Good morning. I understand you wanted to see me. I'm the manager.
Good morning, sir. Police.
Oh, dear. What's the problem?
No problem. Just routine. We're doing a general security review. Supermarket break-ins are on the increase locally. And...
Really, we've had no trouble. I assure you we rather...
Sounds as if you've got some now.
Come on, Abbott.
How dare you? You did that deliberately.
You got in my bloody way, you silly cow.
That's enough of that. I'm a police officer.
Just move along, ladies and gentlemen. Please stand back.
If you're a policeman, then arrest this lout. He deliberately attacked me.
Oh, bag was in my way.
That's no excuse for violence.
Violence? I tripped over a stupid trolley. I just grabbed at her. That's not true.
It's Miss Foyle, isn't it?
Yes.
But how did you know? Don't you remember I came to see you a week or so ago about Linda Jackson?
Oh, yes.
Lucky for you we were here, Miss Foyle.
If you'd like to take Miss Foyle to the manager's office, Abbott.
Sir, what for?
Just so we can take a statement. There could be a case for prosecution here, common assault.
Assault? What are you talking about?
And you, young man, will come with me, quietly.
I'm not sure if I want to be bothered with this. I need to get back.
I'm afraid I must insist, Miss Foyle. Violence cannot be tolerated.
Violence? It was an accident, wasn't it? How the hell was I supposed to know she was wearing a bloody wig?
Abbott, will you tell the manager not to let anyone in here?
Right, sir.
You were very convincing. Quite the lager lark, Mr. Cousins.
When I grabbed her hair and it came off, I nearly carried on. Put my hands round her throat.
But it still doesn't take us all the way. I'm sure she's big. I know she has a car that matches the description, and she has an accomplice, Miss Gower.
And you can tie her in with 2 other girls. Linda lived in the same house, and Kate came to the house opposite. They would have seen her then.
Anne Mary Rush. I can explain that as well, thanks to Sergeant Abbott.
Huh?
Well, you see, if Abbott goes for evening drives to Copley Woods, then why not Miss Foyle and Miss Gower? They're country types, fresh air and gardening. I'm sure that's where they saw Mary, running in distress away from her boyfriend.
She'd be grateful for a lift in that state, wouldn't she?
Yes, from 2 kind, middle-aged ladies. They might even have been watching her for days. And she fitted their requirements with her long auburn hair.
Well, you'll find Mary now, won't you? Her and Linda. Poor Kate.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cousins. Very sorry. But I could still have got it all horribly wrong, even now.
Well, we'll soon know. What do I do when we get there?
Stay in the car. I've bent enough rules for one day.
Yes?
Miss Gower?
Yes.
Police. May I come in a moment?
Well, it's not really very convenient.
Just for a moment? Thank you. I expect you know I'm heading the investigation into the death of Kate Minden, as well as the 2 missing girls. My sergeant called on you, I believe, Sergeant Abbott.
Yes, about poor Miss Jackson. Oh, I'm afraid there was very little we could tell him.
Indeed. We're still a long way from finding them, I have to say.
Oh, dear.
So we have to double-check everything. Look everywhere, that is, in any way connected with the case. You understand that, I'm sure.
Well, yes, but...
This house is connected with the case. Linda Jackson lived here.
Oh, yes, in the downstairs flat.
I know. Illogical, really, but my superiors do insist. It won't take me more than a few moments. Purely routine. Shall we start down here?
Oh, no. No, it's not convenient now, and it's pointless anyway.
I agree, but that's the way the system works, I'm afraid. We just have to plod on. Now, shall we start in the kitchen?
A warrant. A search warrant, you must get one.
Oh, I hardly think we need be as formal as that, Miss Gower. Do we? I was so sure. So sure.
Nothing. You looked everywhere,
Everywhere. Every room, every cupboard. She seemed so nervous, particularly when I asked to see the attic room. But nothing there.
You said room. Attic. Room.
Yes.
There are two parallel. We sell a lot of these houses.
You're sure?
Yes. There'd be a connecting door.
There was a screen against the wall.
The door will be behind it.
This time you're coming too, to hell with regulations.
Please. I've no idea really.
It's locked. The key, Miss Garner, now.
I haven't got it. I didn't know. Please.
Stand back. Mr. Cousins? The light. Where's the light?
Oh, it's here.
Oh, God. Miss Jackson? Mary?
I didn't want to. She made me. She did.
Nothing. I'll tell you nothing.
You're not obliged to. Did Sergeant Abbott tell you that, Miss Foyle?
I did, sir.
Your friend, Miss Gower, has been most cooperative. Told us everything. You forced her, she said. Bullied her.
I can believe that.
You can believe what you like.
An accident, she says. Kate tried to escape. A struggle. Was it like that? Never mind. Linda and Mary will be able to tell us in due course. Once they've recovered from what you did to them, drugged, bound, degraded. What have they ever done to you, Miss Boyle? Tell me that. Help me to understand.
You? What could you know? How they flaunted their beauty, abused it.
How did they abuse it, Miss Foyle?
To amuse men. Men like you. Because that's all you see. It's all you want, isn't it? The rest of us are filth, lower than the animals. Girls like that. Don't expect me to cry for them, because now they know what it's like to be ugly, to be used.
No, Miss Foyle, I don't understand. But fortunately, I don't need to. I can leave that to others.
It's nice out here. You've got to admit it.
One of your better ideas. Oh, I needed the fresh air. After that venom, that hatred.
It must have been about here they picked up Mary Rush.
Yes, poor kid.
They'll be all right.
Oh, in time. Physically, anyway, the bruises will heal, the hair will grow. But mentally, who knows what scars will be left on the mind.
Miss Gar's statement gives us all the details anyway.
She was very much the submissive partner, did what she was told. She admits driving the car to Hunter's shop, but she just waited outside, and she insists Kate's death was heart failure.
Do you believe her?
I might if it wasn't for the acid, the scalped hair. That was Miss Foyle, or Vic, as she used to be. That one could be capable of anything. There's such hatred there. More than I've seen for a long time. But it's calculating and controlled.
Not insane, then?
Oh, I don't know. Such a fine line. She's got a coldly rational side to her. Look at the way they brazenly drove Avery to see me the morning that Kate was found in the river.
Yes, why did they do that?
Oh, so he would confirm for them that it was Kate's body.
I see. Oh, very calculating. That sounds sane enough to me.
They hated Kate's beauty and destroyed it, driven by an obsession. Pornography is the key.
I don't understand that part of it.
It degraded the beauty she both envied and hated. And if you think about it, it gave her power over men. I've no doubt we shall have a belly full of psychiatrist reports before we finish, but my guess is the incident with Stein, the wig and setting fire to his shop, tipped her over the edge, ignited the paranoia.
So she is mad, then?
Well, beyond reason, anyway. We'd better get back. It's getting cold. And the chief constable will be wanting our report.
What are you going to tell him, sir? About cousins? That business in the supermarket?
I shall gloss over it, Abbott. Not confuse him with details. After all, he's got something to tell the press, take their mind off the art thefts.
Will we get away with it, sir?
Why not, Abbott? We got a result, didn't we? We got a result.
John Castle played Thorne, Andrew Branch, Abbott, Jonathan Taffler, Peter Cousins, Michael Cochrane, Dr. Avery, and Benjamin Whitrow, Quentin Woods, in Double Negative by John Penn. Brian Doyle was Matthew Morgan, Kate Minden, Jane Whittenshaw, Steve Minden, David Holt, Mrs. Richards and Mrs. Turk, Kate Binchy, Hurst, Philip Anthony, Mary Rush, Teresa Gallagher, Linda Jackson, Sandra James Young, Miss Foyle, Diana Payan, Miss Gower, Jill Graham, the pathologist and Mr. Sharp, John Baddeley. The play was dramatised by Melville Jones from John Penn's novel Outrageous Exposure. The director was Martin Jenkins.